The Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 1. These are the words which Moses spoke to all Israel beyond the Jordan in the plain wilderness over against the Red Sea between Paran and Tophel and Laban and Hazereth, where there is very much gold, 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. In the 40th year, the 11th month, the first day of the month, Moses spoke to the children of Israel all that the Lord had commanded him to say to them, after that he had slain Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan, who abode in Ashtaroth and in Edrei beyond the Jordan in the land of Moab. And Moses began to expound the law, and to say, The Lord our God spoke to us in Horeb, saying, You have stayed long enough in this mountain. Turn you, and come to the mountain of the Amorites, and to the other places that are next to it, the plains and the hills and the vales towards the south, and by the seashore, the land of the Canaanites and of Lebanus, as far as the great river Euphrates. Behold, said he, I have delivered it to you. Go in and possess it, concerning which the Lord swore to your fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that he would give it to them, and to their seed after them. And I said to you at that time, I alone am not able to bear you, for the Lord your God hath multiplied you, and you are this day as the stars of heaven for multitude. The Lord God of your fathers add to this number many thousands, and bless you as he hath spoken. I alone am not able to bear your business, and the charge of you, and your differences. Let me have from among you wise and understanding men, and such whose conversation is approved among your tribes, that I may appoint them your rulers. Then you answered me, The thing is good which thou meanest to do. And I took out of your tribes men wise and honorable, and appointed them rulers, tribunes, and centurions, and officers over 50s and over 10s, who might teach you all things. And I commanded them, saying, Hear them, and judge that which is just, whether he be one of your country or a stranger. There shall be no difference of persons. You shall hear the little as well as the great. Neither shall you respect any man's person, because it is the judgment of God. And if anything seem hard to you, refer it to me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you all things that you were to do. And, departing from Horeb, we passed through the terrible and vast wilderness, which you saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorite, as the Lord our God had commanded us. And when we were come into Kadesh Barnea, I said to you, You are come to the mountain of the Amorite, which the Lord our God will give to us. See the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Go up and possess it, as the Lord our God hath spoken to thy fathers. Fear not, nor be any way discouraged. And you came all to me, and said, Let us send men who may view the land, and bring us word what way we shall go up, and to what cities we shall go. And because the saying pleased me, I sent of you 12 men, one of every tribe, who, when they had set forward and had gone up to the mountains, came as far as the valley of the cluster, and having viewed the land, taking the fruits thereof to show its fertility, they brought them to us, and said, The land is good, which the Lord our God will give us. And you would not go up, but, being incredulous to the word of the Lord our God, you murmured in your tents, and said, The Lord hateth us, and therefore hath brought us out of the land of Egypt, that he might deliver us into the hand of the Amorite, and destroy us. Whither shall we go up? The messengers have terrified our hearts, saying, The multitude is very great, and taller than we. The cities are great, and walled up to the sky. We have seen the sons of the Anakims there. And I said to you, Fear not, neither be ye afraid of them. The Lord God, who is your leader, himself will fight for you, as he did in Egypt in the sight of all. And in the wilderness, as thou hast seen, the Lord thy God hath carried thee, as a man is wont to carry his little son, all the way that you have come, until you came to this place. And yet for all this you did not believe the Lord your God, who went before you in the way, and marked out the place wherein you should pitch your tents, in the night showing you the way by fire, and in the day by the pillar of a cloud. And when the Lord had heard the voice of your words, he was angry, and swore, and said, Not one of the men of this wicked generation shall see the good land which I promised with an oath to your fathers, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, for he shall see it, And to him I will give the land that he hath trodden upon, and to his children, because he hath followed the Lord. Neither is his indignation against the people to be wondered at, since the Lord was angry with me also on your account, and said, Neither shalt thou go in thither. But Joshua the son of Nun, thy minister, he shall go in for thee. Exhort and encourage him, and he shall divide the land by lot to Israel. Your children, of whom you said that they should be led away captives, and your sons, who know not this day the difference of good and evil, they shall go in, and to them I will give the land, and they shall possess it. But return you, and go into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And you answered me, We have sinned against the Lord. We will go up and fight, as the Lord our God hath commanded. And when you went ready armed unto the mountain, the Lord said to me, Say to them, Go not up and fight not, for I am not with you, lest you fall before your enemies. I spoke, and you hearkened not, but resisting the commandment of the Lord, and swelling with pride, you went up into the mountain. And the Amorite that dwelt in the mountains coming out, and meeting you, chased you as bees do, and made slaughter of you from Seir as far as Hormah. And when you returned and wept before the Lord, he heard you not, neither would he yield to your voice. So you abode in Kadesh Barnea a long time. Deuteronomy chapter 2. And departing from thence, we came into the wilderness that leadeth to the Red Sea, as the Lord had spoken to me, and we compassed Mount Seir a long time. And the Lord said to me, You have compassed this mountain long enough. Go toward the north, and command thou the people, saying, You shall pass by the borders of your brethren, the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, and they will be afraid of you. Take ye then good heed that you stir not against them, for I will not give you of their land so much as the step of one foot can tread upon, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau for a possession. You shall buy meats of them for money, and shall eat. You shall draw waters for money, and shall drink. The Lord thy God hath blessed thee in every work of thy hands, the Lord thy God dwelling with thee, knowing thy journey, how thou hast passed through this great wilderness for 40 years, and thou hast wanted nothing. And when we had passed by our brethren, the children of Esau, that dwelt in Seir, by the way of the plain of Elath, and from Ezion-Geber, we came to the way that leadeth to the desert of Moab. And the Lord said to me, Fight not against the Moabites, neither go to battle against them, for I will not give thee any of their land, because I have given Ar to the children of Lot in possession. The Emims first were the inhabitants thereof, a people great and strong, and so tall that, like the race of the Anakims, they were esteemed as giants, and were like the sons of the Anakims. But the Moabites call them Emims. The Horites also formerly dwelt in Seir, who, being driven out and destroyed, the children of Esau dwelt there, as Israel did in the land of his possession, which the Lord gave him. Then, rising up to pass the torrent Zered, we came to it. And the time that we journeyed from Kadesh Barnea until we passed over the torrent Zered was 38 years, until all the generation of the men that were fit for war was consumed out of the camp, as the Lord had sworn. For his hand was against them, that they should perish from the midst of the camp. And after all the fighting men were dead, the Lord spoke to me, saying, Thou shalt pass this day the borders of Moab, the city named Ar. And when thou comest nigh the frontiers of the children of Ammon, take heed thou fight not against them, nor once move to battle, for I will not give thee of the land of the children of Ammon, because I have given it to the children of Lot for a possession. It was accounted a land of giants, and giants formerly dwelt in it, whom the Ammonites called Zamzummims, a people great and many, and of tall stature, like the Anakims, whom the Lord destroyed before their face. And he made them to dwell in their stead, as he had done in favor of the children of Esau that dwell in Seir, destroying the Horites, and delivering their land to them, which they possess to this day. The Hivites also, that dwelt in Hazerim as far as Gaza, were expelled by the Cappadocians, who came out of Cappadocia, and destroyed them, and dwelt in their stead. Arise ye, and pass the torrent Arnon. Behold, I have delivered into thy hand Sihon, king of Heshbon the Amorite. And begin thou to possess his land, and make war against him. This day will I begin to send the dread and fear of thee upon the nations that dwell under the whole heaven, that when they hear thy name they may fear and tremble and be in pain like women in travail. So I sent messengers from the wilderness of Kiddemoth to Sihon the king of Heshbon with peaceable words, saying, We will pass through thy land, we will go along the highway, we will not turn aside, neither to the right hand nor to the left. Sell us meat for money, that we may eat. Give us water for money, and so we will drink. We only ask that thou wilt let us pass through, as the children of Esau have done, that dwell in Seir, and the Moabites that abide in Ar, until we come to the Jordan, and pass to the land which the Lord our God will give us. And Sihon the king of Heshbon would not let us pass, because the Lord thy God had hardened his spirit, and fixed his heart, that he might be delivered into thy hands, as now thou seest. And the Lord said to me, Behold, I have begun to deliver unto thee Sihon and his land, begin to possess it. And Sihon came out to meet us with all his people to fight at Jahaz. And the Lord our God delivered him to us, and we slew him with his sons and all his people. And we took all his cities at that time, killing the inhabitants of them, men and women and children. We left nothing of them, except the cattle which came to the share of them that took them, and the spoils of the cities, which we took from Aroer, which is upon the bank of the torrent Arnon, a town that is situate in a valley as far as Gilead. There was not a village or city that escaped our hands. The Lord our God delivered all unto us, except the land of the children of Ammon, to which we approached not, and all that border upon the torrent Jabbok, and the cities in the mountains, and all the places which the Lord our God forbade us. Deuteronomy chapter 3. Then we turned and went by the way of Bashan, and Og the king of Bashan came out to meet us with his people, to fight in Edrei. And the Lord said to me, Fear him not, because he is delivered into thy hand, with all his people and his land. And thou shalt do to him as thou hast done to Sihon, king of the Amorites, that dwell in Heshbon. So the Lord our God delivered into our hands Og, also the king of Bashan, and all his people, and we utterly destroyed them, wasting all his cities at one time. There was not a town that escaped us. 60 cities, all the country of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All the cities were fenced with very high walls, and with gates and bars, besides innumerable towns that had no walls. And we utterly destroyed them, as we had done to Sihon the king of Heshbon, destroying every city, men and women and children. But the cattle and the spoils of the cities we took for our prey. And we took at that time the land out of the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites, that were beyond the Jordan, from the torrent Ammon unto the Mount Hermon, which the Sidonians call Seiron, and the Amorites Senir. All the cities that are situate in the plain, and all the land of Gilead and Bashan, as far as Salcah and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan. For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the race of the giants. His bed of iron is shown, which is in Rabbath of the children of Ammon, being 9 cubits long, and 4 broad, after the measure of a cubit of a man's hand. And we possessed the land at that time from Aroer, which is upon the bank of the torrent Ammon, unto the half of Mount Gilead, and I gave the cities thereof to Reuben and Gad. And I delivered the other part of Gilead, and all Bashan, the kingdom of Og, to the half-tribe of Manasseh. All the country of Argob, and all Bashan, is called the land of giants. Jair, the son of Manasseh, possessed all the country of Argob unto the borders of Jeshurun and Maacattai. And he called Bashan by his own name, Havoth Jair, that is to say, the towns of Jair, until this present day. To Machir also I gave Gilead. And to the tribes of Reuben and Gad I gave of the land of Gilead as far as the torrent Ammon, half the torrent, and the confines even unto the torrent Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon, and the plain of the wilderness, and the Jordan, and the borders of Kinnereth, unto the sea of the desert, which is the most salt sea, to the foot of Mount Pisgah eastward. And I commanded you at that time, saying, The Lord your God giveth you this land for an inheritance. Go ye well appointed before your brethren, the children of Israel, all the strong men of you, leaving your wives and children and cattle. For I know you have much cattle, and they must remain in the cities which I have delivered to you, until the Lord give rest to your brethren, as he hath given to you, and they also possess the land which he will give them beyond the Jordan. Then shall every man return to his possession which I have given you. I commanded Joshua also at that time, saying, Thy eyes have seen what the Lord your God hath done to these two kings. So will he do to all the kingdoms to which thou shalt pass. Fear them not, for the Lord your God will fight for you. And I besought the Lord at that time, saying, Lord God, thou hast begun to show unto thy servant thy greatness and most mighty hand, for there is no other God, either in heaven or earth, that is able to do thy works, or to be compared to thy strength. I will pass over therefore, and will see this excellent land beyond the Jordan, and this goodly mountain and Lebanus. And the Lord was angry with me on your account, and heard me not, but said to me, It is enough, speak no more to me of this matter. Go up to the top of Pisgah, and cast thy eyes round about to the west, and to the north, and to the south, and to the east, and behold it, for thou shalt not pass this Jordan. Command Joshua, and encourage and strengthen him, for he shall go before his people, and shall divide unto them the land which thou shalt see. And we abode in the valley, over against the temple of Peor. Deuteronomy chapter 4. And now, O Israel, hear the commandments and judgments which I teach thee, that doing them thou mayest live, and entering in mayest possess the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, will give you. You shall not add to the word that I speak to you, neither shall you take away from it. Keep the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you. Your eyes have seen all that the Lord hath done against Baal Peor, how he hath destroyed all his worshippers from among you. But you that adhere to the Lord your God are all alive until this present day. You know that I have taught you statutes and justices, as the Lord my God hath commanded me. So shall you do them in the land which you shall possess, and you shall observe and fulfill them in practice. For this is your wisdom and understanding in the sight of nations, that hearing all these precepts they may say, Behold, a wise and understanding people, a great nation. Neither is there any other nation so great, that hath gods so nigh them as our God is present to all our petitions. For what other nation is there so renowned, that hath ceremonies and just judgments, and all the law, which I will set forth this day before your eyes? Keep thyself therefore and thy soul carefully. Forget not the words that thy eyes have seen, and let them not go out of thy heart all the days of thy life. Thou shalt teach them to thy sons and to thy grandsons, from the day in which thou didst stand before the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the Lord spoke to me, saying, Call together the people unto me, that they may hear my words, and may learn to fear me all the time that they live on the earth, and may teach their children. And you came to the foot of the mount, which burned even unto heaven, and there was darkness, and a cloud, and obscurity in it. And the Lord spoke to you from the midst of the fire. You heard the voice of his words, but you saw not any form at all. And he showed you his covenant, which he commanded you to do, and the 10 words that he wrote in 2 tables of stone. And he commanded me at that time that I should teach you the ceremonies and judgments which you shall do in the land that you shall possess. Keep therefore your souls carefully. You saw not any similitude in the day that the Lord God spoke to you in Horeb from the midst of the fire, lest, perhaps being deceived, you might make you a graven similitude or image of male or female, the similitude of any beasts that are upon the earth, or of birds that fly under heaven, or of creeping things that move on the earth, or of fishes that abide in the waters under the earth, lest perhaps lifting up thy eyes to heaven, thou see the sun and the moon and all the stars of heaven, and being deceived by error, thou adore and serve them, which the Lord thy God created for the service of all the nations that are under heaven. But the Lord hath taken you and brought you out of the iron furnace of Egypt, to make you his people of inheritance, as it is this present day. And the Lord was angry with me for your words, and he swore that I should not pass over the Jordan, nor enter into the excellent land which he will give you. Behold, I die in this land. I shall not pass over the Jordan. You shall pass and possess the goodly land. Beware lest thou ever forget the covenant of the Lord thy God, which he hath made with thee, and make to thyself a graven likeness of those things which the Lord hath forbid to be made, because the Lord thy God is a consuming fire, a jealous God. If you shall beget sons and grandsons, and abide in the land, and, being deceived, make to yourselves any similitude, committing evil before the Lord your God, to provoke him to wrath, I call this day heaven and earth to witness that you shall quickly perish out of the land, which, when you have passed over the Jordan, you shall possess. You shall not dwell therein long, but the Lord will destroy you, and scatter you among all nations, and you shall remain a few among the nations to which the Lord shall lead you. And there you shall serve gods that were framed with men's hands, wood and stone, that neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. And when thou shalt seek there the Lord thy God, thou shalt find him. Yet so, if thou seek him with all thy heart and all the affliction of thy soul. After all the things aforesaid shall find thee, in the latter time thou shalt return to the Lord thy God, and shalt hear his voice. Because the Lord thy God is a merciful God. He will not leave thee, nor altogether destroy thee, nor forget the covenant by which he swore to thy fathers. Ask of the days of old, that have been before thy time, from the day that God created man upon the earth, from one end of heaven to the other end thereof, if ever there was done the like thing, or it hath been known at any time, that a people should hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of fire, as thou hast heard, and lived. If God ever did so as to go and take to himself a nation out of the midst of nations by temptations, signs, and wonders, by fight and a strong hand, and stretched out arm, and horrible visions, according to all the things that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before thy eyes, that thou mightest know that the Lord, he is God, and there is no other besides him. From heaven he made thee to hear his voice, that he might teach thee. And upon earth he showed thee his exceeding great fire, and thou didst hear his words out of the midst of the fire, because he loved thy fathers, and chose their seed after them. And he brought thee out of Egypt, going before thee with his great power, to destroy at thy coming very great nations, and stronger than thou art, and to bring thee in, and give thee their land for a possession, as thou seest at this present day. Know therefore this day, and think in thy heart, that the Lord he is God, in heaven above, and in the earth beneath, and there is no other. Keep his precepts and commandments which I command thee, that it may be well with thee, and thy children after thee, and thou mayest remain a long time upon the land, which the Lord thy God will give thee. Then Moses set aside 3 cities beyond the Jordan at the east side, that any one might flee to them who should kill his neighbor unwillingly, and was not his enemy a day or 2 before, and that he might escape to some one of these cities. Bezer in the wilderness, which is situate in the plains of the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth in Gilead, which is in the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan, which is in the tribe of Manasseh. This is the law that Moses set before the children of Israel. And these are the testimonies and ceremonies and judgments which he spoke to the children of Israel when they came out of Egypt, beyond the Jordan in the valley over against the temple of Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, that dwelt in Heshbon, whom Moses slew. And the children of Israel, coming out of Egypt, possessed his land, and the land of Og, king of Bashan, of the 2 kings of the Amorites, who were beyond the Jordan towards the rising of the sun, from Aroer, which is situate upon the bank of the torrent Amen, unto Mount Zion, which is also called Hermon. All the plain beyond the Jordan at the east side, unto the sea of the wilderness, and unto the foot of Mount Pisgah. Deuteronomy chapter 5. And Moses called all Israel, and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the ceremonies and judgments which I speak in your ears this day. Learn them and fulfill them in work. The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. He made not the covenant with our fathers, but with us, who are now present and living. He spoke to us face to face in the mount of the midst of fire. I was the mediator and stood between the Lord and you at that time, to show you his words, for you feared the fire, and went not up into the mountain. And he said, I am the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt not have strange gods in my sight. Thou shalt not make to thyself a graven thing, nor the likeness of any things that are in heaven above, or that are in the earth beneath, or that abide in the waters under the earth. Thou shalt not adore them, and thou shalt not serve them. For I am the Lord thy God, a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon their children, unto the third and fourth generation, to them that hate me, and showing mercy unto many thousands, to them that love me, and keep my commandments. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain, for he shall not be unpunished that taketh his name upon a vain thing. Observe the day of the Sabbath, to sanctify it, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee. 6 days shalt thou labor, and shalt do all thy works. The 7th is the day of the Sabbath, that is, the rest of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not do any work therein, thou nor thy son nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy beasts, nor the stranger that is within thy gates, that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest even as thyself. Remember that thou also didst serve in Egypt, and the Lord thy God brought thee out from thence with a strong hand and a stretched out arm. Therefore hath he commanded thee that thou shouldst observe the Sabbath day. Honor thy father and mother, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, that thou mayest live a long time, and it may be well with thee in the land which the Lord thy God will give thee. Thou shalt not kill, neither shalt thou commit adultery, and thou shalt not steal. Neither shalt thou bear false witness against thy neighbor. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, nor his house, nor his field, nor his manservant, nor his maidservant, nor his ox, nor his ass, nor anything that is his. These words the Lord spoke to all the multitude of you in the mountain, out of the midst of the fire and the cloud and the darkness, with a loud voice, adding nothing more. And he wrote them in 2 tables of stone, which he delivered unto me. But you, after you heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, and saw the mountain burn, came to me, all the princes of the tribes and the elders, and you said, Behold, the Lord our God hath shown us his majesty and his greatness. We have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire, and have proved this day that God, speaking with man, man hath lived. Why shall we die therefore, and why shall this exceeding great fire consume us? For if we hear the voice of the Lord our God any more, we shall die. What is all flesh, that it should hear the voice of the living God, who speaketh out of the midst of the fire, as we have heard, and be able to live? Approach thou rather, and hear all things that the Lord our God shall say to thee, and thou shalt speak to us, and we will hear, and will do them. And when the Lord had heard this, he said to me, I have heard the voice of the words of this people, which they spoke to thee. They have spoken all things well. Who shall give them to have such a mind, to fear me, and to keep all my commandments at all times, that it may be well with them and with their children forever? Go and say to them, Return into your tents. But stand thou here with me, and I will speak to thee all my commandments and ceremonies and judgments, which thou shalt teach them, that they may do them in the land which I will give them for a possession. Keep therefore, and do the things which the Lord God hath commanded you. You shall not go aside, neither to the right hand nor to the left, but you shall walk in the way that the Lord your God hath commanded, that you may live, and it may be well with you, and your days may be long in the land of your possession. Deuteronomy chapter 6. These are the precepts and ceremonies and judgments which the Lord your God commanded that I should teach you, and that you should do them in the land into which you pass over to possess it, that thou mayest fear the Lord thy God, and keep all his commandments and precepts which I command thee and thy sons and thy grandsons all the days of thy life, that thy days may be prolonged. Hear, O Israel, and observe to do the things which the Lord hath commanded thee, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayest be greatly multiplied, as the Lord, the God of thy fathers, hath promised thee a land flowing with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with thy whole heart, and with thy whole soul, and with thy whole strength. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thy heart, and thou shalt tell them to thy children, and thou shalt meditate upon them sitting in thy house, and walking on thy journey, sleeping and rising. And thou shalt bind them as a sign on thy hand, and they shall be and shall move between thy eyes. And thou shalt write them in the entry and on the doors of thy house. And when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land for which he swore to thy fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and shall have given thee great and goodly cities, which thou didst not build, houses full of riches, which thou didst not set up, cisterns which thou didst not dig, vineyards and olive yards which thou didst not plant, and thou shalt have eaten and be full, take heed diligently, lest thou forget the Lord who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and shalt serve him only, and thou shalt swear by his name. You shall not go after the strange gods of all the nations that are round about you, because the Lord thy God is a jealous God in the midst of thee, lest at any time the wrath of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee, and take thee away from the face of the earth. Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God, as thou temptedst him in the place of temptation. Keep the precepts of the Lord thy God, and the testimonies and ceremonies which he hath commanded thee. And do that which is pleasing and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with thee, and going in thou mayest possess the goodly land, concerning which the Lord swore to thy fathers, that he would destroy all thy enemies before thee, as he hath spoken. And when thy son shall ask thee tomorrow, saying, What mean these testimonies and ceremonies and judgments which the Lord our God hath commanded us? Thou shalt say to him, We were bondmen of Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a strong hand. And he wrought signs and wonders, great and very grievous, in Egypt against Pharaoh and all his house in our sight. And he brought us out from thence, that he might bring us in, and give us the land, concerning which he swore to our fathers. And the Lord commanded that we should do all these ordinances, and should fear the Lord our God, that it might be well with us all the days of our life, as it is at this day. And he will be merciful to us if we keep and do all his precepts before the Lord our God, as he hath commanded us. Deuteronomy chapter 7. When the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land which thou art going in to possess, and shall have destroyed many nations before thee, the Hittite, and the Girgashite, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, 7 nations much more numerous than thou art, and stronger than thou, and the Lord thy God shall have delivered them to thee, thou shalt utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no league with them, nor show mercy to them. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thou shalt not give thy daughter to his son, nor take his daughter for thy son. For she will turn away thy son from following me, that he may rather serve strange gods, and the wrath of the Lord will be kindled, and will quickly destroy thee. But thus rather shall you deal with them. Destroy their altars, and break their statues, and cut down their groves, and burn their graven things, because thou art a holy people to the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be his peculiar people of all peoples that are upon the earth. Not because you surpass all nations in number is the Lord joined unto you, and hath chosen you, for you are the fewest of any people, but because the Lord hath loved you, and hath kept his oath which he swore to your fathers, and hath brought you out with a strong hand, and redeemed you from the house of bondage, out of the hand of Pharaoh the king of Egypt. And thou shalt know that the Lord thy God, he is a strong and faithful God, keeping his covenant and mercy to them that love him, and to them that keep his commandments unto 1,000 generations, and repaying forthwith them that hate him, so as to destroy them, without further delay, immediately rendering to them what they deserve. Keep therefore the precepts and ceremonies and judgments which I command thee this day to do. If after thou hast heard these judgments thou keep and do them, the Lord thy God will also keep his covenant to thee, and the mercy which he swore to thy fathers. And he will love thee, and multiply thee, and will bless the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy land, thy corn, and thy vintage, thy oil, and thy herds, and the flocks of thy sheep upon the land, for which he swore to thy fathers that he would give it thee. Blessed shalt thou be among all people. No one shall be barren among you of either sex, neither of men nor cattle. The Lord will take away from thee all sickness, and the grievous infirmities of Egypt, which thou knowest, he will not bring upon thee, but upon thy enemies. Thou shalt consume all the people, which the Lord thy God will deliver to thee. Thy eye shall not spare them, neither shalt thou serve their gods, lest they be thy ruin. If thou say in thy heart, These nations are more than I, how shall I be able to destroy them? Fear not, but remember what the Lord thy God did to Pharaoh and to all the Egyptians, the exceeding great plagues which thy eyes saw, and the signs and wonders, and the strong hand, and the stretched out arm, with which the Lord thy God brought thee out. So will he do to all the people whom thou fearest. Moreover, the Lord thy God will send also hornets among them, until he destroy and consume all that have escaped thee, and could hide themselves. Thou shalt not fear them, because the Lord thy God is in the midst of thee, a God mighty and terrible. He will consume these nations in thy sight, by little and by degrees. Thou wilt not be able to destroy them altogether, lest perhaps the beasts of the earth should increase upon thee. But the Lord thy God shall deliver them in thy sight, and shall slay them until they be utterly destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into thy hands, and thou shalt destroy their names from under heaven. No man shall be able to resist thee until thou destroy them. Their graven things thou shalt burn with fire. Thou shalt not covet the silver and gold of which they are made, neither shalt thou take to thee anything thereof, lest thou offend, because it is an abomination to the Lord thy God. Neither shalt thou bring anything of the idol into thy house, lest thou become an anathema like it. Thou shalt detest it as dung, and shalt utterly abhor it as uncleanness and filth, because it is an anathema. Deuteronomy chapter 8. All the commandments that I command thee this day, take great care to observe, that you may live and be multiplied, and going in may possess the land for which the Lord swore to your fathers. And thou shalt remember all the way through which the Lord thy God hath brought thee for 40 years through the desert, to afflict thee and to prove thee, and that the things that were in thy heart might be made known, whether thou wouldst keep his commandments or no. He afflicted thee with want, and gave thee manna for thy food, which neither thou nor thy fathers knew, to show that not in bread alone doth man live, but in every word that proceedeth from the mouth of God. Thy raiment with which thou wast covered hath not decayed for age, and thy foot is not worn. Lo, this is the 40th year, that thou mayest consider in thy heart, that as a man traineth up his son, so the Lord thy God hath trained thee up, that thou shouldst keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways, and fear him. For the Lord thy God will bring thee into a good land, of brooks, and of waters, and of fountains, in the plains of which, and the hills, deep rivers break out. A land of wheat and barley and vineyards, wherein fig trees and pomegranates and oliveyards grow. A land of oil and honey, where without any want thou shalt eat thy bread, and enjoy abundance of all things, where the stones are iron, and out of its hills are dug mines of brass, that when thou hast eaten, and art full, thou mayest bless the Lord thy God for the excellent land which he hath given thee. Take heed, and beware lest at any time thou forget the Lord thy God, and neglect his commandments and judgments and ceremonies, which I command thee this day, lest after thou hast eaten, and art filled, hast built goodly houses and dwelt in them, and shalt have herds of oxen and flocks of sheep, and plenty of gold and of silver and of all things, thy heart be lifted up, and thou remember not the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, and was thy leader in the great and terrible wilderness, wherein there was the serpent burning with his breath, and the scorpion, and the dispus, and no waters at all, who brought forth streams out of the hardest rock, and fed thee in the wilderness with manna which thy fathers knew not. And after he had afflicted and proved thee, At the last he had mercy on thee, lest thou shouldst say in thy heart, My own might and the strength of my own hand have achieved all these things for me. But remember the Lord thy God, that he hath given thee strength, that he might fulfill his covenant, concerning which he swore to thy fathers, as this present day showeth. But if thou forget the Lord thy God, and follow strange gods, and serve and adore them, behold, now I foretell thee that thou shalt utterly perish. As the nations which the Lord destroyed at thy entrance, so shall you also perish, if you be disobedient to the voice of the Lord your God. Deuteronomy chapter 9. Hear, O Israel, thou shalt go over the Jordan this day, to possess nations very great and stronger than thyself, cities great and walled up to the sky, a people great and tall, the sons of the Anakims, whom thou hast seen and heard of, against whom no man is able to stand. Thou shalt know therefore this day that the Lord thy God himself will pass over before thee, a devouring and consuming fire, to destroy and extirpate, and bring them to nothing before thy face quickly, as he hath spoken to thee. Say not in thy heart, when the Lord thy God shall have destroyed them in thy sight, For my justice hath the Lord brought me in to possess this land, wherein these nations are destroyed for their wickedness. For it is not for thy justices and the uprightness of thy heart that thou shalt go in to possess their lands, but because they have done wickedly, they are destroyed at thy coming in, and that the Lord might accomplish his word, which he promised by oath to thy fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Know therefore that the Lord thy God giveth thee not this excellent land in possession for thy justices, for thou art a very stiff-necked people. Remember and forget not how thou provokedst the Lord thy God to wrath in the wilderness. From the day that thou camest out of Egypt unto this place, thou hast always strove against the Lord. For in Horeb also thou didst provoke him, and he was angry, and would have destroyed thee, when I went up into the mount to receive the tables of stone, the tables of the covenant which the Lord made with you. And I continued in the mount 40 days and nights, neither eating bread nor drinking water. And the Lord gave me 2 tables of stone, written with the finger of God, and containing all the words that he spoke to you in the mount from the midst of the fire, when the people were assembled together. And when the 40 days were past, and as many nights, the Lord gave me the 2 tables of stone, the tables of the covenant, and said to me, Arise, and go down from hence quickly, for thy people which thou hast brought out of Egypt have quickly forsaken the way that thou hast shown them, and have made to themselves a molten idol. And again the Lord said to me, I see that this people is stiff-necked. Let me alone, that I may destroy them, and abolish their name from under heaven, and set thee over a nation that is greater and stronger than this. And when I came down from the burning mount, and held the 2 tables of the covenant with both hands, and saw that you had sinned against the Lord your God, and had made to yourselves a molten calf, and had quickly forsaken his way which he had shown you, I cast the tables out of my hands, and broke them in your sight. And I fell down before the Lord as before, 40 days and nights, neither eating bread nor drinking water, for all your sins which you had committed against the Lord, and had provoked him to wrath. For I feared his indignation and anger, wherewith being moved against you, he would have destroyed you. And the Lord heard me this time also, and he was exceeding angry against Aaron also, and would have destroyed him. And I prayed in like manner for him. And your sin that you had committed, that is, the calf, I took and burned it with fire, and breaking it into pieces until it was as small as dust, I threw it into the torrent, which cometh down from the mountain. At the burning also, and at the place of temptation, and at the graves of lust, you provoked the Lord. And when he sent you from Kadesh-barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land that I have given you, and you slighted the commandment of the Lord your God, and did not believe him, neither would you hearken to his voice, but were always rebellious from the day that I began to know you. And I lay prostrate before the Lord 40 days and nights, in which I humbly besought him that he would not destroy you, as he had threatened. And praying, I said, O Lord God, destroy not thy people and thy inheritance, which thou hast redeemed in thy greatness, whom thou hast brought out of Egypt with a strong hand. Remember thy servants Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Look not on the stubbornness of this people, nor on their wickedness and sin, lest perhaps the inhabitants of the land out of which thou hast brought us say, The Lord could not bring them into the land that he promised them, and he hated them. Therefore he brought them out, that he might kill them in the wilderness, who are thy people and thy inheritance, whom thou hast brought out by thy great strength and in thy stretched out arm. Deuteronomy chapter 10. At that time the Lord said to me, Hew thee 2 tables of stone like the former, and come up to me into the mount, and thou shalt make an ark of wood. And I will write on the tables the words that were in them, which thou brokest before, and thou shalt put them in the ark. And I made an ark of shittim wood, and when I had hewn 2 tables of stone like the former, I went up into the mount, having them in my hands. And he wrote in the tables, according as he had written before, the 10 words which the Lord spoke to you in the mount from the midst of the fire, when the people were assembled, and he gave them to me. And returning from the mount, I came down and put the tables into the ark that I had made, and they are there till this present, as the Lord commanded me. And the children of Israel removed their camp from Beeroth of the children of Jaachin into Mosera, where Aaron died and was buried, and Eleazar his son succeeded him in the priestly office. From thence they came to Gidgad, from which place they departed, and camped in Jotbathah, in a land of waters and torrents. At that time he separated the tribe of Levi to carry the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to stand before him in the ministry, and to bless in his name until this present day. Wherefore Levi hath no part nor possession with his brethren, because the Lord himself is his possession, as the Lord thy God promised him. And I stood in the mount, as before, 40 days and nights. And the Lord heard me this time also, and would not destroy thee. And he said to me, Go, and walk before the people, that they may enter and possess the land which I swore to their fathers that I would give them. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee, but that thou fear the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways, and love him, and serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and keep the commandments of the Lord, and his ceremonies which I command thee this day, that it may be well with thee. Behold, heaven is the Lord's thy God, and the heaven of heaven, the earth and all things that are therein. And yet the Lord hath been closely joined to thy fathers, and loved them, and chose their seed after them, that is to say, you, out of all nations, as this day it is proved. Circumcise therefore the foreskin of your heart, and stiffen your neck no more, because the Lord your God, he is the God of gods, and the Lord of lords, a great God, and mighty, and terrible, who accepteth no person, nor taketh bribes. He doth judgment to the fatherless and the widow, loveth the stranger, and giveth him food and raiment. And do you therefore love strangers, because you also were strangers in the land of Egypt? Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and serve him only. To him thou shalt adhere, and shalt swear by his name. He is thy praise, and thy God, that hath done for thee these great and terrible things which thy eyes have seen. In 70 souls thy fathers went down into Egypt, and behold, now the Lord thy God hath multiplied thee as the stars of heaven. Deuteronomy chapter 11. Therefore love the Lord thy God, and observe his precepts and ceremonies, his judgments and commandments at all times. Know this day the things that your children know not, who saw not the chastisements of the Lord your God, his great doings and strong hand and stretched out arm, the signs and works which he did in the midst of Egypt to King Pharaoh, and to all his land, and to all the host of the Egyptians, and to their horses and chariots, how the waters of the Red Sea covered them when they pursued you, and how the Lord destroyed them until this present day, and what he hath done to you in the wilderness till you came to this place. And to Dathan and Abiram the sons of Eliab, who was the son of Reuben, whom the earth, opening her mouth, swallowed up with their households and tents, and all their substance which they had in the midst of Israel. Your eyes have seen all the great works of the Lord that he hath done, that you may keep all his commandments which I command you this day, and may go in and possess the land to which you are entering, and may live in it a long time, which the Lord promised by oath to your fathers and to their seed, a land which floweth with milk and honey. For the land which thou goest to possess is not like the land of Egypt, from whence thou camest out, where, when the seed is sown, waters are brought in to water it after the manner of gardens. But it is a land of hills and plains, expecting rain from heaven. And the Lord thy God doth always visit it, and his eyes are on it from the beginning of the year unto the end thereof. If then you obey my commandments which I command you this day, that you love the Lord your God, and serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, he will give to your land the early rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your corn, and your wine, and your oil, and your hay out of the fields to feed your cattle, and that you may eat and be filled. Beware, lest perhaps your heart be deceived, and you depart from the Lord, and serve strange gods, and adore them. And the Lord, being angry, shut up heaven, that the rain come not down, nor the earth yield her fruit, and you perish quickly from the excellent land which the Lord will give you. Lay up these my words in your hearts and minds, and hang them for a sign on your hands, and place them between your eyes. Teach your children that they meditate on them when thou sittest in thy house, and when thou walkest on the way, and when thou liest down and risest up. Thou shalt write them upon the posts and the doors of thy house, that thy days may be multiplied, and the days of thy children in the land which the Lord swore to thy fathers that he would give them as long as the heaven hangeth over the earth. For if you keep the commandments which I command you, and do them, to love the Lord your God, and walk in all his ways, cleaving unto him, the Lord will destroy all these nations before your face, and you shall possess them, which are greater and stronger than you. Every place that your foot shall tread upon shall be yours, from the desert and from Lebanon, from the great river Euphrates unto the western sea shall be your borders. None shall stand against you. The Lord your God shall lay the dread and fear of you upon all the land that you shall tread upon, as he hath spoken to you. Behold, I set forth in your sight this day a blessing and a curse. A blessing, if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you this day. A curse, if you obey not the commandments of the Lord your God, but revolt from the way which now I show you, and walk after strange gods which you know not. And when the Lord thy God shall have brought thee into the land whither thou goest to dwell, thou shalt put the blessing upon Mount Gerizim, the curse upon Mount Ebal, which are beyond the Jordan, behind the way that goeth to the setting of the sun, in the land of the Canaanite, who dwelleth in the plain country over against Gilgal, which is near the valley that reacheth and entereth far. For you shall pass over the Jordan to possess the land which the Lord your God will give you, that you may have it and possess it. See therefore that you fulfill the ceremonies and judgments which I shall set this day before you. Deuteronomy chapter 12. These are the precepts and judgments that you must do in the land which the Lord, the God of thy fathers, will give thee, to possess it all the days that thou shalt walk upon the earth. Destroy all the places in which the nations that you shall possess worshipped their gods upon high mountains and hills and under every shady tree. Overthrow their altars, and break down their statues. Burn their groves with fire, and break their idols in pieces. Destroy their names out of those places. You shall not do so to the Lord your God, but you shall come to the place which the Lord your God shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, and to dwell in it. And you shall offer in that place your holocausts and victims, the tithes and firstfruits of your hands, and your vows and gifts, the firstborn of your herds and your sheep. And you shall eat there in the sight of the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice in all things, whereunto you shall put your hand, you and your houses wherein the Lord your God hath blessed you. You shall not do there the things we do here this day, every man that which seemeth good to himself. For until this present time you are not come to rest, and to the possession which the Lord your God will give you. You shall pass over the Jordan, and shall dwell in the land which the Lord your God will give you, that you may have rest from all enemies round about, and may dwell without any fear in the place which the Lord your God shall choose, that his name may be therein. Thither shall you bring all the things that I command you, holocausts, and victims, and tithes, and the firstfruits of your hands, and whatsoever is the choicest in the gifts which you shall vow to the Lord. There shall you feast before the Lord your God, you and your sons and your daughters, your men servants and maid servants, and the Levite that dwelleth in your cities, for he hath no other part in possession among you. Beware lest thou offer thy holocausts in every place that thou shalt see, but in the place which the Lord shall choose in one of thy tribes shalt thou offer sacrifices, and shall do all that I command thee. But if thou desirest to eat, and the eating of flesh delight thee, kill and eat according to the blessing of the Lord thy God, which he hath given thee in thy cities, whether it be unclean, that is to say, having blemish or defect, or clean, that is to say, sound and without blemish, such as may be offered as the roe and the hart, shalt thou eat it. Only the blood thou shalt not eat, but thou shalt pour it out upon the earth as water. Thou mayest not eat in thy towns the tithes of thy corn, and thy wine, and thy oil, the firstborn of thy herds and thy cattle, nor anything that thou vowest, and that thou wilt offer voluntarily, and the firstfruits of thy hands. But thou shalt eat them before the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, thou and thy son and thy daughter and thy manservant and maidservant, and the Levite that dwelleth in thy cities. And thou shalt rejoice and be refreshed before the Lord thy God in all things, whereunto thou shalt put thy hand. Take heed thou forsake not the Levite, all the time that thou livest in the land, when the Lord thy God shall have enlarged thy borders, as he hath spoken to thee, and thou wilt eat the flesh that thy soul desireth. And if the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name should be there, be far off, thou shalt kill of thy herds and of thy flocks, as I have commanded thee, and shalt eat in thy towns as it pleaseth thee. Even as the roe and the hart is eaten, so shalt thou eat them. Both the clean and unclean shall eat of them alike. Only beware of this, that thou eat not the blood, for the blood is for the soul, and therefore thou must not eat the soul with the flesh, but thou shalt pour it upon the earth as water, that it may be well with thee and thy children after thee, when thou shalt do that which is pleasing in the sight of the Lord. But the things which thou hast sanctified and vowed to the Lord thou shalt take, and shalt come to the place which the Lord shall choose, and shalt offer thy oblations, the flesh and the blood upon the altar of the Lord thy God. The blood of thy victims thou shalt pour on the altar, and the flesh thou thyself shalt eat. Observe and hear all the things that I command thee, that it may be well with thee and thy children after thee forever, when thou shalt do what is good and pleasing in the sight of the Lord thy God. When the Lord thy God shall have destroyed before thy face the nations which thou shalt go in to possess, and when thou shalt possess them and dwell in their land, beware lest thou imitate them after they are destroyed at thy coming in, and lest thou seek after their ceremonies, saying, As these nations have worshipped their gods, so will I also worship. Thou shalt not do in like manner to the Lord thy God. For they have done to their gods all the abominations which the Lord abhorreth, offering their sons and daughters, and burning them with fire. What I command thee, that only do thou to the Lord, neither add anything nor diminish. Deuteronomy chapter 13. If there rise in the midst of thee a prophet, or one that saith he hath dreamed a dream, and he foretell a sign and a wonder, and that come to pass which he spoke, and he say to thee, Let us go and follow strange gods which thou knowest not, and let us serve them. Thou shalt not hear the words of that prophet or dreamer. For the Lord your God trieth you, that it may appear whether you love him with all your heart and with all your soul or not. Follow the Lord your God, and fear him, and keep his commandments, and hear his voice. Him you shall serve, and to him you shall cleave. And that prophet or forger of dreams shall be slain, because he spoke to draw you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed you from the house of bondage, to make thee go out of the way which the Lord thy God commanded thee. And thou shalt take away the evil out of the midst of thee. If thy brother, the son of thy mother, or thy son, or daughter, or thy wife that is in thy bosom, or thy friend, whom thou lovest as thy own soul, would persuade thee secretly, saying, Let us go and serve strange gods, which thou knowest not, nor thy fathers, of all the nations round about, that are near or afar off, from one end of the earth to the other, consent not to him, hear him not, neither let thy eye spare him to pity and conceal him, but thou shalt presently put him to death. Let thy hand be the first upon him, and afterwards the hands of all the people. With stones shall he be stoned to death, because he would have withdrawn thee from the Lord thy God, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, that all Israel, hearing, may fear, and may do no more anything like this. If in one of thy cities which the Lord thy God shall give thee to dwell in, thou hear some say, Children of Belial are gone out of the midst of thee, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, and have said, Let us go and serve strange gods which you know not. Inquire carefully and diligently the truth of the thing by looking well into it. And if thou find that which is said to be certain, and that this abomination hath been really committed, thou shalt forthwith kill the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, and shalt destroy it and all things that are in it, even the cattle, and all the household goods that are there. Thou shalt gather together in the midst of the streets thereof, and shalt burn them with the city itself, so as to consume all for the Lord thy God, and that it be a heap forever. It shall be built no more. And there shall nothing of that anathema stick to thy hand, that the Lord may turn from the wrath of his fury, and may have mercy on thee, and multiply thee as he swore to thy fathers, when thou shalt hear the voice of the Lord thy God, keeping all his precepts which I command thee this day, that thou mayest do what is pleasing in the sight of the Lord thy God. Deuteronomy chapter 14. Be ye children of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves, nor make any baldness for the dead, because thou art a holy people to the Lord thy God, and he chose thee to be his peculiar people of all nations that are upon the earth. Eat not the things that are unclean. These are the beasts that you shall eat: the ox and the sheep and the goat, the hart and the roe, the buffle, the chamois, the pigurg, the wild goat, the camelopardalus. Every beast that divideth the hoof in two parts, and cheweth the cud, you shall eat. But of them that chew the cud, but divide not the hoof, you shall not eat, such as the camel, the hare, and the cherogril, because they chew the cud, but divide not the hoof. They shall be unclean to you. The swine also, because it divideth the hoof, but cheweth not the cud, shall be unclean. Their flesh you shall not eat, and their carcasses you shall not touch. These shall you eat of all that abide in the waters. All that have fins and scales you shall eat. Such as are without fins and scales you shall not eat, because they are unclean. All birds that are clean you shall eat. The unclean eat not, to wit, the eagle and the gripe and the osprey, the ringtail and the vulture and the kite according to their kind, and all of the raven's kind, and the ostrich and the owl, and the loris and the hawk according to its kind, the heron and the swan and the stork, and the cormorant and the porphyrion and the night crow, the bittern and the caradrian, every one in their kind, the hoop also and the bat. Everything that creepeth and hath little wings shall be unclean, and shall not be eaten. All that is clean you shall eat. But whatsoever is dead of itself, eat not thereof. Give it to the stranger that is within thy gates to eat, or sell it to him, because thou art the holy people of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not boil a kid in the milk of his dam. Every year thou shalt set aside the tithes of all thy fruits that the earth bringeth forth. And thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, that his name may be called upon therein, the tithe of thy corn, and thy wine, and thy oil, and the firstborn of thy herds and thy sheep, that thou mayest learn to fear the Lord thy God at all times. But when the way and the place which the Lord thy God shall choose are far off, and he hath blessed thee, and thou canst not carry all these things thither, thou shalt sell them all, and turn them into money, and shalt carry it in thy hand, and shalt go to the place which the Lord shall choose. And thou shalt buy with the same money whatsoever pleaseth thee, either of the herds or of sheep, wine also and strong drink, and all that thy soul desireth, and thou shalt eat before the Lord thy God, and shalt feast, thou and thy house, and the Levite that is within thy gates. Beware thou forsake him not, because he hath no other part in thy possession. The 3rd year thou shalt separate another tithe of all things that grow to thee at that time, and shalt lay it up within thy gates. And the Levite that hath no other part nor possession with thee, and the stranger and the fatherless and the widow that are within thy gates, shall come and shall eat and be filled, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works of thy hands that thou shalt do. Deuteronomy chapter 15. In the 7th year thou shalt make a remission, which shall be celebrated in this order. He to whom anything is owing from his friend or neighbor or brother cannot demand it again, because it is the year of remission of the Lord. Of the foreigner or stranger thou mayest exact it. Of thy countryman and neighbor thou shalt not have power to demand it again. And there shall be no poor nor beggar among you, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in the land which he will give thee in possession. Yet so, if thou hear the voice of the Lord thy God, and keep all things that he hath ordained, and which I command thee this day, he will bless thee as he has promised. Thou shalt lend to many nations, and thou shalt borrow of no man. Thou shalt have dominion over many nations, and no one shall have dominion over thee. If one of thy brethren that dwelleth within the gates of thy city in the land which the Lord thy God will give thee come to poverty, thou shalt not harden thy heart, nor close thy hand, but shalt open it to the poor man. Thou shalt lend him that which thou perceivest he hath need of. Beware lest perhaps a wicked thought steal in upon thee, and thou say in thy heart, The 7th year of remission draweth nigh, and thou turn away thy eyes from thy poor brother, denying to lend him that which he asketh, lest he cry against thee to the Lord, and it become a sin unto thee. But thou shalt give to him, neither shalt thou do anything craftily in relieving his necessities, that the Lord thy God may bless thee at all times, and in all things to which thou shalt put thy hand. There will not be wanting poor in the land of thy habitation. Therefore I command thee to open thy hand to thy needy and poor brother that liveth in the land. When thy brother, a Hebrew man or Hebrew woman, is sold to thee, and hath served thee 6 years, in the 7th year thou shalt let him go free. And when thou sendest him out free, thou shalt not let him go away empty, but shalt give him for his way out of thy flocks, and out of thy barn floor, and thy winepress, wherewith the Lord thy God shall bless thee. Remember that thou also wast a bondservant in the land of Egypt, and the Lord thy God made thee free, and therefore I now command thee this. But if he say, I will not depart, because he loveth thee in thy house, and findeth that he is well with thee, thou shalt take an awl, and bore through his ear in the door of thy house, and he shall serve thee forever. Thou shalt do in like manner to thy woman-servant also. Turn not away thy eyes from them when thou makest them free, because he hath served thee 6 years according to the wages of a hireling, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works that thou dost. Of the firstlings that come of thy herds and thy sheep, thou shalt sanctify to the Lord thy God whatsoever is of the male sex. Thou shalt not work with the firstling of a bullock, and thou shalt not shear the firstlings of thy sheep. In the sight of the Lord thy God shalt thou eat them every year, in the place that the Lord shall choose, thou and thy house. But if it have a blemish, or be lame, or blind, or in any part disfigured or feeble, it shall not be sacrificed to the Lord thy God. But thou shalt eat it within the gates of thy city. The clean and the unclean shall eat them alike, as the roe and as the hart. Only thou shalt take heed not to eat their blood, but pour it out on the earth as water. Deuteronomy chapter 16. Observe the month of new corn, which is the first of the spring, that thou mayest celebrate the feast to the Lord thy God, because in this month the Lord thy God brought thee out of Egypt by night. And thou shalt sacrifice the feast to the Lord thy God of sheep and of oxen in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name may dwell there. Thou shalt not eat with it leavened bread. 7 days shalt thou eat without leaven, the bread of affliction, because thou camest out of Egypt in fear, that thou mayest remember the day of thy coming out of Egypt all the days of thy life. No leaven shall be seen in all thy coasts for 7 days, neither shall any of the flesh of that which was sacrificed the first day in the evening remain until morning. Thou mayest not immolate the face in any one of thy cities, which the Lord thy God will give thee. But in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name may dwell there, thou shalt immolate the face in the evening, at the going down of the sun, at which time thou camest out of Egypt. And thou shalt dress and eat it in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And in the morning, rising up, thou shalt go into thy dwellings. 6 days shalt thou eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day, because it is the assembly of the Lord thy God, thou shalt do no work. Thou shalt number unto thee 7 weeks from that day wherein thou didst put the sickle to the corn. And thou shalt celebrate the festival of weeks to the Lord thy God, a voluntary oblation of thy hand, which thou shalt offer according to the blessing of the Lord thy God. And thou shalt feast before the Lord thy God, thou and thy son and thy daughter, and thy manservant and thy maidservant, and the Levite that is within thy gates, and the stranger and the fatherless and the widow who abide with you, in the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name may dwell there. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a servant in Egypt, and thou shalt keep and do the things that are commanded. Thou shalt celebrate the solemnity also of tabernacles 7 days, when thou hast gathered in thy fruit of the barn floor and of the winepress. And thou shalt make merry in thy festival time, thou, thy son, and thy daughter, thy manservant and thy maidservant, the Levite also and the stranger, and the fatherless and the widow that are within thy gates. 7 days shalt thou celebrate feasts to the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord shall choose. And the Lord thy God will bless thee in all thy fruits, and in every work of thy hands, and thou shalt be in joy. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacles. No one shall appear with his hands empty before the Lord, but every one shall offer according to what he hath, according to the blessing of the Lord his God, which he shall give him. Thou shalt appoint judges and magistrates in all thy gates, which the Lord thy God shall give thee in all thy tribes, that they may judge the people with just judgment, and not go aside to either part. Thou shalt not accept person nor gifts, for gifts blind the eyes of the wise, and change the words of the just. Thou shalt follow justly after that which is just, that thou mayest live and possess the land which the Lord thy God shall give thee. Thou shalt plant no grove nor any tree near the altar of the Lord thy God. Neither shalt thou make nor set up to thyself a statue, which things the Lord thy God hateth. Deuteronomy chapter 17. Thou shalt not sacrifice to the Lord thy God a sheep or an ox wherein there is blemish or any fault, for that is an abomination to the Lord thy God. When there shall be found among you, within any of thy gates, which the Lord thy God shall give thee, a man or woman that do evil in the sight of the Lord thy God, and transgress his covenant, so as to go and serve strange gods, and adore them, the sun and the moon, and all the host of heaven, which I have not commanded, and this is told thee, and hearing it thou hast inquired diligently, and found it to be true, and that the abomination is committed in Israel, thou shalt bring forth the man or the woman who have committed that most wicked thing to the gates of thy city, and they shall be stoned. By the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses shall he die that is to be slain. Let no man be put to death when only one beareth witness against him. The hands of the witnesses shall be first upon him to kill him, and afterwards the hands of the rest of the people, that thou mayest take away the evil out of the midst of thee. If thou perceive that there be among you a hard and doubtful matter in judgment between blood and blood, cause and cause, leprosy and leprosy, and thou see that the words of the judges within thy gates do vary, arise, and go up to the place which the Lord thy God shall choose. And thou shalt come to the priests of the Levitical race, and to the judge that shall be at that time, and thou shalt ask of them, and they shall show thee the truth of the judgment. And thou shalt do whatsoever they shall say that preside in the place which the Lord shall choose, and what they shall teach thee according to his law, and thou shalt follow their sentence. Neither shalt thou decline to the right hand, nor to the left hand. But he that will be proud, and refuse to obey the commandment of the priest, who ministereth at that time to the Lord thy God, and the decree of the judge, that man shall die, and thou shalt take away the evil from Israel. And all the people hearing it shall fear that no one afterwards swell with pride. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God will give thee, and possessest it, and shalt say, I will set a king over me, as all nations have that are round about, thou shalt set him whom the Lord thy God shall choose out of the number of thy brethren. Thou mayest not make a man of another nation king that is not thy brother. And when he is made king, he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor lead back the people into Egypt, being lifted up with the number of his horsemen, especially since the Lord hath commanded you to return no more the same way. He shall not have many wives that may allure his mind, nor immense sums of silver and gold. But after he is raised to the throne of his kingdom, he shall copy out to himself the Deuteronomy of this law in a volume, taking the copy of the priests of the Levitical tribe, and he shall have it with him, and shall read it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, and keep his words and ceremonies that are commanded in the law, and that his heart be not lifted up with pride over his brethren, nor decline to the right or to the left, that he and his sons may reign a long time over Israel. Deuteronomy chapter 18. The priests and Levites, and all that are of the same tribe, shall have no part nor inheritance with the rest of Israel, because they shall eat the sacrifices of the Lord and his oblations, and they shall receive nothing else of the possession of their brethren, for the Lord himself is their inheritance, as he hath said to them. This shall be the priest's due from the people, and from them that offer victims. Whether they sacrifice an ox or a sheep, they shall give to the priest the shoulder and the breast, the firstfruits also of corn, of wine, and of oil, and a part of the wool from the shearing of their sheep. For the Lord thy God hath chosen him of all thy tribes to stand and to minister to the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. If a Levite go out of any one of the cities throughout all Israel, in which he dwelleth, and have a longing mind to come to the place which the Lord shall choose, he shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, as all his brethren the Levites do, that shall stand at that time before the Lord. He shall receive the same portion of food that the rest do, besides that which is due to him in his own city by succession from his fathers. When thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God shall give thee, beware lest thou have a mind to imitate the abominations of those nations. Neither let there be found among you any one that shall expiate his son or daughter, making them to pass through the fire, or that consulteth soothsayers, or observeth dreams and omens. Neither let there be any wizard, nor charmer, nor any one that consulteth pythonic spirits, or fortune-tellers, or that seeketh the truth from the dead. For the Lord abhorreth all these things, and for these abominations he will destroy them at thy coming. Thou shalt be perfect and without spot before the Lord thy God. These nations whose land thou shalt possess hearken to soothsayers and diviners, but thou art otherwise instructed by the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God will raise up to thee a prophet of thy nation and of thy brethren like unto me. Him thou shalt hear, as thou desiredst of the Lord thy God in Horeb, when the assembly was gathered together, and saidst, Let me not hear any more the voice of the Lord my God, neither let me see any more his exceeding great fire, lest I die. And the Lord said to me, They have spoken all things well. I will raise them up a prophet out of the midst of their brethren like to thee, and I will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I shall command him. And he that will not hear his words which he shall speak in my name, I will be the revenger. But the prophet, who, being corrupted with pride, shall speak in my name things that I did not command him to say, or in the name of strange gods, shall be slain. And if in silent thought thou answer, How shall I know the word that the Lord hath not spoken? Thou shalt have this sign. Whatsoever that same prophet foretelleth in the name of the Lord, and it cometh not to pass, that thing the Lord hath not spoken, But the prophet hath forged it by the pride of his mind, and therefore thou shalt not fear him. Deuteronomy chapter 19. When the Lord thy God hath destroyed the nations whose land he will deliver to thee, and thou shalt possess it, and shalt dwell in the cities and houses thereof, thou shalt separate to thee 3 cities in the midst of the land which the Lord will give thee in possession, paving diligently the way. And thou shalt divide the whole province of thy land equally into 3 parts, that he who is forced to flee for manslaughter may have near at hand whither to escape. This shall be the law of the slayer that fleeth, whose life is to be saved. He that killeth his neighbor ignorantly, and is proved to have had no hatred against him yesterday and the day before, but to have gone with him to the wood to hew wood, and in cutting down the tree the axe slipped out of his hand, and the iron slipping from the handle struck his friend and killed him, he shall flee to one of the cities aforesaid and live, lest perhaps the next kinsman of him whose blood was shed, pushed on by his grief, should pursue and apprehend him if the way be too long, and take away the life of him who is not guilty of death, because he is proved to have had no hatred before against him that was slain. Therefore I command thee, that thou separate 3 cities at equal distance one from another. And when the Lord thy God shall have enlarged thy borders, as he swore to thy fathers, and shall give thee all the land that he promised them, yet so, if thou keep his commandments, and do the things which I command thee this day, that thou love the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways at all times, thou shalt add to thee other 3 cities, and shalt double the number of the 3 cities aforesaid, that innocent blood may not be shed in the midst of the land which the Lord thy God will give thee to possess, lest thou be guilty of blood. But if any man hating his neighbor lie in wait for his life, and rise and strike him, and he die, and he flee to one of the cities aforesaid, the ancients of his city shall send, and take him out of the place of refuge, and shall deliver him into the hand of the kinsman of him whose blood was shed, and he shall die. Thou shalt not pity him, and thou shalt take away the guilt of innocent blood out of Israel, that it may be well with thee. Thou shalt not take nor remove thy neighbor's landmark, which thy predecessors have set in thy possession, which the Lord thy God will give thee in the land that thou shalt receive to possess. 1 witness shall not rise up against any man, whatsoever the sin or wickedness be, but in the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses every word shall stand. If a lying witness stand against a man, accusing him of transgression, both of them, between whom the controversy is, shall stand before the Lord in the sight of the priests and the judges that shall be in those days. And when, after most diligent inquisition, they shall find that the false witness hath told a lie against his brother, they shall render to him as he meant to do to his brother. And thou shalt take away the evil out of the midst of thee, that others, hearing, may fear, and may not dare to do such things. Thou shalt not pity him, but shalt require life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Deuteronomy chapter 20. If thou go out to war against thy enemies, and see horsemen and chariots, and the number of the enemy's army greater than thine, thou shalt not fear them, because the Lord thy God is with thee, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt. And when the battle is now at hand, the priest shall stand before the army, and shall speak to the people in this manner. Hear, O Israel, you join battle this day against your enemies. Let not your heart be dismayed. Be not afraid. Do not give back. Fear ye them not, because the Lord your God is in the midst of you, and will fight for you against your enemies, to deliver you from danger. And the captains shall proclaim through every band in the hearing of the army, What man is there that hath built a new house, and hath not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. What man is there that hath planted a vineyard, and hath not as yet made it to be common, whereof all men may eat? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man execute his office. What man is there that hath espoused a wife, and not taken her? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the war, and another man take her. After these things are declared, they shall add the rest, and shall speak to the people, What man is there that is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return to his house, lest he make the hearts of his brethren to fear, as he himself is possessed with fear. And when the captains of the army shall hold their peace, and have made an end of speaking, every man shall prepare their bands to fight. If at any time thou shalt come to fight against a city, thou shalt first offer it peace. If they receive it, and open the gates to thee, all the people that are therein shall be saved, and shall serve thee, paying tribute. But if they will not make peace, and shall begin war against thee, thou shalt besiege it. And when the Lord thy God shall deliver it into thy hands, thou shalt slay all that are therein of the male sex with the edge of the sword, excepting women and children, cattle and other things that are in the city. And thou shalt divide all the prey to the army, and thou shalt eat the spoils of thy enemies, which the Lord thy God shall give thee. So shalt thou do to all cities that are at a great distance from thee, and are not of these cities which thou shalt receive in possession. But of those cities that shall be given thee, thou shalt suffer none at all to live, but shalt kill them with the edge of the sword, to wit, the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, as the Lord thy God hath commanded thee, lest they teach you to do all the abominations which they have done to their gods, and you should sin against the Lord your God. When thou hast besieged a city a long time, and hath compassed it with bulwarks to take it, thou shalt not cut down the trees that may be eaten of, neither shalt thou spoil the country round about with axes, for it is a tree, and not a man, neither can it increase the number of them that fight against thee. But if there be any trees that are not fruitful, but wild, and fit for other uses, cut them down and make engines, until thou take the city which fighteth against thee. Deuteronomy chapter 21. When there shall be found in the land which the Lord thy God will give thee, the corpse of a man slain, and it is not known who is guilty of the murder, thy ancients and judges shall go out, and shall measure from the place where the body lieth the distance of every city round about. And the ancients of that city, which they shall perceive to be nearer than the rest, shall take a heifer of the herd, that hath not drawn in the yoke, nor plowed the ground. And they shall bring her into a rough and stony valley that never was plowed nor sown. And there they shall strike off the head of the heifer. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come, whom the Lord thy God hath chosen to minister to him, and to bless in his name, and that by their word every manner should be decided, and whatsoever is clean or unclean should be judged. And the ancients of that city shall come to the person slain, and shall wash their hands over the heifer that was killed in the valley, and shall say, Our hands did not shed this blood, nor did our eyes see it. Be merciful to thy people Israel, whom thou hast redeemed, O Lord, and lay not innocent blood to their charge in the midst of thy people Israel. And the guilt of blood shall be taken from them, and thou shalt be free from the innocent's blood that was shed, when thou shalt have done what the Lord hath commanded thee. If thou go out to fight against thy enemies, and the Lord thy God deliver them into thy hand, and thou lead them away captives, and seest in the number of the captives a beautiful woman, and lovest her, and wilt have her to wife, thou shalt bring her into thy house, and she shall shave her hair, and pare her nails, and shall put off the raiment wherein she was taken, and shall remain in thy house, and mourn for her father and mother 1 month. And after that thou shalt go in unto her, and shalt sleep with her, and she shall be thy wife. But if afterwards she please thee not, thou shalt let her go free. But thou mayest not sell her for money, nor oppress her by might, because thou hast humbled her. If a man have 2 wives, one beloved and the other hated, and they have had children by him, and the son of the hated be the firstborn, and he meaneth to divide his substance among his sons, he may not make the son of the beloved the firstborn, and prefer him before the son of the hated. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn, and shall give him a double portion of all he hath, for this is the first of his children, and to him are due the first birthrights. If a man have a stubborn and unruly son, who will not hear the commandments of his father or mother, and, being corrected, slighteth obedience, they shall take him and bring him to the ancients of his city, and to the gate of judgment. and shall say to them, This our son is rebellious and stubborn. He slighteth hearing our admonitions. He giveth himself to revelling, and to debauchery and banquetings. The people of the city shall stone him, and he shall die, that you may take away the evil out of the midst of you, and all Israel, hearing it, may be afraid. When a man hath committed a crime for which he is to be punished with death, and, being condemned to die, is hanged on a gibbet, his body shall not remain upon the tree, but shall be buried the same day. For he is accursed of God that hangeth on a tree. And thou shalt not defile thy land, which the Lord thy God shall give thee in possession. Deuteronomy chapter 22. Thou shalt not pass by if thou seest thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, but thou shalt bring them back to thy brother. And if thy brother be not nigh, or thou know him not, thou shalt bring them to thy house, and they shall be with thee until thy brother seek them and receive them. Thou shalt do in like manner with his ass, and with his raiment, and with everything that is thy brother's which is lost. If thou find it, neglect it not as pertaining to another. If thou see thy brother's ass or his ox be fallen down in the way, thou shalt not slight it, but shalt lift it up with him. A woman shall not be clothed with man's apparel, neither shall a man use woman's apparel, for he that doeth these things is abominable before God. If thou find as thou walkest by the way a bird's nest in a tree or on the ground, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take her with her young, but shalt let her go, keeping the young which thou hast caught, that it may be well with thee, and thou mayest live a long time. When thou buildest a new house, thou shalt make a battlement to the roof round about, lest blood be shed in thy house, and thou be guilty, if any one slip and fall down headlong. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with diverse seeds, lest both the seed which thou hast sown and the fruit of the vineyard be sanctified together. Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together. Thou shalt not wear a garment that is woven of woolen and linen together. Thou shalt make strings in the hem at the four corners of thy cloak, wherewith thou shalt be covered. If a man marry a wife, and afterwards hate her, and seek occasions to put her away, laying to her charge a very ill name, and say, I took this woman to wife, and going into her I found her not a virgin, her father and mother shall take her, and shall bring with them the tokens of her virginity to the ancients of the city that are in the gate, and the father shall say, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and because he hateth her, he layeth to her charge a very ill name, so as to say, I found not thy daughter a virgin. And behold, these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the ancients of the city. And the ancients of that city shall take that man, and beat him, condemning him besides in 100 shekels of silver, which he shall give to the damsel's father, because he hath defamed by a very ill name a virgin of Israel. And he shall have her to wife, and may not put her away all the days of his life. But if what he charged her with be true, and virginity be not found in the damsel, they shall cast her out of the doors of her father's house, and the men of that city shall stone her to death, and she shall die, because she hath done a wicked thing in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house. And thou shalt take away the evil out of the midst of thee. If a man lie with another man's wife, they both shall die, that is to say, the adulterer and the adulteress, and thou shalt take away the evil out of Israel. If a man have espoused a damsel that is a virgin, and someone find her in the city, and lie with her, thou shalt bring them both out to the gate of that city, and they shall be stoned, the damsel, because she cried not out, being in the city, the man, because he hath humbled his neighbor's wife. And thou shalt take away the evil from the midst of thee. But if a man find a damsel that is betrothed in the field, and taking hold of her, lie with her, he alone shall die. The damsel shall suffer nothing, neither is she guilty of death. For as a robber riseth against his brother, and taketh away his life, so also did the damsel suffer. She was alone in the field, she cried, and there was no man to help her. If a man find a damsel that is a virgin who is not espoused, and taking her lie with her, and the matter come to judgment, he that lay with her shall give to the father of the maid 50 shekels of silver, and shall have her to wife, because he hath humbled her. He may not put her away all the days of his life. No man shall take his father's wife, nor remove his covering. Deuteronomy chapter 23. An eunuch whose testicles are broken or cut away, or yard cut off, shall not enter into the church of the Lord. A mamzer, that is to say, one born of a prostitute, shall not enter into the church of the Lord until the 10th generation. The Ammonite and the Moabite, even after the 10th generation, shall not enter into the church of the Lord forever, because they would not meet you with bread and water in the way when you came out of Egypt, and because they hired against thee Balaam the son of Beor from Mesopotamia in Syria to curse thee. And the Lord thy God would not hear Balaam, and he turned his cursing into thy blessing, because he loved thee. Thou shalt not make peace with them, neither shalt thou seek their prosperity all the days of thy life forever. Thou shalt not abhor the Edomite, because he is thy brother, nor the Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. They that are born of them in the 3rd generation shall enter into the church of the Lord. When thou goest out to war against thy enemies, thou shalt keep thyself from every evil thing. If there be among you any man that is defiled in a dream by night, he shall go forth out of the camp, and shall not return before he be washed with water in the evening, and after sunset he shall return into the camp. Thou shalt have a place without the camp, to which thou mayest go for the necessities of nature, carrying a paddle at thy girdle. And when thou sittest down, thou shalt dig round about, and with the earth that is dug up thou shalt cover that which thou art eased of. For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp, to deliver thee, and to give up thy enemies to thee. And let thy camp be holy, and let no uncleanness appear therein, lest he go away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver to his master the servant that is fled to thee. He shall dwell with thee in the place that shall please him, and shall rest in one of thy cities. Give him no trouble. There shall be no whore among the daughters of Israel, nor whoremonger among the sons of Israel. Thou shalt not offer the hire of a strumpet, nor the price of a dog in the house of the Lord thy God, whatsoever it be that thou hast vowed, because both these are an abomination to the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not lend to thy brother money to usury, nor corn, nor any other thing, but to the stranger. To thy brother thou shalt lend that which he wanteth, without usury, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all thy works in the land which thou shalt go in to possess. When thou hast made a vow to the Lord thy God, thou shalt not delay to pay it, because the Lord thy God will require it. And if thou delay, it shall be imputed to thee for a sin. If thou wilt not promise, thou shalt be without sin. But that which is once gone out of thy lips thou shalt observe, and shalt do as thou hast promised to the Lord thy God, and hast spoken with thy own will and with thy own mouth. Going into thy neighbor's vineyard, thou mayest eat as many grapes as thou pleasest, but must carry none out with thee. If thou go into thy friend's corn, thou mayest break the ears and rub them in thy hand, but not reap them with a sickle. Deuteronomy chapter 24. If a man take a wife and have her, and she find not favor in his eyes for some uncleanness, he shall write a bill of divorce, and shall give it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she is departed, and marrieth another husband, and he also hateth her, and hath given her a bill of divorce, and hath sent her out of his house, or is dead, the former husband cannot take her again to wife, because she is defiled, and is become abominable before the Lord, lest thou cause thy land to sin, which the Lord thy God shall give thee to possess. When a man hath lately taken a wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall any public business be enjoined him, but he shall be free at home without fault, that for 1 year he may rejoice with his wife. Thou shalt not take the nether nor the upper millstone to pledge, for he hath pledged his life to thee. If any man be found soliciting his brother of the children of Israel, and selling him shall take a price, he shall be put to death, and thou shalt take away the evil from the midst of thee. Observe diligently that thou incur not the stroke of the leprosy, but thou shalt do whatsoever the priests of the Levitical race shall teach thee, according to what I have commanded them, and fulfill thou it carefully. Remember what the Lord your God did to Mary in the way when you came out of Egypt. When thou shalt demand of thy neighbor anything that he oweth thee, thou shalt not go into his house to take away a pledge, but thou shalt stand without, and he shall bring out to thee what he hath. But if he be poor, the pledge shall not lodge with thee that night, but thou shalt restore it to him presently before the going down of the sun, that he may sleep in his own raiment, and bless thee, and thou mayest have justice before the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not refuse the hire of the needy and the poor, whether he be thy brother or a stranger that dwelleth with thee in the land, and is within thy gates. But thou shalt pay him the price of his labor the same day, before the going down of the sun, because he is poor, and with it maintaineth his life, lest he cry against thee to the Lord, and it be reputed to thee for a sin. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, nor the children for the fathers, but every one shall die for his own sin. Thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless, neither shalt thou take away the widow's raiment for a pledge. Remember that thou wast a slave in Egypt, and the Lord thy God delivered thee from thence. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. When thou hast reaped the corn in thy field, and hast forgot, and left a sheaf, thou shalt not return to take it away, but thou shalt suffer the stranger, and the fatherless, and the widow to take it away, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the works of thy hands. If thou have gathered the fruit of thy olive trees, thou shalt not return to gather whatsoever remaineth on the trees, but shalt leave it for the stranger, for the fatherless, and the widow. If thou make the vintage of thy vineyard, thou shalt not gather the clusters that remain, but they shall be for the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. Remember that thou also wast a bondman in Egypt, and therefore I command thee to do this thing. Deuteronomy chapter 25. If there be a controversy between men, and they call upon the judges, they shall give the price of justice to him whom they perceive to be just, and him whom they find to be wicked, they shall condemn of wickedness. And if they see that the offender be worthy of stripes, they shall lay him down, and shall cause him to be beaten before them. According to the measure of the sin shall the measure also of the stripes be, yet so that they exceed not the number of 40. Lest thy brother depart, shamefully torn before thy eyes. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox that treadeth out thy corn on the floor. When brethren dwell together, and one of them dieth without children, the wife of the deceased shall not marry to another, but his brother shall take her, and raise up seed for his brother, and the first son he shall have of her he shall call by his name, that his name be not abolished out of Israel. But if he will not take his brother's wife, who by law belongeth to him, the woman shall go to the gate of the city, and call upon the ancients, and say, My husband's brother refuseth to raise up his brother's name in Israel, and will not take me to wife. And they shall cause him to be sent for forthwith, and shall ask him. If he answer, I will not take her to wife, the woman shall come to him before the ancients, and shall take off his shoe from his foot, and spit in his face, and say, So shall it be done to the man that will not build up his brother's house. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of the unshod. If two men have words together, and one begin to fight against the other, and the other's wife, willing to deliver her husband out of the hand of the stronger, shall put forth her hand, and take him by the secrets, thou shalt cut off her hand, neither shalt thou be moved with any pity in her regard. Thou shalt not have diverse weights in thy bag, a greater and a less. Neither shall there be in thy house a greater bushel and a less. Thou shalt have a just and a true weight, and thy bushel shall be equal and true, that thou mayest live a long time upon the land which the Lord shall give thee. For the Lord thy God abhorreth him that doth such things, and he hateth all injustice. Remember what Amalek did to thee in the way when thou camest out of Egypt, how he met thee, and slew the hindmost of the army, who sat down, being weary, when thou wast spent with hunger and labor, and he feared not God. Therefore, when the Lord thy God shall give thee rest, and shall have subdued all the nations round about in the land which he hath promised thee, Thou shalt blot out his name from under heaven. See thou forget it not. Deuteronomy chapter 26. And when thou art come into the land which the Lord thy God will give thee to possess, and hast conquered it, and dwellest in it, thou shalt take the first of all thy fruits, and put them in a basket, and shalt go to the place which the Lord thy God shall choose, that his name may be invocated there. And thou shalt go to the priest that shall be in those days, and say to him, I profess this day before the Lord thy God, that I am come into the land for which he swore to our fathers, that he would give it us. And the priest, taking the basket at thy hand, shall set it before the altar of the Lord thy God. And thou shalt speak thus in the sight of the Lord thy God. The Syrian pursued my father, who went down into Egypt, and sojourned there in a very small number, and grew into a nation great and strong, and of an infinite multitude. And the Egyptians afflicted us and persecuted us, laying on us most grievous burdens. And we cried to the Lord God of our fathers, who heard us, and looked down upon our affliction, and labor, and distress, and brought us out of Egypt with a strong hand and a stretched out arm, with great terror, with signs and wonders, and brought us into this place, and gave us this land flowing with milk and honey. And therefore now I offer the firstfruits of the land which the Lord hath given me. And thou shalt leave them in the sight of the Lord thy God, adoring the Lord thy God. And thou shalt feast in all the good things which the Lord thy God hath given thee in thy house, thou and the Levite, and the stranger that is with thee. When thou hast made an end of tithing all thy fruits, in the 3rd year of tithes, thou shalt give it to the Levite, and to the stranger, and to the fatherless, and to the widow, that they may eat within thy gates, and be filled. And thou shalt speak thus in the sight of the Lord thy God. I have taken that which was sanctified out of my house, and I have given it to the Levite, and to the stranger, and to the fatherless, and to the widow, as thou hast commanded me. I have not transgressed thy commandments, nor forgotten thy precepts. I have not eaten of them in my mourning, nor separated them for any uncleanness, nor spent anything of them in funerals. I have obeyed the voice of the Lord my God, and have done all things as thou hast commanded me. Look from thy sanctuary, and thy high habitation of heaven, and bless thy people Israel, and the land which thou hast given us, as thou didst swear to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey. This day the Lord thy God hath commanded thee to do these commandments and judgments, and to keep and fulfill them with all thy heart and with all thy soul. Thou hast chosen the Lord this day to be thy God, and to walk in his ways, and keep his ceremonies and precepts and judgments, and obey his command. And the Lord hath chosen thee this day to be his peculiar people, as he hath spoken to thee, and to keep all his commandments, and to make thee higher than all nations which he hath created, to his own praise and name and glory, that thou mayest be a holy people of the Lord thy God, as he hath spoken. Deuteronomy chapter 27. And Moses with the ancients of Israel commanded the people, saying, Keep every commandment that I command you this day. And when you are passed over the Jordan into the land which the Lord thy God will give thee, thou shalt set up great stones, and shalt plaster them over with plaster, that thou mayest write on them all the words of this law when thou art passed over the Jordan, that thou mayest enter into the land which the Lord thy God will give thee, a land flowing with milk and honey, as he swore to thy fathers. Therefore, when you are passed over the Jordan, set up the stones which I command you this day in Mount Ebal, and thou shalt plaster them with plaster. And thou shalt build there an altar to the Lord thy God, of stones which iron hath not touched, and of stones not fashioned nor polished. And thou shalt offer upon it holocausts to the Lord thy God, and shalt immolate peace victims, and eat there, and feast before the Lord thy God. And thou shalt write upon the stones all the words of this law, plainly and clearly. And Moses and the priests of the race of Levi said to all Israel, Attend and hear, O Israel. This day thou art made the people of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt hear his voice, and do the commandments and justices which I command thee. And Moses commanded the people in that day, saying, These shall stand upon Mount Gerizim to bless the people when you are past the Jordan: Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. and over against them shall stand on Mount Ebal to curse, Reuben, Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall pronounce, and say to all the men of Israel with a loud voice, Cursed be the man that maketh the graven and molten thing, the abomination of the Lord, the work of the hands of artificers, and shall put it in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed be he that honoureth not his father and mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that removeth his neighbour's landmarks, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of his way, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that perverteth the judgment of the stranger, of the fatherless, and the widow, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife, and uncovereth his bed, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with any beast, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his sister, the daughter of his father or of his mother, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that lieth with his mother-in-law, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that secretly killeth his neighbor, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that taketh gifts to slay an innocent person, and all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed be he that abideth not in the words of this law, and fulfilleth them not in work, and all the people shall say, Amen. Deuteronomy chapter 28. Now if thou wilt hear the voice of the Lord thy God, to do and keep all his commandments which I command thee this day, the Lord thy God will make thee higher than all the nations that are on the earth, and all these blessings shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Yet so, if thou hear his precepts, blessed shall thou be in the city, and blessed in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy ground, and the fruit of thy cattle, the droves of thy herds, and the folds of thy sheep. Blessed shall be thy barns, and blessed thy stores. Blessed shall thou be coming in and going out. The Lord shall cause thy enemies that rise up against thee to fall down before thy face. One way shall they come out against thee, and 7 ways shall they flee before thee. The Lord will send forth a blessing upon thy storehouses, and upon all the works of thy hands, and will bless thee in the land that thou shalt receive. The Lord will raise thee up to be a holy people to himself, as he swore to thee, if thou keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways. And all the people of the earth shall see that the name of the Lord is invocated upon thee, and they shall fear thee. The Lord will make thee abound with all goods, with the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy cattle, with the fruit of thy land, which the Lord swore to thy fathers that he would give thee. The Lord will open his excellent treasure, the heaven, that it may give rain in due season, and he will bless all the works of thy hands. And thou shalt lend to many nations, and shalt not borrow of any one. And the Lord shall make thee the head, and not the tail, and thou shalt always be above, and not beneath. Yet so, if thou wilt hear the commandments of the Lord thy God, which I command thee this day, and keep and do them, and turn not away from them neither to the right hand nor to the left, nor follow strange gods, nor worship them. But if thou wilt not hear the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep and to do all his commandments and ceremonies which I command thee this day, all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. Cursed shalt thou be in the city, cursed in the field. Cursed shall be thy barn, and cursed thy stores. Cursed shall be the fruit of thy womb, and the fruit of thy ground, the herds of thy oxen, and the flocks of thy sheep. Cursed shall thou be coming in, and cursed going out. The Lord shall send upon thee famine and hunger, and a rebuke upon all the works which thou shalt do, until he consume and destroy thee quickly for thy most wicked inventions, by which thou hast forsaken me. May the Lord set the pestilence upon thee, until he consume thee out of the land which thou shalt go in to possess. May the Lord afflict thee with miserable want, with the fever and with cold, with burning and with heat, and with corrupted air and with blasting, and pursue thee till thou perish. Be the heaven that is over thee of brass, and the ground thou treadest on of iron. The Lord give thee dust for rain upon thy land, and let ashes come down from heaven upon thee till thou be consumed. The Lord make thee to fall down before thy enemies. One way mayest thou go out against them, and flee 7 ways, and be scattered throughout all the kingdoms of the earth. And be thy carcass meat for all the fowls of the air, and the beasts of the earth, and be there none to drive them away. The Lord strike thee with the ulcer of Egypt, and the part of thy body by which the dung is cast out, with the scab and with the itch, so that thou canst not be healed. The Lord strike thee with madness and blindness and fury of mind, and mayest thou grope at midday as the blind is wont to grope in the dark, and not make straight thy ways. And mayest thou at all times suffer wrong, and be oppressed with violence, and mayest thou have no one to deliver thee. Mayest thou take a wife, and another sleep with her. Mayest thou build a house, and not dwell therein. Mayest thou plant a vineyard, and not gather the vintage thereof. May thy ox be slain before thee, and thou not eat thereof. May thy ass be taken away in thy sight, and not restored to thee. May thy sheep be given to thy enemies, and may there be none to help thee. May thy sons and thy daughters be given to another people, thy eyes looking on and languishing at the sight of them all the day, and may there be no strength in thy hand. May a people which thou knowest not eat the fruits of thy land, and all thy labors. And mayest thou always suffer oppression, and be crushed at all times, and be astonished at the terror of those things which thy eyes shall see. May the Lord strike thee with a very sore ulcer in the knees and in the legs, and be thou incurable from the sole of the foot to the top of the head. The Lord shall bring thee and thy king, whom thou shalt have appointed over thee, into a nation which thou and thy fathers know not, and there thou shalt serve strange gods, wood and stone. And thou shalt be lost, as a proverb and a byword to all people, among whom the Lord shall bring thee in. Thou shalt cast much seed into the ground, and gather little, because the locusts shall consume all. Thou shalt plant a vineyard and dig it, and shalt not drink the wine, nor gather anything thereof, because it shall be wasted with worms. Thou shalt have olive trees in all thy borders, and shalt not be anointed with the oil, for the olives shall fall off and perish. Thou shalt beget sons and daughters, and shalt not enjoy them, because they shall be led into captivity. The blast shall consume all the trees and the fruits of thy ground. The stranger that liveth with thee in the land shall rise up over thee, and shall be higher, and thou shalt go down and be lower. He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him. He shall be as the head, and thou shalt be the tail. And all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue and overtake thee till thou perish, because thou heardst not the voice of the Lord thy God, and didst not keep his commandments and ceremonies which he commanded thee. And they shall be as signs and wonders on thee, and on thy seed forever, because thou didst not serve the Lord thy God with joy and gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things. Thou shalt serve thy enemy, whom the Lord will send upon thee, in hunger and thirst and nakedness, and in want of all things, and he shall put an iron yoke upon thy neck, till he consume thee. The Lord will bring upon thee a nation from afar, and from the uttermost ends of the earth, like an eagle that flieth swiftly, whose tongue thou canst not understand. A most insolent nation that will show no regard to the ancients, nor have pity on the infant, and will devour the fruit of thy cattle and the fruits of thy land until thou be destroyed, and will leave thee no wheat nor wine, nor wine nor oil, nor herds of oxen, nor flocks of sheep, until he destroy thee, and consume thee in all thy cities, and thy strong and high walls be brought down, wherein thou trustedest in all thy land. Thou shalt be besieged within thy gates in all thy land, which the Lord thy God will give thee. And thou shalt eat the fruit of thy womb, and the flesh of thy sons and of thy daughters, which the Lord thy God shall give thee, in the distress and extremity wherewith thy enemy shall oppress thee. The man that is nice among you, and very delicate, shall envy his own brother and his wife that lieth in his bosom, so that he will not give them of the flesh of his children, which he shall eat, because he hath nothing else in the siege and the want, wherewith thy enemies shall distress thee within all thy gates. The tender and delicate woman, that could not go upon the ground nor sit down her foot, for overmuch niceness and tenderness, will envy her husband, who lieth in her bosom, the flesh of her son and of her daughter, and the filth of the afterbirths that come forth from between her thighs, and the children that are born the same hour. For they shall eat them secretly for the want of all things in the siege and distress, wherewith thy enemy shall oppress thee within thy gates. If thou wilt not keep and fulfill all the words of this law that are written in this volume, and fear his glorious and terrible name, that is, the Lord thy God, the Lord shall increase thy plagues, and the plagues of thy seed, plagues great and lasting, infirmities grievous and perpetual. And he shall bring back on thee all the afflictions of Egypt, which thou wast afraid of, and they shall stick fast to thee. Moreover, the Lord will bring upon thee all the diseases and plagues that are not written in the volume of this law, till he consume thee. And you shall remain few in number, who before were as the stars of heaven for multitude, because thou heardest not the voice of the Lord thy God. And as the Lord rejoiced upon you before doing good to you and multiplying you, so he shall rejoice destroying and bringing you to naught, so that you shall be taken away from the land which thou shalt go in to possess. The Lord shall scatter thee among all people from the farthest parts of the earth to the ends thereof. And there thou shalt serve strange gods, which both thou art ignorant of and thy fathers, wood and stone. Neither shalt thou be quiet, even in those nations, nor shall there be any rest for the sole of thy foot. For the Lord will give thee a fearful heart and languishing eyes, and a soul consumed with pensiveness. And thy life shall be as it were hanging before thee. Thou shalt fear night and day, neither shalt thou trust thy life. In the morning thou shalt say, Who will grant me evening? And at evening, Who will grant me morning? For the fearfulness of thy heart, wherewith thou shalt be terrified, and for those things which thou shalt see with thy eyes. The Lord shall bring thee again with ships into Egypt, by the way whereof he said to thee that thou shouldst see it no more. There shalt thou be set to sail to thy enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Deuteronomy chapter 29. These are the words of the covenant which the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, beside that covenant which he made with them in Horeb. And Moses called all Israel, and said to them, You have seen all the things that the Lord did before you in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and to his whole land, the great temptations which thy eyes have seen, those mighty signs and wonders. And the Lord hath not given you a heart to understand, and eyes to see, and ears that may hear unto this present day. He hath brought you 40 years through the desert. Your garments are not worn out, neither are the shoes of your feet consumed with age. You have not eaten bread, nor have you drunk wine or strong drink, that you might know that I am the Lord your God. And you came to this place, and Sihon king of Heshbon, and Og king of Bashan, came out against us to fight. And we slew them, and took their land, and delivered it for a possession to Reuben and Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. Keep therefore the words of this covenant, and fulfill them, that you may understand all that you do. You all stand this day before the Lord your God, your princes and tribes and ancients and doctors, all the people of Israel, your children and your wives, and the stranger that abideth with thee in the camp, besides the hewers of wood, and them that bring water, that thou mayest pass in the covenant of the Lord thy God, and in the oath which this day the Lord thy God maketh with thee, that he may raise thee up a people to himself, and he may be thy God, as he hath spoken to thee, and as he swore to thy fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Neither with you only do I make this covenant and confirm these oaths, but with all that are present and that are absent. For you know how we dwelt in the land of Egypt, and how we have passed through the midst of nations, and, passing through them, you have seen their abominations and filth, that is to say, their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which they worshipped, lest perhaps there should be among you a man or a woman, a family or a tribe, whose heart is turned away this day from the Lord our God, to go and serve the gods of those nations, and there should be among you a root bringing forth gall and bitterness. And when he shall hear the words of this oath, he should bless himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, and will walk on in the naughtiness of my heart, and the drunken may consume the thirsty. And the Lord should not forgive him, but his wrath and jealousy against that man should be exceedingly enkindled at that time. And all the curses that are written in this volume should light upon him, and the Lord should blot out his name from under heaven, and utterly destroy him out of all the tribes of Israel, according to the curses that are contained in the book of this law and covenant. And the following generation shall say, and the children that shall be born hereafter, and the strangers that shall come from afar, seeing the plagues of that land, and the evils wherewith the Lord hath afflicted it, burning it with brimstone, and the heat of salt, so that it cannot be sown any more, nor any green thing grow therein, after the example of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which the Lord destroyed in his wrath and indignation. And all the nations shall say, Why hath the Lord done this to this land? What meaneth this exceeding great heat of his wrath? And they shall answer, Because they forsook the covenant of the Lord, which he made with their fathers, when he brought them out of the land of Egypt. And they have served strange gods, and adored them, whom they knew not, and for whom they had not been assigned. Therefore the wrath of the Lord was kindled against this land, to bring upon it all the curses that are written in this volume. And he hath cast them out of their land, in anger and in wrath, and in very great indignation, and hath thrown them into a strange land, as it is seen this day. Secret things to the Lord our God, things that are manifest to us and to our children forever, that we may do all the words of this law. Deuteronomy chapter 30. Now when all these things shall be come upon thee, the blessing or the curse which I have set before thee, and thou shalt be touched with repentance of thy heart among all the nations into which the Lord thy God shall have scattered thee, and shalt return to him, and obey his commandments as I command thee this day, thou and thy children with all thy heart and with all thy soul, the Lord thy God will bring back again thy captivity, and will have mercy on thee, and gather thee again out of all the nations into which he scattered thee before. If thou be driven as far as the poles of heaven, the Lord thy God will fetch thee back from thence, and will take thee to himself, and bring thee into the land which thy fathers possessed, and thou shalt possess it. And blessing thee, he will make thee more numerous than were thy fathers. The Lord thy God will circumcise thy heart and the heart of thy seed, that thou mayest love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul, that thou mayest live. And he will turn all these curses upon thy enemies, and upon them that hate and persecute thee. But thou shalt return, and hear the voice of the Lord thy God, and shalt do all the commandments which I command thee this day. And the Lord thy God will make thee abound in all the works of thy hands, in the fruit of thy womb, and in the fruit of thy cattle, in the fruitfulness of thy land, and in the plenty of all things. For the Lord will return to rejoice over thee in all good things, as he rejoiced in thy fathers. Yet so, if thou hear the voice of the Lord thy God, and keep his precepts and ceremonies which are written in this law, and return to the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul. This commandment that I command thee this day is not above thee, nor far off from thee, nor is it in heaven, that thou shouldst say, Which of us can go up to heaven to bring it unto us, and we may hear and fulfill it in work? Nor is it beyond the sea, that thou mayest excuse thyself and say, Which of us can cross the sea and bring it unto us, that we may hear and do that which is commanded? But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. Consider that I have set before thee this day life and good, and on the other hand death and evil, that thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and walk in his ways, and keep his commandments and ceremonies and judgments, and thou mayest live, and he may multiply thee, and bless thee in the land which thou shalt go in to possess. But if thy heart be turned away, so that thou wilt not hear, and being deceived with error thou adore strange gods, and serve them, I foretell thee this day that thou shalt perish, and shalt remain but a short time in the land, to which thou shalt pass over the Jordan, and shalt go in to possess it. I call heaven and earth to witness this day, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Choose therefore life, that both thou and thy seed may live, and that thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and obey his voice, and adhere to him, for he is thy life, and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land for which the Lord swore to thy fathers Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, that he would give it them. Deuteronomy chapter 31. And Moses went and spoke all these words to all Israel. And he said to them, I am this day 120 years old. I can no longer go out and come in, especially as the Lord also hath said to me, O thou shalt not pass over this Jordan. The Lord thy God then will pass over before thee. He will destroy all these nations in thy sight, and thou shalt possess them, and this Joshua shall go over before thee, as the Lord hath spoken. And the Lord shall do to them as he did to Sihon and Og, the kings of the Amorites, and to their land, and shall destroy them. Therefore, when the Lord shall have delivered these also unto you, you shall do in like manner to them as I have commanded you. Do manfully, and be of good heart. Fear not, nor be ye dismayed at their sight. For the Lord thy God, he himself is thy leader, and will not leave thee nor forsake thee. And Moses called Joshua, and said to him before all Israel, Take courage, and be valiant, for thou shalt bring this people into the land which the Lord swore he would give to their fathers, and thou shalt divide it by lot. And the Lord who is your leader, he himself will be with thee. He will not leave thee, nor forsake thee. Fear not, neither be dismayed. And Moses wrote this law, and delivered it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all the ancients of Israel. And he commanded them, saying, After 7 years, in the year of remission, in the feast of tabernacles, when all Israel come together to appear in the sight of the Lord thy God in the place which the Lord shall choose, thou shalt read the words of this law before all Israel in their hearing. And the people being all assembled together, both men and women, children and strangers that are within thy gates, that hearing they may learn, and fear the Lord your God, and keep and fulfill all the words of this law, that their children also, who now are ignorant, may hear and fear the Lord their God, all the days that they live in the land whither you are going over the Jordan to possess it. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, the days of thy death are nigh. Call Joshua, and stand ye in the tabernacle of the testimony, that I may give him a charge. So Moses and Joshua went and stood in the tabernacle of the testimony. And the Lord appeared there in the pillar of a cloud, which stood in the entry of the tabernacle. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, and this people, rising up, will go a-fornicating after strange gods in the land to which it goeth in to dwell. There they will forsake me, and will make void the covenant which I have made with them. And my wrath shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. All evils and afflictions shall find them, so that they shall say in that day, In truth it is because God is not with me, that these evils have found me. But I will hide, and cover my face in that day, for all the evils which they have done, because they have followed strange gods. Now therefore write you this canticle, and teach the children of Israel, that they may know it by heart, and sing it by mouth, And this song may be unto me for a testimony among the children of Israel. For I will bring them into the land for which I swore to their fathers, that floweth with milk and honey. And when they have eaten and are full and fat, they will turn away after strange gods, and will serve them, and will despise me, and make void my covenant. And after many evils and afflictions shall come upon them, this canticle shall answer them for a testimony, which no oblivion shall take away out of the mouth of their seed. For I know their thoughts, and what they are about to do this day, before that I bring them into the land which I have promised them. Moses therefore wrote the canticle, and taught it to the children of Israel. And the Lord commanded Joshua the son of Nun, and said, Take courage and be valiant, for thou shalt bring the children of Israel into the land which I have promised, and I will be with thee. Therefore, after Moses had wrote the words of this law in a volume, and finished it, he commanded the Levites, who carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying, Take this book, and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, that it may be there for a testimony against thee. For I know thy obstinacy and thy most stiff neck. While I am yet living and going in with you, you have always been rebellious against the Lord. How much more when I shall be dead? Gather unto me all the ancients of your tribes and your doctors, and I will speak these words in their hearing, and will call heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death you will do wickedly, and will quickly turn aside from the way that I have commanded you. And evils shall come upon you in the latter times, when you shall do evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him by the works of your hands. Moses therefore spoke in the hearing of the whole assembly of Israel the words of this canticle, and finished it even to the end. Deuteronomy chapter 32. Hear, O heavens, the things I speak. Let the earth give ear to the words of my mouth. Let my doctrine gather as the rain. Let my speech distill as the dew, as a shower upon the herb, and as drops upon the grass, because I will invoke the name of the Lord. Give ye magnificence to our God. The works of God are perfect, and all his ways are judgments. God is faithful and without any iniquity. He is just and right. They have sinned against him, and are none of his children in their filth. They are a wicked and perverse generation. Is this the return thou makest to the Lord, O foolish and senseless people? Is not he thy father that hath possessed thee, and made thee, and created thee? Remember the days of old. Think upon every generation. Ask thy father, and he will declare to thee, thy elders, and they will tell thee. When the Most High divided the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he appointed the bounds of people according to the number of the children of Israel. But the Lord's portion is his people, Jacob the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land, in a place of horror and of vast wilderness. He led him about and taught him, and he kept him as the apple of his eye. As the eagle enticing her young to fly, and hovering over them, he spread his wings, and hath taken him, and carried him on his shoulders. The Lord alone was his leader, and there was no strange god with him. He set him upon the high land, that he might eat the fruits of the fields, that he might suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the hardest stone, butter of the herd, and milk of the sheep with the fat of lambs, and of the rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the marrow of wheat, and might drink the purest blood of the grape. The beloved grew fat and kicked. He grew fat and thick and gross. He forsook God who made him, and departed from God his Savior. They provoked him by strange gods, and stirred him up to anger with their abominations. They sacrificed to devils, and not to God, to gods whom they knew not, that were newly come up, whom their fathers worshipped not. Thou hast forsaken the God that begat thee, and hast forgotten the Lord that created thee. The Lord saw, and was moved to wrath, because his own sons and daughters provoked him. And he said, I will hide my face from them, and will consider what their last end shall be, for it is a perverse generation and unfaithful children. They have provoked me with that which was no God, and have angered me with their vanities. And I will provoke them with that which is no people, and will vex them with a foolish nation. A fire is kindled in my wrath, and shall burn even to the lowest hell, and shall devour the earth with her increase, and shall burn the foundations of the mountains. I will heap evils upon them, and will spend my arrows among them. They shall be consumed with famine, and birds shall devour them with a most bitter bite. I will send the teeth of beasts upon them, with the fury of creatures that trail upon the ground, and of serpents. Without, the sword shall lay them waste, and terror within, both the young man and the virgin, the sucking child with the man in years. I said, Where are they? I will make the memory of them to cease from among men. But for the wrath of the enemies I have deferred it, lest perhaps their enemies might be proud and should say, Our mighty hand, and not the Lord, hath done all these things. They are a nation without counsel and without wisdom. Oh, that they would be wise and would understand, and would provide for their last end. How should one pursue after 1,000, and 2 chase 10,000? Was it not because their God had sold them, and the Lord had shut them up? For our God is not as their gods. Our enemies themselves are judges. Their vines are the vineyard of Sodom and of the suburbs of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall, and their clusters most bitter. Their wine is the gall of dragons, and the venom of asps, which is incurable. Are not these things stored up with me, and sealed up in my treasures? Revenge is mine, and I will repay them in due time, that their foot may slide. The day of destruction is at hand, and the time makes haste to come. The Lord will judge his people, and will have mercy on his servants. He shall see that their hand is weakened, and that they who were shut up have also failed, and they that remained are consumed. And he shall say, Where are their gods in whom they trusted, of whose victims they ate the fat and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them arise and help you, and protect you in your distress. See ye that I alone am, and there is no other God besides me. I will kill, and I will make to live. I will strike, and I will heal. And there is none that can deliver out of my hand. I will lift up my hand to heaven, and I will say, I live forever. If I shall whet my sword as the lightning, and my hand take hold on judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies, and repay them that hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, of the blood of the slain and of the captivity, of the bare head of the enemies. Praise his people, ye nations, for he will revenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to their enemies, and he will be merciful to the land of his people. So Moses came and spoke all the words of this canticle in the ears of the people, and Joshua the son of Nun. And he ended all these words, speaking to all Israel. And he said to them, Set your hearts on all the words which I testify to you this day, which you shall command your children to observe and to do, and to fulfill all that is written in this law. For they are not commanded you in vain, but that every one should live in them, and that doing them you may continue a long time in the land whither you are going over the Jordan to possess it. And the Lord spoke to Moses the same day, saying, Go up into this mountain Abarim, that is to say, of passages, unto Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab, over against Jericho, and see the land of Canaan, which I will deliver to the children of Israel to possess, and die thou in the mountain. When thou art gone up into it, thou shalt be gathered to thy people, as Aaron thy brother died in Mount Hor, and was gathered to his people. Because you trespassed against me in the midst of the children of Israel, at the waters of contradiction in Kadesh of the desert of Zin, and you did not sanctify me among the children of Israel, thou shalt see the land before thee, which I will give to the children of Israel, but thou shalt not enter into it. Deuteronomy chapter 33. This is the blessing wherewith the man of God Moses blessed the children of Israel before his death. And he said, The Lord came from Sinai, and from Seir he rose up to us. He hath appeared from Mount Paran, and with him thousands of saints. In his right hand a fiery law. He hath loved the people, All the saints are in his hand, and they that approach to his feet shall receive of his doctrine. Moses commanded us a law, the inheritance of the multitude of Jacob. He shall be king with the most right, the princes of the people being assembled with the tribes of Israel. Let Reuben live and not die, and be he small in number. This is the blessing of Judah. Hear, O Lord, the voice of Judah, and bring him in unto his people. His hands shall fight for him, and he shall be his helper against his enemies. To Levi also he said, Thy perfection and thy doctrine be to thy holy man, whom thou hast proved in the temptation, and judged at the waters of contradiction, who hath said to his father and to his mother, I do not know you, and to his brethren, I know you not. And their own children they have not known. These have kept thy word and observed thy covenant. Thy judgments, O Jacob, and thy law, O Israel. They shall put incense in thy wrath, and holocaust upon thy altar. Bless, O Lord, his strength, and receive the work of his hands. Strike the backs of his enemies, and let not them that hate him rise. And to Benjamin he said, The best beloved of the Lord shall dwell confidently in him. As in a bride chamber shall he abide all the day long, and between his shoulders shall be rest. To Joseph also he said, Of the blessing of the Lord be his land, of the fruits of heaven, and of the dew, and of the deep that lieth beneath, of the fruits brought forth by the sun and by the moon, of the tops of the ancient mountains, of the fruits of the everlasting hills, and of the fruits of the earth, and of the fullness thereof. The blessing of him that appeareth in the bush come upon the head of Joseph, and upon the crown of the Nazarite among his brethren. His beauty as of the firstling of a bullock, his horns as the horns of a rhinoceros. With them shall he push the nations even to the ends of the earth. These are the multitudes of Ephraim, and these the thousands of Manasseh. And to Zebulun he said, Rejoice, O Zebulun, in thy going out, and Issachar in thy tabernacles. They shall call the people to the mountain. There they shall sacrifice the victims of justice, who shall suck as milk the abundance of the sea and the hidden treasures of the sands. And to Gad he said, Blessed be Gad in his breadth. He hath rested as a lion, and hath seized upon the arm and the top of the head. And he saw his preeminence, that in his portion the teacher was laid up, who was with the princes of the people, and did the justices of the Lord and his judgment with Israel. To Dan also he said, Dan is a young lion, he shall flow plentifully from Bashan. And to Naphtali he said, Naphtali shall enjoy abundance, and shall be full of the blessings of the Lord. He shall possess the sea and the south. To Asher also he said, Let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brethren, and let him dip his foot in oil. His shoe shall be iron and brass. As the days of thy youth, so also shall thy old age be. There is no other God like the God of the rightest. He that is mounted upon the heaven is thy helper. By his magnificence the clouds run hither and thither. His dwelling is above, and underneath are the everlasting arms. He shall cast out the enemy from before thee, and shall say, Be thou brought to naught. Israel shall dwell in safety and alone. The eye of Jacob in a land of corn and wine, and the heavens shall be misty with dew. Blessed art thou, Israel. Who is like to thee, O people, that art saved by the Lord? The shield of thy help, and the sword of thy glory. Thy enemies shall deny thee, and thou shalt tread upon their necks. Deuteronomy chapter 34. Then Moses went up from the plains of Moab, upon Mount Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, over against Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land of Gilead, as far as Dan, and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah unto the furthermost sea, and the south part, and the breadth of the plain of Jericho, the city of palm trees, as far as Zoar. And the Lord said to him, This is the land for which I swore to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, saying, I will give it to thy seed. Thou hast seen it with thy eyes, and shalt not pass over to it. And Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab by the commandment of the Lord. And he buried him in the valley of the land of Moab, over against Peor. And no man hath known of his sepulchre until this present day. Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eye was not dim, neither were his teeth moved. And the children of Israel mourned for him in the plains of Moab 30 days. And the days of their mourning in which they mourned for Moses were ended. And Joshua the son of Nun was filled with the spirit of wisdom, because Moses had laid his hands upon him. And the children of Israel obeyed him, and did as the Lord had commanded Moses. And there arose no more a prophet in Israel like unto Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, in all the signs and wonders which he sent by him to do in the land of Egypt to Pharaoh, and to all his servants, and to his whole land, and all the mighty hand and great miracles which Moses did before all Israel. The book of Joshua, chapter 1. Now it came to pass after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, that the Lord spoke to Joshua, the son of Nun, the minister of Moses, and said to him, Moses my servant is dead. Arise and pass over this Jordan, thou and thy people with thee, into the land which I will give to the children of Israel. I will deliver to you every place that the sole of your foot shall tread upon, as I have said to Moses. From the desert, and from Lebanon unto the great river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, unto the great sea, toward the going down of the sun, shall be your border. No man shall be able to resist you all the days of thy life. As I have been with Moses, so will I be with thee. I will not leave thee, nor forsake thee. Take courage and be strong, for thou shalt divide by lot to this people the land for which I swore to their fathers, that I would deliver it to them. Take courage, therefore, and be very valiant, that thou mayest observe and do all the law which Moses my servant hath commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest understand all things which thou dost. Let not the book of this law depart from thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate on it day and night, that thou mayest observe and do all things that are written in it. Then thou shalt direct thy way, and understand it. Behold, I command thee, take courage and be strong. Fear not, and be not dismayed, because the Lord thy God is with thee in all things whatsoever thou shalt go. And Joshua commanded the princes of the people, saying, Pass through the midst of the camp, and command the people, and say, Prepare your victuals, for after the 3rd day you shall pass over the Jordan, and shall go in to possess the land which the Lord your God will give you. And he said to the Reubenites, and the Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, Remember the word which Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you, saying, The Lord your God hath given you rest, and all this land. Your wives and children and cattle shall remain in the land which Moses gave you on this side of the Jordan. But pass you over, armed before your brethren, all of you that are strong of hand, and fight for them, until the Lord give rest to your brethren, as he hath given you. And they also possess the land which the Lord your God will give them. And so you shall return into the land of your possession, and you shall dwell in it, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave you beyond the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun. And they made answer to Joshua, and said, All that thou hast commanded us we will do, and whithersoever thou shalt send us we will go. And as we obeyed Moses in all things, so we will obey thee also. Only be the Lord thy God with thee, as he was with Moses. He that shall gainsay thy mouth, and not obey all thy words that thou shalt command them, let him die. Only take thou courage, and do manfully. Joshua chapter 2. And Joshua the son of Nun sent from Shittim 2 men to spy secretly, and said to them, Go and view the land, and the city of Jericho. They went and entered into the house of a woman that was a harlot, named Rahab, and lodged with her. And it was told the king of Jericho, and was said, Behold, there are men come in hither by night of the children of Israel, to spy the land. And the king of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, Bring forth the men that came to thee, and are entered into thy house, for they are spies, and are come to view all the land. And the woman, taking the men, hid them, and said, I confess they came to me, but I knew not whence they were. And at the time of shutting the gate in the dark, they also went out together. I know not whither they are gone. Pursue after them quickly, and you will overtake them. But she made the men go up to the top of her house, and covered them with the stalks of flax which was there. Now they that were sent pursued after them by the way that leadeth to the fords of the Jordan, and as soon as they were gone out, the gate was presently shut. The men that were hid were not yet asleep, when, behold, the woman went up to them and said, I know that the Lord hath given this land to you, for the dread of you is fallen upon us, and all the inhabitants of the land have lost all strength. We have heard that the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea at your going in when you came out of Egypt, and what things you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites that were beyond the Jordan, Sihon and Og, whom you slew. And hearing these things we were affrighted, and our heart fainted away. Neither did there remain any spirit in us at your coming in, for the Lord your God, He is God in heaven above and in the earth beneath. Now therefore swear ye to me by the Lord, that as I have showed mercy to you, so you also will show mercy to my father's house, and give me a true token that you will save my father and mother, my brethren and sisters, and all things that are theirs, and deliver our souls from death. They answered her, Be our lives for you unto death, only if thou betray us not. And when the Lord shall have delivered us the land, we will show thee mercy and truth. Then she let them down with a cord out of a window, for her house joined close to the wall. And she said to them, Get ye up to the mountains, lest perhaps they meet you as they return. And there lie ye hid 3 days, till they come back, and so you shall go on your way. And they said to her, We shall be blameless of this oath which thou hast made us swear, if, when we come into the land, this scarlet cord be a sign, and thou tie it in the window by which thou hast let us down, and gather together thy father and mother and brethren and all thy kindred into thy house. Whosoever shall go out of the door of thy house, his blood shall be upon his own head, and we shall be quit. But the blood of all that shall be with thee in the house shall light upon our head, if any man touch them. But if thou wilt betray us, and utter this word abroad, we shall be quit of this oath which thou hast made us swear. And she answered, As you have spoken, so be it done. And sending them on their way, she hung the scarlet cord in the window. But they went and came to the mountains, and stayed there 3 days, till they that pursued them were returned. For having sought them through all the way, they found them not. And when they were gone back into the city, the spies returned, and came down from the mountain, and passing over the Jordan, they came to Joshua the son of Nun, and told him all that befell them, and said, The Lord hath delivered all this land into our hands, and all the inhabitants thereof are overthrown with fear. Joshua chapter 3. And Joshua rose before daylight, and removed the camp, and they departed from Shittim, and came to the Jordan, he and all the children of Israel. And they abode there for 3 days, after which the heralds went through the midst of the camp, and began to proclaim, When you shall see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, and the priests of the race of Levi carrying it, rise you up also, and follow them as they go before. And let there be between you and the ark the space of 2,000 cubits, that you may see it afar off, and know which way you must go. For you have not gone this way before, and take care you come not near the ark. And Joshua said to the people, Be ye sanctified, for tomorrow the Lord will do wonders among you. And he said to the priests, Take up the ark of the covenant, and go before the people. And they obeyed his commands, and took it up, and walked before them. And the Lord said to Joshua, This day will I begin to exalt thee before Israel, that they may know that as I was with Moses, so I am with thee also. And do thou command the priests that carry the ark of the covenant, and say to them, When you shall have entered into part of the water of the Jordan, stand in it. And Joshua said to the children of Israel, Come hither and hear the word of the Lord your God. And again he said, By this you shall know that the Lord, the living God, is in the midst of you, and that he shall destroy before your sight the Canaanite, and the Hittite, the Hivite, and the Perizzite, the Girgashite also, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite. Behold, the ark of the covenant of the Lord of all the earth shall go before you into the Jordan. Prepare ye 12 men of the tribes of Israel, one of every tribe. And when the priests that carry the ark of the Lord, the God of the whole earth, shall set the soles of their feet in the waters of the Jordan, the waters that are beneath shall run down and go off, and those that come from above shall stand together upon a heap." So the people went out of their tents to pass over the Jordan, and the priests that carried the ark of the covenant went on before them. And as soon as they came into the Jordan, and their feet were dipped in part of the water, now the Jordan, it being harvest time, had filled the banks of its channel, the waters that came down from above stood in one place, and swelling up like a mountain, were seen afar off from the city that is called Adam, to the place of Zaratan. But those that were beneath ran down into the sea of the wilderness, which now is called the Dead Sea, until they wholly failed. And the people marched over against Jericho, and the priests that carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood girded upon the dry ground in the midst of the Jordan, and all the people passed over through the channel that was dried up. Joshua chapter 4. And when they were passed over, the Lord said to Joshua, "Choose 12 men, one of every tribe, and command them to take out of the midst of the Jordan, where the feet of the priests stood, 12 very hard stones, which you shall set in the place of the camp, where you shall pitch your tents this night." And Joshua called 12 men, whom he had chosen out of the children of Israel, one out of every tribe. And he said to them, "Go before the ark of the Lord your God to the midst of the Jordan, and carry from thence every man a stone on your shoulders, according to the number of the children of Israel, that it may be a sign among you. And when your children shall ask you tomorrow, saying, What mean these stones? You shall answer them, The waters of the Jordan ran off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, when it passed over the same. Therefore were these stones set for a monument of the children of Israel forever." The children of Israel therefore did as Joshua commanded them, carrying out of the channel of the Jordan 12 stones, as the Lord had commanded him, according to the number of the children of Israel, unto the place wherein they camped, and there they set them. And Joshua put other 12 stones in the midst of the channel of the Jordan, where the priests stood that carried the ark of the covenant, and they are there until this present day. Now the priests that carried the ark stood in the midst of the Jordan till all things were accomplished which the Lord had commanded Joshua to speak to the people, and Moses had said to him. And the people made haste and passed over. And when they had all passed over, the ark also of the Lord passed over, and the priests went before the people. The children of Reuben also, and Gad, and half the tribe of Manasseh, went armed before the children of Israel, as Moses had commanded them. And 40,000 fighting men by their troops and bands marched through the plains and fields of the city of Jericho. In that day the Lord magnified Joshua in the sight of all Israel, that they should fear him as they had feared Moses while he lived. And he said to him, "Command the priests that carry the ark of the covenant to come up out of the Jordan." And he commanded them, saying, "Come ye up out of the Jordan." And when they that carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord were come up, and began to tread on the dry ground, the waters returned into the channel, and ran as they were wont before. And the people came up out of the Jordan the 10th day of the first month, and camped in Gilgal, over against the east side of the city of Jericho. And the 12 stones which they had taken out of the channel of the Jordan, Joshua pitched in Gilgal, and said to the children of Israel, "When your children shall ask their fathers tomorrow, and shall say to them, What mean these stones? You shall teach them and say, Israel passed over this Jordan through the dry channel, the Lord your God drying up the waters thereof in your sight, until you passed over, as he had done before in the Red Sea, which he dried up till we passed through, that all the people of the earth may learn the most mighty hand of the Lord, that you also may fear the Lord your God forever." Joshua chapter 5. Now when all the kings of the Amorites who dwelt beyond the Jordan westward, and all the kings of Canaan who possessed the places near the great sea, had heard that the Lord had dried up the waters of the Jordan before the children of Israel, till they passed over, their heart failed them, and there remained no spirit in them, fearing the coming in of the children of Israel. At that time the Lord said to Joshua, "Make thee knives of stone, and circumcise the second time the children of Israel." He did what the Lord had commanded, and he circumcised the children of Israel in the hill of the foreskins. Now this is the cause of the second circumcision. All the people that came out of Egypt that were males, all the men fit for war, died in the desert, during the time of the long going about in the way. Now these were all circumcised, but the people that were born in the desert during the 40 years of the journey in the wide wilderness were uncircumcised, till all they were consumed that had not heard the voice of the Lord, to whom he had sworn before, that he would not show them the land flowing with milk and honey. The children of these succeeded in the place of their fathers, and were circumcised by Joshua, for they were uncircumcised even as they were born, and no one had circumcised them in the way. Now after they were all circumcised, they remained in the same place of the camp until they were healed. And the Lord said to Joshua, "This day have I taken away from you the reproach of Egypt." And the name of that place was called Gilgal until this present day. And the children of Israel abode in Gilgal, and they kept the phase on the 14th day of the month at evening in the plains of Jericho. And they ate on the next day unleavened bread of the corn of the land, and frumenty of the same year. And the manna ceased after they ate of the corn of the land. Neither did the children of Israel use that food any more, but they ate of the corn of the present year of the land of Canaan. And when Joshua was in the field of the city of Jericho, he lifted up his eyes, and saw a man standing over against him, holding a drawn sword. And he went to him, and said, "Art thou one of ours, or one of our adversaries?" And he answered, "No, but I am a prince of the host of the Lord, and now I am come." Joshua fell on his face to the ground, and worshipping said, "What saith my Lord to his servant? Loose, saith he, thy shoes from off thy feet, for the place whereupon thou standest is holy." And Joshua did as was commanded him. Joshua chapter 6. Now Jericho was close shut up and fenced, for fear of the children of Israel, and no man durst go out or come in. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Behold, I have given into thy hands Jericho, and the king thereof, and all the valiant men. Go round about the city, all ye fighting men, once a day. So shall ye do for 6 days. And on the 7th day the priests shall take the 7 trumpets, which are used in the Jubilee, and shall go before the ark of the covenant. And you shall go about the city 7 times, and the priests shall sound the trumpets. And when the voice of the trumpet shall give a longer and broken tune, and shall sound in your ears, all the people shall shout together with a very great shout, and the walls of the city shall fall to the ground, and they shall enter in, every one, at the place against which they shall stand. Then Joshua the son of Nun called the priests, and said to them, Take the ark of the covenant, and let 7 other priests take the 7 trumpets of the Jubilee, and march before the ark of the Lord. And he said to the people, Go and compass the city, armed, marching before the ark of the Lord. And when Joshua had ended his words, and the 7 priests blew the 7 trumpets before the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and all the armed men went before, the rest of the common people followed the ark, and the sound of the trumpets was heard on all sides. But Joshua had commanded the people, saying, You shall not shout, nor shall your voice be heard, nor any word go out of your mouth, until the day come wherein I shall say to you, Cry and shout. So the ark of the Lord went about the city once a day, and returning into the camp abode there. And Joshua, rising before the day, the priests took the ark of the Lord, and 7 of them 7 trumpets, which are used in the Jubilee. And they went before the ark of the Lord, walking and sounding the trumpets. And the armed men went before them, and the rest of the common people followed the ark, and they blew the trumpets. And they went round about the city the 2nd day once, and returned into the camp. So they did 6 days. But the 7th day, rising up early, they went about the city as it was ordered 7 times. And when, in the 7th going about, the priests sounded with the trumpets, Joshua said to all Israel, Shout, for the Lord hath delivered the city to you. And let this city be an anathema, and all things that are in it, to the Lord. Let only Rahab the harlot live, with all that are with her in the house, for she hid the messengers whom we sent. But beware ye, lest you touch aught of those things that are forbidden, and you be guilty of transgression, and all the camp of Israel be under sin, and be troubled. But whatsoever gold or silver there shall be, or vessels of brass and iron, let it be consecrated to the Lord, laid up in his treasures. So all the people making a shout, and the trumpets sounding, when the voice and the sound thundered in the ears of the multitude, the walls forthwith fell down, and every man went up by the place that was over against him, and they took the city, and killed all that were in it, man and woman, young and old. The oxen also, and the sheep, and the asses, they slew with the edge of the sword. But Joshua said to the 2 men that had been sent for spies, Go into the harlot's house, and bring her out, and all things that are hers, as you assured her by oath. And the young men went in, and brought out Rahab, and her parents, her brethren also, and all her goods, and her kindred, and made them to stay without the camp. But they burned the city and all things that were therein, except the gold and silver and vessels of brass and iron, which they consecrated into the treasury of the Lord. But Joshua saved Rahab the harlot and her father's house, and all she had, and they dwelt in the midst of Israel until this present day, because she hid the messengers whom he had sent to spy out Jericho. At that time Joshua made an imprecation, saying, Cursed be the man before the Lord that shall rise up and build the city of Jericho. In his firstborn may he lay the foundation thereof, and in the last of his children set up its gates. And the Lord was with Joshua, and his name was noised throughout all the land. Joshua chapter 7. But the children of Israel transgressed the commandment, and took to their own use of the anathema. For Achan the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took something of the anathema, and the Lord was angry against the children of Israel. And when Joshua sent men from Jericho against Ai, which is beside Bethaven on the east side of the town of Bethel, he said to them, Go up and view the country. And they fulfilled his command, and viewed Ai. And returning they said to him, Let not all the people go up, but let 2,000 or 3,000 men go and destroy the city. Why should all the people be troubled in vain against enemies that are very few? There went up therefore 3,000 fighting men, who immediately turned their backs, and were defeated by the men of the city of Ai. And there fell of them 36 men. And the enemies pursued them from the gate as far as Shebarim, and they slew them as they fled by the descent. And the heart of the people was struck with fear, and melted like water. But Joshua rent his garments, and fell flat on the ground before the ark of the Lord until the evening, both he and all the ancients of Israel, and they put dust upon their heads. And Joshua said, Alas, O Lord God, why wouldst thou bring this people over the river Jordan to deliver us into the hand of the Amorite, and to destroy us? Would God we had stayed beyond the Jordan as we began. My Lord God, what shall I say, seeing Israel turning their backs to their enemies? The Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land will hear of it, and being gathered together will surround us and cut off our name from the earth. And what wilt thou do to thy great name? And the Lord said to Joshua, Arise, why liest thou flat on the ground? Israel hath sinned, and transgressed my covenant, and they have taken of the anathema, and have stolen, and lied, and have hidden it among their goods. Neither can Israel stand before his enemies, but he shall flee from them, because he is defiled with the anathema. I will be no more with you, till you destroy him that is guilty of this wickedness. Arise, sanctify the people, and say to them, Be ye sanctified against tomorrow, for thus saith the Lord God of Israel, The anathema is in the midst of thee, O Israel. Thou canst not stand before thy enemies, till he be destroyed out of thee that is defiled with this wickedness. And you shall come in the morning, every one by your tribes, and what tribe soever the lot shall find, it shall come by its kindreds, and the kindred by its houses, and the houses by the men. And whosoever he be that shall be found guilty of this fact, he shall be burnt with fire with all his substance, because he hath transgressed the covenant of the Lord, and hath done wickedness in Israel. Joshua therefore, when he rose in the morning, made Israel to come by their tribes, and the tribe of Judah was found, which, being brought by its families, it was found to be the family of Zerah. Bringing that also by the houses, he found it to be Zabdi. And bringing his house man by man, he found Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah. And Joshua said to Achan, My son, give glory to the Lord God of Israel, and confess, and tell me what thou hast done. Hide it not. And Achan answered Joshua, and said to him, Indeed, I have sinned against the Lord, the God of Israel, and thus have I done. For I saw among the spoils a scarlet garment, exceeding good, and 200 shekels of silver, and a golden rule of 50 shekels, and I coveted them. And I took them away, and hid them in the ground in the midst of my tent, and the silver I covered with the earth that I dug up. Joshua therefore sent ministers, who, running to his tent, found all hidden in the same place, together with the silver. And taking them away out of the tent, they brought them to Joshua and to all the children of Israel, and threw them down before the Lord. Then Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan the son of Zerah, and the silver, and the garments, and the golden rule, his sons also, and his daughters, his oxen, and asses, and sheep, the tent also, and all the goods, and brought them to the valley of Achor, where Joshua said, Because thou hast troubled us, the Lord trouble thee this day. And all Israel stoned him, and all things that were his were consumed with fire. And they gathered together upon him a great heap of stones, which remaineth until this present day. And the wrath of the Lord was turned away from them, and the name of that place was called the Valley of Achor, until this day. Joshua chapter 8. And the Lord said to Joshua, Fear not, nor be thou dismayed. Take with thee all the multitude of fighting men. Arise and go up to the town of Ai. Behold, I have delivered into thy hand the king thereof, and the people, and the city, and the land. And thou shalt do to the city of Ai, and to the king thereof, as thou hast done to Jericho, and to the king thereof. But the spoils and all the cattle you shall take for a prey to yourselves. Lay an ambush for the city behind it. And Joshua arose, and all the army of the fighting men with him, to go up against Ai. And he sent 30,000 chosen valiant men in the night, and commanded them, saying, Lay an ambush behind the city, and go not very far from it, and be ye all ready. But I and the rest of the multitude which is with me will approach on the contrary side against the city. And when they shall come out against us, we will flee and turn our backs as we did before, till they, pursuing us, be drawn farther from the city, for they will think that we flee as before. And whilst we are fleeing and they pursuing, you shall arise out of the ambush, and shall destroy the city, and the Lord your God will deliver it into our hands. And when you shall have taken it, set it on fire, and you shall do all things so as I have commanded. And he sent them away, and they went on to the place of the ambush, and abode between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of the city of Ai. But Joshua stayed that night in the midst of the people, and rising early in the morning, he mustered his soldiers, and went up with the ancients in the front of the army, environed with the aid of the fighting men. And when they were come, and were gone up over against the city, they stood on the north side of the city, between which and them there was a valley in the midst. And he had chosen 5,000 men, and set them to lie in ambush between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of the same city. But all the rest of the army went in battle array on the north side, so that the last of that multitude reached to the west side of the city. So Joshua went that night, and stood in the midst of the valley. And when the king of Ai saw this, he made haste in the morning, and went out with all the army of the city, and set it in battle array toward the desert, not knowing that there lay an ambush behind his back. But Joshua and all Israel gave back, making as if they were afraid, and fleeing by the way of the wilderness. But they, shouting together and encouraging one another, pursued them. And when they were come from the city, and not one remained in the city of Ai and of Bethel that did not pursue after Israel, leaving the towns open as they had rushed out, the Lord said to Joshua, Lift up the shield that is in thy hand towards the city of Ai, for I will deliver it to thee. And when he had lifted up his shield towards the city, the ambush that lay hid rose up immediately, and going to the city, took it and set it on fire. And the men of the city that pursued after Joshua, looking back and seeing the smoke of the city rise up to heaven, had no more power to flee this way or that way, especially as they that had counterfeited flight, and were going toward the wilderness, turned back most valiantly against them that pursued, So Joshua and all Israel, seeing that the city was taken, and that the smoke of the city rose up, returned and slew the men of Ai. And they also that had taken and set the city on fire, issuing out of the city to meet their own men, began to cut off the enemies who were surrounded by them, so that the enemies being cut off on both sides, not one of so great a multitude was saved. And they took the king of the city of Ai alive, and brought him to Joshua. So, all being slain that had pursued after Israel in his flight to the wilderness, and falling by the sword in the same place, the children of Israel returned and laid waste the city. And the number of them that fell that day, both of men and women, was 12,000 persons, all of the city of Ai. But Joshua drew not back his hand, which he had stretched out on high, holding the shield, till all the inhabitants of Ai were slain. And the children of Israel divided among them the cattle and the prey of the city, as the Lord had commanded Joshua. And he burned the city, and made it a heap forever. And he hung the king thereof on a gibbet until the evening and the going down of the sun. Then Joshua commanded, and they took down his carcass from the gibbet, and threw it in the very entrance of the city, heaping upon it a great heap of stones, which remaineth until this present day. Then Joshua built an altar to the Lord, the God of Israel, in Mount Ebal, as Moses the servant of the Lord had commanded the children of Israel, and it is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of unhewn stones which iron had not touched, and he offered upon it holocausts to the Lord, and immolated victims of peace offerings. And he wrote upon stones the Deuteronomy of the law of Moses, which he had ordered before the children of Israel. And all the people, and the ancients, and the princes, and judges stood on both sides of the ark before the priests that carried the ark of the covenant of the Lord, both the stranger and he that was born among them, half of them by Mount Gerizim, and half by Mount Ebal, as Moses the servant of the Lord had commanded. And first he blessed the people of Israel. After this he read all the words of the blessing and the cursing, and all things that were written in the book of the law. He left out nothing of those things which Moses had commanded, but he repeated all before all the people of Israel, with the women and children and strangers that dwelt among them. Joshua chapter 9. Now when these things were heard of, all the kings beyond the Jordan that dwelt in the mountains and in the plains, in the places near the sea and on the coasts of the great sea, they also that dwell by Libanus, the Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite, the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite, gathered themselves together to fight against Joshua and Israel with one mind and one resolution. But they that dwelt in Gibeon, hearing all that Joshua had done to Jericho and Ai, cunningly devising, took for themselves provisions, laying old sacks upon their asses, and wine bottles rent and sewed up again, and very old shoes, which, for a show of age, were clouded with patches, and old garments upon them. The loaves also, which they carried for provisions by the way, were hard and broken into pieces. And they went to Joshua, who then abode in the camp at Gilgal, and said to him and to all Israel with him, We are come from a far country, desiring to make peace with you. And the children of Israel answered them and said, Perhaps you dwell in the land which falls to our lot. If so, we can make no league with you. But they said to Joshua, We are thy servants. Joshua said to them, Who are you, and whence came you? They answered, From a very far country. Thy servants are come in the name of the Lord thy God. For we have heard the fame of his power, all the things that he did in Egypt, and to the 2 kings of the Amorites that were beyond the Jordan, Sihon king of Heshbon, and Og king of Bashan, that was in Ashtaroth. And our ancients, and all the inhabitants of our country, said to us, Take with you victuals for a long way, and go meet them, and say, We are your servants, make ye a league with us. Behold, these loaves we took hot, when we set out from our houses to come to you. Now they are become dry, and broken in pieces by being exceeding old. These bottles of wine, when we filled them, were new. Now they are rent and burst. These garments we have on, and the shoes we have on our feet, by reason of the very long journey, are worn out and almost consumed. They took therefore of their victuals, and consulted not the mouth of the Lord. And Joshua made peace with them, and entering into a league, promised that they should not be slain. The princes also of the multitude swore to them. Now 3 days after the league was made, they heard that they dwelt nigh, and they should be among them. And the children of Israel removed the camp, and came into their cities on the 3rd day, the names of which are Gibeon, and Kephirah, Beeroth, and Kirjath-jearim. And they slew them not, because the princes of the multitude had sworn in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel. Then all the common people murmured against the princes, and they answered them, We have sworn to them in the name of the Lord, the God of Israel, and therefore we may not touch them. But this we will do to them. Let their lives be saved, lest the wrath of the Lord be stirred up against us, if we should be forsworn. But so let them live, as to serve the whole multitude in hewing wood and bringing in water. As they were speaking these things, Joshua called the Gibeonites and said to them, Why would you impose upon us, saying, We dwell far off from you, whereas you are in the midst of us? Therefore, you shall be under a curse, and your race shall always be hewers of wood and carriers of water unto the house of my God. They answered, It was told us, thy servants, that the Lord thy God had promised his servant Moses to give you all the land, and to destroy all the inhabitants thereof. Therefore we feared exceedingly, and provided for our lives, compelled by the dread we had of you, and we took this counsel. And now we are in thy hand. Deal with us as it seemeth good and right unto thee. So Joshua did as he had said, and delivered them from the hand of the children of Israel, that they should not be slain. And he gave orders in that day that they should be in the service of all the people, and of the altar of the Lord, hewing wood and carrying water, until this present time, in the place which the Lord hath chosen. Joshua chapter 10. When Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, had heard these things, to wit, that Joshua had taken Ai and had destroyed it, for as he had done to Jericho and the king thereof, so did he to Ai and its king, and that the Gibeonites were gone over to Israel and were their confederates, he was exceedingly afraid. For Gibeon was a great city, and one of the royal cities, and greater than the town of Ai, and all its fighting men were most valiant. Therefore Adonizedek, king of Jerusalem, sent to Hoham, king of Hebron, and to Piram, king of Jarmuth, and to Japhiah, king of Lachish, and to Deber, king of Eglon, saying, Come up to me, and bring help, that we may take Gibeon, because it hath gone over to Joshua and to the children of Israel. So the 5 kings of the Amorites, being assembled together, went up, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon, they and their armies, encamped about Gibeon, laying siege to it. But the inhabitants of the city of Gibeon, which was besieged, sent to Joshua, who then abode in the camp at Gilgal, and said to him, Withdraw not thy hands from helping thy servants. Come up quickly and save us, and bring us succor, for all the kings of the Amorites who dwell in the mountains are gathered together against us. And Joshua went up from Gilgal, and all the army of the warriors with him, most valiant men. And the Lord said to Joshua, Fear them not, for I have delivered them into thy hands. None of them shall be able to stand against thee. So Joshua, going up from Gilgal all the night, came upon them suddenly. And the Lord troubled them at the sight of Israel, and he slew them with a great slaughter in Gibeon, and pursued them by the way of the ascent to Beth-horon, and cut them off all the way to Azekah and Makkedah. And when they were fleeing from the children of Israel, and were in the descent of Beth-horon, the Lord cast down upon them great stones from heaven, as far as Azekah. And many more were killed with the hailstones than were slain by the swords of the children of Israel. Then Joshua spoke to the Lord in the day that he delivered the Amorite in the sight of the children of Israel. And he said before them, Move not, O sun, toward Gibeon, nor thou, O moon, toward the valley of Ajalon. And the sun and the moon stood still, till the people revenged themselves of their enemies. Is not this written in the book of the just? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down the space of one day. There was not before nor after so long a day, the Lord obeying the voice of a man and fighting for Israel. And Joshua returned with all Israel into the camp of Gilgal. For the 5 kings were fled, and had hidden themselves in a cave of the city of Makkedah. And it was told Joshua that the 5 kings were found hidden in a cave of the city of Makkedah. And he commanded them that were with him, saying, Roll great stones to the mouth of the cave, and set careful men to keep them shut up, and stay you not, but pursue after the enemies, and kill all the hindermost of them as they flee. And do not suffer them whom the Lord God hath delivered into your hands to shelter themselves in their cities. So the enemies, being slain with a great slaughter, and almost utterly consumed, that they were able to escape from Israel, entered into fenced cities. And all the army returned to Joshua in Makkedah, where the camp then was, in good health, and without the loss of any one, and no man durst move his tongue against the children of Israel. And Joshua gave orders, saying, Open the mouth of the cave, and bring forth to me the 5 kings that lie hid therein. And the ministers did as they were commanded, and they brought out to him the 5 kings out of the cave, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon. And when they were brought out to him, he called all the men of Israel, and said to the chiefs of the army that were with him, Go and set your feet on the necks of these kings. And when they had gone and put their feet upon the necks of them lying under them, he said again to them, Fear not, neither be ye dismayed. Take courage and be strong, for so will the Lord do to all your enemies against whom you fight. And Joshua struck and slew them, and hanged them upon 5 gibbets, and they hung until the evening. And when the sun was down, he commanded the soldiers to take them down from the gibbets. And after they were taken down, they cast them into the cave where they had lain hid, and put great stones at the mouth thereof, which remain until this day. The same day Joshua took Makkedah and destroyed it with the edge of the sword, and killed the king and all the inhabitants thereof. He left not in it the last remains. And he did to the king of Makkedah as he had done to the king of Jericho. And he passed from Makkedah with all Israel to Libnah, and fought against it. And the Lord delivered it with the king thereof into the hands of Israel, and they destroyed the city with the edge of the sword, and all the inhabitants thereof. They left not in it any remains, and they did to the king of Libnah as they had done to the king of Jericho. From Libnah he passed unto Lachish with all Israel, and investing it with his army, besieged it. And the Lord delivered Lachish into the hands of Israel, and he took it the following day, and put it to the sword, and every soul that was in it, as he had done to Libnah. At that time Horam, king of Gezer, came up to succor Lachish, and Joshua slew him with all his people, so as to leave none alive. And he passed from Lachish to Eglon, and surrounded it, and took it the same day, and put to the sword all the souls that were in it, according to all that he had done to Lachish. He went up also with all Israel from Eglon to Hebron, and fought against it, took it, and destroyed it with the edge of the sword, the king also thereof, and all the towns of that country, and all the souls that dwelt in it. He left not therein any remains. As he had done to Eglon, so he did to Hebron, putting to the sword all that he found in it. Returning from thence to Debir, he took it, and destroyed it. The king also thereof, and all the towns round about he destroyed with the edge of the sword. He left not in it any remains. As he had done to Hebron and Libnah, and to their kings, so did he to Debir and to the king thereof. So Joshua conquered all the country of the hills, and of the south, and of the plain, and of Asdod with their kings. He left not any remains therein, but slew all that breathed, as the Lord, the God of Israel, had commanded him, from Kadesh Barnea even to Gaza, all the land of Goshen even to Gibeon. And all their kings and their lands he took and wasted at one onset, for the Lord, the God of Israel, fought for him. And he returned with all Israel to the place of the camp in Gilgal. Joshua chapter 11. And when Jabin, king of Hazor, had heard these things, he sent to Jobab, king of Madon, and to the king of Shimron, and to the king of Achshaph, and to the kings of the north that dwelt in the mountains, and in the plains over against the south side of Kinneroth, and in the levels and the countries of Dor, by the seaside. To the Canaanites also on the east and on the west, and the Amorite, and the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Jebusite in the mountain, to the Hivite also who dwelt at the foot of Hermon in the land of Mizpah. And they all came out with their troops, a people exceeding numerous as the sand that is on the seashore, their horses also and chariots a very great multitude. And all these kings assembled together at the waters of Merom to fight against Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, Fear them not, for tomorrow at this same hour I will deliver all these to be slain in the sight of Israel. Thou shalt hamstring their horses, and thou shalt burn their chariots with fire. And Joshua came, and all the army with him, against them to the waters of Merom, on a sudden, and fell upon them. And the Lord delivered them into the hands of Israel, and they defeated them, and chased them as far as the great Sidon, and the waters of Mizraphath, and the field of Mizpah, which is on the east side thereof. He slew them all, so as to leave no remains of them. And he did as the Lord had commanded him. He hamstringed their horses and burned their chariots. And presently turning back, he took Hazor, and slew the king thereof with the sword. Now Hazor of old was the head of all these kingdoms. And he cut off all the souls that abode there. He left not in it any remains, but utterly destroyed all, and burned the city itself with fire. And he took and put to the sword, and destroyed all the cities round about, and their kings, as Moses the servant of God had commanded him. Except the cities that were on the hills and high places, the rest Israel burned. Only Hazor that was very strong he consumed with fire. And the children of Israel divided among themselves all the spoil of these cities and the cattle, killing all the men. As the Lord had commanded Moses his servant, so did Moses command Joshua, and he accomplished all. He left not one thing undone of all the commandments which the Lord had commanded Moses. So Joshua took all the country of the hills, and of the south, and the land of Goshen, and the plains, and the west country, and the mountain of Israel, and the plains thereof, and part of the mountain that goeth up to Seir as far as Baal-Gad, by the plain of Lebanus under Mount Hermon. All their kings he took, smote, and slew. Joshua made war a long time against these kings. There was not a city that delivered itself to the children of Israel, except the Hivite, who dwelt in Gibeon, for he took all by fight. For it was the sentence of the Lord that their hearts should be hardened, and they should fight against Israel, and fall, and should not deserve any clemency, and should be destroyed, as the Lord had commanded Moses. At that time Joshua came and cut off the Anakims from the mountains, from Hebron, and Debir, and Anab, and from all the mountain of Judah and Israel, and destroyed their cities. He left not any of the stock of the Anakims in the land of the children of Israel, except the cities of Gaza and Gath and Ashdod, in which alone they were left. So Joshua took all the land as the Lord spoke to Moses, and delivered it in possession to the children of Israel, according to their divisions and tribes. And the land rested from wars. Joshua chapter 12. These are the kings whom the children of Israel slew and possessed their land beyond the Jordan towards the rising of the sun, from the torrent of Arnon unto Mount Hermon, and all the east country that looketh towards the wilderness. Sihon king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and had dominion from Aroer, which is seated upon the bank of the torrent Arnon, and of the middle part of the valley, and of half Gilead, as far as the torrent Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon. And from the wilderness to the sea of Kinneroth towards the east, and to the sea of the wilderness, which is the most salt sea, on the east side by the way that leadeth to Beth-Jeshemeth, and on the south side that lieth under Asdoth, Pisgah, the border of Og the king of Bashan, of the remnant of the Rephaims, who dwelt in Ashtaroth, and in Edrei, and had dominion in Mount Hermon, and in Salcah, and in all Bashan, unto the borders of Geshuri, and Maacattai, and of half Gilead, the borders of Sihon the king of Heshbon. Moses the servant of the Lord, and the children of Israel, slew them, and Moses delivered their land in possession to the Reubenites and Gadites, and the half-tribe of Manasseh. These are the kings of the land whom Joshua and the children of Israel slew beyond the Jordan on the west side, from Baal-Gad in the field of Lebanus unto the mount, part of which goeth up into Seir, and Joshua delivered it in possession to the tribes of Israel, to every one their divisions, as well in the mountains as in the plains and the champaign countries. In Asdoth and in the wilderness and in the south was the Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite and the Perizzite, the Hivite and the Jebusite, The king of Jericho, 1. The king of Ai, which is on the side of Bethel, 1. The king of Jerusalem, 1. The king of Hebron, 1. The king of Jarmuth, 1. The king of Lachish, 1. The king of Eglon, 1. The king of Gezer, 1. The king of Deber, 1. The king of Geder, 1. The king of Hormah, 1. The king of Arad, 1. The king of Lebna, 1. The king of Odalam, 1. The king of Makkedah, 1. The king of Bethel, 1. The king of Tappuah, 1. The king of Hepher, 1. The king of Aphek, 1. The king of Shiran, 1. The king of Madon, 1. The king of Hazor, 1. The king of Shimron, 1. The king of Akshaph, 1. The king of Taanach, 1. The king of Megiddo, 1. The king of Kadesh, 1. The king of Jokneam of Carmel, 1. The king of Dor and of the province of Dor, 1. The king of the nations of Gilgal, 1. The king of Tirzah, 1. All the kings, 30. Joshua chapter 13. Joshua was old and far advanced in years, and the Lord said to him, Thou art grown old and advanced in age, and there is a very large country left which is not yet divided by lot, to wit, all Galilee, Philistia, and all Geshuri, from the troubled river that watereth Egypt unto the borders of Akron northward, the land of Canaan, which is divided among the lords of the Philistines, the Gazites, the Ashoteans, the Ashkelonites, the Gittites, and the Akronites. And on the south side are the Hivites, all the land of Canaan, and Maarah of the Sidonians as far as Aphek, and the borders of the Amorite and his confines. The country also of Lebanus towards the east of Baal-Gad under Mount Hermon to the entering into Hamath, of all that dwell in the mountains from Libanus to the waters of Mizraphath, and all the Sidonians. I am he that will cut them off from before the face of the children of Israel. So let their land come in as a part of the inheritance of Israel, as I have commanded thee. And now divide the land in possession to the 9 tribes, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, with whom Reuben and Gad have possessed the land, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, delivered to them beyond the river Jordan on the east side, from Aroer, which is upon the bank of the torrent Ammon, and in the midst of the valley, and all the plains of Medeba, as far as Dibon, and all the cities of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, unto the borders of the children of Ammon. And Gilead, and the borders of Geshuri, and Maaccatai, and all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan, as far as Salcah, and all the kingdom of Og in Bashan, who reigned in Ashtaroth and Edrei. He was of the remains of the Rephaims, and Moses overthrew and destroyed them. And the children of Israel would not destroy Geshuri and Maaccatai, and they have dwelt in the midst of Israel until this present day. But to the tribe of Levi he gave no possession, but the sacrifices and victims of the Lord God of Israel are his inheritance, as he spoke to him. And Moses gave a possession to the children of Reuben according to their kindreds. And their border was from Aroer, which is on the bank of the torrent Arnon, and in the midst of the valley of the same torrent, all the plain that leadeth to Medeba, and Heshbon, and all their villages which are in the plains, Dibon also, and Bamoth Baal, and the town of Baal-Meon, and Jehaza, and Kiddemoth, and Mephaath, and Kirjathaim, and Shebma, and Zereth-Shair in the mountain of the valley, Beth-peor, and Asdoth, Pisgah, and Beth-Jeshemoth, and all the cities of the plain, and all the kingdoms of Sihon, king of the Amorites, that reigned in Heshbon, whom Moses slew with the princes of Midian, Hivi, and Rechem, and Zur, and Hur, and Reba, dukes of Sihon, inhabitants of the land. Balaam also, the son of Beor the soothsayer, the children of Israel slew with the sword among the rest that were slain. And the river Jordan was the herder of the children of Reuben. This is the possession of the Reubenites by their kindreds, of cities and villages. And Moses gave to the tribe of Gad and to his children by their kindreds a possession, of which this is the division: the border of Jazer, and all the cities of Gilead, and half of the land of the children of Ammon, as far as Aroer, which is over against Rabbah. And from Heshbon unto Ramoth, Mezpah, and Betonim, and from Mahanaim unto the borders of Debir, and in the valley of Beth-Aaron, and Beth-Nimrah, and Succoth, and Shaphon, the other part of the kingdom of Sihon king of Heshbon. The limit of this also is the Jordan, as far as the uttermost part of the sea of Kinnereth, beyond the Jordan on the east side. This is the possession of the children of Gad by their families, their cities and villages. He gave also to the half-tribe of Manasseh and his children possession according to their kindreds, the beginning whereof is this: from Mahanaim all Bashan, and all the kingdoms of Og king of Bashan, and all the villages of Jair, which are in Bashan, 80 towns, and half Gilead, and Ashtaroth, and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan, to the children of Machir the son of Manasseh, to 1/2 of the children of Machir according to their kindreds. This possession Moses divided in the plains of Moab, beyond the Jordan, over against Jericho on the east side. But to the tribe of Levi he gave no possession, because the Lord, the God of Israel himself, is their possession, as he spoke to them. Joshua chapter 14. This is what the children of Israel possessed in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the princes of the families by the tribes of Israel gave to them, dividing all by lot, as the Lord had commanded by the hand of Moses, to the 9 tribes and the half-tribe. For to 2 tribes and a half Moses had given possession beyond the Jordan, besides the Levites, who received no land among their brethren. But in their place succeeded the children of Joseph, divided into 2 tribes of Manasseh and Ephraim. Neither did the Levites receive other portion of land, but cities to dwell in, and their suburbs, to feed their beasts and flocks. As the Lord had commanded Moses, so did the children of Israel, and they divided the land. Then the children of Judah came to Joshua in Gilgal, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite spoke to him. Thou knowest what the Lord spoke to Moses, the man of God, concerning me and thee in Kadesh Barnea. I was 40 years old when Moses, the servant of the Lord, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to view the land, and I brought him word again, as to me seemed true. But my brethren that had gone up with me discouraged the heart of the people, and I nevertheless followed the Lord my God. And Moses swore in that day, saying, The land which thy foot hath trodden upon shall be thy possession and thy children's forever, because thou hast followed the Lord my God. The Lord therefore hath granted me life, as he promised, until this present day. It is 45 years since the Lord spoke this word to Moses, when Israel journeyed through the wilderness. This day I am 85 years old, as strong as I was at that time when I was sent to view the land. The strength of that time continueth in me until this day, as well to fight as to march. Give me therefore this mountain, which the Lord promised in thy hearing also, wherein are the Anakims and cities great and strong. If so be, the Lord will be with me, and I shall be able to destroy them, as he promised me. And Joshua blessed him, and gave him Hebron in possession. And from that time Hebron belonged to Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite until this present day, because he followed the Lord, the God of Israel. The name of Hebron before was called Kirjath Arba. Adam, the greatest among the Anakims, was laid there, and the land rested from wars. Joshua chapter 15. Now the lot of the children of Judah by their kindreds was this: from the frontier of Edom to the desert of Zin southward, and to the uttermost part of the south coast. Its beginning was from the top of the most salt sea, and from the bay thereof that looketh to the south. And it goeth out towards the ascent of the Scorpion, and passeth on to Zin, and ascendeth into Kadesh Barnea, and reacheth into Hezron, going up to Ader, and compassing Karkea, and from thence passing along to Asmon, and reaching the torrent of Egypt. And the bounds thereof shall be the great sea. This shall be the limit of the south coast. But on the east side the beginning shall be the most salt sea, even to the end of the Jordan, and towards the north, from the bay of the sea unto the same river Jordan. And the border goeth up into Beth-hoglah, and passeth by the north unto Beth-arabah, going up to the stone of Bohan, the son of Reuben, and reaching as far as the borders of Deborah from the valley of Acre, and so northward looking towards Gilgal, which is opposite to the ascent of Adamon on the south side of the torrent. And the border passeth the waters that are called the fountain of the sun, and the goings out thereof shall be at the fountain of Rogel. And it goeth up by the valley of the son of Hinnom on the side of the Jebusite towards the south, the same is Jerusalem. And thence ascending to the top of the mountain which is over against Hinnom, to the west in the end of the valley of Rephaim, northward. And it passeth on from the top of the mountain to the fountain of the water of Nephtoah, and reacheth to the towns of Mount Ephron. And it bendeth towards Baalah, which is Kirjath-jearim, that is to say, the city of the woods. And it compasseth from Baalah westward unto Mount Seir, and passeth by the side of Mount Jearim to the north into Kesalon, and goeth down into Beth-shemesh, and passeth into Timnah. And it reacheth northward to a part of Akron at the side, and bendeth to Shikron, and passeth Mount Baalah, and cometh into Jabneel, and is bounded westward with the great sea. These are the borders round about of the children of Judah in their kindreds. But to Caleb the son of Jephunneh he gave a portion in the midst of the children of Judah, as the Lord had commanded him, Kirjath-arba, the father of Anak, which is Hebron. And Caleb destroyed out of it the 3 sons of Anak, Sheshai, and Ahiman, and Talmai of the race of Anak. And going up from thence he came to the inhabitants of Debir, which before was called Kirjath-sepher, that is to say, the city of letters. And Caleb said, He that shall smite Kirjath-sepher and take it, I will give him Achsah my daughter to wife. And Othniel the son of Kenaz, the younger brother of Canab, took it, and he gave him Achsah his daughter to wife. And as they were going together, she was moved by her husband to ask a field of her father, and she sighed as she sat on her ass. And Caleb said to her, What aileth thee? But she answered, Give me a blessing. Thou hast given me a southern and dry land. Give me also a land that is watered. And Caleb gave her the upper and the nether watery ground. This is the possession of the tribe of the children of Judah by their kindreds. And the cities from the uttermost parts of the children of Judah, by the borders of Edom to the south, were Kabzeel, and Eder, and Jagur, and Kinah, and Dimonah, and Adadah, and Kedesh, and Hazor, and Hithnem, Ziph, and Telam, and Bealoth, New Hazor, and Kerioth, Hezron, which is Hazor, Amam, Shema, and Moladah, and Hazor, Gada, and Heshmon, and Beth-Pelet, and Hazar-Shual, and Beersheba, and Bezjothjah, and Baalah, and Ijem, and Ezem, and Eltolad, and Kizel, and Hormah, and Ziklag, and Madmanah, and Sensannah, Lebaoth, and Shilhim, and Ain, and Rimmon, all the cities 29 and their villages. But in the plains, Eshtael, and Zorah, and Ashna, and Zanoah, and En-gannim, and Tappuah, and Enim, and Jarmuth, and Adullam, Soko, and Azekah, and Shuraim, and Adathaim, and Gedera, and Gederothaim, 14 cities and their villages. Zenon, and Hadashah, and Migdal-gad, Dilean, and Mizpah, and Joktheel, Lachish, and Bozkoth, and Eglon, Cabin, and Laman, and Kithlish, and Gedereth, and Beth-dagon, and Naamah, and Makkedah, 16 cities and their villages. Libnah, and Ether, and Ashan, Jiphthah, and Ashna, and Nezib, and Keilah, and Achzib, and Maresha, 9 cities and their villages. Akron with the towns and villages thereof. From Akron even to the sea, all places that lie towards Ashdod and the villages thereof. Ashdod with its towns and villages. Gaza with its towns and villages, even to the torrent of Egypt, and the great sea that is the border thereof. And in the mountain, Shamer, and Jather, and Soko, and Dana, and Kirjath-sanah. This is Debir. Anab, and Eshtemoh, and Anim. Goshen, and Holon, and Gilo, 11 cities and their villages. Arab, and Duma, and Eshion, and Janam, and Peth-tappuah, and Aphekah. Hamtha, and Kirjath-arba, this is Hebron, and Zior, 9 cities and their villages. Maon, and Carmel, and Ziph, and Jottah, Jezreel, and Jokteam, and Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah, 10 cities and their villages. Hahul, and Besur, and Geder, Merath, and Beth-anoth, and Eltekon, 6 cities and their villages. Kirjath-baal, the same as Kirjath-jearim, the city of woods, and Rabbah, 2 cities and their villages. In the desert, Beth-araba, Middin, and Sekakah, and Nibshan, and the city of salt, and En-gedi, 6 cities and their villages. But the children of Judah could not destroy the Jebusite that dwelt in Jerusalem, And the Jebusite dwelt with the children of Judah in Jerusalem until this present day. Joshua chapter 16. And the lot of the sons of Joseph fell from the Jordan over against Jericho and the waters thereof on the east, the wilderness which goeth up from Jericho to the mountain of Bethel, and goeth out from Bethel to Luz, and passeth the border of Archi to Adaroth, and goeth down westward by the border of Japhleti, unto the borders of Beth-horon the nether, and to Gezer. And the countries of it are ended by the great sea. And Manasseh and Ephraim, the children of Joseph, possessed it. And the border of the children of Ephraim was according to their kindreds. And their possession towards the east was Adaroth-adar unto Beth-horon the upper. And the confines go out unto the sea. But Michmethath looketh to the north, and it goeth round the borders eastward into Taanath-shiloh, and passeth along the east side to Janohah. And it goeth down from Janohah into Adaroth and Naarah, and it cometh to Jericho, and goeth out to the Jordan. From Tappuah it passeth on towards the sea into the valley of reeds, and the goings out thereof are at the most salt sea. This is the possession of the tribe of the children of Ephraim by their families. And there were cities with their villages separated for the children of Ephraim in the midst of the possession of the children of Manasseh. And the children of Ephraim slew not the Canaanite who dwelt in Gezer, and the Canaanite dwelt in the midst of Ephraim until this day, paying tribute. Joshua chapter 17. And this lot fell to the tribe of Manasseh, for he is the firstborn of Joseph, to Machir, the firstborn of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, who was a warlike man, and had for possession Gilead and Bashan, and to the rest of the children of Manasseh according to their families. To the children of Abiezer, and to the children of Helek, and to the children of Asriel, and to the children of Shechem, and to the children of Hepher, and to the children of Shemida. These are the male children of Manasseh the son of Joseph by their kindreds. But Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, had no sons, but only daughters, whose names are these: Mahlah, and Noah, and Haglah, and Milcah, and Tirzah. And they came in the presence of Eleazar the priest, and of Joshua the son of Nun, and of the princes, saying, The Lord commanded by the hand of Moses that a possession should be given us in the midst of our brethren. And he gave them, according to the commandment of the Lord, a possession amongst the brethren of their father. And there fell 10 portions to Manasseh, besides the land of Gilead and Bashan beyond the Jordan. For the daughters of Manasseh possessed inheritance in the midst of his sons. And the land of Gilead fell to the lot of the rest of the children of Manasseh. And the border of Manasseh was from Asher, Michmethath, which looketh towards Shechem, and it goeth out on the right hand by the inhabitants of the fountain of Tappuah. For the lot of Manasseh took in the land of Tappuah, which is on the borders of Manasseh, and belongs to the children of Ephraim. And the border goeth down to the valley of the reeds, to the south of the torrent of the cities of Ephraim, which are in the midst of the cities of Manasseh. The border of Manasseh is on the north side of the torrent, and the outgoings of it are at the sea, so that the possession of Ephraim is on the south, and on the north that of Manasseh. And the sea is on the border of both, and they are joined together in the tribe of Asher on the north, and in the tribe of Issachar on the east. And the inheritance of Manasseh in Issachar and in Asher was Bethshean and its villages, and Ibleam with its villages, and the inhabitants of Dor with the towns thereof, the inhabitants also of Endor with the villages thereof, and in like manner the inhabitants of Taanach with the villages thereof, and the inhabitants of Megiddo with their villages, and the third part of the city of Nopheth. Neither could the children of Manasseh overthrow these cities, but the Canaanite began to dwell in his land. But after that the children of Israel were grown strong, they subdued the Canaanites, and made them their tributaries, and they did not kill them. And the children of Joseph spoke to Joshua, and said, Why hast thou given me but one lot, and one portion to possess, whereas I am of so great a multitude, and the Lord hath blessed me? And Joshua said to them, If thou be a great people, go up into the woodland, and cut down room for thyself in the land of the Perizzite and the Rephaims, because the possession of Mount Ephraim is too narrow for thee. And the children of Joseph answered him, We cannot go up to the mountains, for the Canaanites that dwell in the lowlands, wherein are situate Bethshean with its towns, and Jezreel in the midst of the city, have chariots of iron. And Joshua said to the house of Joseph, to Ephraim and Manasseh, Thou art a great people, and of great strength. Thou shalt not have one lot only, but thou shalt pass to the mountain, and shalt cut down the wood, and make thyself room to dwell in, and mayest proceed farther when thou hast destroyed the Canaanites, who, as thou sayest, have iron chariots, and are very strong. Joshua chapter 18. And all the children of Israel assembled together in Shiloh, and there they set up the tabernacle of the testimony, and the land was subdued before them. But there remained 7 tribes of the children of Israel, which as yet had not received their possessions. And Joshua said to them, How long are you indolent and slack, and go not in to possess the land which the Lord, the God of your fathers, hath given you? Choose of every tribe 3 men, that I may send them, and they may go and compass the land, and mark it out according to the number of each multitude, and bring back to me what they have marked out. Divide to yourselves the land into 7 parts. Let Judah be in his bounds on the south side, and the house of Joseph on the north. The land in the midst between these mark ye out into 7 parts, and you shall come hither to me, that I may cast lots for you before the Lord your God. For the Levites have no part among you, but the priesthood of the Lord is their inheritance. And Gad and Reuben and the half-tribe of Manasseh have already received their possessions beyond the Jordan eastward, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave them. And when the men were risen up to go to mark out the land, Joshua commanded them, saying, Go round the land and mark it out, and return to me, that I may cast lots for you before the Lord in Shiloh. So they went, and, surveying it, divided it into 7 parts, writing them down in a book. And they returned to Joshua to the camp in Shiloh. And he cast lots before the Lord in Shiloh, and divided the land to the children of Israel into 7 parts. And first came up the lot of the children of Benjamin by their families, to possess the land between the children of Judah and the children of Joseph. And their border northward was from the Jordan, going along by the side of Jericho on the north side, and thence going up westward to the mountains, and reaching to the wilderness of Beth-aven, and passing along southward by Luz, the same as Bethel. And it goeth down into Ataroth-adar, to the mountain that is on the south of the nether Beth-horon. And it bendeth thence, going round towards the sea, south of the mountain that looketh towards Beth-horon to the southwest. And the outgoings thereof are into Kirjath-baal, which is called also Kirjath-jearim, a city of the children of Judah. This is their coast towards the sea westward. But on the south side the border goeth out from part of Kirjath-jearim towards the sea, and cometh to the fountain of the waters of Nephtoah. And it goeth down to that part of the mountain that looketh on the valley of the children of Hinnom, and is over against the north quarter in the furthermost part of the valley of Rephaim, and goeth down into Hinnom, that is the valley of Hinnom, by the side of the Jebusite to the south, and cometh to the fountain of Rogel, passing thence to the north, and going out to En-shemesh, that is to say, the fountain of the sun. And it passeth along to the hills that are over against the ascent of Adamon, and it goeth down to Aben-bohan, that is, the stone of Bohan, the son of Reuben. And it passeth on the north side to the champaign countries, and goeth down into the plain. And it passeth by Beth-hoglah northward, and the outgoings thereof are towards the north of the most salt sea at the south end of the Jordan, which is the border of it on the east side. This is the possession of the children of Benjamin by their borders round about, and their families. And their cities were Jericho, and Beth-hoglah, and Enah-kesis, Beth-arabah, and Zamaraim, and Bethel, and Avim, and Perah, and Ophrah, the town Ammoni, and Ophni, and Geba, 12 cities and their villages, Gibeon, and Ramah, and Beeroth, and Mizpah, and Kephirah, and Moza, and Rechem, Arpael, and Tar-Allah, and Zelah, Eleph, and Jebuz, which is Jerusalem, Gibeath, and Kirjath, 14 cities and their villages. This is the possession of the children of Benjamin by their families. Joshua chapter 19. And the second lot came forth for the children of Simeon by their kindreds, and their inheritance was in the midst of the possession of the children of Judah, Beersheba, and Sheba, and Moladah, and Hazar Shual, Bela, and Ezem, and Eltolad, Bethel, and Hormah, and Ziklag, and Beth Markaboth, and Hazar Shua, and Beth Lebaoth, and Sharuan, 13 cities and their villages, Ain, and Rimmon, and Ether, and Ashan, 4 cities and their villages, and all the villages round about these cities to Baalath Beor, Ramah to the south quarter. This is the inheritance of the children of Simeon according to their kindreds in the possession and lot of the children of Judah, because it was too great, and therefore the children of Simeon had their possession in the midst of their inheritance. And the third lot fell to the children of Zebulun by their kindreds, and the border of their possession was unto Sarid. And it went up from the sea and from Maralah, and came to Dabbasheth as far as the torrent which is over against Jokneam. And it returneth from Sarid eastward to the borders of Kislath Tabor. And it goeth out to Dabereth, and descendeth towards Japhiah. And it passeth along from thence to the east side of Gath-Hepher and Ethkazin, and goeth out to Remen, Amtar, and Neah. And it turneth about to the north of Hanathan, and the outgoings thereof are the valley of Jiphtael, and Katath, and Nahalel, and Shimron, and Idalah, and Bethlehem, 12 cities and their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Zebulun by their kindreds, the cities and their villages. The fourth lot came out to Issachar by their kindreds, and his inheritance was Jezreel, and Chesaleth, and Shunem, and Haphraim, and Shion, and Anaarath, and Rabbath, and Kishion, and Abez, and Remath, and En-gannim, and En-haddah, and Beth-pazzez. And the border thereof cometh to Tabor, and Shehazimah, and Beth-shemesh, and the outgoings thereof shall be at the Jordan, 16 cities and their villages. This is the possession of the sons of Issachar by their kindreds, the cities and their villages. And the fifth lot fell to the tribe of the children of Asher by their kindreds, and their border was Helkath, and Halai, and Beton, and Oxshaph, and Elimelech, and Amad, and Mishal. And it reacheth to Carmel by the sea, and Shihor, and Libnath. And it returneth towards the east to Beth-dagon, and passeth along to Zebulun, and to the valley of Jiphthuel, towards the north to Beth-emek, and Neiel. And it goeth out to the left side of Cabul, and to Ebron, and Rehab, and Hammon, and Cana, as far as the great Sidon. And it returneth to Hormah, to the strong city of Tyre, and to Hosah, and the outgoings thereof shall be at the sea from the portion of Achzib, and Ammah, and Aphek, and Rehab, 22 cities and their villages. This is the possession of the children of Asher by their kindreds, and the cities and their villages. The sixth lot came out to the sons of Naphtali by their families, and the border began from Heleph and Elon to Zaanannim and Adamai, which is Nekab, and Jabneel, even to Lakum, and their outgoings unto the Jordan. And the border returneth westward to Asnath Tabor, and goeth out from thence to Hukkok, and passeth along to Zebulun southward, and to Asher westward, and to Judah upon the Jordan towards the rising of the sun. And the strong cities are Ziddim, Zur, and Hamath, and Rakkath, and Kinneroth, and Adamah, and Ramah, Hazor, and Kadesh, and Edrei, and Hazor, and Hiron, and Migdal-el, Horam, and Beth-anath, and Beth-shemesh, 19 cities and their villages. This is the possession of the tribe of the children of Naphtali by their kindreds, the cities and their villages. The seventh lot came out to the tribe of the children of Dan by their families. And the border of their possession was Zorah, and Eshtael, and Ir-shemesh, that is, the city of the sun, Shealabin, and Ajalon, and Jetlah, Elon, and Timnah, and Ekron, Eltekeh, Gibbethon, and Baalath, and Jehud, and Bani, and Berak, and Gath-rimmon, and Meljarkon, and Rakkon, with the border that looketh towards Joppa, and is terminated there. And the children of Dan went up and fought against Leshem, and took it. And they put it to the sword, and possessed it, and dwelt in it, calling the name of it Leshem Dan, by the name of Dan their father. This is the possession of the tribe of the sons of Dan by their kindreds, the cities and their villages. And when he had made an end of dividing the land by lot to each one by their tribes, the children of Israel gave a possession to Joshua the son of Nun in the midst of them, according to the commandment of the Lord, the city which he asked for, Timnath-serah, in Mount Ephraim. And he built up the city and dwelt in it. These are the possessions which Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the princes of the families and of the tribes of the children of Israel, distributed by lot in Shiloh, before the Lord, at the door of the tabernacle of the testimony, and they divided the land. Joshua chapter 20. And the Lord spoke to Joshua, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, Appoint cities of refuge, of which I spoke to you by the hand of Moses, that whosoever shall kill a person unawares may flee to them, and may escape the wrath of the kinsman who is the avenger of blood. And when he shall flee to one of these cities, he shall stand before the gate of the city, and shall speak to the ancients of that city such things as prove him innocent. And so shall they receive him, and give him a place to dwell in. And when the avenger of blood shall pursue him, they shall not deliver him into his hands, because he slew his neighbor unawares, and is not proved to have been his enemy 2 or 3 days before. And he shall dwell in that city till he stand before judgment to give an account of his fact, and till the death of the high priest, who shall be at that time. Then shall the manslayer return and go into his own city and house from whence he fled. And they appointed Kadesh in Galilee of Mount Naphtali, and Shechem in Mount Ephraim, and Kirjath-arba, the same as Hebron, in the mountain of Judah. And beyond the Jordan, to the east of Jericho, they appointed Bezer, which is upon the plain of the wilderness of the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth in Gilead of the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan of the tribe of Manasseh. These cities were appointed for all the children of Israel, and for the strangers that dwelt among them, that whosoever had killed a person unawares might flee to them, and not die by the hand of the kinsman, coveting to revenge the blood that was shed, until he should stand before the people to lay open his cause. Joshua chapter 21. Then the princes of the families of Levi came to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the princes of the kindreds of all the tribes of the children of Israel. And they spoke to them in Shiloh in the land of Canaan, and said, The Lord commanded by the hand of Moses that cities should be given us to dwell in, and their suburbs to feed our cattle. And the children of Israel gave out of their possessions, according to the commandment of the Lord, cities and their suburbs. And the lot came out for the family of Kohath, of the children of Aaron the priest, out of the tribes of Judah, and of Simeon, and of Benjamin, 13 cities. And to the rest of the children of Kohath, that is, to the Levites, who remained out of the tribes of Ephraim, and of Dan, and the half-tribe of Manasseh, 10 cities. And the lot came out to the children of Gershon, that they should take of the tribes of Issachar, and of Asher, and of Naphtali, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh in Bashan, 13 cities. And to the sons of Merari by their kindreds, of the tribes of Reuben, and of Gad, and of Zebulun, 12 cities. And the children of Israel gave to the Levites the cities and their suburbs, as the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses, giving to every one by lot. Of the tribes of the children of Judah and of Simeon, Joshua gave cities, whose names are these. To the sons of Aaron, of the families of Kohath of the race of Levi, for the first lot came out for them, the city of Arba, the father of Anak, which is called Hebron, in the mountain of Judah, and the suburbs thereof round about. But the fields and the villages thereof he had given to Caleb the son of Jephunneh for his possession. He gave therefore to the children of Aaron the priest Hebron, a city of refuge, and the suburbs thereof, and Libnah with the suburbs thereof, and Jadar, and Eshtemoh, and Holon, and Debir, and Ain, and Jotta, and Beth-shemesh, with their suburbs, 9 cities out of the 2 tribes, as hath been said. And out of the tribe of the children of Benjamin, Gibeon and Geba, and Anathoth and Almon, with their suburbs, 4 cities. All the cities together of the children of Aaron the priest were 13, with their suburbs. And to the rest of the families of the children of Kohath of the race of Levi was given this possession. Of the tribe of Ephraim, Shechem, one of the cities of refuge, with the suburbs thereof in Mount Ephraim, and Gezer, and Gibzaim and Beth-horon, with their suburbs, 4 cities. And of the tribe of Dan, Eltekeh and Gibbethon, and Ajalon and Gathrimmon with their suburbs, 4 cities. And of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Tanakh and Gathrimmon with their suburbs, 2 cities. All the cities were 10 with their suburbs, which were given to the children of Kohath of the inferior degree. To the children of Gershon, also of the race of Levi, out of the half-tribe of Manasseh, Golan and Bashan, one of the cities of refuge, and Beeshterah with their suburbs, 2 cities. And of the tribe of Issachar, Kishion and Dabereth, and Jarmuth and Engannim with their suburbs, 4 cities. And of the tribe of Asher, Mishal and Abdon, and Helkath and Rehab with their suburbs, 4 cities. Of the tribe also of Naphtali, Kedesh in Galilee, one of the cities of refuge, and Hamath Dor, and Kartan with their suburbs, 3 cities. All the cities of the families of Gershon were 13 with their suburbs. And to the children of Merari, Levites of the inferior degree, by their families were given of the tribe of Zebulun, Jokneam and Karta and Dimnah and Nahalel, 4 cities with their suburbs. Of the tribe of Reuben, beyond the Jordan, over against Jericho, Bezer in the wilderness, one of the cities of refuge, Mizar and Jahaz and Jatson and Mephaath, 4 cities with their suburbs. Of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth and Gilead, one of the cities of refuge, and Mahanaim and Heshbon and Jazer, 4 cities with their suburbs. All the cities of the children of Merari, by their families and kindreds, were 12. So all the cities of the Levites within the possession of the children of Israel were 48 with their suburbs, each distributed by their families. And the Lord God gave to Israel all the land that he had sworn to give to their fathers, and they possessed it and dwelt in it. And he gave them peace from all nations round about, and none of their enemies durst stand against them, but were brought under their dominion. Not so much as one word which he had promised to perform unto them was made void, but all came to pass. Joshua chapter 22. At the same time Joshua called the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, You have done all that Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you. You have also obeyed me in all things. Neither have you left your brethren this long time until this present day, keeping the commandment of the Lord your God. Therefore, as the Lord your God hath given your brethren rest and peace, as he promised, return and go to your dwellings and to the land of your possession, which Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave you beyond the Jordan. Yet so that you observe attentively, and in work fulfill the commandment and the law which Moses, the servant of the Lord, commanded you, that you love the Lord your God, and walk in all his ways, and keep all his commandments, and cleave to him, and serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. And Joshua blessed them, and sent them away, and they returned to their dwellings. Now to half the tribe of Manasseh Moses had given a possession in Bashan, and therefore to the half that remained Joshua gave a lot among the rest of their brethren beyond the Jordan to the west. And when he sent them away to their dwellings, and had blessed them, he said to them, With much substance and riches you return to your settlements, with silver and gold, brass and iron, and variety of raiment. Divide the prey of your enemies with your brethren. So the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh returned, and parted from the children of Israel in Shiloh, which is in Canaan, to go into Gilead, the land of their possession, which they had obtained according to the commandment of the Lord by the hand of Moses. And when they were come to banks of the Jordan, in the land of Canaan, they built an altar immensely great near the Jordan. And when the children of Israel had heard of it, and certain messengers brought them an account that the children of Reuben and of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh had built an altar in the land of Canaan upon the banks of the Jordan over against the children of Israel, they all assembled in Shiloh to go up and fight against them. And in the meantime they sent to them into the land of Gilead Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest, and 10 princes with him, one of every tribe, who came to the children of Reuben and of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh into the land of Gilead, and said to them, Thus saith all the people of the Lord, What meaneth this transgression? Why have you forsaken the Lord, the God of Israel, building a sacrilegious altar and revolting from the worship of him? Is it a small thing to you that you sinned with Baal Peor, and the stain of that crime remaineth in us to this day, and many of the people perished? And you have forsaken the Lord today, and tomorrow his wrath will rage against all Israel. But if you think the land of your possession to be unclean, pass over to the land wherein is the tabernacle of the Lord, and dwell among us. Only depart not from the Lord and from our society, by building an altar beside the altar of the Lord our God. Did not Achan the son of Zerah transgress the commandment of the Lord, and his wrath lay upon all the people of Israel? And he was but one man, and would to God he alone had perished in his wickedness. And the children of Reuben, and of Gad, and of the half-tribe of Manasseh answered the princes of the embassage of Israel, The Lord, the most mighty God, the Lord, the most mighty God, he knoweth, and Israel also shall understand. If with the design of transgression we have set up this altar, let him not save us, but punish us immediately. And if we did it with that mind that we might lay upon it holocausts and sacrifice and victims of peace offerings, let him require and judge, and not rather with this thought and design that we should say, Tomorrow your children will say to our children, What have you to do with the Lord the God of Israel? The Lord hath put the river Jordan for a border between us and you, O ye children of Reuben, and ye children of Gad. And therefore you have no part in the Lord. And by this occasion your children shall turn away our children from the fear of the Lord. We therefore thought it best, and said, Let us build an altar, not for holocausts, nor to offer victims, but for a testimony between us and you, and our posterity and yours, that we may serve the Lord, and that we may have a right to offer both holocausts and victims and sacrifices of peace offerings, and that your children tomorrow may not say to our children, You have no part in the Lord. And if they will say so, they shall answer them, Behold, the altar of the Lord, which our fathers made, not for holocausts, nor for sacrifice, but for a testimony between us and you. God keep us from any such wickedness that we should revolt from the Lord and leave off following his steps by building an altar to offer holocausts and sacrifices and victims beside the altar of the Lord our God, which is erected before his tabernacle. And when Phinehas the priest and the princes of the embassage who were with him had heard this, they were satisfied, and they admitted most willingly the words of the children of Reuben and Gad and of the half-tribe of Manasseh. And Phinehas the priest, the son of Eleazar, said to them, Now we know that the Lord is with us, because you are not guilty of this revolt, and you have delivered the children of Israel from the hand of the Lord. And he returned with the princes from the children of Reuben and Gad, out of the land of Gilead, into the land of Canaan, to the children of Israel, and brought them word again. And the saying pleased all that heard it. And the children of Israel praised God, and they no longer said that they would go up against them and fight and destroy the land of their possession. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad called the altar which they had built, Our testimony that the Lord is God. Joshua chapter 23. And when a long time was past, after that the Lord had given peace to Israel, all the nations round about being subdued, and Joshua being now old and far advanced in years, Joshua called for all Israel, and for the elders, and for the princes, and for the judges, and for the masters, and said to them, I am old and far advanced in years, and you see all that the Lord your God hath done to all the nations round about, how he himself hath fought for you, and now, since he hath divided to you by lot all the land, from the east of the Jordan unto the great sea, and many nations yet remain, the Lord your God will destroy them, and take them away from before your face, and you shall possess the land as he hath promised you. Only take courage, and be careful to observe all things that are written in the book of the law of Moses. And turn not aside from them, neither to the right hand nor to the left, lest after that you are come in among the Gentiles, who will remain among you, you should swear by the name of their gods, and serve them, and adore them. But cleave ye unto the Lord your God, as you have done until this day. And then the Lord God will take away before your eyes nations that are great and very strong, and no man shall be able to resist you. One of you shall chase 1,000 men of the enemies, because the Lord your God himself will fight for you as he hath promised. This only take care of with all diligence, that you love the Lord your God. But if you will embrace the errors of these nations that dwell among you, and make marriages with them, and join friendships, know ye for a certainty that the Lord your God will not destroy them before your face, but they shall be a pit and a snare in your way, and a stumbling block at your side, and stakes in your eyes, till he take you away and destroy you from off this excellent land which he hath given you. Behold, this day I am going into the way of all the earth, and you shall know with all your mind that of all the words which the Lord promised to perform for you, not one hath failed. Therefore, as he hath fulfilled indeed what he promised, and all things prosperous have come, so will he bring upon you all the evils he hath threatened, till he take you away and destroy you from off this excellent land which he hath given you, when you shall have transgressed the covenant of the Lord your God, which he hath made with you, and shall have served strange gods and adored them. Then shall the indignation of the Lord rise up quickly and speedily against you, and you shall be taken away from this excellent land which he hath delivered to you. Joshua chapter 24. And Joshua gathered together all the tribes of Israel in Shechem, and called for the ancients, and the princes, and the judges, and the masters. And they stood in the sight of the Lord. And he spoke thus to the people. Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, Your fathers dwelt of old on the other side of the river, Terah the father of Abraham, and Nahor, and they served strange gods. And I took your father Abraham from the borders of Mesopotamia, and brought him into the land of Canaan. And I multiplied his seed, and gave him Isaac. And to him again I gave Jacob and Esau. And I gave to Esau Mount Seir for his possession. But Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. And I sent Moses and Aaron, and I struck Egypt with many signs and wonders. And I brought you and your fathers out of Egypt, and you came to the sea. And the Egyptians pursued your fathers with chariots and horsemen as far as the Red Sea. And the children of Israel cried to the Lord, and he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and brought the sea upon them, and covered them. Your eyes saw all that I did in Egypt, and you dwelt in the wilderness a long time. And I brought you into the land of the Amorite, who dwelt beyond the Jordan. And when they fought against you, I delivered them into your hands, and you possessed their land, and slew them. And Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab, arose and fought against Israel. And he sent and called for Balaam, son of Beor, to curse you. And I would not hear him, but, on the contrary, I blessed you by him, and I delivered you out of his hand. And you passed over the Jordan, and you came to Jericho. And the men of that city fought against you, the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Girgasite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. And I delivered them into your hands. And I sent before you, and I drove out from their places the 2 kings of the Amorites, not with thy sword, nor with thy bow. And I gave you a land in which you had not labored, and cities to dwell in which you had not built, vineyards and olive yards which you planted not. Now therefore fear the Lord, and serve him with a perfect and most sincere heart, and put away the gods which your fathers served in Mesopotamia and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. But if it seem evil to you to serve the Lord, you have your choice. Choose this day that which pleaseth you, whom you would rather serve, whether the gods which your fathers served in Mesopotamia, or the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And the people answered and said, God forbid we should leave the Lord and serve strange gods. The Lord our God, he brought us and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, and did very great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the way by which we journeyed, and among all the people through whom we passed. And he hath cast out all the nations, the Amorite, the inhabitant of the land into which we are come. Therefore we will serve the Lord, for he is our God. And Joshua said to the people, You will not be able to serve the Lord, for he is a holy God, and mighty, and jealous, and will not forgive your wickedness and sins. If you leave the Lord and serve strange gods, he will turn and will afflict you, and will destroy you after all the good he hath done you. And the people said to Joshua, No, it shall not be so as thou sayest, but we will serve the Lord. And Joshua said to the people, You are witnesses that you yourselves have chosen you, the Lord, to serve him. And they answered, We are witnesses. Now therefore, said he, put away strange gods from among you, and incline your hearts to the Lord, the God of Israel. And the people said to Joshua, We will serve the Lord our God, and we will be obedient to his commandments. Joshua, therefore, on that day made a covenant, and set before the people commandments and judgments in Shechem. And he wrote all these things in the volume of the law of the Lord. And he took a great stone, and set it under the oak that was in the sanctuary of the Lord. And he said to all the people, Behold, this stone shall be a testimony unto you, that it hath heard all the words of the Lord, which he hath spoken to you, lest perhaps hereafter you will deny it, and lie to the Lord your God. And he sent the people away, every one to their own possession. And after these things, Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. And they buried him in the border of his possession in Timnath-serah, which is situate in Mount Ephraim on the north side of Mount Gaash. And Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and of the ancients that lived a long time after Joshua, and that had known all the works of the Lord, which he had done in Israel. And the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel had taken out of Egypt, they buried in Shechem, in that part of the field which Jacob had bought of the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 young ewes. And it was in the possession of the sons of Joseph. Eleazar also, the son of Aaron, died, and they buried him in Gibeath, that belongeth to Phinehas his son, which was given him in Mount Ephraim. Judges chapter 1. After the death of Joshua, the children of Israel consulted the Lord, saying, Who shall go up before us against the Canaanite, and shall be the leader of the war? And the Lord said, Judah shall go up. Behold, I have delivered the land into his hands. And Judah said to Simeon his brother, Come up with me into my lot, and fight against the Canaanite, that I also may go along with thee into thy lot. And Simeon went with him. And Judah went up, and the Lord delivered the Canaanite and the Perizzite into their hands. And they slew of them in Bezek 10,000 men. And they found Adoni-Bezek in Bezek, and fought against him, and they defeated the Canaanite and the Perizzite. And Adoni-Bezek fled, and they pursued after him, and took him, and cut off his fingers and toes. And Adoni-Bezek said, 70 kings, having their fingers and toes cut off, gathered up the leavings of the meat under my table. As I have done, so hath God requited me. And they brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. And the children of Judah, besieging Jerusalem, took it, and put it to the sword, and set the whole city on fire. And afterwards they went down and fought against the Canaanite, who dwelt in the mountains, and in the south, and in the plains. And Judah, going forward against the Canaanite, that dwelt in Hebron, the name whereof was in former times Kirjath-arba, slew Sheshai, and Ahiman, and Talmai. And departing from thence, he went to the inhabitants of Debir, the ancient name of which is Kirjath-sepher, that is, the city of letters. And Caleb said, He that shall take Kirjath-sepher, and lay it waste, to him will I give my daughter Achsah to wife. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, the younger brother of Caleb, having taken it, he gave him Achsah his daughter to wife. And as she was going on her way, her husband admonished her to ask a field of her father. And as she sighed, sitting on her ass, Caleb said to her, What aileth thee? But she answered, Give me a blessing, for thou hast given me a dry land. Give me also a watery land. So Caleb gave her the upper and the nether watery ground. And the children of the Canaanites, the kinsmen of Moses, went up from the city of palms with the children of Judah into the wilderness of his lot, which is at the south side of Arad, and they dwelt with him. And Judah went with Simeon his brother, and they together defeated the Canaanites that dwelt in Sephath, and slew them. And the name of the city was called Hormah, that is, Anathema. And Judah took Gaza with its confines, and Ashkelon and Akron with their confines. And the Lord was with Judah, and he possessed the hill country, but was not able to destroy the inhabitants of the valley, because they had many chariots armed with scythes. And they gave Hebron to Caleb, as Moses had said, who destroyed out of it the 3 sons of Anak. But the sons of Benjamin did not destroy the Jebusites that inhabited Jerusalem. And the Jebusite hath dwelt with the sons of Benjamin in Jerusalem until this present day. The house of Joseph also went up against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. For when they were besieging the city, which before was called Luz, they saw a man coming out of the city, and they said to him, Show us the entrance into the city, and we will show thee mercy. And when he had showed them, they smote the city with the edge of the sword. But that man and all his kindred they let go, who, being sent away, went into the land of Hittim, and built there a city, and called it Luz, which is so called until this day. Manasseh also did not destroy Bethshean and Tanakh with their villages, nor the inhabitants of Dor and Ibleam and Megiddo with their villages. And the Canaanite began to dwell with them. But after Israel was grown strong, he made them tributaries, and would not destroy them. Ephraim also did not slay the Canaanite that dwelt in Gezer, but dwelt with him. Zebulun destroyed not the inhabitants of Kitron and Nahalel, but the Canaanite dwelt among them, and became their tributary. Asher also destroyed not the inhabitants of Acco and Sidon, of Ahab and Achzib, and of Helba, and of Aphek, and of Rehab. And he dwelt in the midst of the Canaanites, the inhabitants of that land, and did not slay them. Naphtali also destroyed not the inhabitants of Bethshemesh and of Bethanath, and he dwelt in the midst of the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land, and the Bethshemites and the Bethanites were tributaries to him. And the Amorites straitened the children of Dan in the mountain, and gave them not a place to go down to the plain. And he dwelt in the mountain of Heres, that is, of potsherds, in Ajalon and Shaalbim. And the hand of the house of Joseph was heavy upon him, and he became tributary to him. And the border of the Amorite was from the ascent of the Scorpion, the rock, and the higher places. Judges chapter 2. And an angel of the Lord went up from Gilgal to the place of weepers, and said, I made you go out of Egypt, and have brought you into the land for which I swore to your fathers. And I promised that I would not make void my covenant with you forever, on condition that you should not make a league with the inhabitants of this land, but should throw down their altars. And you would not hear my voice. Why have you done this? Wherefore, I would not destroy them from before your face, that you may have enemies, and their gods may be your ruin. And when the angel of the Lord spoke these words to all the children of Israel, they lifted up their voice and wept. And the name of that place was called the place of weepers, or of tears, and there they offered sacrifices to the Lord. And Joshua sent away the people, and the children of Israel went every one to his own possession to hold it. And they served the Lord all his days, and the days of all the ancients that lived a long time after him, and who knew all the works of the Lord which he had done for Israel. And Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. And they buried him in the borders of his possession in Timnath-serah, in Mount Ephraim, on the north side of Mount Gaash. And all that generation was gathered to their fathers. And there arose others that did not know the Lord, and the works which he had done for Israel. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they served Balaam. And they left the Lord, the God of their fathers, who had brought them out of the land of Egypt, and they followed strange gods, and the gods of the people that dwelt round about them. And they adored them, and they provoked the Lord to anger, forsaking him, and serving Baal and Ashtoreth. And the Lord, being angry against Israel, delivered them into the hands of plunderers, who took them and sold them to their enemies that dwelt round about. Neither could they stand against their enemies. But whithersoever they meant to go, the hand of the Lord was upon them, as he had said, and as he had sworn to them, and they were greatly distressed. And the Lord raised up judges to deliver them from the hands of those that oppressed them. But they would not hearken to them, committing fornication with strange gods, and adoring them. They quickly forsook the way in which their fathers had walked, and hearing the commandments of the Lord, they did all things contrary. And when the Lord raised them up judges in their days, he was moved to mercy, and heard the groanings of the afflicted, and delivered them from the slaughter of the oppressors. But after the judge was dead, they returned, and did much worse things than their fathers had done, following strange gods, serving them, and adoring them. They left not their own inventions, and the stubborn way by which they were accustomed to walk. And the wrath of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he said, Behold, this nation hath made void my covenant, which I had made with their fathers, and hath despised to hearken to my voice. I also will not destroy the nations which Joshua left when he died, that through them I may try Israel, whether they will keep the way of the Lord, and walk in it, as their fathers kept it, or not. The Lord therefore left all these nations, and would not quickly destroy them, neither did he deliver them into the hands of Joshua. Judges chapter 3. These are the nations which the Lord left, that by them he might instruct Israel, and all that had not known the wars of the Canaanites, that afterwards their children might learn to fight with their enemies, and to be trained up to war. The 5 princes of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians, and the Hivites that dwelt in Mount Lebanus, from Mount Baal-Hermon to the entering into Hamath. And he left them, that he might try Israel by them, whether they would hear the commandments of the Lord, which he had commanded their fathers by the hand of Moses, or not. So the children of Israel dwelt in the midst of the Canaanite, and the Hittite, and the Amorite, and the Perizzite, and the Hivite, and the Jebusite. And they took their daughters to wives, and they gave their own daughters to their sons, and they served their gods. And they did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they forgot their God, and served Balaam and Ashtaroth. And the Lord, being angry with Israel, delivered them into the hands of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, and they served him 8 years. And they cried to the Lord, who raised them up a Savior, and delivered them, to wit, Othniel, the son of Kenaz, the younger brother of Caleb. And the Spirit of the Lord was in him, and he judged Israel. And he went out to fight, and the Lord delivered Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Syria, and he overthrew him. And the land rested 40 years, and Othniel, son of Kenaz, died. And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord, who strengthened against them Eglon, king of Moab, because they did evil in his sight. And he joined to them the children of Ammon and Amalek, and he went and overthrew Israel, and possessed the city of palm trees. And the children of Israel served Eglon, king of Moab, 18 years. And afterwards they cried to the Lord, who raised them up a Savior called Ehud, the son of Gera, the son of Gemini, who used the left hand as well as the right. And the children of Israel sent presents to Eglon, king of Moab, by him. And he made himself a 2-edged sword, with a haft in the midst of the length of the palm of the hand, and was girded therewith under his garment on the right thigh. And he presented the gifts to Eglon, king of Moab. Now Eglon was exceeding fat. And when he had presented the gifts unto him, he followed his companions that came along with him. Then, returning from Gilgal, where the idols were, he said to the king, I have a secret message to thee, O king. And he commanded silence. And all being gone out that were about him, Ehud went in to him. Now he was sitting in a summer parlor alone. And he said, I have a word from God to thee. And he forthwith rose up from his throne. And Ehud put forth his left hand, and took the dagger from his right thigh, and thrust it into his belly, with such force that the haft went in after the blade into the wound, and was closed up with the abundance of fat, so that he did not draw out the dagger, but left it in the body as he had struck it in. And forthwith, by the secret parts of nature, the excrements of the belly came out. And Ehud, carefully shutting the doors of the parlor and locking them, went out by a postern door. And the king's servants going in saw the doors of the parlor shut, and they said, Perhaps he is easing nature in his summer parlor. And waiting a long time, till they were ashamed, and seeing that no man opened the door, they took a key, and opening, they found their lord lying dead on the ground. But Ehud, while they were in confusion, escaped, and passed by the place of the idols from whence he had returned. And he came to Seireth, and forthwith he sounded the trumpet in Mount Ephraim, and the children of Israel went down with him, he himself going in the front. And he said to them, Follow me, for the Lord hath delivered our enemies, the Moabites, into our hands. And they went down after him, and seized upon the fords of the Jordan, which are in the way to Moab, and they suffered no man to pass over. But they slew of the Moabites at that time about 10,000, all strong and valiant men. None of them could escape. And Moab was humbled that day under the hand of Israel, and the land rested 80 years. After him was Shamgar, the son of Anath, who slew of the Philistines 600 men with a plowshare, and he also defended Israel. Judges chapter 4. And the children again did evil in the sight of the Lord after the death of Ehud. And the Lord delivered them up into the hands of Jabin, king of Canaan, who reigned in Hazor. And he had a general of his army named Sisera, and he dwelt in Harosheth of the Gentiles. And the children of Israel cried to the Lord, for he had 900 chariots set with scythes, and for 20 years had grievously oppressed them. And there was at that time Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, who judged the people. And she sat under a palm tree, which was called by her name, between Ramoth and Bethel, in Mount Ephraim, and the children of Israel came up to her for all judgment. And she sent and called Barak, the son of Abinoam, out of Kadesh in Naphtali. And she said to him, The Lord God of Israel hath commanded thee, Go and lead an army to Mount Tabor, and thou shalt take with thee 10,000 fighting men, of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Zebulun. And I will bring unto thee in the place of the torrent Kishon Sisera, the general of Jabin's army, and his chariots, and all his multitude, and will deliver them into thy hand. And Barak said to her, If thou wilt come with me, I will go. If thou wilt not come with me, I will not go. She said to him, I will go indeed with thee, but at this time the victory shall not be attributed to thee, because Sisera shall be delivered unto the hand of a woman. Deborah therefore arose and went with Barak to Kadesh. And he called unto him Zebulun and Naphtali, and went up with 10,000 fighting men, having Deborah in his company. Now Heber the Kenite had some time before departed from the rest of the Kenites, his brethren, the sons of Hobab, the kinsman of Moses, and had pitched his tents unto the valley, which is called Zaanaim, and was near Kadesh. And it was told Sisera that Barak, the son of Abinoam, was gone up to Mount Tabor. And he gathered together his 900 chariots armed with scythes, and all his army, from Harosheth of the Gentiles to the torrent Kishon. And Deborah said to Barak, Arise, for this is the day wherein the Lord hath delivered Sisera into thy hands. Behold, he is thy leader. And Barak went down from Mount Tabor, and 10,000 fighting men with him. And the Lord struck a terror into Sisera and all his chariots and all his multitude with the edge of the sword at the sight of Barak, insomuch that Sisera, leaping down from off his chariot, fled away on foot. And Barak pursued after the fleeing chariots and the army unto Harosheth of the Gentiles, and all the multitude of the enemies was utterly destroyed. But Sisera, fleeing, came to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, for there was peace between Jabin the king of Hazor and the house of Heber the Kenite. And Jael went forth to meet Sisera, and said to him, Come in to me, my lord, come in, fear not. He went into her tent, and being covered by her with a cloak, said to her, Give me, I beseech thee, a little water, for I am very thirsty. She opened a bottle of milk, and gave him to drink, and covered him. And Sisera said to her, Stand before the door of the tent, and when any shall come and inquire of thee, saying, Is there any man here? Thou shalt say, There is none. So Jael, Heber's wife, took a nail of the tent, and taking also a hammer, and going in softly and with silence, she put the nail upon the temples of his head, and striking it with a hammer, drove it through his brain fast into the ground, and so, passing from deep sleep to death, he fainted away and died. And behold, Barak came pursuing after Sisera, and Jael went out to meet him, and said to him, Come, and I will show thee the man whom thou seekest. And when he came into her tent, he saw Sisera lying dead, and the nail fastened in his temples. So God that day humbled Jabin, the king of Canaan, before the children of Israel, who grew daily stronger, and with a mighty hand overpowered Jabin, the king of Canaan, till they quite destroyed him. Judges chapter 5. In that day Deborah and Barak, son of Abinoam, sung and said, O you of Israel that have willingly offered your lives to danger, bless the Lord. Hear, O ye kings, give ear, O ye princes. It is I that will sing to the Lord. I will sing to the Lord, the God of Israel. O Lord, when thou wentest out of Seir, and passedst by the regions of Edom, the earth trembled, and the heavens and clouds dropped water. The mountains melted before the face of the Lord, and Sinai, before the face of the Lord, the God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar, the son of Anath, in the days of Jael, the paths rested, and they that went by them walked through byways. The valiant men ceased and rested in Israel, until Deborah arose, a mother arose in Israel. The Lord chose new wars, and he himself overthrew the gates of the enemies. A shield and spear was not seen among 40,000 of Israel. My heart loveth the princes of Israel. O you that of your own good will offered yourselves to danger, bless the Lord. Speak, you that ride upon fair asses, and you that sit in judgment and walk in the way. Where the chariots were dashed together, and the army of the enemies was choked, there let the justices of the Lord be rehearsed, and his clemency towards the brave men of Israel. Then the people of the Lord went down to the gates and obtained the sovereignty. Arise, arise, O Deborah, arise, arise, and utter a canticle. Arise, Barak, and take hold of thy captives, O son of Abinoam. The remnants of the people are saved. The Lord hath fought among the valiant ones. Out of Ephraim he destroyed them unto Amalek, and after him out of Benjamin into thy people, O Amalek. Out of Machir there came down princes, and out of Zebulun they that led the army to fight. The captains of Issachar were with Deborah, and followed the steps of Barak, who exposed himself to danger, as one going headlong and into a pit. Reuben being divided against himself, there was found a strife of courageous men. Why dwellest thou between two borders, that thou mayest hear the bleatings of the flocks? Reuben being divided against himself, there was found a strife of courageous men. Gilead rested beyond the Jordan, and Dan applied himself to ships. Asher dwelt on the seashore and abode in the havens. But Zebulun and Naphtali offered their lives to death in the region of Merom. The kings came and fought. The kings of Canaan fought in Taanach by the waters of Megiddo, and yet they took no spoils. There was war made against them from heaven. The stars, remaining in their order and courses, fought against Sisera. The torrent of Kishon dragged their carcasses, the torrent of Kedemim, the torrent of Kishon. Tread thou, my soul, upon the strong ones. The hoofs of the horses were broken, whilst the stoutest of the enemies fled amain, and fell headlong down. Curse ye the land of Meroz, said the angel of the Lord. Curse the inhabitants thereof, because they came not to the help of the Lord, to help his most valiant men. Blessed among women be Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, and blessed be she in her tent. He asked her water, and she gave him milk, and offered him butter in a dish fit for princes. She put her left hand to the nail, and her right hand to the workman's hammer, and she struck Sisera, seeking in his head a place for the wound, and strongly piercing through his temples. Between her feet he fell, he fainted, and he died. He rolled before her feet, and there he lay lifeless and wretched. His mother looked out at a window and howled, and she spoke from the dining room. Why is his chariot so long in coming back? Why are the feet of his horses so slow? One that was wiser than the rest of his wives returned this answer to her mother-in-law. Perhaps he is now dividing the spoils, and the fairest of the women is chosen out for him. Garments of diverse colors are given to Sisera for his prey, and furniture of different kinds is heaped together to adorn necks. So let all thy enemies perish, O Lord, but let them that love thee shine, as the sun shineth in his rising. Judges chapter 6. And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord, and he delivered them into the hand of Midian 7 years. And they were grievously oppressed by them, and they made themselves dens and caves in the mountains, and strongholds to resist. And when Israel had sown, Midian and Amalek and the rest of the eastern nations came up, and pitching their tents among them, wasted all things as they were in the blade, even to the entrance of Gaza. And they left nothing at all in Israel for sustenance of life, nor sheep, nor oxen, nor asses. For they and all their flocks came with their tents, and, like locusts, filled all places, an innumerable multitude of men and of camels, wasting whatsoever they touched. And Israel was humbled exceedingly in the sight of Midian. And he cried to the Lord, desiring help against the Midianites. And he sent unto them a prophet, and he spoke, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I made you to come up out of Egypt, and brought you out of the house of bondage, and delivered you out of the hands of the Egyptians and of all the enemies that afflicted you. And I cast them out at your coming in, and gave you their land. And I said, I am the Lord your God. Fear not the God of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. And you would not hear my voice. And an angel of the Lord came, and sat under an oak that was in Ophrah, and belonged to Joash, the father of the family of Ezrai. And when Gideon his son was threshing and cleansing wheat by the winepress to flee from Midian, the angel of the Lord appeared to him, and said, The Lord is with thee, O most valiant of men. And Gideon said to him, I beseech thee, my Lord, if the Lord be with us, why have these evils fallen upon us? Where are his miracles which our fathers have told us of, saying, The Lord brought us out of Egypt, but now the Lord hath forsaken us, and delivered us into the hand of Midian? And the Lord looked upon him, and said, Go in this thy strength, and thou shalt deliver Israel out of the hand of Midian. Know that I have sent thee. He answered and said, I beseech thee, my Lord, wherewith shall I deliver Israel? Behold, my family is the meanest in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house. And the Lord said to him, I will be with thee, and thou shalt cut off Midian as one man. And he said, If I have found grace before thee, give me a sign that it is thou that speakest to me, and depart not hence till I return to thee, and bring a sacrifice and offer it to thee. And he answered, I will wait thy coming. So Gideon went in and boiled a kid, and made unleavened loaves of a measure of flour, and, putting the flesh in a basket, and the broth of the flesh into a pot, he carried all under the oak, and presented to him. And the angel of the Lord said to him, Take the flesh and the unleavened loaves, and lay them upon that rock, and pour out the broth thereon. And when he had done so, the angel of the Lord put forth the tip of the rod, which he held in his hand, and touched the flesh and the unleavened loaves. And there arose a fire from the rock, and consumed the flesh and the unleavened loaves. And the angel of the Lord vanished out of his sight. And Gideon, seeing that it was the angel of the Lord, said, Alas, my Lord God, for I have seen the angel of the Lord face to face. And the Lord said to him, Peace be with thee, fear not, thou shalt not die. And Gideon built there an altar to the Lord, and called it the Lord's Peace, until this present day. And when he was yet in Ophrah, which is of the family of Ezrai, that night the Lord said to him, Take a bullock of thy father's, and another bullock of 7 years, and thou shalt destroy the altar of Baal, which is thy father's, and cut down the grove that is about the altar. And thou shalt build an altar to the Lord thy God in the top of this rock, whereupon thou didst lay the sacrifice before. And thou shalt take the second bullock, and shalt offer a holocaust upon a pile of the wood, which thou shalt cut down out of the grove. Then Gideon, taking 10 men of his servants, did as the Lord had commanded him. But, fearing his father's house and the men of that city, he would not do it by day, but did it all by night. And when the men of that town were risen in the morning, they saw the altar of Baal destroyed, and the grove cut down, and the second bullock laid upon the altar, which then was built. And they said one to another, Who hath done this? And when they inquired for the author of the fact, it was said, Gideon, the son of Joash, did all this. And they said to Joash, Bring out thy son hither, that he may die, because he hath destroyed the altar of Baal, and hath cut down his grove. He answered them, Are you the avengers of Baal, that you fight for him? He that is his adversary, let him die before tomorrow light appear. If he be a god, let him revenge himself on him that hath cast down his altar. From that day Gideon was called Jerubbaal, because Joash had said, Let Baal revenge himself on him that hath cast down his altar. Now all Midian and Amalek and the eastern people were gathered together, and passing over the Jordan camped in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord came upon Gideon, and he sounded the trumpet, and called together the house of Abiezer to follow him. And he sent messengers into all Manasseh, and they also followed him and other messengers into Asher and Zabulon and Naphtali, and they came to meet him. And Gideon said to God, If thou wilt save Israel by my hand, as thou hast said, I will put this fleece of wool on the floor. If there be dew in the fleece only, and it be dry on all the ground beside, I shall know that by my hand, as thou hast said, thou wilt deliver Israel. And it was so. And rising before day, wringing the fleece, he filled a vessel with the dew. And he said again to God, Let not thy wrath be kindled against me, if I try once more, seeking a sign in the fleece. I pray that the fleece only may be dry, and all the ground wet with dew. And God did that night as he had requested, and it was dry on the fleece only, and there was dew on all the ground. Judges chapter 7. Then Jerubbaal, who is the same as Gideon, rising up early, and all the people with him, came to the fountain that is called Hared. Now the camp of Midian was in the valley, on the north side of the high hill. And the Lord said to Gideon, The people that are with thee are many, and Midian shall not be delivered into their hands, lest Israel should glory against me, and say, I was delivered by my own strength. Speak to the people, and proclaim in the hearing of all, Whosoever is fearful and timorous, let him return. So 22,000 men went away from Mount Gilead, and returned home, and only 10,000 remained. And the Lord said to Gideon, The people are still too many. Bring them to the waters, and there I will try them. And of whom I shall say to thee, This shall go with thee, let him go. Whom I shall forbid to go, let him return. And when the people were come down to the waters, the Lord said to Gideon, They that shall lap the water with their tongues, as dogs are wont to lap, thou shalt set apart by themselves. But they that shall drink bowing down their knees shall be on the other side. And the number of them that had lapped water, casting it with the hand to their mouth, was 300 men, and all the rest of the multitude had drunk kneeling. And the Lord said to Gideon, By the 300 men that lapped water I will save you, and deliver Midian into thy hand. But let all the rest of the people return to their place. So, taking victuals and trumpets according to their number, he ordered all the rest of the multitude to depart to their tents. And he, with the 300, gave himself to the battle. Now the camp of Midian was beneath him in the valley. The same night the Lord said to him, Arise, and go down into the camp, because I have delivered them into thy hand. But if thou be afraid to go alone, let Purah thy servant go down with thee. And when thou shalt hear what they are saying, then shall thy hands be strengthened, and thou shalt go down more secure to the enemy's camp. And he went down with Purah his servant into part of the camp where was the watch of men in arms. But Midian and Amalek and all the eastern people lay scattered in the valley as a multitude of locusts. Their camels also were innumerable as the sand that lieth on the seashore. And when Gideon was come, one told his neighbor a dream, and in this manner related what he had seen. I dreamt a dream, and it seemed to me as if a hearth-cake of barley bread rolled and came down into the camp of Midian. And when it was come to a tent, it struck it, and beat it down flat to the ground. He to whom he spoke answered, This is nothing else but the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel. For the Lord hath delivered Midian and all their camp into his hand. And when Gideon had heard the dream and the interpretation thereof, he adored, and returned to the camp of Israel, and said, Arise, for the Lord hath delivered the camp of Midian into our hands. And he divided the 300 men into 3 parts, and gave them trumpets in their hands, and empty pitchers, and lamps within the pitchers. And he said to them, What you shall see me do, do you the same. I will go into one part of the camp, and do you as I shall do. When the trumpet shall sound in my hand, do you also blow the trumpets on every side of the camp, and shout together to the Lord and to Gideon. And Gideon and the 300 men that were with him went into part of the camp at the beginning of the midnight watch. And the watchmen, being alarmed, they began to sound their trumpets, and to clap the pitchers one against another. And when they sounded their trumpets in 3 places round about the camp, and had broken their pitchers, they held their lamps in their left hands, and with their right hands the trumpets which they blew. And they cried out, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon, standing every man in his place round about the enemy's camp. So all the camp was troubled, and crying out and howling, they fled away. And the 300 men nevertheless persisted, sounding the trumpets. And the Lord sent the sword into all the camp. And they killed one another, fleeing as far as Bethshetta and the border of Abel-Meholah in Tabbath. But the men of Israel, shouting from Naphtali and Asher and from all Manasseh, pursued after Midian. And Gideon sent messengers into all Mount Ephraim, saying, Come down to meet Midian, and take the waters before them to Beth-barah and the Jordan. And all Ephraim shouted, and took all the waters before them and the Jordan as far as Beth-barah. And having taken 2 men of Midian, Oreb and Zeeb. Oreb they slew in the rock of Oreb, and Zeeb in the winepress of Zeeb. And they pursued Midian, carrying the heads of Oreb and Zeeb to Gideon, beyond the waters of the Jordan. Judges chapter 8. And the men of Ephraim said to him, What is this that thou meanest to do, that thou wouldst not call us when thou wentest to fight against Midian? And they chid him sharply, and almost offered violence. And he answered them, What could I have done, like to that which you have done? Is not one bunch of grapes of Ephraim better than the vintages of Abiezer? The Lord hath delivered into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeeb. What could I have done like to what you have done? And when he had said this, their spirit was appeased, with which they swelled against him. And when Gideon was come to the Jordan, he passed over it with the 300 men that were with him, who were so weary that they could not pursue after them that fled. And he said to the men of Succoth, Give, I beseech you, bread to the people that is with me, for they are faint, that we may pursue Zebah and Zalmunna, the kings of Midian. The princes of Succoth answered, Peradventure the palms of the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna are in thy hand, and therefore thou demandest that we should give bread to thy army? And he said to them, When the Lord therefore shall have delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into my hands, I will thresh your flesh with the thorns and briars of the desert. And going up from thence, he came to Penuel, and he spoke the like things to the men of that place. And they also answered him, as the men of Succoth had answered. He said therefore to them also, When I shall return a conqueror in peace, I will destroy this tower. But Zebah and Zalmunna were resting with all their army. For 15,000 men were left of all the troops of the eastern people, and 120,000 warriors that drew the sword were slain. And Gideon went up by the way of them that dwelt in tents on the east of Nobah and Jagbeah, and smote the camp of the enemies who were secure, and suspected no hurt. And Zebah and Zalmunna fled, and Gideon pursued and took them, all their host being put in confusion. And returning from the battle before the sun rising, he took a boy of the men of Succoth, and he asked him the names of the princes and ancients of Succoth, and he described unto him 77 men. And he came to Succoth, and said to them, Behold Zebah and Zalmunna, concerning whom you upbraided me, saying, Peradventure the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna are in thy hands, and therefore thou demandest that we should give bread to the men that are weary and faint. So he took the ancients of the city, and thorns and briars of the desert, and tore them with the same, and cut in pieces the men of Succoth. And he demolished the tower of Penuel, and slew the men of the city. And he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, What manner of men were they whom you slew in Tabor? They answered, They were like thee, and one of them as the son of a king. He answered them, They were my brethren, the sons of my mother. As the Lord liveth, if you had saved them, I would not kill you. And he said to Jadder, his eldest son, Arise and slay them. But he drew not his sword, for he was afraid, being but yet a boy. And Zebah and Zalmunna said, Do thou rise and run upon us, because the strength of a man is according to his age. Gideon rose up and slew Zebah and Zalmunna. And he took the ornaments and bosses which with the necks of the camels of kings are wont to be adorned. And all the men of Israel said to Gideon, Rule over us, and thy son, and thy son's son, because thou hast delivered us from the hand of Midian. And he said to them, I will not rule over you, neither shall my son rule over you, but the Lord shall rule over you. And he said to them, I desire one request of you. Give me the earlets of your spoils. For the Ishmaelites were accustomed to wearing golden earlets. They answered, We will give them most willingly. And spreading a mantle on the ground, they cast upon it the earlets of the spoils. And the weight of the earlets that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, besides the ornaments and jewels and purple raiment, which the kings of Midian were wont to use, and besides the golden chains that were about the camels' necks. And Gideon made an ephod thereof, and put it in his city Ophrah. And all Israel committed fornication with it, and it became a ruin to Gideon and to all his house. But Midian was humbled before the children of Israel, neither could they any more lift up their heads, but the land rested for 40 years, while Gideon presided. So Jerubbaal, the son of Joash, went and dwelt in his own house, and he had 70 sons, who came out of his thigh, for he had many wives. And his concubine that he had in Shechem bore him a son, whose name was Abimelech. And Gideon, the son of Joash, died in a good old age, and was buried in the sepulchre of his father, in Ophrah of the family of Ezrai. But after Gideon was dead, the children of Israel turned again and committed fornication with Balaam. And they made a covenant with Baal that he should be their god. And they remembered not the Lord their God, who delivered them out of the hands of all their enemies round about. Neither did they show mercy to the house of Jerubbaal Gideon, according to all the good things he had done to Israel. Judges chapter 9. And Abimelech, the son of Jerubbaal, went to Shechem to his mother's brethren, and spoke to them, and to all the kindred of his mother's father, saying, Speak to all the men of Shechem, whether is better for you, that 70 men, all the sons of Jerubbaal, should rule over you, or that one man should rule over you? And withal, consider that I am your bone and your flesh. And his mother's brethren spoke of him to all the men of Shechem, all these words, and they inclined their hearts after Abimelech, saying, He is our brother. And they gave him 70 weight of silver out of the temple of Baal-berith, wherewith he hired to himself men that were needy, and vagabonds, and they followed him. And he came to his father's house in Ophrah, and slew his brethren, the sons of Jerubbaal, 70 men, upon one stone. And there remained only Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, who was hidden. And all the men of Shechem were gathered together, and all the families of the city of Millo, and they went and made Abimelech king by the oak that stood in Shechem. This being told to Jotham, he went and stood on the top of Mount Gerizim, and lifting up his voice, he cried, Hear me, ye men of Shechem, so may God hear you. The trees went to anoint a king over them, and they said to the olive tree, Reign thou over us. And it answered, Can I leave my fatness, which both gods and men make use of, to come to be promoted among the trees? And the tree said to the fig tree, Come thou and reign over us. And it answered them, Can I leave my sweetness and my delicious fruits, and go to be promoted among the other trees? And the tree said to the vine, Come thou and reign over us. And it answered them, Can I forsake my wine that cheereth God and men, and be promoted among the other trees? And all the trees said to the bramble, Come thou and reign over us. And it answered them, If indeed you mean to make me king, come ye and rest under my shadow. But if you mean it not, let fire come out from the bramble, and devour the cedars of Libanus. Now therefore, if you have done well, and without sin in appointing Abimelech king over you, and have dealt well with Jerubbaal and with his house, and have made a suitable return for the benefits of him who fought for you, and exposed his life to dangers, to deliver you from the hands of Midian, and you are now risen up against my father's house, and have killed his sons 70 men upon one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his handmaid, king over the inhabitants of Shechem, because he is your brother. If therefore you have dealt well, and without fault with Jerubbaal and his house, rejoice ye this day in Abimelech, and may he rejoice in you. But if unjustly, let fire come out from him, and consume the inhabitants of Shechem and the town of Millo, and let fire come out from the men of Shechem and from the town of Millo, and devour Abimelech. And when he had said thus, he fled, and went into Beer, and dwelt there for fear of Abimelech his brother. So Abimelech reigned over Israel for 3 years. And the Lord sent a very evil spirit between Abimelech and the inhabitants of Shechem, who began to detest him, and to leave the crime of the murder of the 70 sons of Jerubbaal, and the shedding of their blood upon Abimelech, their brother, and upon the rest of the princes of the Shechemites, who aided him. And they set an ambush against him on the top of the mountains. And while they waited for his coming, they committed robberies, taking spoils of all that passed by. And it was told Abimelech. And Gaal the son of Ebed came with his brethren, and went over to Shechem. And the inhabitants of Shechem, taking courage at his coming, went out into the fields, wasting the vineyards and treading down the grapes, and singing and dancing they went into the temple of their God, and in their banquets and cups they cursed Abimelech. And Gaal the son of Ebed cried, Who is Abimelech, and what is Shechem, that we should serve him? Is he not the son of Jerubbaal, and hath made Zebul his servant ruler over the men of Hamor, the father of Shechem? Why then shall we serve him? Would to God that some man would put his people under my hand, that I might remove Abimelech out of the way. And it was said to Abimelech, Gather together the multitude of an army, and come. For Zebul, the ruler of the city, hearing the words of Gaal the son of Ebed, was very angry, and sent messengers privately to Abimelech, saying, Behold, Gaal the son of Ebed is come into Shechem with his brethren, and endeavoureth to set the city against thee. Arise therefore in the night with the people that is with thee. And he hid in the field, and betimes in the morning at sunrising set upon the city. And when he shall come out against thee with his people, do to him what thou shalt be able. Abimelech therefore arose with all his army by night, and laid ambushes near Shechem in 4 places. And Gaal the son of Ebed went out, and stood in the entrance of the gate of the city. And Abimelech rose up, and all his army with him, from the places of the ambushes. And when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, Behold, a multitude cometh down from the mountains. And he answered him, Thou seest the shadows of the mountains, as if they were the heads of men, and this is thy mistake. Again Gaal said, Behold, there cometh people down from the middle of the land, and one troop cometh by the way that looketh towards the oak. And Zebul said to him, Where is now thy mouth wherewith thou saidst? Who is Abimelech that we should serve him? Is not this the people which thou didst despise? Go out and fight against him. So Gaal went out in the sight of the people of Shechem, and fought against Abimelech, who chased and put him to flight, and drove him to the city. And many were slain of his people, even to the gate of the city. And Abimelech sat down in Rumah. But Zebul drove Gaal and his companions out of the city, and would not suffer them to abide in it. So the day following the people went out into the field, and it was told Abimelech. And he took his army and divided it into 3 companies, and laid ambushes in the fields. And seeing that the people came out of the city, he arose and set upon them with his own company, assaulting and besieging the city, whilst the 2 other companies chased the enemies that were scattered about the field. And Abimelech assaulted the city all that day, and took it, and killed the inhabitants thereof, and demolished it, so that he sowed salt in it. And when they who dwelt in the tower of Shechem had heard this, they went into the temple of their god Berith, where they had made a covenant with him, and from thence the place had taken its name, and it was exceeding strong. Abimelech also, hearing that the men of the tower of Shechem were gathered together, went up into Mount Salmon, he and all his people with him, and taking an axe, he cut down the bough of a tree, and laying it on his shoulder and carrying it, he said to his companions, "What you see me do, do you out of hand." So they cut down boughs from the trees, every man, as fast as he could, and followed their leader. And surrounding the fort, they set it on fire. And so it came to pass that, with the smoke and with the fire, 1,000 persons were killed, men and women together, of the inhabitants of the tower of Shechem. Then Abimelech, departing from thence, came to the town of Thebez, which he surrounded and besieged with his army. And there was in the midst of the city a high tower, to which both the men and the women were fled together, and all the princes of the city, and having shut and strongly barred the gate, they stood upon the battlements of the tower to defend themselves. And Abimelech, coming near the tower, fought stoutly, and approaching to the gate, endeavored to set fire to it. And behold, a certain woman, casting a piece of a millstone from above, dashed it against the head of Abimelech, and broke his skull. And he called hastily to his armor-bearer, and said to him, "Draw thy sword, and kill me, lest it should be said that I was slain by a woman." He did as he was commanded, and slew him. And when he was dead, all the men of Israel that were with him returned to their homes. And God repaid the evil that Abimelech had done against his father, killing his 70 brethren. The Shechemites also were rewarded for what they had done, and the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal, came upon them. Judges chapter 10. After Abimelech there arose a ruler in Israel, Tola, son of Puah, the uncle of Abimelech, a man of Issachar, who dwelt in Shamir of Mount Ephraim. And he judged Israel 23 years, and he died and was buried in Shamir. To him succeeded Jair the Gileadite, who judged Israel for 22 years, having 30 sons that rode on 30 ass-colts, and were princes of 30 cities, which from his name were called Havoth-Jair, that is, the towns of Jair, until this present day in the land of Gilead. And Jair died, and was buried in the place which was called Caman. But the children of Israel, adding new sins to their old ones, did evil in the sight of the Lord, and served idols, Balaam and Ashtaroth, and the gods of Syria, and of Sidon, and of Moab, and of the children of Ammon, and of the Philistines. And they left the Lord, and did not serve him. And the Lord, being angry with them, delivered them into the hands of the Philistines and of the children of Ammon. And they were afflicted, and grievously oppressed for 18 years, all that they dwelt beyond the Jordan in the land of the Amorite, who was in Gilead, insomuch that the children of Ammon, passing over the Jordan, wasted Judah and Benjamin and Ephraim, and Israel was distressed exceedingly. And they cried to the Lord, and said, "We have sinned against thee, because we have forsaken the Lord our God, and have served Balaam." And the Lord said to them, "Did not the Egyptians and the Amorites and the children of Ammon and the Philistines, the Sidonians also, and Amalek and Canaan oppress you? And you cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hand? And yet you have forsaken me, and have worshipped strange gods. Therefore I will deliver you no more. Go and call upon the gods which you have chosen. Let them deliver you in the time of distress." And the children of Israel said to the Lord, "We have sinned. Do thou unto us whatsoever pleaseth thee, only deliver us this time." And saying these things, they cast away out of their coasts all the idols of strange gods, and served the Lord their God, and he was touched with their miseries. And the children of Ammon, shouting together, pitched their tents in Gilead, against whom the children of Israel assembled themselves together, and camped in Mizpah. And the princes of Gilead said one to another, Whosoever of us shall first begin to fight against the children of Ammon, he shall be the leader of the people of Gilead. Judges chapter 11. There was at that time Jephthah the Gileadite, a most valiant man and a warrior, the son of a woman that was a harlot, and his father was Gilead. Now Gilead had a wife of whom he had sons, who, after they were grown up, thrust out Jephthah, saying, Thou canst not inherit in the house of our father, because thou art born of another mother. Then he fled and avoided them, and dwelt in the land of Tob. And there were gathered to him needy men and robbers, and they followed him as their prince. In those days the children of Ammon made war against Israel. And as they pressed hard upon them, the ancients of Gilead went to fetch Jephthah out of the land of Tob to help them. And they said to him, Come thou and be our prince, and fight against the children of Ammon. And he answered them, Are not you the men that hated me, and cast me out of my father's house? And now you are come to me constrained by necessity? And the princes of Gilead said to Jephthah, For this cause we are now come to thee, that thou mayest go with us, and fight against the children of Ammon, and be head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. Jephthah also said to them, If you be come to me sincerely, that I should fight for you against the children of Ammon, and the Lord shall deliver them into my hand, shall I be your prince? They answered him, The Lord who heareth these things, he himself is mediator and witness that we will do as we have promised. Jephthah therefore went with the princes of Gilead, and all the people made him their prince. And Jephthah spoke all his words before the Lord in Mizpah. And he sent messengers to the king of the children of Ammon, to say in his name, What hast thou to do with me, that thou art come against me to waste my land? And he answered them, Because Israel took away my land when he came up out of Egypt, and from the confines of the Arnon unto the Jabbok and the Jordan. Now therefore restore the same peaceably to me. And Jephthah again sent word by them, and commanded them to say to the king of Ammon, Thus saith Jephthah, Israel did not take away the land of Moab, nor the land of the children of Ammon. But when they came up out of Egypt, he walked through the desert to the Red Sea, and came into Kadesh. And he sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, Suffer me to pass through thy land. But he would not condescend to his request. He sent also to the king of Moab, who likewise refused to give him passage. He abode therefore in Kadesh, and went round the land of Edom at the side, and the land of Moab, and came over against the east coast of the land of Moab, and camped on the other side of the Arnon, and he would not enter the bounds of Moab. So Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelt in Heshbon, and they said to him, Suffer me to pass through thy land to the river. But he also, despising the words of Israel, suffered him not to pass through his borders, but, gathering an infinite multitude, went out against him to Jahaz, and made strong opposition. And the Lord delivered him with all his army into the hands of Israel, and he slew him, and possessed all the land of the Amorite, the inhabitant of that country, and all the coasts thereof, from the Arnon to the Jabbok, and from the wilderness to the Jordan. So the Lord, the God of Israel, destroyed the Amorite, his people of Israel fighting against him. And wilt thou now possess this land? Are not those things which thy god Chemosh possesseth due to thee by right? But what the Lord our God hath obtained by conquest shall be our possession, unless perhaps thou art better than Balak, the son of Zippor, king of Moab, or canst show that he strove against Israel, and fought against him, whereas he hath dwelt in Heshbon, and the villages thereof, and in Aroer and its villages, and in all the cities near the Jordan, for 300 years. Why have you for so long a time attempted nothing about this claim? Therefore I do not trespass against thee, but thou wrongest me by declaring an unjust war against me. The Lord be judge, and decide this day between Israel and the children of Ammon. And the king of the children of Ammon would not hearken to the words of Jephthah, which he sent him by the messengers. Therefore the Spirit of the Lord came upon Jephthah, and going round Gilead and Manasseh and Mizpah of Gilead, and passing over from thence to the children of Ammon, he made a vow to the Lord, saying, If thou wilt deliver the children of Ammon into my hands, whosoever shall first come forth out of the doors of my house, and shall meet me when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, the same will I offer a holocaust to the Lord. And Jephthah passed over to the children of Ammon to fight against them. and the Lord delivered them into his hands. And he smote them from Aroer till you come to Minnith, 20 cities, and as far as Abel, which is set with vineyards, with a very great slaughter. And the children of Ammon were humbled by the children of Israel. And when Jephthah returned into Mizpah to his house, his only daughter met him with timbrels and with dances, for he had no other children. And when he saw her, he rent his garments and said, Alas, my daughter, thou hast deceived me, and thou thyself art deceived, for I have opened my mouth to the Lord, and I can do no other thing. And she answered him, My father, if thou hast opened thy mouth to the Lord, do unto me whatsoever thou hast promised, since the victory hath been granted to thee, and revenge of thy enemies. And she said to her father, Grant me only this which I desire. Let me go, that I may go about the mountains for 2 months, and may bewail my virginity with my companions. And he answered her, Go. And he sent her away for 2 months. And when she was gone with her comrades and companions, she mourned her virginity in the mountains. And the 2 months being expired, she returned to her father, and he did to her as he had vowed, and she knew no man. From thence came a fashion in Israel, and a custom has been kept, that from year to year the daughters of Israel assemble together, and lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite for 4 days. Judges chapter 12. But behold, there arose a sedition in Ephraim, and passing towards the north, they said to Jephthah, When thou wentest to fight against the children of Ammon, why wouldst thou not call us, that we might go with thee? Therefore we will burn thy house. And he answered them, I and my people were at great strife with the children of Ammon, and I called you to assist me, and you would not do it. And when I saw this, I put my life in my own hands, and passed over against the children of Ammon, and the Lord delivered them into my hands. What have I deserved that you should rise up to fight against me? Then calling to him all the men of Gilead, he fought against Ephraim, and the men of Gilead defeated Ephraim, because he had said, Gilead is a fugitive of Ephraim, and dwelleth in the midst of Ephraim and Manasseh. And the Gileadites secured the fords of the Jordan, by which Ephraim was to return. And when any one of the number of Ephraim came thither in the flight, and said, I beseech you to let me pass, the Gileadites said to him, Art thou not an Ephraimite? If he said, I am not, they asked him, Say then, Shibboleth, which is interpreted an ear of corn. But he answered, Sibboleth, not being able to express an ear of corn by the same letter. Then presently they took him and killed him in the very passage of the Jordan. And there fell at that time of Ephraim 42,000. And Jephthah the Gileadite judged Israel 6 years, and he died, and was buried in his city of Gilead. After him Ibzan of Bethlehem judged Israel. He had 30 sons, and as many daughters, whom he sent abroad and gave to husbands, and took wives for his sons of the same number, bringing them into his house. And he judged Israel 7 years, and he died, and was buried in Bethlehem. To him succeeded Elon, a Zebulunite, and he judged Israel 10 years, and he died, and was buried in Zebulun. After him Abdon, the son of Hillel, a Pirathonite, judged Israel. And he had 40 sons, and of them 30 grandsons, mounted upon 70 ass colts. And he judged Israel 8 years, and he died, and was buried in Pirathon in the land of Ephraim, in the mount of Amalek. Judges chapter 13. And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord, and he delivered them into the hands of the Philistines 40 years. Now there was a certain man of Zorah, and of the race of Dan, whose name was Manoah, and his wife was barren. And an angel of the Lord appeared to her, and said, Thou art barren and without children, but thou shalt conceive and bear a son. Now therefore beware, and drink no wine nor strong drink, and eat not any unclean thing, because thou shalt conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall touch his head, for he shall be a Nazarite of God from his infancy and from his mother's womb, and he shall begin to deliver Israel from the hands of the Philistines. And when she was come to her husband, she said to him, A man of God came to me, having the countenance of an angel, very awful. And when I asked him who he was, and whence he came, and by what name he was called, he would not tell me, but he answered thus, Behold, thou shalt conceive and bear a son. Beware thou drink no wine, nor strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing, for the child shall be a Nazarite of God from his infancy, from his mother's womb, until the day of his death. Then Manoah prayed to the Lord, and said, I beseech thee, O Lord, that the man of God, whom thou didst send, may come again, and teach us what we ought to do concerning the child that shall be born. And the Lord heard the prayer of Manoah, and the angel of the Lord appeared again to his wife as she was sitting in the field. But Manoah, her husband, was not with her. And when she saw the angel, she made haste and ran to her husband, and told him, saying, Behold, the man hath appeared to me whom I saw before. He rose up and followed his wife, and coming to the man, said to him, Art thou he that spoke to the woman? And he answered, I am. And Manoah said to him, When thy word shall come to pass, what wilt thou that the child should do? Or from what shall he keep himself? And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, From all the things I have spoken of to thy wife, let her refrain herself, and let her eat nothing that cometh of the vine, neither let her drink wine or strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing, and whatsoever I have commanded her, let her fulfill and observe. And Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, I beseech thee to consent to my request, and let us dress a kid for thee. And the angel answered him, If thou press me, I will not eat of thy bread. But if thou wilt offer a holocaust, offer it to the Lord. And Manoah knew not it was the angel of the Lord. And he said to him, What is thy name, that, if thy word shall come to pass, we may honor thee? And he answered him, Why askest thou my name, which is wonderful? Then Manoah took a kid of the flocks and the libations, and put them upon a rock, offering to the Lord, who doth wonderful things, and he and his wife looked on. And when the flame from the altar went up towards heaven, the angel of the Lord ascended also in the flame. And when Manoah and his wife saw this, they fell flat on the ground. And the angel of the Lord appeared to them no more. And forthwith Manoah understood that it was an angel of the Lord. And he said to his wife, We shall certainly die, because we have seen God. And his wife answered him, If the Lord had a mind to kill us, he would not have received a holocaust and libations at our hands, neither would he have showed us all these things, nor have told us the things that are to come. And she bore a son, and called his name Samson. And the child grew, and the Lord blessed him. And the Spirit of the Lord began to be with him in the camp of Dan, between Zorah and Eshtaol. Judges chapter 14. Then Samson went down to Timnah, and seeing there a woman of the daughters of the Philistines, he came up and told his father and his mother, saying, I saw a woman in Timnah of the daughters of the Philistines. I beseech you, take her for me to wife. And his father and mother said to him, Is there no woman among the daughters of thy brethren, or among all thy people, that thou wilt take a wife of the Philistines who are uncircumcised? And Samson said to his father, Take this woman for me, for she hath pleased my eyes. Now his parents knew not that the thing was done by the Lord, and that he sought an occasion against the Philistines, for at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. Then Samson went down with his father and mother to Timnah. And when they were come to the vineyards of the town, behold, a young lion met him, raging and roaring. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Samson, and he tore the lion as he would have torn a kid in pieces, having nothing at all in his hand. And he would not tell this to his father and mother. And he went down and spoke to the woman that had pleased his eyes. And after some days, returning to take her, he went aside to see the carcass of the lion. And behold, there was a swarm of bees in the mouth of the lion, and a honeycomb. And when he had taken it in his hands, he went on eating. And coming to his father and mother, he gave them of it, and they ate. But he would not tell them that he had taken the honey from the body of the lion. So his father went down to the woman, and made a feast for his son Samson, for so the young men used to do. And when the citizens of that place saw him, they brought him 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said to them, I will propose to you a riddle, which if you declare unto me within the 7 days of the feast, I will give you 30 shirts and as many coats. But if you shall not be able to declare it, you shall give me 30 shirts and the same number of coats. They answered him, Put forth a riddle that we may hear it. And he said to them, Out of the eater came forth meat, and out of the strong came forth sweetness. And they could not in 3 days expound the riddle. And when the 7th day came, they said to the wife of Samson, Soothe thy husband, and persuade him to tell thee what the riddle meaneth. But if thou wilt not do it, we will burn thee and thy father's house. Have you called us to the wedding on purpose to strip us? So she wept before Samson, and complained, saying, Thou hatest me, and dost not love me. Therefore thou wilt not expound to me the riddle which thou hast proposed to the sons of my people. But he answered, I would not tell it to my father and mother, and how can I tell it to thee? So she wept before him the 7 days of the feast, and at length, on the 7th day, as she was troublesome to him, he expounded it. And she immediately told her countrymen. And they, on the 7th day, before the sun went down, said to him, What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion? And he said to them, If you had not plowed with my heifer, you had not found out my riddle. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he went down to Ashkelon, and slew there 30 men, whose garments he took away, and gave to them that had declared the riddle. And being exceeding angry, he went up to his father's house. But his wife took one of his friends and bridal companions for her husband. Judges chapter 15. And a while after, when the days of the wheat harvest were at hand, Samson came, meaning to visit his wife, and he brought her a kid of the flock. And when he would have gone into her chamber as usual, her father would not suffer him, saying, I thought thou hadst hated her, and therefore I gave her to thy friend. But she hath a sister who is younger and fairer than she. Take her to wife instead of her. And Samson answered him, From this day I shall be blameless in what I do against the Philistines, for I will do you evils. And he went and caught 300 foxes, and coupled them tail to tail, and fastened torches between the tails. And setting them on fire, he let the foxes go, that they might run about hither and thither. And they presently went into the standing corn of the Philistines, which, being set on fire, both the corn that was already carried together, and that which was yet standing, was all burnt, insomuch that the flame consumed also the vineyards and the oliveyards. Then the Philistines said, Who hath done this thing? And it was answered, Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnathite, because he took away his wife, and gave her to another, hath done these things. And the Philistines went up and burnt both the woman and her father. But Samson said to them, Although you have done this, yet will I be revenged of you, and then I will be quiet. And he made a great slaughter of them, so that in astonishment they laid the calf of the leg upon the thigh. And going down he dwelt in a cavern of the rock Etam. Then the Philistines, going up into the land of Judah, camped in the place which afterwards was called Lehi, that is, the jawbone, where their enemy was spread. And the men of the tribe of Judah said to them, Why are you come up against us? They answered, We are come to bind Samson, and to pay him for what he hath done against us. Wherefore 3,000 men of Judah went down to the cave of the rock Etam, and said to Samson, Knowest thou not that the Philistines rule over us? Why wouldst thou do thus? And he said to them, As they did to me, so I have done to them. And they said to him, We are come to bind thee, and to deliver thee into the hands of the Philistines. And Samson said to them, Swear to me, and promise me that you will not kill me. They said, We will not kill thee, but we will deliver thee up, bound. And they bound him with 2 new cords, and brought him from the rock Etam. Now when he was come to the place of the jawbone, and the Philistines shouting went to meet him, the Spirit of the Lord came strongly upon him. And as the flax is wont to be consumed at the approach of fire, so the bands with which he was bound were broken and loosed. And finding a jawbone, even the jawbone of an ass which lay there, catching it up, he slew therewith 1,000 men. And he said, With the jawbone of an ass, with the jaw of the colt of asses, I have destroyed them, and have slain 1,000 men. And when he had ended these words singing, he threw the jawbone out of his hand, and called the name of that place Ramath-Lehi, which is interpreted, the lifting up of the jawbone. And being very thirsty, he cried to the Lord, and said, Thou hast given this very great deliverance and victory into the hand of thy servant. And behold, I die for thirst, and shall fall into the hands of the uncircumcised. Then the Lord opened a great tooth in the jaw of the ass, and waters issued out of it. And when he had drank them, he refreshed his spirit and recovered his strength. Therefore the name of that place was called the spring of him that invoked from the jawbone, until this present day. And he judged Israel in the days of the Philistines 20 years. Judges chapter 16. He went also into Gaza, and saw there a woman, a harlot, and went in unto her. And when the Philistines had heard this, and it was noised about among them that Samson was come into the city, they surrounded him, setting guards at the gate of the city, and watching there all the night in silence, that in the morning they might kill him as he went out. But Samson slept till midnight. And then rising, he took both the doors of the gate with the post thereof, and the bolt, and laying them on his shoulders, carried them up to the top of the hill which looketh towards Hebron. After this he loved a woman who dwelt in the valley of Sorek, and she was called Delilah. And the princes of the Philistines came to her, and said, Deceive him, and learn of him wherein his great strength lieth, and how we may be able to overcome him, to bind and afflict him, which if thou shalt do, we will give thee, every one of us, 1,100 pieces of silver. And Delilah said to Samson, Tell me, I beseech thee, wherein thy greatest strength lieth, and what it is wherewith, if thou wert bound, thou couldst not break loose. And Samson answered her, If I shall be bound with 7 cords made of sinews not yet dry, but still moist, I shall be weak like other men. And the princes of the Philistines brought unto her 7 cords such as he spoke of, with which she bound him, men lying privately in wait with her, and in the chamber, expecting the event of the thing. And she cried out to him, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. And he broke the bands, as a man would break a thread of tow twined with spittle when it smelleth the fire. So it was not known wherein his strength lay. And Delilah said to him, Behold, thou hast mocked me, and hast told me a false thing. But now at least tell me wherewith thou mayest be bound. And he answered her, If I shall be bound with new ropes that were never in work, I shall be weak and like other men. Delilah bound him again with these, and cried out, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson, there being an ambush prepared for him in the chamber. But he broke the bands like threads of webs. And Delilah said to him again, How long dost thou deceive me, and tell me lies? Show me wherewith thou mayest be bound. And Samson answered her, If thou platest the 7 locks of my head with a lace, and tying them round about a nail, fastenest it in the ground, I shall be weak. And when Delilah had done this, she said to him, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. And awaking out of his sleep, he drew out the nail with the hairs and the lace. And Delilah said to him, How dost thou say thou lovest me, when thy mind is not with me? Thou hast told me lies these 3 times, and wouldst not tell me wherein thy great strength lieth. And when she pressed him much, and continually hung upon him for many days, giving him no time to rest, his soul fainted away, and was wearied even until death. Then, opening the truth of the thing, he said to her, The razor hath never come upon my head, for I am a Nazarite, that is to say, consecrated to God from my mother's womb. If my head be shaven, my strength shall depart from me, and I shall become weak, and shall be like other men. Then, seeing that he had discovered to her all his mind, she sent to the princes of the Philistines, saying, Come up this once more, for now he hath opened his heart to me. And they went up, taking with them the money which they had promised. But she made him sleep upon her knees, and lay his head in her bosom. And she called a barber, and shaved his 7 locks, and began to drive him away, and thrust him from her, for immediately his strength departed from him. And she said, The Philistines are upon thee, Samson. And awaking from sleep, he said in his mind, I will go out as I did before, and shake myself, not knowing that the Lord was departed from him. Then the Philistine seized upon him, and forthwith pulled out his eyes, and led him bound in chains to Gaza, and shutting him up in prison, made him grind. And now his hair began to grow again. And the princes of the Philistines assembled together, to offer great sacrifices to Dagon their god, and to make merry, saying, Our God hath delivered our enemy Samson into our hands. And the people, also seeing this, praised their God, and said the same, Our God hath delivered our adversary into our hands, him that destroyed our country, and killed very many. And rejoicing in their feasts, when they had now taken their good cheer, they commanded that Samson should be called, and should play before them. And, being brought out of prison, he played before them, and they made him stand between two pillars. And he said to the lad that guided his steps, Suffer me to touch the pillars which support the whole house, and let me lean upon them, and rest a little. Now the house was full of men and women, and all the princes of the Philistines were there. Moreover, about 3,000 persons of both sexes, from the roof and the higher part of the house, were beholding Samson's play. But he called upon the Lord, saying, O Lord God, remember me, and restore to me now my former strength, O my God, that I may revenge myself on my enemies, and for the loss of my 2 eyes I may take one revenge. And laying hold on both the pillars on which the house rested, and holding the one with his right hand and the other with his left, he said, Let me die with the Philistines. And when he had strongly shook the pillars, the house fell upon all the princes and the rest of the multitude that was there, and he killed many more at his death than he had killed before in his life. And his brethren and all his kindred, going down, took his body, and buried it between Zorah and Eshtaol in the burying place of his father Manoah, and he judged Israel 20 years. Judges chapter 17. There was at that time a man of Mount Ephraim, whose name was Micah, who said to his mother, The 1,100 pieces of silver which thou hadst put aside for thyself, and concerning which thou didst swear in my hearing, behold, I have, and they are with me. And she said to him, Blessed be my son by the Lord. So he restored them to his mother, who said to him, I have consecrated and vowed this silver to the Lord, that my son may receive it at my hand, and make a graven and a molten god. So now I deliver it to thee. And he restored them to his mother. And she took 200 pieces of silver, and gave them to the silversmith, to make of them a graven and a molten god, which was in the house of Micah. And he separated also therein a little temple for the god, and made an ephod and a teraphim, that is to say, a priestly garment, and idols. And he filled the hand of one of his sons, and he became his priest. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every one did that which seemed right to himself. There was also another young man of Bethlehem, Judah, of the kindred thereof, and he was a Levite, and dwelt there. Now he went out from the city of Bethlehem, and desired to sojourn wheresoever he should find it convenient for him. And when he was come to Mount Ephraim, as he was on his journey, and had turned aside a little into the house of Micah, he was asked by him whence he came. And he answered, I am a Levite of Bethlehem, Judah, and I am going to dwell where I can, and where I shall find a place to my advantage. And Micah said, Stay with me, and be unto me a father and a priest, and I will give thee every year 10 pieces of silver, and a double suit of apparel, and thy victuals. He was content, and abode with the man, who was unto him as one of his sons. And Micah filled his hand, and had the young man with him for his priest, saying, Now I know God will do me good, since I have a priest of the race of the Levites. Judges chapter 18. In those days there was no king in Israel, and the tribe of Dan sought them an inheritance to dwell in, for unto that day they had not received their lot among the other tribes. So the children of Dan sent 5 most valiant men of their stock and family from Zorah and Eshtaol to spy out the land and to view it diligently. And they said to them, Go and view the land. They went on their way, and when they came to Mount Ephraim, they went into the house of Micah, and rested there. And knowing the voice of the young man, the Levite, and lodging with him, they said to him, Who brought thee hither? What dost thou here? Why wouldst thou come hither? He answered them, Micah hath done such and such things for me, and hath hired me to be his priest. Then they desired him to consult the Lord, that they might know whether their journey should be prosperous, and the thing should have effect. He answered them, Go in peace, the Lord looketh on your way and the journey that you go. So the 5 men going on came to Laish, and they saw how the people dwelt therein without any fear, according to the custom of the Sidonians, secure and easy, having no man at all to oppose them, being very rich, and living separated, at a distance from Sidon and from all men. And they returned to their brethren in Zorah and Eshtaol, who asked them what they had done. To whom they answered, Arise and let us go up to them, for we have seen the land, which is exceeding rich and fruitful. Neglect not, lose no time, let us go and possess it, there will be no difficulty. We shall come to a people that is secure, into a spacious country, and the Lord will deliver the place to us, in which there is no want of anything that groweth on the earth. There went therefore of the kindred of Dan, to wit, from Zorah and Eshtael, 600 men, furnished with arms for war. And going up, they lodged in Kirjath-jearim of Judah, which place from that time is called the camp of Dan, and is behind Kirjath-jearim. From thence they passed into Mount Ephraim, and when they were come to the house of Micah, the 5 men that before had been sent to view the land of Laish said to the rest of their brethren, You know that in these houses there is an ephod, and a teraphim, and a graven, and a molten god. See what you are pleased to do. And when they had turned a little aside, they went into the house of the young man the Levite, who was in the house of Micah, and they saluted him with words of peace. And the 600 men stood before the door, appointed with their arms. But they that were gone into the house of the young man went about to take away the graven god, and the ephod, and the teraphim, and the molten god. And the priest stood before the door, the 600 valiant men waiting not far off. So they that were gone in took away the graven thing, the ephod, and the idols, and the molten god. And the priest said to them, What are you doing? And they said to him, Hold thy peace, and put thy finger on thy mouth, and come with us, that we may have thee for a father and a priest. Whether is better for thee, to be a priest in the house of one man, or in a tribe and family in Israel? When he had heard this, he agreed to their words, and took the ephod, and the idols, and the graven god, and departed with them. And when they were going forward, and had put before them the children and the cattle and all that was valuable, and were now at a distance from the house of Micah, the men that dwelt in the houses of Micah, gathering together, followed them, and began to shout out after them. They looked back and said to Micah, What aileth thee? Why dost thou cry? And he answered, You have taken away my gods, which I have made me and the priest, and all that I have. And do you say, What aileth thee? And the children of Dan said to him, See thou say no more to us, lest men enraged come upon thee, and thou perish with all thy house. And so they went on the journey they had begun. But Micah, seeing that they were stronger than he, returned to his house. And the 600 men took the priest and the things we spoke of before, and came to Laish, to a people that was quiet and secure, and smote them with the edge of the sword. And the city was burnt with fire, there being no man at all who brought them any succor, because they dwelt far from Sidon, and had no society or business with any man. And the city was in the land of Rehob, and they rebuilt it, and dwelt therein, calling the name of the city Dan, after the name of their father, who was the son of Israel, which before was called Laish. And they set up to themselves the graven idol. And Jonathan, the son of Gershom, the son of Moses, he and his sons were priests in the tribe of Dan until the day of their captivity. And the idol of Micah remained with them all the time that the house of God was in Shiloh. In those days there was no king in Israel. Judges chapter 19. There was a certain Levite who dwelt on the side of Mount Ephraim, who took a wife of Bethlehem, Judah. And she left him and returned to her father's house in Bethlehem, and abode with him 4 months. And her husband followed her, willing to be reconciled with her, and to speak kindly to her, and to bring her back with him, having with him a servant and 2 asses. And she received him, and brought him into her father's house. And when his father-in-law had heard this, and had seen him, he met him with joy, and embraced the man. And the son-in-law tarried in the house of his father-in-law 3 days, eating with him and drinking familiarly. But on the 4th day, arising early in the morning, he desired to depart. But his father-in-law kept him, and said to him, Taste first a little bread, and strengthen thy stomach, and so thou shalt depart. And they sat down together, and ate and drank. And the father of the young woman said to his son-in-law, I beseech thee to stay here today, and let us make merry together. But he, rising up, began to be for departing. And nevertheless his father-in-law earnestly pressed him, and made him stay with him. But when morning was come, the Levite prepared to go on his journey. And his father-in-law said to him again, I beseech thee to take a little meat, and strengthening thyself till the day be farther advanced, afterwards thou mayest depart. And they ate together. And the young man arose to set forward with his wife and servant. And his father-in-law spoke to him again, Consider that the day is declining, and draweth toward evening. Tarry with me today also, and spend the day in mirth, and tomorrow thou shalt depart, that thou mayest go into thy house. His son-in-law would not consent to his words, but forthwith went forward and came over against Jebus, which by another name is called Jerusalem, leading with him 2 asses laden and his concubine. And now they were come near Jebus, and the day was far spent. And the servant said to his master, Come, I beseech thee, let us turn into the city of the Jebusites and lodge there. His master answered him, I will not go into the town of another nation, who are not of the children of Israel, but I will pass over to Gibeah, and when I shall come thither, we will lodge there, or at least in the city of Ramah. So they passed Jebus and went on their journey, and the sun went down upon them when they were in Gibeah, which is in the tribe of Benjamin. And they turned into it to lodge there. And when they were come in, they sat in the street of the city, for no man would receive them to lodge. And behold, they saw an old man, returning out of the field, and from his work in the evening. And he also was of Mount Ephraim, and dwelt as a stranger in Gibeah. But the men of that country were the children of Gemini. And the old man, lifting up his eyes, saw the man sitting with his bundles in the street of the city, and said to him, Whence comest thou, and whither goest thou? He answered him, We came out of Benjamin Judah, and we are going to our home, which is on the side of Mount Ephraim, from whence we went to Bethlehem. And now we go to the house of God, and none will receive us under his roof. We have straw and hay for provender of the asses, and bread and wine for the use of myself and of thy handmaid, and of the servant that is with me. We want nothing but lodging. And the old man answered him, Peace be with thee. I will furnish all things that are necessary. Only, I beseech thee, stay not in the street. And he brought him into his house, and gave provender to his asses. And after they had washed their feet, he entertained them with a feast. While they were making merry, and refreshing their bodies with meat and drink after the labor of the journey, the men of that city, sons of Belial, that is, without yoke, came and beset the old man's house, and began to knock at the door, calling to the master of the house, and saying, Bring forth the man that came into thy house, that we may abuse him. And the old man went out to them, and said, Do not so, my brethren, do not so wickedly, because this man is come into my lodging, and cease, I pray you, from this folly. I have a maiden daughter, and this man hath a concubine. I will bring them out to you, and you may humble them, and satisfy your lust. Only, I beseech you, commit not this crime against nature on the man. They would not be satisfied with his words, which the man seeing, brought out his concubine to them, and abandoned her to their wickedness. And when they had abused her all the night, they let her go in the morning. But the woman, at the dawning of the day, came to the door of the house where her lord lodged, and there fell down. And in the morning the man arose, and opened the door, that he might end the journey he had begun. And behold, his concubine lay before the door with her hands spread on the threshold. He, thinking she was taking her rest, said to her, Arise, and let us be going. But as she made no answer, perceiving she was dead, he took her up and laid her upon his ass, and returned to his house. And when he was come back home, he took a sword, and divided the dead body of his wife, with her bones, into 12 parts, and sent the pieces into all the borders of Israel. And when every one had seen this, they all cried out, There was never such a thing done in Israel from the day that our fathers came up out of Egypt until this day. Give sentence and decree in common what ought to be done. Judges chapter 20. Then all the children of Israel went out and gathered together as one man from Dan to Beersheba, with the land of Gilead to the Lord in Mizpah. And all the chiefs of the people, and all the tribes of Israel, met together in the assembly of the people of God, 400,000 footmen fit for war. Nor were the children of Benjamin ignorant that the children of Israel were come up to Mizpah. And the Levite, the husband of the woman that was killed, being asked how so great a wickedness had been committed, answered, I came into Gibeah of Benjamin with my wife, and there I lodged. And behold, The men of that city in the night beset the house wherein I was, intending to kill me, and abused my wife with an incredible fury of lust, so that at last she died. And I took her and cut her in pieces, and sent the parts into all the borders of your possession, because there never was so heinous a crime and so great an abomination committed in Israel. You are all here, O children of Israel. Determine what you ought to do. And all the people standing answered as by the voice of one man, We will not return to our tents, neither shall any one of us go into his own house, but this we will do in common against Gibeah. We will take 10 men of 100 out of all the tribes of Israel, and 100 out of 1,000, and 1,000 out of 10,000, to bring victuals for the army, that we might fight against Gibeah of Benjamin, and render to it for its wickedness what it deserveth. And all Israel were gathered together against the city, as one man, with one mind and one counsel. And they sent messengers to all the tribe of Benjamin, to say to them, Why hath so great an abomination been found among you? Deliver up the men of Gibeah that have committed this heinous crime, that they may die, and the evil may be taken away out of Israel. But they would not hearken to the proposition of their brethren, the children of Israel. But out of all the cities which were of their lot, they gathered themselves together into Gibeah to aid them, and to fight against the whole people of Israel. And there were found of Benjamin 25,000 men that drew the sword, besides the inhabitants of Gibeah, who were 700 most valiant men, fighting with the left hand as well as with the right, and slinging stones so sure that they could hit even a hair, and not miss by the stones going on either side. Of the men of Israel also, beside the children of Benjamin, were found 400,000 that drew swords, and were prepared to fight. And they arose and came to the house of God, that is, to Shiloh, and they consulted God, and said, Who shall be in our army the first to go to the battle against the children of Benjamin? And the Lord answered them, Let Judah be your leader. And forthwith the children of Israel, rising in the morning, camped by Gibeah, and going out from thence to fight against Benjamin, began to assault the city. And the children of Benjamin, coming out of Gibeah, slew of the children of Israel that day 22,000 men. Again Israel, trusting in their strength and their number, set their army in array in the same place where they had fought before. Yet so that they first went up and wept before the Lord until night, and consulted him, and said, Shall I go out any more to fight against the children of Benjamin, my brethren, or not? And he answered them, Go up against them, and join battle. And when the children of Israel went out the next day to fight against the children of Benjamin, the children of Benjamin sallied forth out of the gates of Gibeah, and meeting them made so great a slaughter of them as to kill 18,000 men that drew the sword. Wherefore all the children of Israel came to the house of God, and sat and wept before the Lord, and they fasted that day till the evening, and offered to him holocausts and victims of peace offerings, and inquired of him concerning their state. At that time the ark of the covenant of the Lord was there, and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, was over the house. So they consulted the Lord, and said, Shall we go out any more to fight against the children of Benjamin our brethren, or shall we cease? And the Lord said to them, Go up, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hands. And the children of Israel set ambushes round about the city of Gibeah, and they drew up their army against Benjamin the third time, as they had done the first and second. And the children of Benjamin boldly issued out of the city, and seeing their enemies flee, pursued them a long way, so as to wound and kill some of them, as they had done the first and second day, whilst they fled by two highways, whereof one goeth up to Bethel, and the other to Gibeah, and they slew about 30 men. For they thought to cut them off, as they did before. But they, artfully feigning a flight, designed to draw them away from the city, and by their seeming to flee, to bring them to the highways aforesaid. Then all the children of Israel, rising up out of the places where they were, set their army in battle array in the place which is called Baal-Tamar. The ambushes also which were about the city began by little and little to come forth, and to march from the west side of the city. And other 10,000 men, chosen out of all Israel, attacked the inhabitants of the city. And the battle grew hot against the children of Benjamin, and they understood not that present death threatened them on every side. And the Lord defeated them before the children of Israel, And they slew of them in that day 25,100, all fighting men, and that drew the sword. But the children of Benjamin, when they saw themselves to be too weak, began to flee, which the children of Israel seeing gave them place to flee, that they might come to the ambushes that were prepared, which they had set near the city. And they that were in ambush arose on a sudden out of their coverts, and whilst Benjamin turned their backs to the slayers, went into the city, and smote it with the edge of the sword. Now the children of Israel had given a sign to them whom they had laid in ambushes, that after they had taken the city they should make a fire, that by the smoke rising on high they might show that the city was taken. And when the children of Israel saw this in the battle, for the children of Benjamin thought they fled and pursued them vigorously, killing 30 men of their enemy, and perceived as it were a pillar of smoke rise up from the city, and Benjamin looking back saw that the city was taken, and that the flames ascended on high, they that before had made as if they fled, turning their faces, stood bravely against them, which the children of Benjamin seeing, turned their backs, and began to go towards the way of the desert, the enemy pursuing them thither also. And they that fired the city came also out to meet them. And so it was that they were slain on both sides by the enemies, and there was no rest of their men dying. They fell and were beaten down on the east side of the city Gibeah. And they that were slain in the same place were 18,000 men, all most valiant soldiers. And when they that remained of Benjamin saw this, they fled into the wilderness, and made towards the rock that is called Raman. In that flight also, as they were straggling and going different ways, they slew of them 5,000 men. And as they went farther, they still pursued them, and slew also other 2,000. And so it came to pass, that all that were slain of Benjamin in divers places were 25,000 fighting men, most valiant for war. And there remained of all the number of Benjamin only 600 men that were able to escape and flee to the wilderness. And they abode in the rock Rimmon 4 months. But the children of Israel, returning, put all the remains of the city to the sword, both men and beasts, and all the cities and villages of Benjamin were consumed with devouring flames. Judges chapter 21. Now the children of Israel had also sworn in Mizpah, saying, None of us shall give of his daughters to the children of Benjamin to wife. And they all came to the house of God in Shiloh, and abiding before him till the evening, lifted up their voices and began to lament and weep, saying, O Lord God of Israel, why is so great an evil come to pass in thy people, that this day one tribe should be taken away from among us? And rising early the next day, they built an altar, and offered there holocausts and victims of peace, and they said, Who is there among all the tribes of Israel that came not up with the army of the Lord? For they had bound themselves with a great oath when they were in Mizpah, that whosoever were wanting should be slain. And the children of Israel, being moved with repentance for their brother Benjamin, began to say, One tribe is taken away from Israel. Whence shall they take wives? For we have all in general sworn not to give our daughters to them. Therefore they said, Who is there of all the tribes of Israel that came not up to the Lord to Mizpah? And behold, the inhabitants of Jabesh-Gilead were found not to have been in that army. At that time also, when they were in Shiloh, no one of them was found there. So they sent 10,000 of the most valiant men, and commanded them, saying, Go and put the inhabitants of Jabesh-Gilead to the sword, with their wives and their children. And this is what you shall observe. Every male and all women that have known men you shall kill, but the virgins you shall save. And there were found of Jabesh-Gilead 400 virgins that had not known the bed of a man, and they brought them to the camp Shiloh into the land of Canaan. And they sent messengers to the children of Benjamin that were in the rock Rimmon, and commanded them to receive them in peace. And the children of Benjamin came at that time, and wives were given them of the daughters of Jabesh-Gilead. But they found no others whom they might give in like manner. And all Israel was very sorry, and repented for the destroying of one tribe out of Israel. And the ancients said, What shall we do with the rest that have not received wives? For all the women in Benjamin are dead, and we must use all care and provide with great diligence, that one tribe be not destroyed out of Israel. For as to our own daughters we cannot give them, being bound with an oath and a curse, whereby we said, Cursed be he that shall give Benjamin any of his daughters to wife. So they took counsel and said, Behold, there is a yearly solemnity of the Lord in Shiloh, which is situate on the north of the city of Bethel, and on the east side of the way that goeth from Bethel to Shechem, and on the south of the town of Lebanah. And they commanded the children of Benjamin, and said, Go and lie hid in the vineyards, and when you shall see the daughters of Shiloh come out, as the custom is, to dance, come ye on a sudden out of the vineyards, and catch you every man his wife among them, and go into the land of Benjamin. And when their fathers and their brethren shall come, and shall begin to complain against you, and to chide, we will say to them, Have pity on them, for they took them not away as by the right of war or conquest, but when they asked to have them, you gave them not, and the fault was committed on your part. And the children of Benjamin did as they had been commanded, and according to their number they carried off for themselves every man his wife of them that were dancing. And they went into their possession, and built up their cities, and dwelt in them. The children of Israel also returned by their tribes and families to their dwellings. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every one did that which seemed right to himself. The Book of Ruth, chapter 1. In the days of one of the judges, when the judges ruled, there came a famine in the land. And a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the land of Moab with his wife and his 2 sons. He was named Elimelech, and his wife Naomi, and his 2 sons, the one Mahlon, and the other Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. And entering into the country of Moab, they abode there. And Elimelech, the husband of Naomi, died, and she remained with her sons. And they took wives of the women of Moab, of which one was called Orpah, and the other Ruth. And they dwelt there 10 years. And they both died, to wit, Mahlon and Chilion. And the woman was left alone, having lost both her sons and her husband. And she arose to go from the land of Moab to her own country with both daughters-in-law, for she had heard that the Lord had looked upon his people, and had given them food. Wherefore she went forth out of the place of her sojournment with both her daughters-in-law. And being now in the way to return into the land of Judah, she said to them, Go ye home to your mothers. The Lord deal mercifully with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. May he grant you to find rest in the houses of the husbands which you shall take. And she kissed them. And they lifted up their voice, and began to weep, and to say, We will go on with thee to thy people. But she answered them, Return, my daughters, why come ye with me? Have I any more sons in my womb, that you may hope for husbands of me? Return again, my daughters, and go your ways, for I am now spent with age, and not fit for wedlock. Although I might conceive this night and bear children, if you would wait till they were grown up, and come to man's estate, you would be old women before you marry. Do not so, my daughters, I beseech you, for I am grieved the more for your distress, and the hand of the Lord is gone out against me. And they lifted up their voice, and began to weep again. Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, and returned. Ruth stuck close to her mother-in-law. And Naomi said to her, Behold, thy kinswoman is returned to her people, and to her gods. Go thou with her. She answered, Be not against me, to desire that I should leave thee and depart, for whithersoever thou shalt go, I will go. And where thou shalt dwell, I also will dwell. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. The land that shall receive thee dying, in the same will I die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so and so to me, and add more also, if aught but death part me and thee. Then Naomi, seeing that Ruth was steadfastly determined to go with her, would not be against it, nor persuade her any more to return to her friends. So they went together and came to Bethlehem. And when they were come into the city, the report was quickly spread among all. And the women said, This is that Naomi. But she said to them, Call me not Naomi, that is, beautiful, but call me Mara, that is, bitter. For the Almighty hath quite filled me with bitterness. I went out full, and the Lord hath brought me back empty. Why then do you call me Naomi, whom the Lord hath humbled, and the Almighty hath afflicted? So Naomi came with Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law, from the land of sojournment, and returned into Bethlehem, in the beginning of the barley harvest. Ruth chapter 2. Now her husband Elimelech had a kinsman, a powerful man, and very rich, whose name was Boaz. And Ruth the Moabitess said to her mother-in-law, If thou wilt, I will go into the field and glean the ears of corn that escape the hands of the reapers, wheresoever I shall find grace with a householder that will be favorable to me. And she answered her, Go, my daughter. She went therefore and gleaned the ears of corn after the reapers. And it happened that the owner of that field was Boaz, who was of the kindred of Elimelech. And behold, he came out of Bethlehem and said to the reapers, The Lord be with you. And they answered him, The Lord bless thee. And Boaz said to the young man that was set over the reapers, Whose maid is this? And he answered him, This is the Moabitess who came with Naomi from the land of Moab. And she desired leave to glean the ears of corn that remain, following the steps of the reapers, and she hath been in the field from morning till now, and hath not gone home for one moment. And Boaz said to Ruth, Hear me, daughter, do not go to glean in any other field, and do not depart from this place, but keep with my maids, and follow where they reap. For I have charged my young men not to molest thee. And if thou art thirsty, go to the vessels, and drink of the waters whereof the servants drink. She fell on her face, and worshipping upon the ground, said to him, Whence cometh this to me, that I should find grace before thy eyes, and that thou shouldst vouchsafe to take notice of me, a woman of another country? And he answered her, All hath been told me that thou hast done to thy mother-in-law after the death of thy husband, and how thou hast left thy parents, and the land wherein thou wast born, and art come to a people which thou knewest not heretofore. The Lord render unto thee for thy work, and mayest thou receive a full reward of the Lord, the God of Israel, to whom thou art come, and under whose wings thou art fled. And she said, I have found grace in thy eyes, my Lord, who hast comforted me, and hast spoken to the heart of thy handmaid, who am not like to one of thy maids. And Boaz said to her, At mealtime come thou hither, and eat of the bread, and dip thy morsel in the vinegar. So she sat at the side of the reapers, and she heaped to herself frumenty, and ate, and was filled, and took the leavings. And she arose from thence to glean the ears of corn as before. And Boaz commanded his servants, saying, If she would even reap with you, hinder her not, and let fall some of your handfuls of purpose, and leave them, that she may gather them without shame, and let no man rebuke her when she gathereth them. She gleaned therefore in the field till evening, and beating out with a rod, and threshing what she had gleaned, she found about the measure of an ephah of barley, that is, 3 bushels, which she took up and returned into the city, and showed it to her mother-in-law. Moreover she brought out, and gave her of the remains of her meat, wherewith she had been filled. And her mother-in-law said to her, Where hast thou gleaned today, and where hast thou wrought? Blessed be he that hath had pity on thee. And she told her with whom she had wrought, and she told the man's name, that he was called Boaz. And Naomi answered her, Blessed be he of the Lord, because the same kindness which he showed to the living, he hath kept also to the dead. And again she said, The man is our kinsman. And Ruth said, He also charged me that I should keep close to his reapers till all the corn should be reaped. And her mother-in-law said to her, It is better for thee, my daughter, to go out to reap with his maids, lest in another man's field some one may resist thee. So she kept close to the maids of Boaz, and continued to glean with them, till all the barley and the wheat were laid up in the barns. Ruth chapter 3. After she was returned to her mother-in-law, Naomi said to her, My daughter, I will seek rest for thee, and I will provide that it may be well with thee. This Boaz, with whose maids thou wast joined in the field, is our near kinsman, and behold, this night he winnoweth barley in the threshing floor. Wash thyself therefore, and anoint thee, and put on thy best garments, and go down to the barn floor, but let not the man see thee, till he shall have done eating and drinking. And when he shall go to sleep, mark the place wherein he sleepeth, and thou shalt go in, and lift up the clothes wherewith he is covered towards his feet, and shall lay thyself down there, and he will tell thee what thou must do. She answered, Whatsoever thou shalt command, I will do. And she went down to the barn floor, and did all that her mother-in-law had bid her. And when Boaz had eaten and drunk and was merry, he went to sleep by the heap of sheaves, and she came softly, and, uncovering his feet, laid herself down. And behold, when it was now midnight, the man was afraid and troubled, and he saw a young woman lying at his feet. And he said to her, Who art thou? And she answered, I am Ruth, thy handmaid. Spread thy coverlet over thy servant, for thou art a near kinsman. And he said, Blessed art thou of the Lord, my daughter, and thy latter kindness has surpassed the former, because thou hast not followed young men, either poor or rich. Fear not, therefore, but whatsoever thou shalt say to me I will do to thee. For all the people that dwell within the gates of my city know that thou art a virtuous woman. Neither do I deny myself to be near of kin, but there is another nearer than I. Rest thou this night, and when morning is come, if he will take thee by the right of kindred, all is well. But if he will not, I will undoubtedly take thee, as the Lord liveth. Sleep till the morning. So she slept at his feet till the night was going off. And she arose before men could know one another. And Boaz said, Beware lest any man know that thou camest hither. And again he said, Spread thy mantle wherewith thou art covered, and hold it with both hands. And when she spread it and held it, he measured 6 measures of barley, and laid it upon her. And she carried it, and went into the city, and came to her mother-in-law, who said to her, What hast thou done, daughter? And she told her all that the man had done to her. And she said, Behold, he hath given me 6 measures of barley, for he said, I will not have thee return empty to thy mother-in-law. And Naomi said, Wait, my daughter, till we see what end the thing will have. For the man will not rest until he have accomplished what he hath said. Ruth chapter 4. Then Boaz went up to the gate and sat there. And when he had seen the kinsman going by, of whom he had spoken before, he said to him, calling him by his name, Turn aside for a little while, and sit down here. He turned aside and sat down. And Boaz, taking 10 men of the ancients of the city, said to them, Sit ye down here. They sat down, and he spoke to the kinsman. Naomi, who is returned from the country of Moab, will sell a parcel of land that belonged to our brother Elimelech. I would have thee to understand this, and would tell thee before all that sit here, and before the ancients of my people, if thou wilt, take possession of it by the right of kindred. Buy it and possess it. But if it please thee not, tell me so, that I may know what I have to do. For there is no near kinsman besides thee, who art first, and me, who am second. But he answered, I will buy the field. And Boaz said to him, When thou shalt buy the field at the woman's hand, thou must take also Ruth the Moabitess, who was the wife of the deceased, to raise up the name of thy kinsman in his inheritance. He answered, I yield up my right of next of kin, for I must not cut off the posterity of my own family. Do thou make use of my privilege, which I profess I do willingly forego. Now this in former times was the manner in Israel between kinsmen, that if at any time one yielded his right to another, that the grant might be sure, the man put off his shoe and gave it to his neighbor. This was a testimony of cession of right in Israel. So Boaz said to his kinsman, Put off thy shoe. And immediately he took it off from his foot. And he said to the ancients and to all the people, You are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Elimelech's, and Kilion's, and Mahlon's, of the hand of Naomi, and have taken to wife Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of Mahlon, to raise up the name of the deceased in his inheritance, lest his name be cut off from among his family, and his brethren, and his people. You, I say, are witnesses of this thing. Then all the people that were in the gate and the ancients answered, We are witnesses. The Lord make this woman who cometh into thy house like Rachel and Leah, who built up the house of Israel, that she may be an example of virtue in Ephrathah, and may have a famous name in Bethlehem, and that the house may be as the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore unto Judah, of the seed which the Lord shall give thee of this young woman. Boaz therefore took Ruth and married her, and went in unto her. And the Lord gave her to conceive and to bear a son. And the women said to Naomi, Blessed be the Lord, who hath not suffered thy family to want a successor, that his name should be preserved in Israel, and thou shouldst have one to comfort thy soul, and cherish thy old age. For he is born of thy daughter-in-law, who loveth thee, and is much better to thee than if thou hadst 7 sons. And Naomi, taking the child, laid it in her bosom, and she carried it, and was a nurse unto it. And the women her neighbors, congratulating with her, and saying, There is a son born to Naomi, called his name Obed. He is the father of Jesse, the father of David. These are the generations of Perez. Perez begot Hezron. Hezron begot Ram. Ram begot Amminadab. Amminadab begot Nahshon. Nahshon begot Salmon. Salmon begot Boaz. Boaz begot Obed. Obed begot Jesse. Jesse begot David. First Book of Kings, chapter 1. There was a man of Ramathaim Zophim, of Mount Ephraim, and his name was Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, an Ephraimite. And he had 2 wives. The name of one was Hannah, and the name of the other Peninnah. Peninnah had children, but Hannah had no children. And this man went up out of his city upon the appointed days, to adore and to offer sacrifice to the Lord of hosts in Shiloh. And the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were there priests of the Lord. Now the day came, and Elkanah offered sacrifice, and gave to Peninnah his wife, and to all her sons and daughters, portions. But to Hannah he gave 1 portion with sorrow, because he loved Hannah, and the Lord had shut up her womb. Her rival also afflicted her, and troubled her exceedingly, insomuch that she upbraided her, that the Lord had shut up her womb. And thus she did every year, when the time returned that they went up to the temple of the Lord, and thus she provoked her. But Hannah wept, and did not eat. Then Elkanah her husband said to her, Hannah, why weepest thou, and why dost thou not eat? And why dost thou afflict thy heart? Am I not better to thee than 10 children? So Hannah arose after she had eaten and drunk in Shiloh. And Eli the priest, sitting upon a stool before the door of the temple of the Lord, as Hannah had her heart full of grief, she prayed to the Lord, shedding many tears. And she made a vow, saying, O Lord of hosts, if thou wilt look down on the affliction of thy servant, and wilt be mindful of me, and not forget thy handmaid, and wilt give to thy servant a man-child, I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and no razor shall come upon his head. And it came to pass, as she multiplied prayers before the Lord, that Eli observed her mouth. Now Hannah spoke in her heart, and only her lips moved, but her voice was not heard at all. Eli therefore thought her to be drunk, and said to her, How long wilt thou be drunk? Digest a little the wine, of which thou hast taken too much. Hannah answering said, Not so, my lord, for I am an exceeding unhappy woman, and have drunk neither wine nor any strong drink, but I have poured out my soul before the Lord. Count not thy handmaid for one of the daughters of Belial, for out of the abundance of my sorrow and grief have I spoken till now. Then Eli said to her, Go in peace, and the God of Israel grant thee thy petition which thou hast asked of him. And she said, Would to God thy handmaid may find grace in thy eyes. So the woman went on her way and ate, and her countenance was no more changed. And they rose in the morning, and worshipped before the Lord. And they returned, and came into their house at Ramah. And Elkanah knew Hannah his wife, and the Lord remembered her. And it came to pass, when the time was come about, Hannah conceived, and bore a son, and called his name Samuel, because she had asked him of the Lord. And Elkanah her husband went up, and all his house, to offer to the Lord the solemn sacrifice and his vow. But Hannah went not up, for she said to her husband, I will not go till the child be weaned, until I may carry him, that he may appear before the Lord, and may abide always there. And Elkanah her husband said to her, Do what seemeth good to thee, and stay till thou wean him, and I pray that the Lord may fulfill his word. So the woman stayed at home, and gave her son suck till she weaned him. And after she had weaned him, she carried him with her, with 3 calves and 3 bushels of flour and a bottle of wine. And she brought him to the house of the Lord in Shiloh. Now the child was as yet very young, and they immolated a calf and offered the child to Eli. And Hannah said, I beseech thee, my lord, as thy soul liveth, my lord, I am that woman who stood before thee here praying to the Lord. For this child did I pray, and the Lord hath granted me my petition which I asked of him. Therefore I also have lent him to the Lord all the days of his life. He shall be lent to the Lord. And they adored the Lord there, and Hannah prayed and said, First Book of Kings, chapter 2. My heart hath rejoiced in the Lord, and my horn is exalted in my God. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies, because I have joyed in thy salvation. There is none holy as the Lord is, for there is no other beside thee, and there is none strong like our God. Do not multiply to speak lofty things, boasting. Let old matters depart from your mouth, for the Lord is a God of all knowledge, and to him are thoughts prepared. The bow of the mighty is overcome, and the weak are girt with strength. They that were full before have hired out themselves for bread, and the hungry are filled, so that the barren hath borne many, and she that had many children is weakened. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to hell and bringeth back again. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He humbleth and he exalteth. He raiseth up the needy from the dust, and lifteth up the poor from the dunghill, that he may sit with princes, and hold the throne of glory. For the poles of the earth are the Lord's, and upon them he hath set the world. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, because no man shall prevail by his own strength. The adversaries of the Lord shall fear him, and upon them shall he thunder in the heavens. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give empire to his king, and shall exalt the horn of his Christ. And Elkanah went to Ramah to his house, but the child ministered in the sight of the Lord before the face of Eli the priest. Now the sons of Eli were children of Belial, not knowing the Lord, nor the office of the priests to the people. But whosoever had offered a sacrifice, the servant of the priest came, while the flesh was in boiling, with a flesh hook of 3 teeth in his hand, and thrust it into the kettle, or into the cauldron, or into the pot, or into the pan. And all that the flesh hook brought up, the priest took to himself. Thus did they to all Israel that came to Shiloh. Also, before they burnt the fat, the servant of the priest came, and said to the man that sacrificed, Give me flesh to boil for the priest, for I will not take of thee sodden flesh, but raw. And he that sacrificed said to him, Let the fat first be burnt today according to the custom, and then take as much as thy soul desireth. But he answered and said to him, Not so, but thou shalt give it to me now, or else I will take it by force. Wherefore the sin of the young men was exceeding great before the Lord, because they withdrew men from the sacrifice of the Lord. But Samuel ministered before the face of the Lord, being a child girded with a linen ephod. And his mother made him a little coat, which she brought to him on the appointed days, when she went up with her husband to offer the solemn sacrifice. And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife, and he said to him, The Lord give thee seed of this woman, for the loan thou hast lent to the Lord. And they went to their own home. And the Lord visited Hannah, and she conceived, and bore 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the child Samuel became great before the Lord. Now Eli was very old, and he heard all that his sons did to all Israel, and how they lay with the women that waited at the door of the tabernacle. And he said to them, Why do ye these kinds of things which I hear, very wicked things, from all the people? Do not so, my sons, for it is no good report that I hear, that you make the people of the Lord to transgress. If one man shall sin against another, God may be appeased in his behalf. But if a man shall sin against the Lord, who shall pray for him? And they hearkened not to the voice of their father, because the Lord would slay them. But the child Samuel advanced and grew on, and pleased both the Lord and men. And there came a man of God to Eli, and said to him, Thus saith the Lord, Did I not plainly appear to thy father's house when they were in Egypt in the house of Pharaoh? And I chose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to go up to my altar, and burn incense to me, and to wear the ephod before me. And I gave to thy father's house of all the sacrifices of the children of Israel. Why have you kicked away my victims and my gifts which I commanded to be offered in the temple? And thou hast rather honored thy sons than me, to eat the firstfruits of every sacrifice of my people Israel. Wherefore, thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I said indeed that thy house and the house of thy father should minister in my sight forever. But now, saith the Lord, far be this from me, but whosoever shall glorify me, him will I glorify, but they that despise me shall be despised. Behold, the days come, and I will cut off thy arm, and the arm of thy father's house, and there shall not be an old man in thy house. And thou shalt see thy rival in the temple, in all the prosperity of Israel, and there shall not be an old man in thy house forever. However, I will not altogether take away a man of thee from my altar, but that thy eyes may faint and thy soul be spent, and a great part of thy house shall die when they come to man's estate. And this shall be a sign to thee that shall come upon thy two sons, Hophni and Phinehas. In one day they shall, both of them, die. And I will raise me up a faithful priest, who shall do according to my heart and my soul, and I will build him a faithful house, and he shall walk all days before my anointed. And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall remain in thy house shall come, that he may be prayed for, and shall offer a piece of silver and a roll of bread, and shall say, Put me, I beseech thee, to somewhat of the priestly office, that I may eat a morsel of bread. First Book of Kings, chapter 3. Now the child Samuel ministered to the Lord before Eli, and the word of the Lord was precious in those days. There was no manifest vision. And it came to pass one day, when Eli lay in his place, and his eyes were grown dim that he could not see. Before the lamp of God went out, Samuel slept in the temple of the Lord, where the ark of God was. And the Lord called Samuel. And he answered, Here am I. And he ran to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. He said, I did not call, go back and sleep. And he went and slept. And the Lord called Samuel again. And Samuel arose and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou calledst me. He answered, I did not call thee, my son. Return and sleep. Now Samuel did not yet know the Lord, neither had the word of the Lord been revealed to him. And the Lord called Samuel again the third time. And he arose up and went to Eli and said, Here am I, for thou didst call me. Then Eli understood that the Lord called the child. And he said to Samuel, Go and sleep, and if he shall call thee any more, thou shalt say, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. So Samuel went and slept in his place. And the Lord came and stood, and he called, as he had called the other times, Samuel, Samuel. And Samuel said, Speak, Lord, for thy servant heareth. And the Lord said to Samuel, Behold, I do a thing in Israel, and whosoever shall hear it, both his ears shall tingle. In that day I will raise up against Eli all the things I have spoken concerning his house. I will begin, and I will make an end, for I have foretold unto him that I will judge his house forever, for iniquity, because he knew that his sons did wickedly, and did not chastise them. Therefore have I sworn to the house of Eli, that the iniquity of his house shall not be expiated with victims nor offerings forever. And Samuel slept till morning, and opened the doors of the house of the Lord. And Samuel feared to tell the vision to Eli. Then Eli called Samuel, and said, Samuel, my son? And he answered, Here am I. And he asked him, What is the word that the Lord hath spoken to thee? I beseech thee, hide it not from me. May God do so-and-so to thee, and add so-and-so, if thou hide from me one word of all that were said to thee. So Samuel told him all the words, and did not hide them from him. And he answered, It is the Lord. Let him do what is good in his sight. And Samuel grew, and the Lord was with him, and not one of his words fell to the ground. And all Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, knew that Samuel was a faithful prophet of the Lord. And the Lord again appeared in Shiloh, for the Lord revealed himself to Samuel in Shiloh according to the word of the Lord. And the word of Samuel came to pass to all Israel. First Book of Kings, chapter 4. And it came to pass in those days that the Philistines gathered themselves together to fight. And Israel went out to war against the Philistines, and camped by the stone of help. And the Philistines came to Aphek, and put their army in array against Israel. And when they had joined battle, Israel turned their backs to the Philistines, and there was slain in that fight here and there in the fields about 4,000 men. And the people returned to the camp, and the ancients of Israel said, Why hath the Lord defeated us today before the Philistines? Let us fetch unto us the ark of the covenant of the Lord from Shiloh, and let it come in the midst of us, that it may save us from the hand of our enemies. So the people sent to Shiloh, and they brought from thence the ark of the covenant of the Lord of hosts, sitting upon the cherubims. And the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were with the ark of the covenant of God. And when the ark of the covenant of the Lord was come into the camp, all Israel shouted with a great shout, and the earth rang again. And the Philistines heard the noise of the shout, and they said, What is this noise of a great shout in the camp of the Hebrews? And they understood that the ark of the Lord was come into the camp. And the Philistines were afraid, saying, God is come into the camp. And sighing, they said, Woe to us! For there was no such great joy yesterday and the day before. Woe to us! Who shall deliver us from the hand of these high gods? These are the gods that struck Egypt with all the plagues in the desert. Take courage and behave like men, ye Philistines, lest you come to be servants to the Hebrews as they have served you. Take courage and fight. So the Philistines fought, and Israel was overthrown, and every man fled to his own dwelling. And there was an exceeding great slaughter, for there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen. And the ark of God was taken, and the two sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, were slain. And there ran a man of Benjamin out of the army, and came to Shiloh the same day, with his clothes rent, and his head strewed with dust. And when he was come, Eli sat upon a stool over against the way, watching, for his heart was fearful for the ark of God. And when the man was come into the city, he told it, and all the city cried out. And Eli heard the noise of the cry, and he said, What meaneth the noise of this uproar? But he made haste and came and told Eli. Now Eli was 98 years old, and his eyes were dim, and he could not see. And he said to Eli, I am he that came from the battle, and have fled out of the field this day. And he said to him, What is there done, my son? And he that brought the news answered and said, Israel has fled before the Philistines, and there has been a great slaughter of the people. Moreover, thy two sons, Hophni and Phinehas, are dead, and the ark of God is taken. And when he had named the ark of God, he fell from his stool backwards by the door, and broke his neck, and died. For he was an old man, and far advanced in years, and he judged Israel 40 years. And his daughter-in-law, the wife of Phinehas, was big with child, and near her time, and hearing the news that the ark of God was taken, and her father-in-law and her husband were dead, she bowed herself, and fell in labor, for her pains came upon her on a sudden. And when she was upon the point of death, they that stood about her said to her, Fear not, for thou hast borne a son. She answered them not, nor gave heed to them. And she called the child Ichabod, saying, The glory is gone from Israel, because the ark of God was taken. And for her father-in-law and her husband, and she said, The glory is departed from Israel, because the ark of God was taken. First Book of Kings, chapter 5. And the Philistines took the ark of God, and carried it from the stone of help into Ashdod. And the Philistines took the ark of God, and brought it into the temple of Dagon, and set it by Dagon. And when the Ashdodians arose early the next day, behold, Dagon lay upon his face on the ground before the ark of the Lord. And they took Dagon, and set him again in his place. And the next day again, when they rose in the morning, they found Dagon lying upon his face on the earth before the ark of the Lord. And the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold, and only the stump of Dagon remained in its place. For this cause neither the priests of Dagon nor any that go into the temple tread on the threshold of Dagon in Ashdod unto this day. And the hand of the Lord was heavy upon the Ashdodians, And he destroyed them, and afflicted Ashdod, and the coasts thereof with hemorrhoids. And in the villages and fields in the midst of that country there came forth a multitude of mice, and there was the confusion of a great mortality in the city. And the men of Ashdod, seeing this kind of plague, said, The ark of the God of Israel shall not stay with us, for his hand is heavy upon us, and upon Dagon our God. And sending, they gathered together all the lords of the Philistines to them, and said, What shall we do with the ark of the God of Israel? And the Gittites answered, Let the ark of the God of Israel be carried about. And they carried the ark of the God of Israel about. And while they were carrying it about, the hand of the Lord came upon every city with an exceeding great slaughter. And he smote the men of every city, both small and great, and they had hemorrhoids in their secret parts. And the Gittites consulted together, and made themselves seats of skins. Therefore they sent the ark of God into Akron. And when the ark of God was come into Akron, the Akronites cried out, saying, They have brought the ark of the God of Israel to us, to kill us and our people. They sent therefore and gathered together all the lords of the Philistines. And they said, Send away the ark of the God of Israel, and let it return into its own place, and not kill us and our people. For there was the fear of death in every city, and the hand of God was exceeding heavy. The men also that did not die were afflicted with the hemorrhoids, and the cry of every city went up to heaven. First Book of Kings, chapter 6. Now the ark of God was in the land of the Philistines 7 months. And the Philistines called for the priests and the diviners, saying, What shall we do with the ark of the Lord? Tell us, how are we to send it back to its place? And they said, If you send back the ark of the God of Israel, send it not away empty, but render unto him what you owe for sin, and then you shall be healed, and you shall know why his hand departeth not from you. They answered, What is it we ought to render unto him for sin? And they answered, According to the number of the provinces of the Philistines, you shall make 5 golden hemorrhoids, and 5 golden mice, for the same plague hath been upon you all, and upon your lords. And you shall make the likeness of your hemorrhoids, and the likeness of the mice that have destroyed the land, and you shall give glory to the God of Israel, to see if he will take off his hand from you, and from your gods, and from your land. Why do you harden your hearts, as Egypt and Pharaoh hardened their hearts? Did not he, after he was struck, then let them go, and they departed? Now therefore take and make a new cart, and 2 kine that have calved, on which there hath come no yoke. Tie to the cart, and shut up their calves at home. And you shall take the ark of the Lord, and lay it on the cart. And the vessels of gold which you have paid him for sin, you shall put into a little box at the side thereof, and send it away that it may go. And you shall look, and if it go up by the way of his own coasts towards Beth-shemesh, then he hath done us this great evil. But if not, we shall know that it is not his hand hath touched us, but it hath happened by chance. They did therefore in this manner, and taking 2 kine that had suckling calves, they yoked them to the cart, and shut up their calves at home. And they laid the ark of God upon the cart, and the little box that had in it the golden mice and the likenesses of the hemorrhoids. And the kine took the straight way that leadeth to Beth-shemesh, and they went along the way, lowing as they went, and turned not aside, neither to the right hand nor to the left. And the lords of the Philistines followed them as far as the borders of Beth-shemesh. Now the Beth-shemeshites were reaping wheat in the valley, and lifting up their eyes, they saw the ark, and rejoiced to see it. And the cart came into the field of Joshua, a Beth-shemeshite, and stood there. And there was a great stone, and they cut in pieces the wood of the cart, and laid the kine upon it, a holocaust to the Lord. And the Levites took down the ark of God, and the little box that was at the side of it, wherein were the vessels of gold, and they put them upon the great stone. The men also of Beth-shemesh offered holocausts, and sacrificed victims that day to the Lord. And the 5 princes of the Philistines saw, and they returned to Akron the same day. And these are the golden hemorrhoids which the Philistines returned for sin to the Lord. For Ashdod, 1. For Gaza, 1. For Ashkelon, 1. For Gath, 1. For Akron, 1. And the golden mice according to the number of the cities of the Philistines of the 5 provinces, from the fenced city to the village that was without wall, and to the great Abel, the stone whereon they set down the ark of the Lord, which was till that day in the field of Joshua the Bethshemeshite. But he slew of the men of Bethshemesh, because they had seen the ark of the Lord. And he slew of the people 70 men, and 50,000 of the common people. And the people lamented, because the Lord had smitten the people with a great slaughter. And the men of Bethshemesh said, Who shall be able to stand before the Lord, this holy God? And to whom shall he go up from us? And they sent messengers to the inhabitants of Kirjath-jearim, saying, The Philistines have brought back the ark of the Lord. Come ye down and fetch it up to you. First Book of Kings, chapter 7. And then men of Kirjath-jearim came and fetched up the ark of the Lord, and carried it into the house of Abinadab in Gibeah. And they sanctified Eleazar his son to keep the ark of the Lord. And it came to pass that from the day the ark of the Lord abode in Kirjath-jearim, days were multiplied, for it was now the 20th year, and all the house of Israel rested, following the Lord. And Samuel spoke to all the house of Israel, saying, If you turn to the Lord with all your heart, put away the strange gods from among you, Balaam and Ashtaroth, and prepare your hearts unto the Lord, and serve him only, and he will deliver you out of the hand of the Philistines. Then the children of Israel put away Balaam and Ashtaroth, and served the Lord only. And Samuel said, Gather all Israel to Mizpah, that I may pray to the Lord for you. And they gathered together to Mizpah, and they drew water, and poured it out before the Lord. And they fasted on that day, and they said there, We have sinned against the Lord. And Samuel judged the children of Israel in Mizpah. And the Philistines heard that the children of Israel were gathered together to Mizpah, and the lords of the Philistines went up against Israel. And when the children of Israel heard this, they were afraid of the Philistines. And they said to Samuel, Cease not to cry to the Lord our God for us, that he may save us out of the hand of the Philistines. And Samuel took a sucking lamb, and offered it whole for a holocaust to the Lord. And Samuel cried to the Lord for Israel, and the Lord heard him. And it came to pass, when Samuel was offering the holocaust, the Philistines began the battle against Israel, but the Lord thundered with a great thunder on that day upon the Philistines, and terrified them, and they were overthrown before the face of Israel. And the men of Israel, going out of Mizpah, pursued after the Philistines, and made slaughter of them till they came under Beth-kar. And Samuel took a stone, and laid it between Mizpah and Shen, and he called the place the Stone of Help. And he said, Thus far the Lord hath helped us. And the Philistines were humbled, and they did not come any more into the borders of Israel. And the hand of the Lord was against the Philistines all the days of Samuel. And the cities which the Philistines had taken from Israel were restored to Israel, from Akron to Gath, and their borders. And he delivered Israel from the hand of the Philistines, and there was peace between Israel and the Amorites. And Samuel judged Israel all the days of his life. And he went every year about to Bethel, and to Gilgal, and to Mizpah. And he judged Israel in the aforesaid places. And he returned to Ramah, for there was his house, and there he judged Israel. He built also there an altar to the Lord. First Book of Kings, chapter 8. And it came to pass, when Samuel was old, that he appointed his sons to be judges over Israel. Now the name of his firstborn son was Joel, and the name of the second was Abijah, judges in Beersheba. And his sons walked not in his ways, but they turned aside after lucre, and took bribes and perverted judgment. Then all the ancients of Israel, being assembled, came to Samuel to Ramah. And they said to him, Behold, thou art old, and thy sons walk not in thy ways. Make us a king to judge us, as all nations have. And the word was displeasing in the eyes of Samuel, that they should say, Give us a king to judge us. And Samuel prayed to the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, Hearken to the voice of the people in all that they say to thee. For they have not rejected thee, but me, that I should not reign over them. according to all their works they have done from the day that I brought them out of Egypt until this day. As they have forsaken me and served strange gods, so do they also unto thee. Now therefore hearken to their voice, but yet testify to them, and foretell them the right of the king that shall reign over them. Then Samuel told all the words of the Lord to the people that had desired a king of him, and said, This will be the right of the king that shall reign over you. He will take your sons and put them in his chariots, and will make them his horsemen and his running footmen to run before his chariots. And he will appoint of them to be his tribunes and centurions, and to plow his fields, and to reap his corn, and to make him arms and chariots. Your daughters also he will take to make him ointments, and to be his cooks and bakers. And he will take your fields, and your vineyards, and your best olive yards, and give them to his servants. Moreover, he will take the tenth of your corn, and of the revenues of your vineyards, to give his eunuchs and servants. Your servants also, and handmaids, and your goodliest young men, and your asses he will take away, and put them to his work. Your flocks also he will tithe, and you shall be his servants. And you shall cry out in that day from the face of the king whom you have chosen to yourselves, and the Lord will not hear you in that day, because you desired unto yourselves a king. But the people would not hear the voice of Samuel, and they said, Nay, but there shall be a king over us, and we also will be like all nations, and our king shall judge us, and go out before us, and fight our battles for us. And Samuel heard all the words of the people, and rehearsed them in the ears of the Lord. And the Lord said to Samuel, Hearken to their voice, and make them a king. And Samuel said to the men of Israel, Let every man go to his city. First Book of Kings, chapter 9. Now there was a man of Benjamin, whose name was Kish, the son of Abiel, the son of Zeror, the son of Bechorath, the son of Aphekah, the son of Gemini, valiant and strong. And he had a son whose name was Saul, a choice and goodly man, and there was not among the children of Israel a goodlier person than he. From his shoulders and upward he appeared above all the people. And the asses of Kish, Saul's father, were lost. And Kish said to his son Saul, Take one of the servants with thee, and arise, go, and seek the asses. And when they had passed through Mount Ephraim, and through the land of Shalisha, and had not found them, they passed also through the land of Shaalim, and they were not there, and through the land of Gemini, and found them not. And when they were come to the land of Zuph, Saul said to the servant that was with him, Come, let us return, lest perhaps my father forget the asses, and be concerned for us. And he said to him, Behold, there is a man of God in this city, a famous man. All that he saith cometh certainly to pass. Now therefore let us go thither. Perhaps he may tell us of our way for which we are come. And Saul said to his servant, Behold, we will go, but what shall we carry to the man of God? The bread is spent in our bags, and we have no present to make to the man of God, nor anything at all. The servant answered Saul again, and said, Behold, there is found in my hand the fourth part of a shekel of silver. Let us give it to the man of God, that he may tell us our way. Now in time past in Israel, when a man went to consult God, he spoke thus, Come, let us go to the seer. For he that is now called a prophet in time past was called a seer. And Saul said to his servant, Thy word is very good. Come, let us go. And they went into the city where the man of God was. And when they went up the ascent to the city, they found maids coming out to draw water. And they said to them, Is the seer here? They answered and said to them, He is. Behold, he is before you. Make haste now, for he came today into the city, for there is a sacrifice of the people today in the high place. As soon as you come into the city, you shall immediately find him, before he go up to the high place to eat. For the people will not eat till he come, because he blesseth the victim, and afterwards they eat that are invited. Now therefore go up, for today you shall find him. And they went up into the city. And when they were walking in the midst of the city, behold, Samuel was coming out over against them to go up to the high place. Now the Lord had revealed to the ear of Samuel the day before Saul came, saying, Tomorrow, about this same hour, I will send thee a man of the land of Benjamin, and thou shalt anoint him to be ruler over my people Israel. And he shall save my people out of the hand of the Philistines. For I have looked down upon my people, because their cry is come to me. And when Samuel saw Saul, the Lord said to him, Behold the man of whom I spoke to thee. This man shall reign over my people. And Saul came to Samuel in the midst of the gate, and said, Tell me, I pray thee, where is the house of the seer? And Samuel answered Saul, saying, I am the seer. Go up before me to the high place, that you may eat with me today. And I will let thee go in the morning, and tell thee all that is in thy heart. And as for the asses which were lost 3 days ago, be not solicitous because they are found. And for whom shall be all the best things of Israel? Shall they not be for thee and for all thy father's house? And Saul answering said, Am I not a son of Jemini of the least tribe of Israel, and my kindred the last among all the families of the tribe of Benjamin? Why then hast thou spoken this word to me? Then Samuel, taking Saul and his servant, brought them into the parlor, and gave them a place at the head of them that were invited, for there were about 30 men. And Samuel said to the cook, Bring the portion which I gave thee, and commanded thee to set it apart by thee. And the cook took up the shoulder, and set it before Saul. And Samuel said, Behold what is left, set it before thee, and eat, because it was kept of a purpose for thee when I invited the people. And Saul ate with Samuel that day. And they went down from the high place into the town, and he spoke with Saul upon the top of the house. And he prepared a bed for Saul on the top of the house, and he slept. And when they were risen in the morning, and it began now to be light, Samuel called Saul on the top of the house, saying, Arise, that I may let thee go. And Saul arose, and they went out, both of them, to wit, he and Samuel. And as they were going down in the end of the city, Samuel said to Saul, Speak to the servant to go before us, and pass on. But stand thou still a while, that I may tell thee the word of the Lord. First Book of Kings, chapter 10. And Samuel took a little vial of oil, and poured it upon his head, and kissed him, and said, Behold, the Lord hath anointed thee to be prince over his inheritance. And thou shalt deliver his people out of the hands of their enemies that are round about them. And this shall be a sign unto thee, that God hath anointed thee to be prince. When thou shalt depart from me this day, thou shalt find 2 men by the sepulchre of Rachel in the borders of Benjamin to the south. And they shall say to thee, The asses are found which thou wentest to seek. And thy father, thinking no more of the asses, is concerned for you, and saith, What shall I do for my son? And when thou shalt depart from thence, and go farther on, and shalt come to the oak of Tabor, there shall meet thee 3 men going up to God to Bethel, one carrying 3 kids, and another 3 loaves of bread, and another carrying a bottle of wine. And they will salute thee, and will give thee 2 loaves, and thou shalt take them at their hand. After that thou shalt come to the hill of God, where the garrison of the Philistines is. And when thou shalt be come there into the city, thou shalt meet a company of prophets coming down from the high place, with a psaltery, and a timbrel, and a pipe, and a harp before them, and they shall be prophesying. And the Spirit of the Lord shall come upon thee, and thou shalt prophesy with them, and shalt be changed into another man. When therefore these signs shall happen to thee, do whatsoever thy hand shall find, for the Lord is with thee. And thou shalt go down before me to Gilgal, for I will come down to thee, that thou mayest offer an oblation, and sacrifice victims of peace. 7 days shalt thou wait, till I come to thee, and I will show thee what thou art to do. So when he had turned his back to go from Samuel, God gave unto him another heart, and all these things came to pass that day. And they came to the foresaid hill, and behold, a company of prophets met him, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon him, and he prophesied in the midst of them. And all that had known him yesterday and the day before seeing that he was with the prophets and prophesied, said to each other, What is this that hath happened to the son of Kish? Is Saul also among the prophets? And one answered another, saying, And who is their father? Therefore it became a proverb, Is Saul also among the prophets? And when he had made an end of prophesying, he came to the high place. And Saul's uncle said to him and to his servant, Whither went you? They answered, To seek the asses, and not finding them, we went to Samuel. And his uncle said to him, Tell me what Samuel said to thee. And Saul said to his uncle, He told us that the asses were found. But of the matter of the kingdom of which Samuel had spoken to him, he told him not. And Samuel called together the people to the Lord in Mizpah. And he said to the children of Israel, Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I brought up Israel out of Egypt, and delivered you from the hand of the Egyptians, and from the hand of all the kings who afflicted you. But you this day have rejected your God, who only hath saved you out of all your evils and your tribulations. And you have said, Nay, but set a king over us. Now therefore stand before the Lord by your tribes and by your families. And Samuel brought to him all the tribes of Israel, and the lot fell on the tribe of Benjamin. And he brought the tribe of Benjamin, and the kindreds thereof, and the lot fell upon the kindred of Matri, and it came to Saul the son of Kish. They sought him therefore, and he was not found. And after this they consulted the Lord, whether he would come thither. And the Lord answered, Behold, he is hidden at home. And they ran and fetched him thence, and he stood in the midst of the people, and he was higher than any of the people from the shoulders and upward. And Samuel said to all the people, Surely you see him whom the Lord hath chosen, that there is none like him among all the people. And all the people cried and said, God save the king. And Samuel told the people of the law of the kingdom, and wrote it in a book, and laid it up before the Lord. And Samuel sent away all the people, every one to his own house. Saul also departed to his own house in Gibeah, and there went with him a part of the army whose hearts God had touched. But the children of Belial said, Shall this fellow be able to save us? And they despised him, and brought him no presents. But he dissembled as though he heard not. First Book of Kings, chapter 11. And it came to pass, about a month after this, that Nahash the Ammonite came up, and began to fight against Jabesh-Gilead. And all the men of Jabesh said to Nahash, Make a covenant with us, and we will serve thee. And Nahash the Ammonite answered them, On this condition will I make a covenant with you, that I may pluck out all your right eyes, and make you a reproach in all Israel. And the ancients of Jabesh said to him, Allow us 7 days, that we may send messengers to all the coasts of Israel, and if there be no one to defend us, we will come out to thee. The messengers therefore came to Gibeah of Saul, and they spoke these words in the hearing of the people, and all the people lifted up their voices and wept. And behold, Saul came, following oxen out of the field, and he said, What aileth the people that they weep? And they told him the words of the men of Jabesh. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon Saul when he had heard these words, and his anger was exceedingly kindled. And taking both the oxen, he cut them in pieces, and sent them into all the coasts of Israel by messengers, saying, Whosoever shall not come forth and follow Saul and Samuel, so shall it be done to his oxen. And the fear of the Lord fell upon the people, and they went out as one man. And he numbered them in Bezek. And there were of the children of Israel 300,000, and of the men of Judah 30,000. And they said to the messengers that came, Thus shall you say to the men of Jabesh-Gilead, Tomorrow, when the sun shall be hot, you shall have relief. The messengers therefore came and told the men of Jabesh, and they were glad. And they said, In the morning we will come out to you, and you shall do what you please with us. And it came to pass, when the morrow was come, that Saul put the people in 3 companies, and he came into the midst of the camp in the morning watch, and he slew the Ammonites until the day grew hot, and the rest were scattered, so that 2 of them were not left together. And the people said to Samuel, Who is he that said, Shall Saul reign over us? Bring the men, and we will kill them. And Saul said, No man shall be killed this day, because the Lord this day hath wrought salvation in Israel. And Samuel said to the people, Come and let us go to Gilgal, and let us renew the kingdom there. And all the people went to Gilgal, and there they made Saul king before the Lord in Gilgal, and they sacrificed there victims of peace before the Lord. And there Saul and all the men of Israel rejoiced exceedingly. First Book of Kings, chapter 12. And Samuel said to all Israel, Behold, I have hearkened to your voice in all that you said to me, and have made a king over you. And now the king goeth before you, but I am old and gray-headed, and my sons are with you. Having then conversed with you from my youth unto this day, behold, here I am. Speak of me before the Lord, and before his anointed, whether I have taken any man's ox or ass, if I have wronged any man, if I have oppressed any man, if I have taken a bribe at any man's hand, and I will despise it this day, and will restore it to you. And they said, Thou hast not wronged us, nor oppressed us, nor taken aught at any man's hand. And he said to them, The Lord is witness against you, and his anointed is witness this day, that you have not found anything in my hand. And they said, He is witness. And Samuel said to the people, It is the Lord who made Moses and Aaron, and brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt. Now therefore stand up, that I may plead in judgment against you before the Lord, concerning all the kindness of the Lord which he hath shown to you and to your fathers. How Jacob went into Egypt, and your fathers cried to the Lord. And the Lord sent Moses and Aaron, and brought your fathers out of Egypt, and made them dwell in this place. And they forgot the Lord their God, and he delivered them into the hands of Sisera, captain of the army of Hazor, and into the hands of the Philistines, and into the hand of the king of Moab, and they fought against them. But afterwards they cried to the Lord, and said, We have sinned, because we have forsaken the Lord, and have served Balaam and Ashtoreth. But now deliver us from the hand of our enemies, and we will serve thee. And the Lord sent Jerubbaal and Bedan, and Jephthah, and Samuel, and delivered you from the hand of your enemies round about, and you dwelt securely. But seeing that Nahash, king of the children of Ammon, was come against you, you said to me, Nay, but a king shall reign over us, whereas the Lord your God was your king. Now therefore your king is here, whom you have chosen and desired. Behold, the Lord hath given you a king. If you will fear the Lord, and serve him, and hearken to his voice, and not provoke the mouth of the Lord, then shall both you and the king who reigneth over you be followers of the Lord your God. But if you will not hearken to the voice of the Lord, but will rebel against his words, the hand of the Lord shall be upon you and upon your fathers. Now then, stand, and see this great thing which the Lord will do in your sight. Is it not wheat harvest today? I will call upon the Lord, and he shall send thunder and rain, and you shall know and see that you yourselves have done a great evil in the sight of the Lord in desiring a king over you. And Samuel cried unto the Lord, and the Lord sent thunder and rain that day. And all the people greatly feared the Lord and Samuel. And all the people said to Samuel, Pray for thy servants to the Lord thy God, that we may not die, for we have added to all our sins this evil to ask for a king. And Samuel said to the people, Fear not, you have done all this evil, but yet depart not from following the Lord, but serve the Lord with all your heart, and turn not aside after vain things which shall never profit you, nor deliver you, because they are vain. And the Lord will not forsake his people for his great name's sake, because the Lord hath sworn to make you his people. And far from me be this sin against the Lord, that I should cease to pray for you, and I will teach you the good and right way. Therefore fear the Lord, and serve him in truth and with your whole heart, for you have seen the great works which he hath done among you. But if you will still do wickedly, both you and your king shall perish together. First Book of Kings, chapter 13. Saul was a child of 1 year when he began to reign, and he reigned 2 years over Israel. And Saul chose him 3,000 men of Israel, and 2,000 were with Saul in Michmash and in Mount Bethel, and 1,000 with Jonathan in Gibeah of Benjamin. And the rest of the people he sent back, every man to their dwellings. And Jonathan smote the garrison of the Philistines, which was in Gibeah. And when the Philistines had heard of it, Saul sounded the trumpet over all the land, saying, Let the Hebrews hear. And all Israel heard this report, Saul hath smitten the garrison of the Philistines. And Israel took courage against the Philistines. And the people were called together after Saul to Gilgal. The Philistines also were assembled to fight against Israel, 30,000 chariots and 6,000 horsemen, and a multitude of people besides, like the sand on the seashore for number. And going up, they camped in Michmash at the east of Beth-aven. And when the men of Israel saw that they were straitened, for the people were distressed, they hid themselves in caves, and in thickets, and in rocks, and in dens, and in pits. And some of the Hebrews passed over the Jordan into the land of Gad and Gilead. And when Saul was yet in Gilgal, all the people that followed him were greatly afraid. And he waited 7 days according to the appointment of Samuel. And Samuel came not to Gilgal, and the people slipped away from him. Then Saul said, Bring me the holocaust and the peace offerings. And he offered the holocaust. And when he had made an end of offering the holocaust, behold, Samuel came. And Saul went forth to meet him and salute him. And Samuel said to him, What hast thou done? Saul answered, Because I saw that the people slipped from me, and thou wast not come according to the days appointed, and the Philistines were gathered together in Michmash, I said, Now will the Philistines come down upon me to Gilgal, and I have not appeased the face of the Lord. Forced by necessity, I offered the holocaust. And Samuel said to Saul, Thou hast done foolishly, and hast not kept the commandments of the Lord thy God, which he commanded thee. And if thou hadst not done this, the Lord would now have established thy kingdom over Israel forever. But thy kingdom shall not continue. The Lord hath sought him a man according to his own heart, and him hath the Lord commanded to be prince over his people, because thou hast not observed that which the Lord commanded. And Samuel arose, and went up from Gilgal to Gibeah of Benjamin. And the rest of the people went up after Saul to meet the people who fought against them, going from Gilgal to Gibeah in the hill of Benjamin. And Saul numbered the people that were found with him about 600 men. And Saul and Jonathan his son, and the people that were present with them, were in Gibeah of Benjamin. But the Philistines encamped in Michmash. And there went out of the camp of the Philistines 3 companies to plunder. One company went towards the way of Ophrah to the land of Shual, and another went by the way of Beth-horon, and the third turned to the way of the border above the valley of Zeboim towards the desert. Now there was no smith to be found in all the land of Israel, for the Philistines had taken this precaution, lest the Hebrews should make them swords or spears. So all Israel went down to the Philistines to sharpen every man his plowshare and his spade and his axe and his rake, so that their shares and their spades and their forks and their axes were blunt, even to the goad which was to be mended. And when the day of battle was come, there was neither sword nor spear found in the hand of any of the people that were with Saul and Jonathan, except Saul and Jonathan his son. And the army of the Philistines went out in order to advance further in Michmash. First Book of Kings, chapter 14. Now it came to pass one day that Jonathan, the son of Saul, said to the young man that bore his armor, Come, and let us go over to the garrison of the Philistines, which is on the other side of yonder place. But he told not this to his father. And Saul abode in the uttermost part of Gibeah, under the pomegranate tree, which is in Migron, and the people with him were about 600 men. And Ahijah, the son of Ahitub, brother to Ichabod, the son of Phinehas, the son of Eli, the priest of the Lord in Shiloh, wore the ephod. And the people knew not whither Jonathan was gone. Now there were between the ascents, by which Jonathan sought to go over to the garrison of the Philistines, rocks standing up on both sides, and steep cliffs like teeth on the one side. And on the other the name of the one was Bozez, and the name of the other was Sina. One rock stood out towards the north over against Michmash, and the other to the south over against Gibeah. And Jonathan said to the young man that bore his armor, Come, let us go over to the garrison of these uncircumcised. It may be the Lord will do for us, because it is easy for the Lord to save either by many or by few. And his armor-bearer said to him, Do all that pleaseth thy mind. Go whither thou wilt, and I will be with thee wheresoever thou hast a mind. And Jonathan said, Behold, we will go over to these men, and when we shall be seen by them, if they shall speak thus to us, Stay till we come to you, let us stand still in our place, and not go up to them. But if they shall say, Come up to us, let us go up, because the Lord hath delivered them into our hands. This shall be a sign unto us. So both of them discovered themselves to the garrison of the Philistines. And the Philistines said, Behold, the Hebrews come forth out of the holes wherein they were hid. And the men of the garrison spoke to Jonathan and to his armor-bearer, and said, Come up to us, and we will show you a thing. And Jonathan said to his armor-bearer, Let us go up. Follow me, for the Lord hath delivered them into the hands of Israel. And Jonathan went up, creeping on his hands and feet, and his armor-bearer after him. And some fell before Jonathan, others his armor-bearer slew as he followed him. And the first slaughter which Jonathan and his armor-bearer made was of about 20 men, within half an acre of land, which a yoke of oxen is wont to plow in a day. And there was a miracle in the camp through the fields. Yea, and all the people of their garrison who had gone out to plunder were amazed, and the earth trembled, and it happened as a miracle from God. And the watchmen of Saul, who were in Gibeah of Benjamin, looked, and behold, a multitude overthrown, and fleeing this way and that. And Saul said to the people that were with him, Look and see who is gone from us. And when they had sought, it was found that Jonathan and his armor-bearer were not there. And Saul said to Ahijah, Bring the ark of the Lord, for the ark of God was there that day with the children of Israel. And while Saul spoke to the priest, there arose a great uproar in the camp of the Philistines, and it increased by degrees, and was heard more clearly. And Saul said to the priest, Draw in thy hand. And Saul and all the people that were with him shouted together. And they came to the place of the fight, and behold, every man's sword was turned upon his neighbor, and there was a very great slaughter. Moreover, the Hebrews that had been with the Philistines yesterday and the day before, and went up with them into the camp, returned to be with the Israelites who were with Saul and Jonathan. And all the Israelites that had hid themselves in Mount Ephraim, hearing that the Philistines fled, joined themselves with their countrymen in the fight. And there were with Saul about 10,000 men. And the Lord saved Israel that day. And the fight went on as far as Bethaven. And the men of Israel were joined together that day, and Saul adjured the people, saying, Cursed be the man that shall eat food till evening, till I be revenged of my enemies. So none of the people tasted any food. And all the common people came into a forest in which there was honey upon the ground. And when the people came into the forest, behold, the honey dropped, but no man put his hand to his mouth, for the people feared the oath. But Jonathan had not heard when his father adjured the people, and he put forth the end of the rod which he had in his hand, and dipped it in a honeycomb. And he carried his hand to his mouth, and his eyes were enlightened. And one of the people answering said, Thy father hath bound the people with an oath, saying, Cursed be the man that shall eat any food this day. And the people were faint. And Jonathan said, My father hath troubled the land. You have seen yourselves that my eyes are enlightened, because I tasted a little bit of this honey. How much more, if the people had eaten of the prey of their enemies, which they found, had there not been made a greater slaughter among the Philistines? So they smote that day the Philistines from Michmash to Aijalon. And the people were wearied exceedingly. And falling upon the spoils, they took sheep and oxen and calves, and slew them on the ground, and the people ate them with the blood. And they told Saul that the people had sinned against the Lord, eating with the blood. And he said, You have transgressed. Roll here to me now a great stone. And Saul said, Disperse yourselves among the people, and tell them to bring me every man his ox and his ram, and slay them upon this stone, and eat, and you shall not sin against the Lord in eating with the blood. So all the people brought every man his ox with him until the night, and slew them there. And Saul built an altar to the Lord. And he then first began to build an altar to the Lord. And Saul said, Let us fall upon the Philistines by night, and destroy them till the morning light, and let us not leave a man of them. And the people said, Do all that seemeth good in thy eyes. And the priests said, Let us draw near hither unto God. And Saul consulted the Lord. Shall I pursue after the Philistines? Wilt thou deliver them into the hands of Israel? And he answered him not that day. And Saul said, Bring hither all the corners of the people, and know and see by whom this sin hath happened today. As the Lord liveth, who is the Savior of Israel, if it was done by Jonathan my son, he shall surely die. In this none of the people gainsaid him. And he said to all Israel, Be you on one side, and I with Jonathan my son will be on the other side. And the people answered Saul, Do what seemeth good in thy eyes. And Saul said to the Lord, O Lord God of Israel, give me a sign by which we may know what the meaning is, that thou answerest not thy servant today. If this iniquity be in me or in my son Jonathan, give a proof. Or if this iniquity be in thy people, give holiness. And Jonathan and Saul were taken, and the people escaped. And Saul said, Cast lots between me and Jonathan my son. And Jonathan was taken. And Saul said to Jonathan, Tell me what thou hast done. And Jonathan told him and said, I did but taste a little honey with the end of the rod which was in my hand, and behold, I must die. And Saul said, May God do so and so to me, and add still more, for dying thou shalt die, O Jonathan. And the people said to Saul, Shall Jonathan then die, who hath wrought this great salvation in Israel? This must not be. As the Lord liveth, there shall not be one hair of his head fall to the ground, for he hath wrought with God this day. So the people delivered Jonathan, that he should not die. And Saul went back, and did not pursue after the Philistines, and the Philistines went to their own places. And Saul, having his kingdom established over Israel, fought against all his enemies round about, against Moab, and against the children of Ammon, and Edom, and the kings of Zobah, and the Philistines. And whithersoever he turned himself, he overcame. And gathering together an army, he defeated Amalek, and delivered Israel from the hand of them that spoiled them. And the sons of Saul were Jonathan, and Jeshua, and Melchishua. And the names of his two daughters, the name of the firstborn was Merab, and the name of the younger Michal. And the name of Saul's wife was Ahinoam, the daughter of Ahimaaz. And the name of the captain of his army was Abner, the son of Ner, the cousin german of Saul. For Kish was the father of Saul, and Ner, the father of Abner, was the son of Abiel. And there was a great war against the Philistines all the days of Saul. For whomsoever Saul saw to be a valiant man and fit for war, he took him to himself. First Book of Kings, chapter 15. And Samuel said to Saul, The Lord sent me to anoint thee king over his people Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I have reckoned up all that Amalek hath done to Israel, how he opposed them in the way when they came up out of Egypt. Now therefore go, and smite Amalek, and utterly destroy all that he hath. Spare him not, nor covet anything that is his, but slay both man and woman, child and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass. So Saul commanded the people, and numbered them as lambs, 200,000 footmen, and 10,000 of the men of Judah. And when Saul was come to the city of Amalek, he laid ambushes in the torrent. And Saul said to the Kenite, Go, depart, and get ye down from Amalek, lest I destroy thee with him. For thou hast shown kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. And the Kenite departed from the midst of Amalek. And Saul smote Amalek from Havilah until thou comest to Zur, which is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of Amalek, alive, but all the common people he slew with the edge of the sword. And Saul and the people spared Agag, and the best of the flocks of the sheep and of the herds, and the garments, and the rams, and all that was beautiful, and would not destroy them, but everything that was vile and good for nothing, that they destroyed. And the word of the Lord came to Samuel, saying, It repenteth me that I have made Saul king, for he hath forsaken me, and hath not executed my commandments. And Samuel was grieved, and he cried unto the Lord all night. And when Samuel rose early to go to Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel that Saul was come to Carmel, and had erected for himself a triumphant arch, and returning had passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul was offering a holocaust to the Lord out of the choicest of the spoils which he had brought from Amalek. And when Samuel was come to Saul, Saul said to him, Blessed be thou of the Lord, I have fulfilled the word of the Lord. And Samuel said, What meaneth then this bleating of the flocks which soundeth in my ears, and the lowing of the herds which I hear? And Saul said, They have brought them from Amalek, for the people spared the best of the sheep and of the herds, that they might be sacrificed to the Lord thy God, but the rest we have slain. And Samuel said to Saul, Suffer me, and I will tell thee what the Lord hath said to me this night. And he said to him, Speak. And Samuel said, When thou wast a little one in thy own eyes, wast thou not made the head of the tribes of Israel? And the Lord anointed thee to be king over Israel. And the Lord sent thee on the way, and said, Go and kill the sinners of Amalek, and thou shalt fight against them until thou hast utterly destroyed them. Why then didst thou not hearken to the voice of the Lord, but hast turned to the prey, and hast done evil in the eyes of the Lord? And Saul said to Samuel, Yea, I have hearkened to the voice of the Lord, and have walked in the way by which the Lord sent me, and have brought Agag the king of Amalek, and Amalek I have slain. But the people took of the spoils sheep and oxen as the firstfruits of those things that were slain, to offer sacrifice to the Lord their God in Gilgal. And Samuel said, Doth the Lord desire holocausts and victims, and not rather that the voice of the Lord should be obeyed? For obedience is better than sacrifices, and to hearken rather than to offer the fat of rams, because it is like the sin of witchcraft to rebel, and like the crime of idolatry to refuse to obey. Forasmuch therefore as thou hast rejected the word of the Lord hath also rejected thee from being king. And Saul said to Samuel, I have sinned because I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord and thy words, fearing the people and obeying their voice. But now bear, I beseech thee, my sin, and return with me, that I may adore the Lord. And Samuel said to Saul, I will not return with thee, because thou hast rejected the word of the Lord, and the Lord hath rejected thee from being king over Israel. And Samuel turned about to go away, but he laid hold upon the skirt of his mantle, and it rent. And Samuel said to him, The Lord hath rent the kingdom of Israel from thee this day, and hath given it to thy neighbor who was better than thee. But the triumpher in Israel will not spare, and will not be moved to repentance, for he is not a man that he should repent. Then he said, I have sinned. Yet honor me now before the ancients of my people, and before Israel, and return with me, that I may adore the Lord thy God. So Samuel turned again after Saul, and Saul adored the Lord. And Samuel said, Bring hither to me Agag, the king of Amalek. And Agag was presented to him very fat and trembling. And Agag said, Doth bitter death separate in this manner? And Samuel said, As thy sword hath made women childless, so shall thy mother be childless among women. And Samuel hewed him in pieces before the Lord in Gilgal. And Samuel departed Ramah, but Saul went up to his house in Gibeah. And Samuel saw Saul no more till the day of his death. Nevertheless, Samuel mourned for Saul, because the Lord repented that he had made him king over Israel. First Book of Kings, chapter 16. And the Lord said to Samuel, How long wilt thou mourn for Saul, whom I have rejected from reigning over Israel? Fill thy horn with oil, and come, that I may send thee to Jesse the Bethlehemite, for I have provided me a king among his sons. And Samuel said, How shall I go? For Saul will hear of it, and he will kill me. And the Lord said, Thou shalt take with thee a calf of the herd, and thou shalt say, I am come to sacrifice to the Lord. And thou shalt call Jesse to the sacrifice, and I will show thee what thou art to do, and thou shalt anoint him whom I shall show to thee. Then Samuel did as the Lord had said to him. And he came to Bethlehem, and the ancients of the city wondered, and meeting him they said, Is thy coming hither peaceable? And he said, It is peaceable. I am come to offer sacrifice to the Lord. Be ye sanctified, and come with me to the sacrifice. And he sanctified Jesse and his sons, and called them to the sacrifice. And when they were come in, he saw Eliab, and said, Is the Lord's anointed before him? And the Lord said to Samuel, Look not on his countenance, nor on the height of his stature, because I have rejected him. Nor do I judge according to the look of a man. For man seeth those things that appear, but the Lord beholdeth the heart. And Jesse called Abinadab, and brought him before Samuel. And he said, Neither hath the Lord chosen this. And Jesse brought Shammah, and he said of him, Neither hath the Lord chosen this. Jesse therefore brought his 7 sons before Samuel, and Samuel said to Jesse, The Lord hath not chosen any one of these. And Samuel said to Jesse, Are here all thy sons? He answered, There remaineth yet a young one who keepeth the sheep. And Samuel said to Jesse, Send and fetch him, for we will not sit down till he come hither. He sent therefore and brought him. Now he was ruddy and beautiful to behold, and of a comely face. And the Lord said, Arise and anoint him, for this is he. Then Samuel took the horn of oil and anointed him in the midst of his brethren. And the Spirit of the Lord came upon David from that day forward. And Samuel rose up and went to Ramah. But the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from the Lord troubled him. And the servants of Saul said to him, Behold now, an evil spirit from God troubleth thee. Let our Lord give orders, and thy servants who are before thee will seek out a man skillful in playing on the harp, that when the evil spirit from the Lord is upon thee, he may play with his hand, and thou mayest bear it more easily. And Saul said to his servants, Provide me then some man that can play well, and bring him to me. And one of the servants answering said, Behold, I have seen a son of Jesse the Bethlehemite, a skillful player, and one of great strength, and a man fit for war, and prudent in his words, and a comely person, and the Lord is with him. Then Saul sent messengers to Jesse, saying, Send me David thy son, who is in the pastures. And Jesse took an ass laden with bread, and a bottle of wine, and a kid of the flock, and sent them by the hand of David his son to Saul. And David came to Saul, and stood before him, and he loved him exceedingly, and made him his armor-bearer. And Saul sent to Jesse, saying, Let David stand before me, for he hath found favor in my sight. So, whensoever the evil spirit from the Lord was upon Saul, David took his harp and played with his hand, and Saul was refreshed and was better, for the evil spirit departed from him. First Book of Kings, chapter 17. Now the Philistines, gathering together their troops to battle, assembled at Socoh of Judah, and camped between Socoh and Azekah in the borders of Damim. And Saul and the children of Israel, being gathered together, came to the valley of Terebinth, and they set the army in array to fight against the Philistines. And the Philistines stood on a mountain on the one side, and Israel stood on a mountain on the other side, and there was a valley between them. And there went out a man, base-born, from the camp of the Philistines, named Goliath of Gath, whose height was 6 cubits and a span. And he had a helmet of brass upon his head, and he was clothed with a coat of mail with scales, and the weight of his coat of mail was 5,000 shekels of brass. And he had greaves of brass on his legs, and a buckler of brass covered his shoulders. And the staff of his spear was like a weaver's beam, and the head of his spear weighed 600 shekels of iron. And his armor-bearer went before him. And standing, he cried out to the bands of Israel, and said to them, Why are you come out prepared to fight? Am I not a Philistine, and you the servants of Saul? Choose out a man of you, and let him come down and fight, hand to hand. If he be able to fight with me and kill me, we will be servants to you. But if I prevail against him and kill him, you shall be servants and shall serve us. And the Philistine said, I have defied the bands of Israel this day. Give me a man, and let him fight with me hand to hand. And Saul and all the Israelites, hearing these words of the Philistine, were dismayed and greatly afraid. Now David was the son of that Ephrathite of Bethlehem, Judah, before mentioned, whose name was Jesse, who had 8 sons, and was an old man in the days of Saul, and of great age among men. And his 3 eldest sons followed Saul to the battle. And the names of his 3 sons that went to the battle were Eliab the firstborn, and the second Abinadab, and the third Shammah. But David was the youngest. So the 3 eldest, having followed Saul, David went and returned from Saul to feed his father's flock at Bethlehem. Now the Philistine came out morning and evening, and presented himself 40 days. And Jesse said to David his son, Take for thy brethren an ephah of frumenty, and these 10 loaves, and run to the camp to thy brethren. And carry these 10 little cheeses to the tribune, and go see thy brethren, if they are well, and learn with whom they are placed. But Saul and they, and all the children of Israel, were in the valley of Terebinth fighting against the Philistines. David therefore arose in the morning, and gave the charge of the flock to the keeper, and went away loaded as Jesse had commanded him. And he came to the place of Megillah, and to the army which was going out to fight, and shouted for the battle. For Israel had put themselves in array, and the Philistines who stood against them were prepared. And David, leaving the vessels which he had brought under the care of the keeper of the baggage, ran to the place of the battle, and asked if all things went well with his brethren. And as he talked with them, that base-born man whose name was Goliath, the Philistine of Gath, showed himself coming up from the camp of the Philistines, and he spoke according to the same words, and David heard them. And all the Israelites, when they saw the man, fled from his face, fearing him exceedingly. And someone of Israel said, Have you seen this man that is come up? For he is come up to defy Israel. And the man that shall slay him, the king will enrich with great riches, and will give him his daughter, and will make his father's house free from tribute in Israel. And David spoke to the men that stood by him, saying, What shall be given to the man that shall kill this Philistine, and shall take away the reproach from Israel? For who is this uncircumcised Philistine, that he should defy the armies of the living God? And the people answered him the same words, saying, These things shall be given to the man that shall slay him. Now when Eliab his eldest brother heard this, when he was speaking with others, he was angry with David, and said, Why camest thou hither? And why didst thou leave those few sheep in the desert? I know thy pride, and the wickedness of thy heart. Thou art come down to see the battle. And David said, What have I done? Is there not cause to speak? And he turned a little aside from him to another, and said the same word. And the people answered him as before. And the words which David spoke were heard, and were rehearsed before Saul. And when he was brought to him, he said to him, Let not any man's heart be dismayed in him. I thy servant will go, and will fight against the Philistine. And Saul said to David, Thou art not able to withstand this Philistine, nor to fight against him, for thou art but a boy, but he is a warrior from his youth. And David said to Saul, Thy servant kept his father's sheep, and there came a lion or a bear, and took a ram out of the midst of the flock. And I pursued after them, and struck them, and delivered it out of their mouth. And they rose up against me, and I caught them by the throat, and I strangled and killed them. For I, thy servant, have killed both a lion and a bear, and this uncircumcised Philistine shall be also as one of them. I will go now and take away the reproach of the people. For who is this uncircumcised Philistine, who hath dared to curse the army of the living God? And David said, The Lord who delivered me out of the paw of the lion, and out of the paw of the bear, he will deliver me out of the hand of this Philistine. And Saul said to David, Go, and the Lord be with thee. And Saul clothed David with his garments, and put a helmet of brass upon his head, and armed him with a coat of mail. And David, having girded his sword upon his armor, began to try if he could walk in armor, for he was not accustomed to it. And David said to Saul, I cannot go thus, for I am not used to it. And he laid them off. And he took his staff, which he had always in his hands, and chose him 5 smooth stones out of the brook, and put them into the shepherd's scrip, which he had with him. And he took a sling in his hand, and went forth against the Philistine. And the Philistine came on, and drew nigh against David, and his armor-bearer before him. And when the Philistine looked and beheld David, he despised him, for he was a young man, ruddy and of a comely countenance. And the Philistine said to David, Am I a dog that thou comest to me with a staff? And the Philistine cursed David by his gods. And he said to David, Come to me, and I will give thy flesh to the birds of the air, and to the beasts of the earth. And David said to the Philistine, Thou comest to me with a sword, and with a spear, and with a shield. But I come to thee in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, which thou hast defied. This day, and the Lord will deliver thee into my hand, and I will slay thee, and take away thy head from thee. And I will give the carcasses of the army of the Philistines this day to the birds of the air, and to the beasts of the earth, that all the earth may know that there is a God in Israel. And all this assembly shall know that the Lord saveth not with sword and spear, for it is his battle, and he will deliver you into our hands. And when the Philistine arose and was coming, and drew nigh to meet David, David made haste and ran to the fight to meet the Philistine. And he put his hand into his scrip, and took a stone, and cast it with the sling, and fetching it about, struck the Philistine in the forehead. And the stone was fixed in his forehead, and he fell on his face upon the earth. And David prevailed over the Philistine with a sling and a stone, and he struck and slew the Philistine. And as David had no sword in his hand, he ran and stood over the Philistine, and took his sword, and drew it out of the sheath, and slew him, and cut off his head. And the Philistines, seeing that their champion was dead, fled away. And the men of Israel and Judah, rising up, shouted, and pursued after the Philistines till they came to the valley and to the gates of Akron. And there fell many wounded of the Philistines in the way of Sheraim, and as far as Gath, and as far as Akron. And the children of Israel, returning after they had pursued the Philistines, fell upon their camp. And David, taking the head of the Philistine, brought it to Jerusalem, but his armor he put in his tent. Now at the time that Saul saw David going out against the Philistines, he said to Abner, the captain of the army, Of what family is this young man descended, Abner? And Abner said, As thy soul liveth, O king, I know not. And the king said, Inquire thou whose son this man is. And when David was returned after the Philistine was slain, Abner took him and brought him in before Saul, with the head of the Philistine in his hand. And Saul said to him, Young man, of what family art thou? And David said, I am the son of thy servant Jesse the Bethlehemite. First Book of Kings, chapter 18. And it came to pass, when he had made an end of speaking to Saul, the soul of Jonathan was knit with the soul of David, and Jonathan loved him as his own soul. And Saul took him that day, and would not let him return to his father's house. And David and Jonathan made a covenant, for he loved him as his own soul. And Jonathan stripped himself of the coat with which he was clothed, and gave it to David, and the rest of his garments, even to his sword, and to his bow, and to his girdle. And David went out to whatsoever business Saul sent him, and behaved himself prudently. And Saul set him over the soldiers, and he was acceptable in the eyes of all the people, and especially in the eyes of Saul's servants. Now, when David returned, after he slew the Philistine, the women came out of all the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet King Saul, with timbrels of joy and cornets. And the women sung as they played, and they said, Saul slew his thousands, and David his 10,000s. And Saul was exceeding angry, and this word was displeasing in his eyes. And he said, They have given David 10,000s, and to me they have given but 1,000. What can he have more but the kingdom? And Saul did not look on David with a good eye from that day and forward. And the day after, the evil spirit from God came upon Saul, and he prophesied in the midst of his house. And David played with his hand as at other times. And Saul held a spear in his hand and threw it, thinking to nail David to the wall. And David stepped aside out of his presence twice. And Saul feared David because the Lord was with him and was departed from himself. Therefore Saul removed him from him, and made him a captain over 1,000 men. And he went out and came in before the people. And David behaved wisely in all his ways, and the Lord was with him. And Saul saw that he was exceeding prudent, and began to beware of him. But all Israel and Judah loved David, for he came in and went out before them. And Saul said to David, Behold my elder daughter Merab, her will I give to thee to wife. Only be a valiant man, and fight the battles of the Lord. Now Saul said within himself, Let not my hand be upon him, but let the hands of the Philistines be upon him. And David said to Saul, Who am I, or what is my life, or my father's family in Israel, that I should be son-in-law of the king? And it came to pass at the time when Merab the daughter of Saul should have been given to David, that she was given to Adriel the Maholathite to wife. But Michal, the other daughter of Saul, loved David, and it was told Saul, and it pleased him. And Saul said, I will give her to him, that she may be a stumbling block to him, and that the band of the Philistines may be upon him. And Saul said to David, In 2 things thou shalt be my son-in-law this day. And Saul commanded his servants to speak to David privately, saying, Behold, thou pleasest the king, and all his servants love thee. Now therefore be the king's son-in-law. And the servants of Saul spoke all these words in the ears of David. And David said, Doth it seem to you a small matter to be the king's son-in-law? But I am a poor man, and of small ability. And the servants of Saul told him, saying, Such words as these hath David spoken. And Saul said, Speak thus to David, The king desireth not any dowry, but only 100 foreskins of the Philistines, to be avenged of the king's enemies. Now Saul thought to deliver David into the hands of the Philistines. And when his servants had told David the words that Saul had said, the word was pleasing in the eyes of David to be the king's son-in-law. And after a few days David rose up, and went with the men that were under him, and he slew of the Philistines 200 men, and brought their foreskins, and numbered them out to the king, that he might be his son-in-law. Saul therefore gave him Michal his daughter to wife. And Saul saw and understood that the Lord was with David. And Michal the daughter of Saul loved him. And Saul began to fear David more, and Saul became David's enemy continually. And the princes of the Philistines went forth, and from the beginning of their going forth, David behaved himself more wisely than all the servants of Saul, and his name became very famous. First Book of Kings, chapter 19. And Saul spoke to Jonathan his son, and to all his servants, that they should kill David. But Jonathan the son of Saul loved David exceedingly. And Jonathan told David, saying, Saul my father seeketh to kill thee. Wherefore look to thyself, I beseech thee, in the morning, and thou shalt abide in a secret place, and shalt be hid. And I will go out and stand beside my father in the field where thou art. And I will speak to thee of my father, and whatsoever I shall see I will tell thee. And Jonathan spoke good things of David to Saul his father, and said to him, Sin not, O king, against thy servant David, because he hath not sinned against thee, and his works are very good towards thee. And he put his life in his hand, and slew the Philistine, and the Lord wrought great salvation for all Israel. Thou sawest it, and didst rejoice. Why therefore wilt thou sin against innocent blood by killing David, who is without fault? And when Saul heard this, he was appeased with the words of Jonathan, and swore, As the Lord liveth, he shall not be slain. Then Jonathan called David, and told him all these words. And Jonathan brought in David to Saul, and he was before him as he had been yesterday and the day before. And the war began again, and David went out and fought against the Philistines, and defeated them with a great slaughter, and they fled from his face. And the evil spirit from the Lord came upon Saul, and he sat in his house, and held a spear in his hand, and David played with his hand. And Saul endeavored to nail David to the wall with his spear. And David slipped away out of the presence of Saul, and the spear missed him, and was fastened in the wall. And David fled and escaped that night. Saul therefore sent his guards to David's house to watch him, that he might be killed in the morning. And when Michal, David's wife, had told him this, saying, Unless thou save thyself this night, tomorrow thou wilt die, she let him down through a window, and he went and fled away and escaped. And Michal took an image and laid it on the bed, and put a goat's skin with the hair at the head of it, and covered it with clothes. And Saul sent officers to seize David, and it was answered that he was sick. And again Saul sent to see David, saying, Bring him to me in the bed, that he may be slain. And when the messengers were come in, they found an image upon the bed, and a goat's skin at its head. And Saul said to Michal, Why hast thou deceived me so, and let my enemy go, and flee away? And Michal answered Saul, Because he said to me, Let me go, or else I will kill thee. But David fled and escaped, and came to Samuel in Ramah, and told him all that Saul had done to him, and he and Samuel went and dwelt in Naioth. And it was told Saul by some, saying, Behold, David is in Naioth in Ramah. So Saul sent officers to take David, and when they saw a company of prophets prophesying, and Samuel presiding over them, the Spirit of the Lord came also upon them, and they likewise began to prophesy. And when this was told Saul, he sent other messengers, but they also prophesied. And again Saul sent messengers the third time, and they prophesied also. And Saul, being exceedingly angry, went also himself to Ramah, and came as far as the great cistern which is in Soco. And he asked and said, In what place are Samuel and David? And it was told him, Behold, they are in Naioth in Ramah. And he went to Naioth and Ramah, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon him also, and he went on and prophesied till he came to Naioth and Ramah. And he stripped himself also of his garments, and prophesied with the rest before Samuel, and lay down naked all that day and night. This gave occasion to a proverb, What, is Saul too among the prophets? First Book of Kings, chapter 20. But David fled from Naioth, which is in Ramah, and came and said to Jonathan, What have I done? What is my iniquity? And what is my sin against thy father, that he seeketh my life? And he said to him, God forbid, thou shalt not die. For my father will do nothing great or little without first telling me. Hath then my father hid this word only from me? No, this shall not be. And he swore again to David. And David said, Thy father certainly knoweth that I have found grace in thy sight, and he will say, Let not Jonathan know this, lest he be grieved. But truly, as the Lord liveth, and as thy soul liveth, there is but one step, as I may say, between me and death. And Jonathan said to David, Whatsoever thy soul shall say to me, I will do for thee. And David said to Jonathan, Behold, tomorrow is the new moon, and I, according to custom, am wont to sit beside the king to eat. Let me go then, that I may be hid in the field till the evening of the third day. If thy father look and inquire for me, thou shalt answer him, David asked me that he might run to Bethlehem in his own city, because there are solemn sacrifices there for all his tribe. If he shall say, It is well, thy servant shall have peace. But if he be angry, know that his malice is come to its height. Deal mercifully then with thy servant, for thou hast brought me thy servant into a covenant of the Lord with thee. But if there be any iniquity in me, do thou kill me, and bring me not in to thy father. And Jonathan said, Far be this from thee, for if I should certainly know that evil is determined by my father against thee, I could do no otherwise than tell thee. And David answered Jonathan, Who shall bring me word if thy father should answer thee harshly concerning me? And Jonathan said to David, Come and let us go out into the field. And when they were both of them gone out into the field, Jonathan said to David, O Lord God of Israel, If I shall discover my father's mind tomorrow or the day after, and there be anything good for David, and I send not immediately to thee, and make it known to thee, may the Lord do so and so to Jonathan, and add still more. But if my father shall continue in malice against thee, I will discover it to thy ear, and will send thee away, that thou mayest go in peace. And the Lord be with thee, as he hath been with my father. And if I live, thou shalt show me the kindness of the Lord. But if I die, thou shalt not take away thy kindness from my house forever, when the Lord shall have rooted out the enemies of David, every one of them from the earth. May he take away Jonathan from his house, and may the Lord require it at the hands of David's enemies. Jonathan therefore made a covenant with the house of David, and the Lord required it at the hands of David's enemies. And Jonathan swore again to David, because he loved him, for he loved him as his own soul. And Jonathan said to him, Tomorrow is the new moon, and thou wilt be missed, for thy seat will be empty till after tomorrow. So thou shalt go down quickly, and come to the place where thou must be hid on the day when it is lawful to work. And thou shalt remain beside the stone which is called Esel. And I will shoot 3 arrows near it, and will shoot as if I were exercising myself at a mark. And I will send a boy, saying to him, Go and fetch me the arrows. If I shall say to the boy, Behold, the arrows are on this side of thee, take them up, come thou to me, because there is peace to thee, and there is no evil, as the Lord liveth. But if I shall speak thus to the boy, Behold, the arrows are beyond thee, go in peace, for the Lord hath sent thee away. And concerning the word which I and thou have spoken, the Lord be between thee and me forever. So David was hid in the field, and the new moon came, and the king sat down to eat bread. And when the king sat down upon his chair according to custom, which was beside the wall, Jonathan arose, and Abner sat by Saul's side, and David's place appeared empty. And Saul said nothing that day, for he thought it might have happened to him that he was not clean nor purified. And when the second day after the new moon was come, David's place appeared empty again. And Saul said to Jonathan his son, Why cometh not the son of Jesse to meat, neither yesterday nor today? And Jonathan answered Saul, He asked leave of me earnestly to go to Bethlehem. And he said, Let me go, for there is a solemn sacrifice in the city. One of my brethren hath sent for me, and now if I have found favor in thy eyes, I will go quickly and see my brethren. For this cause he came not to the king's table. Then Saul, being very angry against Jonathan, said to him, Thou son of a woman that is the ravisher of a man, do I not know that thou lovest the son of Jesse to thy own confusion, and to the confusion of thy shameless mother? For as long as the son of Jesse liveth upon earth, thou shalt not be established, nor thy kingdom. Therefore now presently send and fetch him to me, for he is the son of death. And Jonathan answering Saul his father said, Why shall he die? What hath he done? And Saul caught up a spear to strike him. And Jonathan understood that it was determined by his father to kill David. So Jonathan rose from the table in great anger, and did not eat bread on the second day after the new moon, for he was grieved for David, because his father had put him to confusion. And when the morning came, Jonathan went into the field according to the appointment with David, and a little boy with him. And he said to his boy, Go and fetch me the arrows which I shoot. And when the boy ran, he shot another arrow beyond the boy. The boy therefore came to the place of the arrow which Jonathan had shot. And Jonathan cried after the boy, and said, Behold, the arrow is there further beyond thee. And Jonathan cried again after the boy, saying, Make haste speedily, stand not. And Jonathan's boy gathered up the arrows, and brought them to his master. And he knew not at all what was doing, for only Jonathan and David knew the matter. Jonathan therefore gave his arms to the boy, and said to him, Go and carry them into the city. And when the boy was gone, David rose out of his place, which was towards the south, and falling on his face to the ground, adored thrice, and kissing one another, they wept together, but David more. And Jonathan said to David, Go in peace, and let all stand that we have sworn, both of us, in the name of the Lord, saying, The Lord be between me and thee, and between my seed and thy seed, forever. And David arose and departed, and Jonathan went into the city. First Book of Kings, chapter 21. And David came to Nob, to Ahimelech the priest, and Ahimelech was astonished at David's coming. And he said to him, Why art thou alone, and no man with thee? And David said to Ahimelech the priest, The king hath commanded me a business, and said, Let no man know the thing for which thou art sent by me, and what manner of commands I have given thee. And I have appointed my servants to such and such a place. Now therefore, if thou have anything at hand, though it were but 5 loaves, give me, or whatsoever thou canst find. And the priest answered David, saying, I have no common bread at hand, but only holy bread, if the young men be clean, especially from women. And David answered the priest, and said to him, Truly, as to what concerneth women, we have refrained ourselves from yesterday and the day before, when we came out, and the vessels of the young men were holy. Now this way is defiled, but it shall also be sanctified this day in the vessels. The priest therefore gave him hallowed bread, for there was no bread there, but only the loaves of proposition, which had been taken away from before the face of the Lord, that hot loaves might be set up. Now a certain man of the servants of Saul was there that day, within the tabernacle of the Lord, and his name was Doeg, an Edomite, the chiefest of Saul's herdsmen. And David said to Ahimelech, Hast thou here at hand a spear or a sword? For I brought not my own sword, nor my own weapons with me, for the king's business required haste. And the priest said, Lo, here is the sword of Goliath the Philistine, whom thou slewest in the valley of Terebinth, wrapped up in a cloth behind the ephod. If thou wilt take this, take it, for here is no other but this. And David said, There is none like it, give it me. And David arose and fled that day from the face of Saul, and came to Achish the king of Gath. And the servants of Achish, when they saw David, said to him, Is not this David the king of the land? Did they not sing to him in their dances, saying, Saul hath slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s? But David laid up these words in his heart, and was exceedingly afraid at the face of Achish the king of Gath. And he changed his countenance before them, and slipped down between their hands. And he stumbled against the doors of the gate, and his spittle ran down upon his beard. And Achish said to his servants, You saw the man was mad. Why have you brought him to me? Have we need of madmen, that you have brought in this fellow to play the madman in my presence? Shall this fellow come into my house? First Book of Kings, chapter 22. David therefore went from thence and fled to the cave of Adullam. And when his brethren and all of his father's house had heard of it, they went down to him thither. And all that were in distress and oppressed with debt, and came under affliction of mind, gathered themselves unto him, and he became their prince. And there were with him about 400 men. And David departed from thence into Mizpah of Moab. And he said to the king of Moab, Let my father and my mother tarry with you, I beseech thee, till I know what God will do for me. And he left them under the eyes of the king of Moab, and they abode with him all the days that David was in the hold. And Gad the prophet said to David, Abide not in the hold, depart, and go into the land of Judah. And David departed, and came into the forest of Herath. And Saul heard that David was seen, and the men that were with him. Now, whilst Saul abode in Gibeah, and was in the wood, which is by Ramah, having his spear in his hand, and all his servants were standing about him, he said to his servants that stood about him, Hear me now, ye sons of Gemini. Will the son of Jesse give every one of you fields and vineyards, and make you all tribunes and centurions, that all of you have conspired against me, and there is no one to inform me, especially when even my son hath entered into league with the soil of Jesse? There is not one of you that pitieth my case, nor that giveth me any information, because my son hath raised up my servant against me, plotting against me to this day. And Doeg the Edomite, who stood by, and was the chief among the servants of Saul, answering said, I saw the son of Jesse in Nob with Ahimelech, the son of Ahitub the priest. And he consulted the Lord for him, and gave him victuals, and gave him the sword of Goliath the Philistine. Then the king sent to call for Ahimelech the priest, the son of Ahitub, and all his father's house, the priests that were in Nob, and they came, all of them, to the king. And Saul said to Ahimelech, Hear, thou son of Ahitub. He answered, Here I am, my lord. And Saul said to him, Why have you conspired against me, thou and the son of Jesse? And thou hast given him bread and a sword, and hast consulted the Lord for him, that he should rise up against me, continuing a traitor to this day. And Ahimelech, answering the king, said, And who amongst all thy servants is so faithful as David, who is the king's son-in-law, and goeth forth at thy bidding, and is honorable in thy house? Did I begin today to consult the Lord for him? Far be this from me. Let not the king suspect such a thing against his servant, or any one in all my father's house. For thy servant knew nothing of this matter, either little or great. And the king said, Dying thou shalt die, Ahimelech, thou and all thy father's house. And the king said to the messengers that stood about him, Turn and kill the priests of the Lord, for their hand is with David, because they knew that he was fled, and they told it not to me. And the king's servants would not put forth their hands against the priests of the Lord. And the king said to Doeg, Turn thou and fall upon the priests. And Doeg the Edomite turned and fell upon the priests, and slew in that day 85 men that wore the linen ephod. And Nob, the city of the priests, he smote with the edge of his sword, both men and women, children and sucklings, and ox and ass and sheep, with the edge of the sword. But one of the sons of Ahimelech the son of Ahitub, whose name was Abiathar, escaped and fled to David, and told him that Saul had slain the priests of the Lord. And David said to Abiathar, I knew that day when Doeg the Edomite was there that without doubt he would tell Saul. I have been the occasion of the death of all the souls of thy father's house. Abide thou with me. Fear not, for he that seeketh my life seeketh thy life also, and with me thou shalt be saved. First Book of Kings, chapter 23. And they told David, saying, Behold, the Philistines fight against Keilah, and they rob the barns. Therefore David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go and smite these Philistines? And the Lord said to David, Go, and thou shalt smite the Philistines, and shalt save Keilah. And the men that were with David said to him, Behold, we are in fear here in Judea. How much more if we go to Keilah against the hands of the Philistines? Therefore David consulted the Lord again, and he answered and said to him, Arise and go to Keilah, for I will deliver the Philistines into thy hand. David therefore and his men went to Keilah, and fought against the Philistines, and brought away their cattle, and made a great slaughter of them. And David saved the inhabitants of Keilah. Now at that time, when Abiathar the son of Ahimelech fled to David to Keilah, he came down having an ephod with him. And it was told Saul that David was come to Keilah. And Saul said, The Lord hath delivered him into my hands, and he is shut up, being come into a city that hath gates and bars. And Saul commanded all the people to go down to fight against Keilah, and to besiege David and his men. Now when David understood that Saul secretly prepared evil against him, he said to Abiathar the priest, Bring hither the ephod. And David said, O Lord God of Israel, thy servant hath heard a report that Saul designeth to come to Keilah to destroy the city for my sake. Will the men of Keilah deliver me into his hands? And will Saul come down, as thy servant hath heard? O Lord God of Israel, tell thy servant. And the Lord said, He will come down. And David said, Will the men of Keilah deliver me and my men into the hands of Saul? And the Lord said, They will deliver thee up. Then David and his men, who were about 600, arose, and, departing from Keilah, wandered up and down, uncertain where they should stay. And it was told Saul that David was fled from Keilah, and had escaped. Wherefore he forbore to go out. But David abode in the desert in strongholds, and he remained in a mountain of the desert of Ziph, in a woody hill. And Saul sought him always, but the Lord delivered him not into his hands. And David saw that Saul was come out to seek his life, and David was in the desert of Ziph in a wood. And Jonathan the son of Saul arose, and went to David into the wood, and strengthened his hands in God. And he said to him, Fear not, for the hand of my father Saul shall not find thee, and thou shalt reign over Israel, and I shall be next to thee, yea, and my father knoweth this. And the two made a covenant before the Lord, and David abode in the wood, but Jonathan returned to his house. And the Ziphites went up to Saul in Gibeah, saying, Lo, doth not David lie hid with us in the strongholds of the wood, in Mount Keilah, which is on the right hand of the desert? Now therefore come down, as thy soul hath desired to come down, and it shall be our business to deliver him into the king's hands. And Saul said, Blessed be ye of the Lord, for you have pitied my case. Go therefore, I pray you, and use all diligence, and curiously inquire, and consider the place where his foot is, and who hath seen him there. For he thinketh of me that I lie craftily in wait for him. Consider and see all his lurking holes wherein he is hid, and return to me with the certainty of the thing, that I may go with you. And if he should even go down into the earth to hide himself, I will search him out in all the thousands of Judah. And they arose and went to Ziph before Saul. And David and his men were in the desert of Maon, in the plain at the right hand of Jeshimon. Then Saul and his men went to seek him, and it was told David, and forthwith he went down to the rock, and abode in the wilderness of Maon. And when Saul had heard of it, he pursued after David in the wilderness of Maon. And Saul went on this side of the mountain, and David and his men were on the other side of the mountain. And David despaired of being able to escape from the face of Saul. And Saul and his men encompassed David and his men round about to take them. And a messenger came to Saul, saying, Make haste to come, for the Philistines have poured in themselves upon the land. Wherefore Saul returned, leaving the pursuit of David, and went to meet the Philistines. For this cause they called that place the Rock of Division. First Book of Kings, chapter 24. Then David went up from thence, and dwelt in strongholds of En-gedi. And when Saul was returned from following the Philistines, they told him, saying, Behold, David is in the desert of En-gedi. Saul therefore took 3,000 chosen men out of all Israel, and went out to seek after David and his men, even upon the most craggy rocks, which are accessible only to wild goats. And he came to the sheepcotes which were in his way, and there was a cave into which Saul went to ease nature. Now David and his men lay hid in the inner part of the cave, and the servants of David said to him, Behold the day of which the Lord said to thee, I will deliver thy enemy unto thee, that thou mayest do to him as it shall seem good in thy eyes. Then David arose and secretly cut off the hem of Saul's robe. After which David's heart struck him, because he had cut off the hem of Saul's robe. And he said to his men, The Lord be merciful to me, that I may do no such thing to my master the Lord's anointed, as to lay my hand upon him, because he is the Lord's anointed. And David stopped his men with his words, and suffered them not to rise against Saul. But Saul, rising up out of the cave, went on his way. And David also rose up after him, and going out of the cave, cried after Saul, saying, My lord the king! And Saul looked behind him, and David, bowing himself down to the ground, worshipped, and said to Saul, Why dost thou hear the words of men that say, David seeketh thy hurt? Behold, this day thy eyes have seen that the Lord hath delivered thee into my hand in the cave, and I had a thought to kill thee, but my eye hath spared thee. For I said, I will not put out my hand against my Lord, because he is the Lord's anointed. Moreover, see and know, O my father, the hem of thy robe in my hand, that when I cut off the hem of thy robe, I would not put out my hand against thee. Reflect and see that there is no evil in my hand, nor iniquity, neither have I sinned against thee. But thou liest in wait for my life to take it away. The Lord judge between me and thee, and the Lord revenge me of thee, but my hand shall not be upon thee. As also it is said in the old proverb, From the wicked shall wickedness come forth. Therefore my hand shall not be upon thee. After whom dost thou come out, O King of Israel? After whom dost thou pursue? After a dead dog? After a flea? Be the Lord judge and judge between me and thee, and see and judge my cause, and deliver me out of thy hand. And when David had made an end of speaking these words to Saul, Saul said, Is this thy voice, my son David? And Saul lifted up his voice and wept. And he said to David, Thou art more just than I, for thou hast done good to me, and I have rewarded thee with evil. And thou hast shown this day what good things thou hast done to me, how the Lord delivered me into thy hand, and thou hast not killed me. For who, when he hath found his enemy, will let him go well away? But the Lord reward thee for this good turn, for what thou hast done to me this day. And now, as I know that thou shalt surely be king, and have the kingdom of Israel in thy hand, swear to me by the Lord that thou wilt not destroy my seed after me, nor take away my name from the house of my father. And David swore to Saul. So Saul went home, and David and his men went up into safer places. First Book of Kings, chapter 25. And Samuel died, and all Israel was gathered together, and they mourned for him, and buried him in his house in Ramah. And David rose and went out into the wilderness of Paran. Now there was a certain man in the wilderness of Maon, and his possessions were in Carmel. And the man was very great, and he had 3,000 sheep and 1,000 goats. And it happened that he was shearing his sheep in Carmel. Now the name of the man was Nabal, and the name of his wife was Abigail. And she was a prudent and very comely woman, but her husband was churlish, and very bad, and ill-natured, and he was of the house of Caleb. And when David heard in the wilderness that Nabal was shearing his sheep, he sent 10 young men, and said to them, Go up to Carmel, and go to Nabal, and salute him in my name with peace. And you shall say, Peace be to my brethren, and to thee, and peace to thy house, and peace to all that thou hast. I heard that thy shepherds that were with us in the desert were shearing. We never molested them, neither was there aught missing to them of the flock at any time, all the while they were with us in Carmel. Ask thy servants, and they will tell thee. Now therefore let thy servants find favor in thy eyes, for we are come in a good day. Whatsoever thy hand shall find, give to thy servants and to thy son David. And when David's servants came, they spoke to Nabal all these words in David's name, and then held their peace. But Nabal, answering the servants of David, said, Who is David, and what is this son of Jesse? Servants are multiplied nowadays who flee from their masters. Shall I then take my bread and my water and the flesh of my cattle which I have killed for my shearers, and give to men whom I know not whence they are? So the servants of David went back their way, and returning came and told him all the words that he said. Then David said to his young men, Let every man gird on his sword. And they girded on every man his sword. And David also girded on his sword. And there followed David about 400 men, and 200 remained with the baggage. But one of the servants told Abigail the wife of Nabal, saying, Behold, David sent messengers out of the wilderness to salute our master, and he rejected them. These men were very good to us, and gave us no trouble, neither did we ever lose anything all the time that we conversed with them in the desert. They were a wall unto us both by night and day, all the while we were with them keeping the sheep. Wherefore consider, and think what thou hast to do, for evil is determined against thy husband and against thy house, and he is a son of Belial, so that no man can speak to him. Then Abigail made haste, and took 200 loaves, and 2 vessels of wine, and 5 sheep ready dressed, and 5 measures of parched corn, and 100 clusters of raisins, and 200 cakes of dry figs, and laid them upon asses. And she said to her servants, Go before me, behold, I will follow after you. But she told not her husband Nabal. And when she had gotten upon an ass, and was coming down to the foot of the mountain, David and his men came down over against her, and she met them. And David said, Truly in vain have I kept all that belonged to this man in the wilderness, and nothing was lost of all that pertained unto him, and he hath returned me evil for good. May God do so and add more to the foes of David, if I leave of all that belong to him till the morning any that pisseth against the wall. And when Abigail saw David, she made haste and lighted off the ass, and fell before David on her face, and adored upon the ground. And she fell at his feet, and said, Upon me let this iniquity be, my lord. Let thy handmaid speak, I beseech thee, in thy ears, and hear the words of thy servant. Let not my lord the king, I pray, regard this naughty man Nabal. For according to his name he is a fool, and folly is with him. But I, thy handmaid, did not see thy servants, my lord, whom thou sentest. Now therefore, my lord, the Lord liveth, and thy soul liveth, who hath withholden thee from coming to blood, and hath saved thy hand to thee. And now let thy enemies be as Nabal, and all they that seek evil to my lord. Wherefore receive this blessing which thy handmaid hath brought to thee, my lord, and give it to the young men that follow thee, my lord. Forgive the iniquity of thy handmaid, for the Lord will surely make for my lord a faithful house, because thou, my lord, fightest the battles of the Lord. Let not evil therefore be found in thee all the days of thy life. For if a man at any time shall rise, and persecute thee, and seek thy life, the soul of my lord shall be kept, as in the bundle of the living, with the Lord thy God. But the souls of thy enemies shall be whirled as with the violence and whirling of a sling. And when the Lord shall have done to thee, my lord, all the good that he hath spoken concerning thee, and shall have made thee prince over Israel, this shall not be an occasion of grief to thee, and a scruple of heart to my lord, that thou hast shed innocent blood, or hast revenged thyself. And when the Lord shall have done well by my lord, thou shalt remember thy handmaid. And David said to Abigail, Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who sent thee this day to meet me. And blessed be thy speech, and blessed be thou, who hast kept me today from coming to blood, and revenging me with my own hand. Otherwise, as the soul liveth, the God of Israel, who hath withholden me from doing thee any evil, if thou hadst not quickly come to meet me, there had not been left to Nabal by the morning light any that pisseth against the wall. And David received at her hand all that she had brought him, and said to her, Go in peace into thy house. Behold, I have heard thy voice, and have honored thy face. And Abigail came to Nabal, and behold, he had a feast in his house, like the feast of a king, and Nabal's heart was merry, for he was very drunk. And she told him nothing less or more until morning. But early in the morning, when Nabal had digested his wine, his wife told him these words, and his heart died within him, and he became as a stone. And after 10 days had passed, the Lord struck Nabal, and he died. And when David had heard that Nabal was dead, he said, Blessed be the Lord, who hath judged the cause of my reproach at the hand of Nabal, and hath kept his servant from evil, and the Lord hath returned the wickedness of Nabal upon his head. Then David sent and treated with Abigail, that he might take her to himself for a wife. And David's servants came to Abigail to Carmel, and spoke to her, saying, David hath sent us to thee, to take thee to himself for a wife. And she arose and bowed herself down with her face to the earth, and said, Behold, let thy servant be a handmaid, to wash the feet of the servants of my lord. And Abigail arose and made haste, and got upon an ass. And 5 damsels went with her, her waiting maids, and she followed the messengers of David, and became his wife. Moreover, David took also Ahinoam of Jezreel, and they were both of them his wives. But Saul gave Michal his daughter, David's wife, to Paltai, the son of Laish, who was in Galim. First Book of Kings, chapter 26. And the men of Ziph came to Saul in Gibeah, saying, Behold, David is hid in the hill of Hachilah, which is over against the wilderness. And Saul arose and went down to the wilderness of Ziph, having with him 3,000 chosen men of Israel, to seek David in the wilderness of Ziph. And Saul encamped in Gibeah Hachilah, which was over against the wilderness in the way, and David abode in the wilderness. And seeing that Saul was come after him into the wilderness, he sent spies, and learned that he was most certainly come thither. And David arose secretly, and came to the place where Saul was. And when he had beheld the place wherein Saul slept, and Abner the son of Ner, the captain of his army, and Saul sleeping in a tent, and the rest of the multitude round about him, David spoke to Ahimelech the Hittite, and Abishai the son of Zeruiah, the brother of Joab, saying, "Who will go down with me to Saul into the camp?" And Abishai said, "I will go with thee." So David and Abishai came to the people by night, and found Saul lying and sleeping in the tent, and his spear fixed in the ground at his head, and Abner and the people sleeping round about him. And Abishai said to David, "God hath shut up thy enemy this day into thy hands. Now then I will run him through with my spear even to the earth at once, and there shall be no need of a second time." And David said to Abishai, "Kill him not, for who shall put forth his hand against the Lord's anointed, and shall be guiltless?" And David said, "As the Lord liveth, unless the Lord shall strike him, or his day shall come to die, or he shall go down to battle and perish, the Lord be merciful unto me, that I extend not my hand upon the Lord's anointed. But now take the spear which is at his head, and the cup of water, and let us go." So David took the spear and the cup of water which was at Saul's head, and they went away. And no man saw it, or knew it, or awaked, but they were all asleep, for a deep sleep from the Lord was fallen upon them. And when David was gone over to the other side, and stood on the top of the hill afar off, and a good space was between them, David cried to the people, and to Abner the son of Ner, saying, "Wilt thou not answer, Abner?" And Abner answering said, "Who art thou that criest and disturbest the king?" And David said to Abner, "Art not thou a man? And who is like thee in Israel? Why then hast thou not kept thy lord the king? For there came one of the people in to kill thy lord. This thing is not good that thou hast done. As the Lord liveth, you are the sons of death, who have not kept your master, the Lord's anointed. And now, where is the king's spear, and the cup of water which was at his head?" And Saul knew David's voice, and said, "Is this thy voice, my son David?" And David said, "It is my voice, my lord the king." And he said, "Wherefore doth my lord persecute his servant? What have I done, or what evil is there in my hand? Now therefore hear, I pray thee, my lord the king, the words of thy servant. If the Lord stir thee up against me, let him accept of sacrifice. But if the sons of men, they are cursed in the sight of the Lord, who have cast me out this day, that I should not dwell in the inheritance of the Lord, saying, Go serve strange gods. And now let not my blood be shed upon the earth before the Lord. For the king of Israel is come out to seek a flea, as the partridge is hunted in the mountains. And Saul said, I have sinned. Return, my son David, for I will no more do thee harm, because my life hath been precious in thy eyes this day. For it appeareth that I have done foolishly, and have been ignorant in very many things. And David answering said, Behold the king's spear. Let one of the king's servants come over and fetch it. And the Lord will reward every one according to his justice and his faithfulness. For the Lord hath delivered thee this day into my hand, and I would not put forth my hand against the Lord's anointed. And as thy life hath been much set by this day in my eyes, so let my life be much set in the eyes of the Lord, and let him deliver me from all distress. Then Saul said to David, Blessed art thou, my son David, and truly doing thou shalt do, and prevailing thou shalt prevail. And David went on his way, and Saul returned to his place. First Book of Kings, chapter 27. And David said in his heart, I shall one day or other fall into the hands of Saul. Is it not better for me to flee and to be saved in the land of the Philistines, than Saul may despair of me, and cease to seek me in all the coasts of Israel? I will flee then out of his hands. And David arose and went away, both he and the 600 men that were with him, to Achish the son of Maoch, king of Gath. And David dwelt with Achish at Gath, he and his men, every man with his household, and David with his 2 wives, Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, and Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And it was told Saul that David was fled to Gath, and he sought no more after him. And David said to Achish, If I have found favor in thy sight, let a place be given me in one of the cities of this country, that I may dwell there. For why should thy servant dwell in the royal city with thee? Then Achish gave him Ziklag that day, for which reason Ziklag belongeth to the kings of Judah unto this day. And the time that David dwelt in the country of the Philistines was 4 months. And David and his men went up, and pillaged Geshuri, and Girzai, and the Amalekites, for these were of old the inhabitants of the countries, as men go to Zur, even to the land of Egypt. And David wasted all the land, and left neither man nor woman alive, and took away the sheep, and the oxen, and the asses, and the camels, and the apparel, and returned and came to Achish. And Achish said to him, Whom hast thou gone against today? And David answered, Against the south of Judah, and against the south of Jerahmeel, and against the south of Kenai. And David saved neither man nor woman, neither brought he any of them to Gath, saying, Lest they should speak against us. So did David, and such was his proceeding all the days that he dwelt in the country of the Philistines. And Achish believed David, saying, He hath done much harm to his people Israel. Therefore he shall be my servant forever. First Book of Kings, chapter 28. And it came to pass in those days that the Philistines gathered together their armies to be prepared for war against Israel. And Achish said to David, Know thou now assuredly that thou shalt go out with me to the war, thou and thy men. And David said to Achish, Thou shalt know what thy servant will do. And Achish said to David, And I will appoint thee to guard my life forever. Now Samuel was dead, and all Israel mourned for him, and buried him in Ramah his city. And Saul had put away all the magicians and soothsayers out of the land. And the Philistines were gathered together, and came and camped in Shunem. And Saul also gathered together all Israel, and came to Gilboa. And Saul saw the army of the Philistines, and was afraid, and his heart was very much dismayed. And he consulted the Lord, and he answered him not, neither by dreams, nor by priests, nor by prophets. And Saul said to his servants, Seek me a woman that hath a divining spirit, and I will go to her, and inquire by her. And his servants said to him, There is a woman that hath a divining spirit at Endor. And he disguised himself, and put on other clothes, and he went, and 2 men with him. And they came to the woman by night, and he said to her, Divine to me by thy divining spirit, and bring me up him whom I shall tell thee. And the woman said to him, Behold, thou knowest all that Saul hath done, and how he hath rooted out the magicians and soothsayers from the land. Why then dost thou lay a snare for my life, to cause me to be put to death? And Saul swore unto her by the Lord, saying, As the Lord liveth, there shall no evil happen to thee for this thing. And the woman said to him, Whom shall I bring up to thee? And he said, Bring me up Samuel. And when the woman saw Samuel, she cried out with a loud voice, and said to Saul, Why hast thou deceived me? For thou art Saul. And the king said to her, Fear not. What hast thou seen? And the woman said to Saul, I saw gods ascending out of the earth. And he said to her, What form is he of? And she said, An old man cometh up, and he is covered with a mantle. And Saul understood that it was Samuel. And he bowed himself with his face to the ground, and adored. And Samuel said to Saul, Why hast thou disturbed my rest, that I should be brought up? And Saul said, I am in great distress, for the Philistines fight against me, and God is departed from me, and would not hear me, neither by the hand of the prophets, nor by dreams. Therefore I have called thee, that thou mayest show me what I should do. And Samuel said, Why askest thou me, seeing the Lord has departed from thee, and is gone over to thy rival? For the Lord will do to thee as he spoke by me, and he will rend thy kingdom out of thy hand, and will give it to thy neighbor David, because thou didst not obey the voice of the Lord, neither didst thou execute the wrath of his indignation upon Amalek. Therefore hath the Lord done to thee what thou sufferest this day. And the Lord also will deliver Israel with thee into the hands of the Philistines. And tomorrow thou and thy sons shall be with me, and the Lord will also deliver the army of Israel into the hands of the Philistines. And forthwith Saul fell all along on the ground, for he was frightened with the words of Samuel, and there was no strength in him, for he had eaten no bread all that day. And the woman came to Saul, for he was very much troubled, and said to him, Behold, thy handmaid hath obeyed thy voice, and I have put my life in my hand. And I hearkened unto the words which thou spokest to me. Now therefore hear also the voice of thy handmaid, and let me set before thee a morsel of bread, that thou mayest eat, and recover strength, and be able to go on thy journey. But he refused, and said, I will not eat. But his servants and the woman forced him, and at length, hearkening to their voices, he arose from the ground and sat upon the bed. Now the woman had a fatted calf in the house, and she made haste and killed it, and taking meal, kneaded it, and baked some unleavened bread, and set it before Saul and before his servants. And when they had eaten, they rose up and walked all that night. First Book of Kings, chapter 29. Now all the troops of the Philistines were gathered together to Aphek, and Israel also camped by the fountain which is in Jezreel. And the lords of the Philistines marched with their hundreds and their thousands. But David and his men were in the rear with Achish. And the princes of the Philistines said to Achish, What mean these Hebrews? And Achish said to the princes of the Philistines, Do you not know David, who was the servant of Saul the king of Israel, and hath been with me many days or years? And I have found no fault in him since the day that he fled over to me until this day. But the princes of the Philistines were angry with him, and they said to him, Let this man return, and abide in his place which thou hast appointed him, and let him not go down with us to battle, lest he be an adversary to us when we shall begin to fight. For how can he otherwise appease his master but with our heads? Is not this David, to whom they sung in their dances, saying, Saul slew his thousands, and David his 10,000s? Then Achish called David, and said to him, As the Lord liveth, thou art upright and good in my sight, and so is thy going out and thy coming in with me in the army. And I have not found any evil in thee since the day that thou camest to me unto this day, but thou pleasest not the Lord's. Return therefore and go in peace, and offend not the eyes of the princes of the Philistines. And David said to Achish, But what have I done? And what hast thou found in me, thy servant, from the day that I have been in thy sight until this day, that I may not go and fight against the enemies of my lord the king? And Achish, answering, said to David, I know that thou art good in my sight, as an angel of God. But the princes of the Philistines have said, He shall not go up with us to the battle. Therefore arise in the morning, thou and the servants of thy Lord, who came with thee, and when you are up before day, and it shall begin to be light, go on your way. So David and his men arose in the night, that they might set forward in the morning, and returned to the land of the Philistines. And the Philistines went up to Jezreel. First Book of Kings, chapter 30. Now when David and his men were come to Ziklag on the third day, the Amalekites had made an invasion on the south side upon Ziklag, and had smitten Ziklag, and burnt it with fire, and had taken the women captives that were in it, both little and great. And they had not killed any person, but had carried them with them, and went on their way. So when David and his men came to the city, and found it burnt with fire, and that their wives and their sons and their daughters were taken captives, David and the people that were with him lifted up their voices and wept till they had no more tears. For the two wives also of David were taken captives, Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, and Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And David was greatly afflicted, for the people had a mind to stone him, for the soul of every man was bitterly grieved for his sons and daughters. But David took courage in the Lord his God. And he said to Abiathar the priest, the son of Ahimelech, Bring me hither the ephod. And Abiathar brought the ephod to David. And David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I pursue after these robbers, and shall I overtake them, or not? And the Lord said to him, Pursue after them, for thou shalt surely overtake them, and recover the prey. So David went, he and the 600 men that were with him, and they came to the torrent Besor, and some, being weary, stayed there. But David pursued, he and 400 men, for 200 stayed, who, being weary, could not go over the torrent Besor. And they found an Egyptian in the field, and brought him to David. And they gave him bread to eat, and water to drink, as also a piece of a cake of figs, and 2 bunches of raisins. And when he had eaten them, his spirit returned, and he was refreshed, for he had not eaten bread nor drunk water 3 days and 3 nights. And David said to him, To whom dost thou belong, or whence dost thou come, and whither art thou going? He said, I am a young man of Egypt, the servant of an Amalekite, and my master left me, because I began to be sick 3 days ago. For we made an invasion on the south side of Carathai, and upon Judah, and upon the south of Caleb, and we burnt Ziklag with fire. And David said to him, Canst thou bring me to this company? And he said, Swear to me by God that thou wilt not kill me, nor deliver me into the hands of my master, and I will bring thee to this company. And David swore to him. And when he had brought him, behold, they were lying spread upon all the ground, eating and drinking, as it were, keeping a festival day, for all the prey and the spoils which they had taken out of the land of the Philistines, and out of the land of Judah. And David slew them from the evening unto the evening of the next day, and there escaped not a man of them, but 400 young men, who had gotten upon camels and fled. So David recovered all that the Amalekites had taken, and he rescued his 2 wives. And there was nothing missing, small or great, neither of their sons or their daughters, nor of the spoils, and whatsoever they had taken, David recovered all. And he took all the flocks and the herds, and made them go before him. And they said, This is the prey of David. And David came to the 200 men, who, being weary, had stayed, and were not able to follow David, and he had ordered them to abide at the torrent Bezor. And they came out to meet David, and the people that were with him. And David, coming to the people, saluted them peaceably. Then all the wicked and unjust men that had gone with David answering said, Because they came not with us, we will not give them anything of the prey which we have recovered, but let every man take his wife and his children, and be contented with them, and go his way. But David said, You shall not do so, my brethren, with these things which the Lord hath given us, who hath kept us, and hath delivered the robbers that invaded us into our hands. And no man shall hearken to you in this matter. But equal shall be the portion of him that went down to battle, and of him that abode at the baggage, and they shall divide alike. And this hath been done from that day forward, and since was made a statute, and an ordinance, and as a law in Israel. Then David came to Ziklag, and sent presents of the prey to the ancients of Judah his neighbors, saying, Receive a blessing of the prey of the enemies of the Lord. To them that were in Bethel, and that were in Ramoth to the south, and to them that were in Jattir, and to them that were in Aroer, and that were in Ziphmoth, and that were in Eshtemoa, and that were in Rachel, and that were in the cities of Jerahmeel, and that were in the cities of Kenai, and that were in Ramah, and that were in Lake Ashan, and that were in Athak, and that were in Hebron, and to the rest that were in those places in which David had abode with his men. First Book of Kings, chapter 31. And the Philistines fought against Israel, and the men of Israel fled from before the Philistines, and fell down slain in Mount Gilboa. And the Philistines fell upon Saul and upon his sons. And they slew Jonathan, and Abinadab, and Melchishua, the sons of Saul. And the whole weight of the battle was turned upon Saul, and the archers overtook him, and he was grievously wounded by the archers. Then Saul said to his armor-bearer, Draw thy sword and kill me, lest these uncircumcised come and slay me and mock at me. And his armor-bearer would not, for he was struck with exceeding great fear. Then Saul took his sword and fell upon it. And when his armor-bearer saw this, to wit, that Saul was dead, he also fell upon his sword and died with him. So Saul died, and his 3 sons, and his armor-bearer, and all his men that same day together. And the men of Israel that were beyond the valley, and beyond the Jordan, seeing that the Israelites were fled, and that Saul was dead, and his sons, forsook their cities and fled, and the Philistines came and dwelt there. And on the morrow the Philistines came to strip the slain, and they found Saul and his 3 sons lying in Mount Gilboa. And they cut off Saul's head, and stripped him of his armor, and sent into the land of the Philistines round about to publish it in the temples of their idols, and among their people. And they put his armor in the temple of Ashtoreth, but his body they hung on the wall of Bethshean. Now when the inhabitants of Jabesh-Gilead had heard all that the Philistines had done to Saul, all the most valiant men arose and walked all the night, and took the body of Saul and the bodies of his sons from the wall of Bethshean, and they came to Jabesh-Gilead and burnt them there. And they took their bones and buried them in the wood of Jabesh, and fasted 7 days. 2 Kings chapter 1. Now it came to pass, after Saul was dead, that David returned from the slaughter of the Amalekites, and abode 2 days in Ziklag. And on the 3rd day there appeared a man who came out of Saul's camp, with his garments rent, and dust strewed on his head. And when he came to David, he fell upon his face, and adored. And David said to him, From whence comest thou? And he said to him, I am fled out of the camp of Israel. And David said unto him, What is the matter that is come to pass? Tell me. He said, The people are fled from the battle, and many of the people are fallen and dead. Moreover, Saul and Jonathan his son are slain. And David said to the young man that told him, How knowest thou that Saul and Jonathan his son are dead? And the young man that told him said, I came by chance upon Mount Gilboa, and Saul leaned upon his spear, and the chariots and horsemen drew nigh unto him. And looking behind him, and seeing me, he called me, and I answered, Here am I. And he said to me, Who art thou? And I said to him, I am an Amalekite. And he said to me, Stand over me, and kill me, for anguish is come upon me, and as yet my whole life is in me. So standing over him, I killed him, for I knew that he could not live after the fall. And I took the diadem that was on his head, and the bracelet that was on his arm, and have brought them hither to thee, my lord. Then David took hold of his garments and rent them, and likewise all the men that were with him. And they mourned and wept and fasted until evening for Saul and for Jonathan his son, and for the people of the Lord, and for the house of Israel, because they were fallen by the sword. And David said to the young man that told him, Whence art thou? He answered, I am the son of a stranger of Amalek. David said to him, Why didst thou not fear to put out thy hand to kill the Lord's anointed? And David, calling one of his servants, said, Go near and fall upon him. And he struck him so that he died. And David said to him, Thy blood be upon thy own head, for thy own mouth has spoken against thee, saying, I have slain the Lord's anointed. And David made this kind of lamentation over Saul and over Jonathan his son. Also he commanded that they should teach the children of Judah the use of the bow, as it is written in the book of the just. And he said, Consider, O Israel, for them that are dead, wounded on thy high places. The illustrious of Israel are slain upon thy mountains. How are the valiant fallen? Tell it not in Gath. Publish it not in the streets of Ashkelon, lest the daughters of the Philistines rejoice, lest the daughters of the uncircumcised triumph. Ye mountains of Gilboa, let neither dew nor rain come upon you, neither be they fields of first fruits, for there was cast away the shield of the valiant, the shield of Saul, as though he had not been anointed with oil. From the blood of the slain, from the fat of the valiant, the arrow of Jonathan never turned back, and the sword of Saul did not return empty. Saul and Jonathan, lovely and comely in their life, even in death they were not divided. They were swifter than eagles, stronger than lions. Ye daughters of Israel, weep over Saul, who clothed you with scarlet in delights, who gave ornaments of gold for your attire. How are the valiant fallen in battle, Jonathan slain in the high places? I grieve for thee, my brother Jonathan, exceeding beautiful and amiable to me above the love of women. As the mother loveth her only son, so did I love thee. How are the valiant fallen, and the weapons of war perished. 2 Kings chapter 2. And after these things David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go up into one of the cities of Judah? And the Lord said to him, Go up. And David said, Whither shall I go up? And he answered him, Into Hebron. So David went up, and his 2 wives, Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, and Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel. And the men also that were with him, David brought up every man with his household, and they abode in the towns of Hebron. And the men of Judah came and anointed David there to be king over the house of Judah. And it was told David that the men of Jabesh-Gilead had buried Saul. David therefore sent messengers to the men of Jabesh-Gilead, and said to them, Blessed be you to the Lord, who have shown this mercy to your master Saul, and have buried him. And now the Lord surely will render you mercy and truth, and I also will requite you for this good turn, because you have done this thing. Let your hands be strengthened, and be ye men of valor. For although your master Saul be dead, yet the house of Judah hath anointed me to be their king. But Abner the son of Ner, general of Saul's army, took Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, and led him about through the camp, and made him king over Gilead, and over Geshuri, and over Jezreel, and over Ephraim, and over Benjamin, and over all Israel. Ishbosheth, the son of Saul, was 40 years old when he began to reign over Israel, and he reigned 2 years, and only the house of Judah followed David. And the number of the days that David abode, reigning in Hebron over the house of Judah, was 7 years and 6 months. And Abner the son of Ner, and the servants of Ishbosheth the son of Saul, went out from the camp to Gibeon. And Joab the son of Zeruiah, and the servants of David went out, and met them by the pool of Gibeon. And when they were come together, they sat down over against one another, the one on the one side of the pool, and the other on the other side. And Abner said to Joab, Let the young men rise and play before us. And Joab answered, Let them rise. Then there arose and went over 12 in number of Benjamin, of the part of Ishbosheth the son of Saul, and 12 of the servants of David. And every one, catching his fellow by the head, thrust his sword into the side of his adversary, and they fell down together. And the name of that place was called the Field of the Valiant in Gibeon. And there was a very fierce battle that day, and Abner was put to flight with the men of Israel by the servants of David. And there were the 3 sons of Zeruiah there, Joab, and Abishai, and Asahel. Now Asahel was a most swift runner, like one of the roes that abide in the woods. And Asahel pursued after Abner, and turned not to the right hand nor to the left from following Abner. And Abner looked behind him and said, Art thou Asahel? And he answered, I am. And Abner said to him, Go to the right hand or to the left, and lay hold on one of the young men, and take thee his spoils. But Asahel would not leave off, following him close. And again Abner said to Asahel, Go off, and do not follow me, lest I be obliged to stab thee to the ground, and I shall not be able to hold up my face to Joab thy brother. But he refused to hearken to him, and would not turn aside. Wherefore Abner struck him with his spear, with a backstroke in the groin, and thrust him through, and he died upon the spot. And all that came to the place where Asahel fell down and died stood still. Now while Joab and Abishai pursued after Abner, the sun went down, and they came as far as the hill of the aqueduct that lieth over against the valley, by the way of the wilderness in Gibeon. And the children of Benjamin gathered themselves together to Abner, and being joined in one body, they stood on the top of a hill. And Abner cried out to Joab, and said, Shall thy sword rage unto utter destruction? Knowest thou not that it is dangerous to drive people to despair? How long dost thou defer to bid the people cease from pursuing after their brethren? And Joab said, As the Lord liveth, if thou hadst spoke sooner, even in the morning the people should have retired from pursuing after their brethren. Then Joab sounded the trumpet, and all the army stood still, and did not pursue after Israel any further, nor fight any more. And Abner and his men walked all that night through the plains. And they passed the Jordan, and having gone through all Beth-horon, came to the camp. And Joab returning, after he had left Abner, assembled all the people, and there were wanting of David's servants 19 men, besides Asahel. But the servants of David had killed of Benjamin and of the men that were with Abner 360, who all died. And they took Asahel, and buried him in the sepulchre of his father in Bethlehem and Joab. And the men that were with him marched all the night, and they came to Hebron at break of day. 2 Kings chapter 3. Now there was a long war between the house of Saul and the house of David, David prospering and growing always stronger and stronger, but the house of Saul decaying daily. And sons were born to David in Hebron, and his firstborn was Ammon of Ahinoam the Jezreelitess, and his second Chileab of Abigail the wife of Nabal of Carmel, and the third Absalom the son of Maacah the daughter of Talmai king of Geshur, and the fourth Adonias the son of Haggith, and the fifth Shaphatiah the son of Abital, and the sixth Ithream of Eglah the wife of David. These were born to David in Hebron. Now while there was war between the house of Saul and the house of David, Abner the son of Ner ruled the house of Saul. And Saul had a concubine named Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah. And Ishbosheth said to Abner, Why didst thou go into my father's concubine? And he was exceedingly angry for the words of Ishbosheth, and said, Am I a dog's head against Judah this day, who have shown mercy to the house of Saul thy father, and to his brethren and friends, and have not delivered thee into the hands of David? And hast thou sought this day against me to charge me with a matter concerning a woman? So do God to Abner, and more also, unless, as the Lord hath sworn to David, so I do to him, that the kingdom be translated from the house of Saul, and the throne of David be set up over Israel, and over Judah from Dan to Beersheba. And he could not answer him a word, because he feared him. Abner therefore sent messengers to David for himself, saying, Whose is the land? And that they should say, Make a league with me, and my hand shall be with thee, and I will bring all Israel to thee. And he said, Very well, I will make a league with thee, but one thing I require of thee, saying, Thou shalt not see my face before thou bring Michal the daughter of Saul, and so thou shalt come and see me. And David sent messengers to Ishbosheth the son of Saul, saying, Restore my wife Michal, whom I espoused to me for 100 foreskins of the Philistines. And Ishbosheth sent and took her from her husband Paltiel, the son of Laish. And her husband followed her, weeping as far as Bahurim. And Abner said to him, Go and return. And he returned. Abner also spoke to the ancients of Israel, saying, Both yesterday and the day before you sought for David that he might reign over you. Now then, do it, because the Lord hath spoken to David, saying, By the hand of my servant David I will save my people Israel from the hands of the Philistines and of all their enemies. And Abner spoke also to Benjamin. And he went to speak to David in Hebron all that seemed good to Israel, and to all Benjamin. And he came to David in Hebron with 20 men. And David made a feast for Abner and his men that came with him. And Abner said to David, I will rise, that I may gather all Israel unto thee, my lord the king, and may enter into a league with thee, and that thou mayest reign over all as thy soul desireth. Now when David had brought Abner on his way, and he was gone in peace, immediately David's servants and Joab came, after having slain the robbers, with an exceeding great booty. And Abner was not with David in Hebron, for he had now sent him away, and he was gone in peace. And Joab and all the army that was with him came afterwards, and it was told Joab that Abner the son of Ner came to the king, and he hath sent him away, and he is gone in peace. And Joab went in to the king, and said, What hast thou done? Behold, Abner came to thee. Why didst thou send him away, and he is gone and departed? Knowest thou not, Abner the son of Ner, that to this end he came to thee, that he might deceive thee, and to know thy going out and thy coming in, and to know all thou dost? Then Joab, going out from David, sent messengers after Abner, and brought him back from the cistern of Sirah, David knowing nothing of it. And when Abner was returned to Hebron, Joab took him aside to the middle of the gate, to speak to him treacherously. And he stabbed him there in the groin, and he died in revenge of the blood of Asahel his brother. And when David heard of it, after the thing was now done, he said, I and my kingdom are innocent before the Lord forever of the blood of Abner the son of Ner. And may it come upon the head of Joab, and upon all his father's house. And let there not fail from the house of Joab one that hath an issue of seed, or that is a leper, or that holdeth the distaff, or that falleth by the sword, or that wanteth bread. So Joab and Abishai his brother slew Abner, because he had killed their brother Asahel at Gibeon in the battle. And David said to Joab and to all the people that were with him, Rend your garments, and gird yourselves with sackcloths, and mourn before the funeral of Abner. And King David himself followed the bier. And when they had buried Abner in Hebron, King David lifted up his voice and wept at the grave of Abner, and all the people also wept. And the king, mourning and lamenting over Abner, said, Not as cowards are wont to die, hath Abner died. Thy hands were not bound, nor thy feet laden with fetters. But as men fall before the children of iniquity, so didst thou fall. And all the people repeating it wept over him. And when all the people came to take meat with David, while it was yet broad day, David swore, saying, So do God to me, and more also, if I taste bread or anything else before sunset. And all the people heard, and they were pleased, and all that the king did seemed good in the sight of all the people. And all the people and all Israel understood that day that it was not the king's doing that Abner the son of Ner was slain. The king also said to his servants, Do you not know that a prince and a great man is slain this day in Israel? But I as yet am tender, though anointed king. And these men, the sons of Zeruiah, are too hard for me. The Lord reward him that doeth evil according to his wickedness. 2 Kings chapter 4. And Ishbosheth the son of Saul heard that Abner was slain in Hebron, and his hands were weakened, and all Israel was troubled. Now the son of Saul had 2 men captains of his bands. The name of the one was Baanah, and the name of the other Rechab, the sons of Rimmon, a Beerothite of the children of Benjamin. For Beeroth was also reckoned in Benjamin. And the Beerothites fled into Gittaim, and were sojourners there until that time. And Jonathan the son of Saul had a son that was lame of his feet, for he was 5 years old when the tidings came of Saul and Jonathan from Jezreel. And his nurse took him up and fled, and as she was made haste to flee, he fell and became lame, and his name was Mephibosheth. And the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, Rechab and Baanah, coming, went into the house of Ishbosheth in the heat of the day, and he was sleeping upon his bed at noon. And the doorkeeper of the house, who was cleansing wheat, was fallen asleep. And they entered into the house, secretly taking ears of corn. And Rechab and Baanah his brother stabbed him in the groin and fled away. For when they came into the house, he was sleeping upon his bed in a parlor. And they struck him and killed him. And taking away his head, they went off by the way of the wilderness, walking all night. And they brought the head of Ishbosheth to David, to Hebron. And they said to the king, Behold, the head of Ishbosheth, the son of Saul thy enemy, who sought thy life. And the Lord hath revenged my lord the king this day of Saul and of his seed. But David answered Rechab and Baanah his brother, the sons of Rimmon the Beerothite, and said to them, As the Lord liveth, who hath delivered my soul out of all distress, the man that told me and said, Saul is dead, who thought he brought good tidings, I apprehended, and slew him in Ziklag, who should have been rewarded for his news. How much more now, when wicked men have slain an innocent man in his own house upon his bed, shall I not require his blood at your hand, and take you away from the earth? And David commanded his servants, and they slew them, and cutting off their heads and feet, hanged them up over the pool in Hebron. But the head of Ishbosheth they took and buried in the sepulchre of Abner in Hebron. 2 Kings chapter 5. Then all the tribes of Israel came to David in Hebron, saying, Behold, we are thy bone and thy flesh. Moreover, yesterday also and the day before, when Saul was king over us, thou wast he that did lead out and bring in Israel. And the Lord said to thee, Thou shalt feed my people Israel, and thou shalt be prince over Israel. The ancients also of Israel came to the king of Hebron, and King David made a league with them in Hebron before the Lord, and they anointed David to be king over Israel. David was 30 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 40 years. In Hebron he reigned over Judah 7 years and 6 months, and in Jerusalem he reigned 33 years over all Israel and Judah. And the king and all the men that were with him went to Jerusalem to the Jebusites, the inhabitants of the land. And they said to David, Thou shalt not come in hither, unless thou take away the blind and the lame that say, David shall not come in hither. But David took the castle of Zion, the same is the city of David. For David had offered that day a reward to whosoever should strike the Jebusites and get up to the gutters of the tops of the houses, and take away the blind and the lame that hated the soul of David. Therefore it is said in the proverb, The blind and the lame shall not come into the temple. And David dwelt in the castle, and called it the city of David, and built round about from Millo and inwards. And he went on prospering and growing up, and the Lord God of hosts was with him. And Hiram the king of Tyre sent messengers to David, and cedar trees, and carpenters, and masons for walls, and they built a house for David. And David knew that the Lord had confirmed him king over Israel, and that he had exalted his kingdom over his people Israel. And David took more concubines and wives of Jerusalem after he was come from Hebron, and there were born to David other sons also and daughters. And these are the names of them that were born to him in Jerusalem: Shammua, and Shobab, and Nathan, and Solomon, and Ibhar, and Elishua, and Nepheg, and Japhiah, and Elishama, and Eliada, and Eliphalet. And the Philistines heard that they had anointed David to be king over Israel. And they all came to seek David, and when David heard of it, he went down to a stronghold. And the Philistines coming spread themselves in the valley of Rephaim. And David consulted the Lord, saying, Shall I go up to the Philistines, and wilt thou deliver them into my hand? And the Lord said to David, Go up, for I will surely deliver the Philistines into thy hand. And David came to Baal-perazim, and defeated them there, and he said, The Lord hath divided my enemies before me, as waters are divided. Therefore the name of the place was called Baal-perazim. And they left there their idols, which David and his men took away. And the Philistines came up again, and spread themselves into the valley of Rephaim. And David consulted the Lord, Shall I go up against the Philistines, and wilt thou deliver them into my hands? He answered, Go not up against them, but fetch a compass behind them, and thou shalt come upon them over against the pear trees. And when thou shalt hear the sound of one going in the tops of the pear trees, then shalt thou join battle, for then will the Lord go out before thy face to strike the army of the Philistines. And David did as the Lord had commanded him, and he smote the Philistines from Gibeah until thou come to Gezer. 2 Kings chapter 6. And David again gathered together all the chosen men of Israel, 30,000. And David arose and went, with all the people that were with him of the men of Judah, to fetch the ark of God, upon which the name of the Lord of hosts is invoked, who sitteth over it upon the cherubims. And they laid the ark of God upon a new cart, and took it out of the house of Abinadab, who was in Gibeah. And Uzzah and Ahiah, the sons of Abinadab, drove the new cart. And when they had taken it out of the house of Abinadab, who was in Gibeah, Ahiah, having care of the ark of God, went before the ark. But David and all Israel played before the Lord on all manner of instruments made of wood, on harps, and lutes, and timbrels, and cornets, and cymbals. And when they came to the floor of Nachon, Uzzah put forth his hand to the ark of God, and took hold of it, because the oxen kicked, and made it lean aside. And the indignation of the Lord was enkindled against Uzzah, and he struck him for his rashness, and he died there before the ark of God. And David was grieved because the Lord had struck Uzzah, and the name of that place was called the striking of Uzzah to this day. And David was afraid of the Lord that day, saying, How shall the ark of the Lord come to me? And he would not have the ark of the Lord brought into himself, into the city of David, but he caused it to be carried into the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite. And the ark of the Lord abode in the house of Obed-Edom the Gittite 3 months. And the Lord blessed Obed-Edom and all his household. And it was told King David that the Lord had blessed Obed-Edom and all that he had, because of the ark of God. So David went and brought away the ark of God out of the house of Obed-Edom into the city of David with joy. And there were with David 7 choirs and calves for victims. And when they that carried the ark of the Lord had gone 6 paces, he sacrificed an ox and a ram. And David danced with all his might before the Lord, and David was girded with a linen ephod. And David and all the house of Israel brought the ark of the covenant of the Lord with joyful shouting, and with the sound of trumpet. And when the ark of the Lord was come into the city of David, Michal, the daughter of Saul, looking out through a window, saw King David leaping and dancing before the Lord. And she despised him in her heart. And they brought the ark of the Lord, and set it in its place in the midst of the tabernacle which David had pitched for it. And David offered holocausts and peace offerings before the Lord. And when he had made an end of offering holocausts and peace offerings, he blessed the people in the name of the Lord of hosts. And he distributed to all the multitude of Israel, both men and women, to every one a cake of bread, and a piece of roasted beef, and fine flour fried with oil. And all the people departed, every one to his own house. And David returned to bless his own house. And Michal, the daughter of Saul, coming out to meet David, said, How glorious was the king of Israel today, uncovering himself before the handmaids of his servants, and was naked, as if one of the buffoons should be naked. And David said to Michal, Before the Lord, who chose me rather than thy father, and than all his house, and commanded me to be ruler over the people of the Lord in Israel, I will both play and make myself meaner than I have done. and I will be little in my own eyes, and with the handmaids of whom thou speakest I shall appear more glorious. Therefore Michal, the daughter of Saul, had no child to the day of her death. 2 Kings chapter 7. And it came to pass, when the king sat in his house, and the Lord had given him rest on every side from all his enemies, he said to Nathan the prophet, Dost thou see that I dwell in a house of cedar, and the ark of God is lodged within skins? And Nathan said to the king, Go, do all that is in thy heart, because the Lord is with thee. But it came to pass that night that the word of the Lord came to Nathan, saying, Go and say to my servant David, Thus saith the Lord, Shalt thou build me a house to dwell in? Whereas I have not dwelt in a house from the day that I brought the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt even to this day, but have walked in a tabernacle and in a tent. In all the places that I have gone through with all the children of Israel, did I ever speak a word to any one of the tribes of Israel, whom I commanded to feed my people Israel, saying, Why have you not built me a house of cedar? And now thus shalt thou speak to my servant David. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I took thee out of the pastures from following the sheep to be ruler over my people Israel. And I have been with thee wheresoever thou hast walked, and have slain all thy enemies from before thy face. And I have made thee a great man, like unto the name of the great ones that are on the earth. And I will appoint a place for my people Israel, and I will plant them, and they shall dwell therein, and shall be disturbed no more. Neither shall the children of iniquity afflict them any more, as they did before, from the day that I appointed judges over my people Israel. And I will give thee rest from all thy enemies. And the Lord foretelleth to thee that the Lord will make thee a house. And when thy days shall be fulfilled, and thou shalt sleep with thy fathers, I will raise up thy seed after thee, which shall proceed out of the bowels, and I will establish his kingdom. He shall build a house to my name, and I will establish the throne of his kingdom forever. I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. And if he commit any iniquity, I will correct him with the rod of men, and with the stripes of the children of men. But my mercy I will not take away from him, as I took it from Saul, whom I removed from before my face. And thy house shall be faithful, and thy kingdom forever before thy face, and thy throne shall be firm forever. According to all these words, and according to all this vision, so did Nathan speak to David. And David went in, and sat before the Lord, and said, Who am I, O Lord God, and what is my house, that thou hast brought me thus far? But yet this hath seemed little in thy sight, O Lord God, unless thou didst also speak of the house of thy servant for a long time to come. For this is the law of Adam, O Lord God. And what can David say more unto thee? For thou knowest thy servant, O Lord God. For thy word's sake, and according to thy own heart, thou hast done all these great things, so that thou wouldst make it known to thy servant. Therefore thou art magnified, O Lord God, because there is none like to thee. Neither is there any God besides thee in all the things that we have heard with our ears. And what nation is there upon earth as thy people Israel, whom God went to redeem for a people to himself, and to make him a name, and to do for them great and terrible things upon the earth before the face of thy people, whom thou redeemedst to thyself out of Egypt from the nations and their gods? For thou hast confirmed to thyself thy people Israel to be an everlasting people, and thou, O Lord God, art become their God. And now, O Lord God, raise up forever the word that thou hast spoken concerning thy servant and concerning his house, and do as thou hast spoken, that thy name may be magnified forever, and it may be said, The Lord of hosts is God over Israel. And the house of thy servant David shall be established before the Lord, because thou, O Lord of hosts, God of Israel, hast revealed to the ear of thy servant, saying, I will build thee a house. Therefore hath thy servant found in his heart to pray this prayer to thee. And now, O Lord God, thou art God, and thy words shall be true, for thou hast spoken to thy servant these good things. And now begin, and bless the house of thy servant, that it may endure forever before thee, because thou, O Lord God, hast spoken it, and with thy blessing let the house of thy servant be blessed forever. 2 Kings chapter 8. And it came to pass after this that David defeated the Philistines and brought them down, and David took the bridle of tribute out of the hand of the Philistines. And he defeated Moab, and measured them with a line, casting them down to the earth. And he measured with 2 lines, one to put to death, and one to save alive. And Moab was made to serve David under tribute. David defeated also Hadaezer the son of Rehab, king of Zobah, when he went to extend his dominion over the river Euphrates. And David took from him 1,700 horsemen, and 20,000 footmen, and houged all the chariot horses, and only reserved of them for 100 chariots. And the Syrians of Damascus came to succor Hadaezer the king of Zobah, and David slew of the Syrians 22,000 men. And David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus, and Syria served David under tribute, and the Lord preserved David in all his enterprises whithersoever he went. And David took the arms of gold which the servants of Hadaezer wore, and brought them to Jerusalem. And out of Betah and out of Beeroth, cities of Hadaezer, King David took an exceeding great quantity of brass. And Douay the king of Hamath heard that David had defeated all the forces of Hadaezer. And Douay sent Joram his son to King David to salute him, and to congratulate with him, and to return him thanks, because he had fought against Hadaezer, and had defeated him. For Douay was an enemy to Hadaezer, and in his hand were vessels of gold, and vessels of silver, and vessels of brass. And King David dedicated them to the Lord, together with the silver and gold that he had dedicated of all the nations which he had subdued, of Syria, and of Moab, and of the children Ammon, and of the Philistines, and of Amalek, and of the spoils of Hadaezer the son of Rehab, king of Zobah. David also made himself a name when he returned after taking Syria in the valley of the salt pits, killing 18,000. And he put guards in Edom, and placed there a garrison, and all Edom was made to serve David, and the Lord preserved David in all enterprises he went about. And David reigned over all Israel, and David did judgment and justice to all his people. And Joab the son of Zeruiah was over the army, and Jehoshaphat the son of Ahilud was recorder. And Zadok the son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech the son of Abiathar were the priests, and Seraiah was the scribe. And Benaiah the son of Jehoiada was over the Kerethi and Pelathi, and the sons of David were the princes. 2 Kings chapter 9. And David said, Is there anyone, think you, left of the house of Saul, that I may show kindness to him for Jonathan's sake? Now there was of the house of Saul a servant named Ziba. And when the king had called him to him, he said to him, Art thou Ziba? And he answered, I am Ziba thy servant. And the king said, Is there anyone left of the house of Saul, that I may show the mercy of God unto him? And Ziba said to the king, There is a son of Jonathan left, who is lame of his feet. Where is he? Said he. And Ziba said to the king, Behold, he is in the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel, in Lo-debar. Then King David sent and brought him out of the house of Machir, the son of Ammiel, of Lo-debar. And when Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, was come to David, he fell on his face and worshipped. And David said, Mephibosheth? And he answered, Behold thy servant. And David said to him, Fear not, for I will surely show thee mercy for Jonathan thy father's sake, and I will restore the lands of Saul the father, and thou shalt eat bread at my table always. He bowed down to him and said, Who am I, thy servant, that thou shouldst look upon such a dead dog as I am? Then the king called Ziba, the servant of Saul, and said to him, All that belonged to Saul, and all his house, I have given to thy master's son. Thou therefore and the sons and thy servants shall till the land for him, and thou shalt bring in food for thy master's son, that he may be maintained. And Mephibosheth the son of thy master shall always eat bread at my table. And Ziba had 15 sons and 20 servants. And Ziba said to the king, As thou, my lord, hast commanded thy servant, so will thy servant do. And Mephibosheth shall eat at my table as one of the sons of the king. And Mephibosheth had a young son whose name was Micah, and all that kindred of the house of Ziba served Mephibosheth. But Mephibosheth dwelt in Jerusalem, because he ate always of the king's table, and he was lame of both feet. 2 Kings chapter 10. And it came to pass after this, that the king of the children of Ammon died, and Hanun his son reigned in his stead. And David said, I will show kindness to Hanun the son of Nahash, as his father showed kindness to me. So David sent his servants to comfort him for the death of his father. But when the servants of David were come into the land of the children of Ammon, the princes of the children of Ammon said to Hanun their lord, Thinkest thou that for the honor of thy father David hath sent comforters to thee? And hath not David rather sent his servants to thee to search and spy into the city and overthrow it? Wherefore Hanun took the servants of David, and shaved off the one half of their beards, and cut away half of their garments, even to the buttocks, and sent them away. When this was told to David, he sent to meet them. For the men were sadly put to confusion, and David commanded them, saying, Stay at Jericho till your beards be grown, and then return. And the children of Ammon, seeing that they had done an injury to David, sent and hired the Syrians of Rehab, and the Syrians of Zobah, 20,000 footmen, and the king of Maacah 1,000 men, and of Ishtub 12,000 men. And when David heard this, he sent Joab and the whole army of warriors. And the children of Ammon came out, and set their men in array at the entering in of the gate. But the Syrians of Zobah, and of Rehab, and of Ishtub, and of Maacah were by themselves in the field. Then Joab, seeing that the battle was prepared against him, both before and behind, chose of all the choice men of Israel, and put them in array against the Syrians. And the rest of the people he delivered to Abishai his brother, who set them in array against the children of Ammon. And Joab said, If the Syrians are too strong for me, then thou shalt help me. But if the children of Ammon are too strong for thee, then I will help thee. Be of good courage, and let us fight for our people and for the city of our God. And the Lord will do what is good in his sight. And Joab and the people that were with him began to fight against the Syrians, and they immediately fled before them. And the children of Ammon, seeing that the Syrians were fled, they fled also before Abishai, and entered into the city. And Joab returned from the children of Ammon, and came to Jerusalem. Then the Syrians, seeing that they had fallen before Israel, gathered themselves together. And Hadarezer sent and fetched the Syrians, that were beyond the river, and brought over their army. And Shobach, the captain of the host of Hadarezer, was their general. And when this was told David, he gathered all Israel together, and passed over the Jordan, and came to Helam. And the Syrians set themselves in array against David, and fought against him. And the Syrians fled before Israel. And David slew of the Syrians the men of 700 chariots, and 40,000 horsemen, and smote Shobach, the captain of the army, who presently died. And all the kings that were auxiliaries of Hadarezer, seeing themselves overcome by Israel, were afraid and fled away, 50,000 men before Israel. And they made peace with Israel, and served them, and all the Syrians were afraid to help the children of Ammon any more. 2 Kings chapter 11. And it came to pass at the return of the year, at the time when kings go forth to war, that David sent Joab and his servants with him, and all Israel, and they spoiled the children of Ammon, and besieged Rabbah. But David remained in Jerusalem. In the meantime, it happened that David arose from his bed after noon, and walked upon the roof of the king's house, and he saw from the roof of his house a woman washing herself over against him. And the woman was very beautiful. And the king sent and inquired who the woman was. And it was told him that she was Bathsheba, the daughter of Eliam, the wife of Uriah the Hittite. And David sent messengers, and took her, and she came in to him, and he slept with her. And presently she was purified from her uncleanness. And she returned to her house, having conceived. And she sent and told David, and said, I have conceived. And David sent to Joab, saying, Send me Uriah the Hittite. And Joab sent Uriah to David. And Uriah came to David. And David asked how Joab did, and the people, and how the war was carried on. And David said to Uriah, Go into thy house, and wash thy feet. And Uriah went out from the king's house, and there went out after him a mess of meat from the king. But Uriah slept before the gate of the king's house with the other servants of his lord, and went not down to his own house. And it was told David by some that said, Uriah went not to his house. And David said to Uriah, Didst thou not come from thy journey? Why didst thou not go down to thy house? And Uriah said to David, The ark of God and Israel and Judah dwell in tents, and my lord Joab and the servants of my lord abide upon the face of the earth. And shall I go into my house to eat and to drink and to sleep with my wife? By thy welfare and by the welfare of thy soul I will not do this thing. Then David said to Uriah, Tarry here today, and tomorrow I will send thee away. Uriah tarried in Jerusalem that day and the next. And David called him to eat and to drink before him, and he made him drunk. And he went out in the evening, and slept on his couch with the servants of his lord, and went not down into his house. And when the morning was come, David wrote a letter to Joab, and sent it by the hand of Uriah, writing in the letter, Set ye Uriah in the front of the battle, where the fight is strongest, and leave ye him, that he may be wounded and die. Wherefore, as Joab was besieging the city, he put Uriah in the place where he knew the bravest men were. And the men coming out of the city fought against Joab, and there fell some of the people of the servants of David, and Uriah the Hittite was killed also. Then Joab sent and told David all things concerning the battle. And he charged the messenger, saying, When thou hast told all the words of the battle to the king, if thou see him to be angry, and he shall say, Why did you approach so near to the wall to fight? Knew you not that many darts are thrown from above off the wall? Who killed Abimelech the son of Jerubbaal? Did not a woman cast a piece of millstone upon him from the wall, and slew him in Thebez? Why did you go near the wall? Thou shalt say, Thy servant Uriah the Hittite is also slain. So the messenger departed, and came and told David all that Joab had commanded him. And the messenger said to David, The men prevailed against us, and they came out to us in the field, and we vigorously charged and pursued them, even to the gate of the city. And the archers shot their arrows at thy servants from off the wall above, and some of the king's servants are slain, and thy servant Uriah the Hittite is also dead. And David said to the messenger, Thus shalt thou say to Joab, Let not this thing discourage thee, for various is the event of war, and sometimes one, sometimes another is consumed by the sword. Encourage thy warriors against the city, and exhort them that thou mayest overthrow it. And the wife of Uriah heard that Uriah her husband was dead, and she mourned for him. And the mourning being over, David sent and brought her into his house, and she became his wife, and she bore him a son. And this thing which David had done was displeasing to the Lord. 2 Kings chapter 12. And the Lord sent Nathan to David. And when he was come to him, he said to him, There were 2 men in one city, the one rich and the other poor. The rich man had exceeding many sheep and oxen. But the poor man had nothing at all but one little ewe lamb, which he had bought and nourished up, and which had grown up in his house together with his children, eating of his bread and drinking of his cup, and sleeping in his bosom. And it was unto him as a daughter. And when a certain stranger was come to the rich man, he spared to take of his own sheep and oxen, to make a feast for that stranger who was come to him, but took the poor man's ewe, and dressed it for the man that was come to him. And David's anger being exceedingly kindled against that man, he said to Nathan, As the Lord liveth, the man that hath done this thing is a child of death. He shall restore the ewe fourfold, because he did this thing, and had no pity. And Nathan said to David, Thou art the man. Thus saith the Lord, the God of Israel, I anointed thee king over Israel, and I delivered thee from the hand of Saul, and gave thee thy master's house and thy master's wives into thy bosom, and gave thee the house of Israel and Judah. And if these things be little, I shall add far greater things unto thee. Why therefore hast thou despised the word of the Lord, to do evil in my sight? Thou hast killed Uriah the Hittite with the sword, and hast taken his wife to be thy wife, and hast slain him with the sword of the children of Ammon. Therefore the sword shall never depart from thy house, because thou hast despised me, and hast taken the wife of Uriah the Hittite to be thy wife. Thus saith the Lord, Behold, I will raise up evil against thee out of thy own house, and I will take thy wives before thy eyes, and give them to thy neighbor, and he shall lie with thy wives in the sight of this sun. For thou didst it secretly, but I will do this thing in the sight of all Israel, and in the sight of the sun. And David said to Nathan, I have sinned against the Lord. And Nathan said to David, The Lord also hath taken away thy sin, thou shalt not die. Nevertheless, because thou hast given occasion to the enemies of the Lord to blaspheme for this thing, the child that is born to thee shall surely die. And Nathan returned to his house. The Lord also struck the child which the wife of Uriah had borne to David, and his life was despaired of. And David besought the Lord for the child, and David kept a fast, and going in by himself lay upon the ground. And the ancients of his house came to make him rise from the ground, but he would not, neither did he eat meat with them. And it came to pass on the 7th day that the child died. And the servants of David feared to tell him that the child was dead. For they said, Behold, when the child was yet alive, we spoke to him, and he would not hearken to our voice. How much more will he afflict himself if we tell him that the child is dead? But when David saw his servants whispering, he understood that the child was dead. And he said to his servants, Is the child dead? They answered him, He is dead. Then David arose from the ground, and washed and anointed himself. And when he had changed his apparel, he went into the house of the Lord and worshipped. And then he came into his own house, and he called for bread, and ate. And his servants said to him, What thing is this that thou hast done? Thou didst fast and weep for the child while it was still alive, but when the child was dead, thou didst rise up and eat bread. And he said, While the child was yet alive, I fasted and wept for him, for I said, Who knoweth whether the Lord may not give him to me, and the child may live? But now that he is dead, why should I fast? Shall I be able to bring him back any more? I shall go to him rather, but he shall not return to me. And David comforted Bathsheba his wife, and went in unto her, and slept with her. And she bore a son, and she called his name Solomon. And the Lord loved him. And he sent by the hand of Nathan the prophet, and called his name Amiable to the Lord, because the Lord loved him. And Joab fought against Rabbath of the children of Ammon, and laid close siege to the royal city. And Joab sent messengers to David, saying, I have fought against Rabbath, and the city of waters is about to be taken. Now therefore gather thou the rest of the people together, and besiege the city, and take it, lest, when the city shall be wasted by me, the victory be ascribed to my name. Then David gathered all the people together, and went out against Rabbath, and after fighting he took it. And he took the crown of their king from his head, the weight of which was a talent of gold, set with most precious stones, and it was put upon David's head. And the spoils of the city, which were very great, he carried away. And bringing forth the people thereof, he sawed them, and drove over them chariots armed with iron, and divided them with knives, and made them pass through brick kilns. So did he to all the cities of the children of Ammon. And David returned with all the army to Jerusalem. 2 Kings chapter 13. And it came to pass after this that Amnon the son of David loved the sister of Absalom the son of David, who was very beautiful, and her name was Tamar. And he was exceedingly fond of her, so that he fell sick for the love of her, for as she was a virgin, he thought it hard to do anything dishonestly with her. Now Amnon had a friend named Jonadab, the son of Shimeah, the brother of David, a very wise man. And he said to him, Why dost thou grow so lean from day to day, O son of the king? Why dost thou not tell me the reason of it? And Amnon said to him, I am in love with Tamar, the sister of my brother Absalom. And Jonadab said to him, Lie down upon thy bed, and feign thyself sick. And when thy father shall come to visit thee, say to him, Let my sister Tamar, I pray thee, come to me, to give me to eat, and to make me a mess, that I may eat it at her hand. So Amnon lay down, and made as if he were sick. And when the king came to visit him, Amnon said to the king, I pray thee, let my sister Tamar come and make in my sight 2 little messes, that I may eat at her hand. Then David sent home to Tamar, saying, Come to the house of thy brother Amnon, and make him a mess. And Tamar came to the house of Amnon her brother, but he was laid down. And she took meal and tempered it, and dissolving it in his sight, she made little messes. And taking what she had boiled, she poured it out and set it before him, but he would not eat. And Amnon said, Put out all persons from me. And when they had put all persons out, Amnon said to Tamar, Bring the mess into the chamber, that I may eat at thy hand. And Tamar took the little messes which she had made, and brought them into her brother Amnon in the chamber. And when she had presented him the meat, he took hold of her, and said, Come lie with me, my sister. She answered him, Do not so, my brother, do not force me, for no such thing must be done in Israel. Do thou not this folly, for I shall not be able to bear my shame, and thou shalt be as one of the fools in Israel. But rather speak to the king, and he will not deny me to thee. But he would not hearken to her prayers, but, being stronger, overpowered her, and lay with her. Then Amnon hated her with an exceeding great hatred, so that the hatred wherewith he hated her was greater than the love with which he had loved her before. And Amnon said to her, Arise and get thee gone. She answered him, The evil which now thou dost against me in driving me away is greater than that which thou didst before. And he would not hearken to her. But calling the servants that ministered to him, he said, Thrust this woman out from me, and shut the door after her. And she was clothed with a long robe, for the king's daughters that were virgins used such kind of garments. Then his servant thrust her out, and shut the door after her. And she put ashes on her head, and rent her long robe, and laid her hands upon her head, and went on crying. And Absalom her brother said to her, Hath thy brother Amnon lain with thee? But now, sister, hold thy peace, he is thy brother, and afflict not thy heart for this thing. So Tamar remained pining away in the house of Absalom her brother. And when King David heard of these things, he was exceedingly grieved, and he would not afflict the spirit of his son Amnon, for he loved him because he was his firstborn. But Absalom spoke not to Amnon neither good nor evil, for Absalom hated Amnon because he had ravished his sister Tamar. And it came to pass, after 2 years, that the sheep of Absalom were shorn in Baal-hazor, which is near Ephraim. And Absalom invited all the king's sons. And he came to the king, and said to him, Behold, thy servant's sheep are shorn. Let the king, I pray, with his servants come to his servant. And the king said to Absalom, Nay, my son, do not ask that we should all come and be chargeable to thee. And when he pressed him, and he would not go, he blessed him. And Absalom said, If thou wilt not come, at least let my brother Amnon, I beseech thee, come with us. And the king said to him, It is not necessary that he should go with thee. But Absalom pressed him, so that he let Amnon and all the king's sons go with him. And Absalom made a feast, as if it were the feast of a king. And Absalom had commanded his servants, saying, Take notice when Amnon shall be drunk with wine, and when I shall say to you, Strike him and kill him, fear not, for it is I that command you. Take courage and be valiant men. And the servants of Absalom did to Amnon as Absalom had commanded them. And all the king's sons arose and got up, every man upon his mule, and fled. And while they were yet in the way, a rumor came to David, saying, Absalom hath slain all the king's sons, and there is not one of them left. Then the king rose up and rent his garments, and fell upon the ground, and all his servants that stood about him rent their garments. But Jonadab the son of Shimeah, David's brother, answering said, Let not the Lord my king think that all the king's sons are slain. Amnon only is dead, for he was appointed by the mouth of Absalom, from the day that he ravished his sister Tamar. Now therefore let not my lord the king take this thing into his heart, saying, All the king's sons are slain, for Amnon only is dead. But Absalom fled away, and the young man that kept the watch lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, there came much people by a byway on the side of the mountain. And Jonadab said to the king, Behold, the king's sons are come. As thy servant said, so it is. And when he made an end of speaking, the king's sons also appeared, and coming in, they lifted up their voice and wept. And the king also and all his servants wept very much. But Absalom fled, and went to Talmai the son of Ammiud, the king of Geshur. And David mourned for his son every day. And Absalom, after he was fled, and came to Geshur, was there 3 years. And King David ceased to pursue after Absalom, because he was comforted concerning the death of Amnon. 2 Kings chapter 14. And Joab the son of Zeruiah, understanding that the king's heart was turned to Absalom, sent to Tekoa, and fetched from thence a wise woman, and said to her, Feign thyself to be a mourner, and put on mourning apparel, and be not anointed with oil, that thou mayest be as a woman that had a long time been mourning for one dead. And thou shalt go into the king, and shalt speak to him in this manner. And Joab put the words in her mouth. And when the woman of Tekoa was come in to the king, she fell before him on the ground, and worshipped, and said, Save me, O king. And the king said to her, What is the matter with thee? She answered, Alas, I am a widow woman, for my husband is dead. And thy handmaid had 2 sons, and they quarreled with each other in the field, and there was none to part them, and the one struck the other, and slew him. And behold, the whole kindred rising against thy handmaid saith, Deliver him that hath slain his brother, that we may kill him for the line of his brother, whom he slew, and that we may destroy the heir. And they seek to quench my spark which is left, and will leave my husband no name, nor remainder upon the earth. And the king said to the woman, Go to thy house, and I will give charge concerning thee. And the woman of Tekoa said to the king, Upon me, my lord, be the iniquity, and upon the house of my father, but may the king and his throne be guiltless. And the king said, If anyone shall say aught against thee, bring them to me, and he shall not touch thee any more. And she said, Let the king remember the Lord his God, that the next of kin be not multiplied to take revenge, and that they may not kill my son. And he said, As the Lord liveth, there shall not one hair of thy son fall to the earth. The woman said, Let thy handmaid speak one word to my lord the king. And he said, Speak. And the woman said, Why hast thou thought such a thing against the people of God? And why hath the king spoken this word to sin, and not bring home again his own exile? We all die, and like waters that return no more, we fall down into the earth. Neither will God have a soul to perish, but recalleth, meaning he that is cast off should not altogether perish. Now therefore I am come to speak this word to my lord the king before the people. And thy handmaid said, I will speak to the king. It may be the king will perform the request of his handmaid. And the king hath hearkened to me to deliver his handmaid out of the hand of all that would destroy me and my son together out of the inheritance of God. Then let thy handmaid say, that the word of the Lord the king be made as a sacrifice. For even as an angel of God, so is my lord the king, that he is neither moved with blessing nor cursing. Wherefore the Lord thy God is also with thee. And the king answering said to the woman, Hide not from me the thing that I ask thee. And the woman said to him, Speak, my lord the king. And the king said, Is not the hand of Joab with thee in all this? The woman answered and said, By the health of thy soul, my lord the king, it is neither on the left hand nor on the right, in all these things which my lord the king hath spoken. For thy servant Joab, he commanded me, and he put all these words into the mouth of thy handmaid, that I should come about with this form of speech. Thy servant Joab commanded this. But thou, my lord, O king, art wise, according to the wisdom of an angel of God, to understand all things upon earth. And the king said to Joab, Behold, I am appeased and have granted thy request. Go therefore and fetch back the boy Absalom. And Joab, falling down to the ground upon his face, adored and blessed the king. And Joab said, This day thy servant hath understood, that I have found grace in thy sight, my lord, O king, for thou hast fulfilled the request of thy servant. Then Joab arose and went to Geshur, and brought Absalom to Jerusalem. But the king said, Let him return into his house, and let him not see my face. So Absalom returned into his house, and saw not the king's face. But in all Israel there was not a man so comely and so exceedingly beautiful as Absalom. From the sole of the foot to the crown of his head there was no blemish in him. And when he polled his hair, now he was polled once a year because his hair was burdensome to him, he weighed the hair of his head at 200 shekels according to the common weight. And there were born to Absalom 3 sons and 1 daughter, whose name was Tamar, and she was very beautiful. And Absalom dwelt 2 years in Jerusalem, and saw not the king's face. He sent therefore to Joab to send him to the king, but he would not come to him. And when he had sent the second time, and he would not come to him, he said to his servants, You know the field of Joab near my field, that hath a crop of barley. Go now and set it on fire. So the servants of Absalom set the corn on fire. And Joab's servants, coming with their garments rent, said, The servants of Absalom have set part of the field on fire. Then Joab arose, and came to Absalom to his house, and said, Why have thy servants set my corn on fire? And Absalom answered Joab, I sent to thee beseeching thee to come to me, that I might send thee to the king to say to him, Wherefore am I come from Geshur? It had been better for me to be there. I beseech thee therefore that I may see the face of the king, and if he be mindful of my iniquity, let him kill me. So Joab, going into the king, told him all. And Absalom was called for, and he went into the king, and prostrated himself on the ground before him. And the king kissed Absalom. 2 Kings chapter 15. Now after these things Absalom made himself chariots and horsemen and 50 men to run before him. And Absalom, rising up early, stood by the entrance of the gate, and when any man had business to come to the king's judgment, Absalom called to him and said, Of what city art thou? He answered and said, Thy servant is of such tribe of Israel. And Absalom answered him, Thy words seem to me good and just, but there is no man appointed by the king to hear thee. And Absalom said, Oh, that they would make me judge over the land, that all that have business might come to me, that I might do them justice. Moreover, when any man came to him to salute him, he put forth his hand and took him and kissed him. And this he did to all Israel that came for judgment, to be heard by the king. And he enticed the hearts of the men of Israel. And after 40 years Absalom said to King David, Let me go and pay my vows which I have vowed to the Lord in Hebron. For thy servant made a vow when he was in Geshur of Syria, saying, If the Lord shall bring me again into Jerusalem, I will offer sacrifice to the Lord. And King David said to him, Go in peace. And he arose and went to Hebron. And Absalom sent spies into all the tribes of Israel, saying, As soon as you shall hear the sound of the trumpet, say ye, Absalom reigneth in Hebron. Now there went with Absalom 200 men out of Jerusalem that were called, going with simplicity of heart, and knowing nothing of the design. And Absalom also sent for Ahithophel, the Gilonite, David's counselor, from his city Gilo. And while he was offering sacrifices, there was a strong conspiracy, and the people running together increased with Absalom. And there came a messenger to David, saying, All Israel with their whole heart followeth Absalom. And David said to his servants that were with him in Jerusalem, Arise and let us flee, for we shall not escape else from the face of Absalom. Make haste to go out, lest he come and overtake us and bring ruin upon us, and smite the city with the edge of the sword. And the king's servants said to him, Whatsoever our lord the king shall command, we thy servants will willingly execute. And the king went forth and all his household on foot, and the king left 10 women his concubines to keep the house. And the king going forth and all Israel on foot stood afar off from the house. And all his servants walked by him, and the bands of the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and all the Gittites, valiant warriors, 600 men, who had followed him from Gath on foot, went before the king. And the king said to Ittai the Gittite, Why comest thou with us? Return and dwell with the king, for thou art a stranger, and art come out of thy own place. Yesterday thou camest, and today shalt thou be forced to go forth with us? But I shall go whither I am going. Return thou, and take back thy brethren with thee, and the Lord will show thee mercy and truth, because thou hast shown grace and fidelity. And Ittai answered the king, saying, As the Lord liveth, and as my lord the king liveth, in what place soever thou shalt be, my lord, O king, either in death or in life, there will thy servant be. And David said to Ittai, Come and pass over. And Ittai the Gittite passed, and all the men that were with him, and the rest of the people. And they all wept with a loud voice, and all the people passed over. The king also himself went over the brook Kidron, and all the people marched towards the way that looketh to the desert. And Zadok the priest also came, and all the Levites with him, carrying the ark of the covenant of God. And they set down the ark of God. And Abiathar went up, till all the people that was come out of the city had done passing. And the king said to Zadok, Carry back the ark of God into the city. If I shall find grace in the sight of the Lord, he will bring me again, and he will show me it, and his tabernacle. But if he shall say to me, Thou pleasest me not, I am ready. Let him do that which is good before him. And the king said to Zadok the priest, O seer, return into the city in peace, and let Ahimaaz thy son, and Jonathan the son of Abiathar, your 2 sons, be with you. Behold, I will lie hid in the plains of the wilderness till there come word from you to certify me. So Zadok and Abiathar carried back the ark of God into Jerusalem, and they tarried there. But David went up by the ascent of Mount Olivet, going up and weeping, walking barefoot, and with his head covered, and all the people that were with him went up with their heads covered, weeping. And it was told David that Ahithophel also was in the conspiracy with Absalom. And David said, Infatuate, O Lord, I beseech thee, the counsel of Ahithophel. And when David was come to the top of the mountain, where he was about to adore the Lord, behold, Hushai the Archite came to meet him with his garment rent, and his head covered with earth. And David said to him, If thou come with me, thou wilt be a burden to me. But if thou return into the city, and will say to Absalom, I am thy servant, O king. As I have been thy father's servant, so I will be thy servant. Thou shalt defeat the counsel of Ahithophel. And thou hast with thee Zadok, and soever thou shalt hear out of the king's house, thou shalt tell it to Zadok and Abiathar the priests. And there are with them their 2 sons, Ahimaaz the son of Zadok, and Jonathan the son of Abiathar. And you shall send by them to me everything that you shall hear. Then Hushai the friend of David went into the city, and Absalom came into Jerusalem. 2 Kings chapter 16. And when David was a little past the top of the hill, behold, Ziba, the servant of Mephibosheth, came to meet him with 2 asses, laden with 200 loaves of bread, and 100 bunches of raisins, 100 cakes of figs, and a vessel of wine. And the king said to Ziba, What mean these things? And Ziba answered, The asses are for the Lord's household to sit on, and the loaves and the figs for thy servants to eat, and the wine to drink, if any man be faint in the desert. And the king said, Where is thy master's son? And Ziba answered the king, He remained in Jerusalem, saying, Today will the house of Israel restore me the kingdom of my father. And the king said to Ziba, I give thee all that belonged to Mephibosheth. And Ziba said, I beseech thee, let me find grace before thee, my lord, O king. And King David came as far as Bahurim. And behold, there came out from thence a man of the kindred of the house of Saul, named Shimei, the son of Gera. And coming out, he cursed as he went on, and he threw stones at David, and at all the servants of King David. And all the people and all the warriors walked on the right and on the left side of the king. And thus said Shimei, when he cursed the king, come out, thou man of blood, and thou man of Belial. The Lord hath repaid thee for all the blood of the house of Saul, because thou hast usurped the kingdom in his stead. And the Lord hath given the kingdom into the hand of Absalom thy son. And behold, thy evils press upon thee, because thou art a man of blood. And Abishai the son of Zeruiah said to the king, Why should this dead dog curse my lord the king? I will go and cut off his head. And the king said, What have I to do with you, ye sons of Zeruiah? Let him alone and let him curse, for the Lord hath bid him curse David, and who is he that shall dare say, Why hath he done so? And the king said to Abishai and to all his servants, Behold, my son, who came forth from my bowels, seeketh my life. How much more now a son of Gemini? Let him alone, that he may curse as the Lord hath bidden him. Perhaps the Lord may look upon my affliction, and the Lord may render me good for the cursing of this day. And David and his men went with him by the way. And Shimei by the hill's side went over against him, cursing and casting stones at him, and scattering earth. And the king and all the people with him came weary, and refreshed themselves there. But Absalom and all his people came into Jerusalem, and Ahithophel was with him. And when Hushai the Archite, David's friend was come to Absalom. He said to him, God save thee, O king! God save thee, O king! And Absalom said to him, Is this thy kindness to thy friend? Why wentest thou not with thy friend? And Hushai answered Absalom, Nay, for I will be his whom the Lord hath chosen, and all this people, and all Israel, and with him will I abide. Besides this, whom shall I serve? Is it not the king's son? As I have served thy father, so will I serve thee also. And Absalom said to Ahithophel, Consult what we are to do. And Ahithophel said to Absalom, Go into the concubines of thy father, whom he hath left to keep the house, that when all Israel shall hear that thou hast disgraced thy father, their hands may be strengthened with thee. So they spread a tent for Absalom on top of the house, and he went into his father's concubines before all Israel. Now the counsel of Ahithophel, which he gave in those days, was as if a man should consult God. So was all the counsel of Ahithophel, both when he was with David and when he was with Absalom. 2 Kings chapter 17. And Ahithophel said to Absalom, I will choose me 12,000 men, and I will arise and pursue after David this night. And coming upon him, for he is now weary and weak-handed, I will defeat him. And when all the people is put to flight that is with him, I will kill the king who will be left alone, and I will bring back all the people as if they were but one man. For thou seekest but one man, and all the people shall be in peace. And his saying pleased Absalom, and all the ancients of Israel. But Absalom said, Call Hushai the Archite, and let us hear what he also saith. And when Hushai was come to Absalom, Absalom said to him, Ahithophel hath spoken after this manner. Shall we do it or not? What counsel dost thou give? And Hushai said to Absalom, The counsel that Ahithophel hath given this time is not good. And again Hushai said, Thou knowest thy father and the men that are with him, that they are very valiant and bitter in their mind, as a bear raging in the wood when her whelps are taken away. And thy father is a warrior, and will not lodge with the people. Perhaps he now lieth hid in the pits, or in some other place where he liest. And when any one shall fall at the first, every one that heareth it shall say, There is a slaughter among the people that followed Absalom. And the most valiant man, whose heart is as the heart of a lion, shall melt for fear. For all the people of Israel know thy father to be a valiant man, and that all who are with him are valiant. But this seemeth to me to be good counsel. Let all Israel be gathered to thee from Dan to Beersheba, as the sand of the sea which cannot be numbered, and thou shalt be in the midst of them. And we shall come upon him in what place soever he shall be found. And we shall cover him as the dew falleth upon the ground. And we shall not leave of the men that are with him not so much as one. And if he shall enter into any city, all Israel shall cast ropes round about that city, and we will draw it to the river, so that there shall not be found so much as one small stone thereof. And Absalom and all the men of Israel said, The counsel of Hushai the Archite is better than the counsel of Ahithophel. And by the will of the Lord the profitable counsel of Ahithophel was defeated, that the Lord might bring evil upon Absalom. And Hushai said to Zadok and Abiathar the priests, Thus and thus did Ahithophel counsel Absalom and the ancients of Israel, and thus did I counsel them. Now therefore send quickly, and tell David, saying, Tarry not this night in the plains of the wilderness, but without delay pass over, lest the king be swallowed up, and all the people that is with him. And Jonathan and Ahimaaz stayed by the fountain Rogel, and there went a maid and told them, and they went forward to carry the message to King David, for they might not be seen, nor enter into the city. But a certain boy saw them, and told Absalom. But they, making haste, went into the house of a certain man in Bahurim, who had a well in his court, and they went down into it. And a woman took and spread a covering over the mouth of the well, as it were to dry sodden barley, and so the thing was not known. And when Absalom's servants were come into the house, they said to the woman, Where is Ahimaaz and Jonathan? And the woman answered them, They passed on in haste, after they had tasted a little water. But they that sought them, when they found them not, returned into Jerusalem. And when they were gone, they came up out of the well, and going on, told King David, and said, Arise, and pass quickly over the river, for this manner of counsel has Ahithophel given against you. So David arose, and all the people that were with him, And they passed over the Jordan until it grew light, and not one of them was left that was not gone over the river. But Ahithophel, seeing that his counsel was not followed, saddled his ass, and arose and went home to his house and to his city, and putting his house in order, hanged himself, and was buried in the sepulchre of his father. But David came to the camp, and Absalom passed over the Jordan, he and all the men of Israel with him. Now Absalom appointed Amasa in Joab's stead over the army. And Amasa was the son of a man who was called Jithra of Jezreel, who went in to Abigail the daughter of Nahash, the sister of Zeruiah, who was the mother of Joab. And Israel camped with Absalom in the land of Gilead. And when David was come to the camp, Shobai the son of Nahash of Roboth of the children of Ammon, and Machir the son of Ammiel of Lo-debar, and Barzillai the Gileadite of Rogelim, brought him beds and tapestry and earthen vessels and wheat and barley and meal and parched corn and beans and lentils and fried pulse and honey and butter and sheep and fat calves, and they gave to David and the people that were with him to eat, for they suspected that the people were faint with hunger and thirst in the wilderness. 2 Kings chapter 18. And David, having reviewed his people, appointed over them captains of thousands and of hundreds, and sent forth a third part of the people under the hand of Joab, and a third part under the hand of Abishai the son of Zeruiah, Joab's brother, and a third part under the hand of Ittai, who was of Gath. And the king said to the people, I also will go forth with you. And the people answered, Thou shalt not go forth. For if we flee away, they will not much mind us, or if half of us should fall, they will not greatly care. For thou alone art accounted for 10,000. It is better therefore that thou shouldst be in the city to succor us. And the king said to them, What seemeth good to you, that will I do. And the king stood by the gate, and all the people went forth by their troops, by hundreds and by thousands. And the king commanded Joab and Abishai and Ittai, saying, Save me the boy Absalom. And all the people heard the king giving charge to all the princes concerning Absalom. So the people went out into the field against Israel, and the battle was fought in the forest of Ephraim. And the people of Israel were defeated there by David's army, and a great slaughter was made that day of 20,000 men. And the battle there was scattered over the face of all the country, and there were many more of the people whom the forest consumed than whom the sword devoured that day. And it happened that Absalom met the servants of David riding on a mule. And as the mule went under a thick and large oak, his head stuck in the oak, and while he hung between the heaven and the earth, the mule on which he rode passed on. And one saw this, and told Joab, saying, I saw Absalom hanging upon an oak. And Joab said to the man that told him, If thou sawest him, why didst thou not stab him to the ground? And I would have given thee 10 shekels of silver and a belt. And he said to Joab, If thou wouldst have paid down in my hands 1,000 pieces of silver, I would not lay my hands upon the king's son. For in our hearing the king charged thee and Abishai and Ittai, saying, Save me the boy Absalom. Yea, and if I should have acted boldly against my own life, this could not have been hid from the king. And wouldst thou have stood by me? And Joab said, Not as thou wilt, but I will set upon him in thy sight. So he took 3 lances into his hand, and thrust them into the heart of Absalom. And whilst he yet panted for life, sticking on the oak, 10 young men, armor-bearers of Joab, ran up, and striking him, slew him. And Joab sounded the trumpet, and kept back the people from pursuing after Israel in their flight, being willing to spare the multitude. And they took Absalom, and cast him into a great pit in the forest. And they laid an exceeding great heap of stones upon him, but all Israel fled to their own dwellings. Now Absalom had reared up for himself in his lifetime a pillar, which is in the king's valley. For he said, I have no son, and this shall be the monument of my name. And he called the pillar by his own name, and it is called the hand of Absalom to this day. And Ahimaaz the son of Zadok said, I will run and tell the king that the Lord hath done judgment for him from the hand of his enemies. And Joab said to him, Thou shalt not be the messenger this day, but shalt bear tidings another day. This day I will not have thee bear tidings, because the king's son is dead. And Joab said to Hushai, Go and tell the king what thou hast seen. Hushai bowed down to Joab and ran. Then Ahimaaz the son of Zadok said to Joab again, Why might not I also run after Hushai? And Joab said to him, Why wilt thou run, my son? Thou wilt not be the bearer of good tidings. He answered, But what if I run? And he said to him, Run. Then Ahimaaz, running by a nearer way, passed Hushai. And David sat between the two gates. And the watchman that was on the top of the gate upon the wall, lifting up his eyes, saw a man running alone. And crying out, he told the king. And the king said, If he be alone, there are good tidings in his mouth. And as he was coming apace and drawing nearer, the watchman saw another man running. And crying aloud from above, he said, I see another man running alone. And the king said, He also is a good messenger. And the watchman said, The running of the foremost seemeth to me like the running of Ahimaaz the son of Zadok. And the king said, He is a good man, and cometh with good news. And Ahimaaz, crying out, said to the king, God save thee, O king. And falling down before the king with his face to the ground, he said, Blessed be the Lord thy God, who hath shut up the men that have lifted up their hands against the Lord my king. And the king said, Is the young man Absalom safe? And Ahimaaz said, I saw a great tumult, O king, when thy servant Joab sent me thy servant. I know nothing else. And the king said to him, Pass and stand here. And when he had passed and stood still, Hushai appeared, and coming up, he said, I bring good tidings, my lord the king, for the Lord hath judged for thee this day from the hand of all that have risen up against thee. And the king said to Hushai, Is the young man Absalom safe? And Hushai, answering him, said, Let the enemies of my lord the king, and all that rise against him unto evil, be as the young man is. The king, therefore, being much moved, went up to the high chamber over the gate, and wept. And as he went, he spoke in this manner, My son, Absalom, Absalom, my son, would to God that I might die for thee, Absalom, my son, Absalom. 2 Kings chapter 19. And it was told Joab that the king wept and mourned for his son. And the victory that day was turned into mourning unto all the people. For the people heard say that day, The king grieveth for his son. And the people shunned the going into the city that day, as a people would do that hath turned their backs, and fled away from the battle. And the king covered his head, and cried with a loud voice, O my son Absalom, O Absalom my son, O my son. Then Joab, going into the house to the king, said, Thou hast shamed this day the faces of all thy servants that have saved thy life, and the lives of thy sons and of thy daughters, and the lives of thy wives, and the lives of thy concubines. Thou lovest them that hate thee, and thou hatest them that love thee. And thou hast shown this day that thou carest not for thy nobles, nor for thy servants. And now I plainly perceive that if Absalom had lived, and all we had been slain, then it would have pleased thee. Now therefore arise, and go out, and speak to the satisfaction of thy servants. For I swear to thee by the Lord, that if thou wilt not go forth, there will not tarry with thee so much as one this night. And that will be worse to thee than all the evils that have befallen thee from thy youth until now. Then the king arose and sat in the gate. And it was told to all the people that the king sat in the gate. And all the people came before the king, but Israel fled to their own dwellings. And all the people were at strife in all the tribes of Israel, saying, The king delivered us out of the hand of our enemies, and he saved us out of the hand of the Philistines. And now he is fled out of the land for Absalom. But Absalom, whom we anointed over us, is dead in the battle. How long are you silent, and bring not back the king? And King David said to Zadok and Abiathar the priests, saying, Speak to the ancients of Judah, saying, Why are you the last to bring the king back to his house? For the talk of all Israel was come to the king in his house. You are my brethren, you are my bone and my flesh. Why are you the last to bring back the king? And say ye to Amasa, Art not thou my bone and my flesh? So do God to me, and add more, if thou be not the chief captain of the army before me, always in the place of Joab. And he inclined the heart of all the men of Judah, as it were of one man. And they sent to the king, saying, Return thou, and all thy servants. And the king returned, and came as far as the Jordan, and all Judah came as far as Gilgal, to meet the king, and to bring him over the Jordan. And Shimei the son of Gera, the son of Gemini of Bahurim, made haste and went down with the men of Judah to meet King David with 1,000 men of Benjamin. And Ziba the servant of the house of Saul, and his 15 sons and 20 servants were with him. And going over the Jordan, they passed the fords before the king, that they might help over the king's household, and do according to his commandment. And Shimei the son of Gera, falling down before the king, when he was come over the Jordan, said to him, Impute not to me, my lord, the iniquity, nor remember the injuries of thy servant on the day that thou, my lord the king, wentest out of Jerusalem, nor lay it up in thy heart, O king. For I, thy servant, acknowledge my sin, and therefore I am come this day, the first of all the house of Joseph, and am come down to meet my lord the king. But Abishai the son of Zeruiah, answering, said, Shall Shimei for these words not be put to death, because he cursed the Lord's anointed? And David said, What have I to do with you, ye sons of Zeruiah? Why are you a Satan this day to me? Shall there any man be killed this day in Israel? Do not I know that this day I am made king over Israel? And the king said to Shimei, Thou shalt not die. And he swore unto him. And Mephibosheth the son of Saul came down to meet the king, and he had neither washed his feet, nor trimmed his beard, nor washed his garments from the day that the king went out, until the day of his return in peace. And when he met the king at Jerusalem, the king said to him, Why camest thou not with me, Mephibosheth? And he answering said, My lord, O king, my servant despised me, for I thy servant spoke to him to saddle me an ass, that I might get on and go with the king, for I thy servant am lame. Moreover, he hath also accused me thy servant to thee, my lord the king. But thou, my lord the king, art as an angel of God. Do what pleaseth thee. For all of my father's house were no better than worthy of death before my lord the king. And thou hast set me thy servant among the guests of thy table. What just complaint therefore have I, or what right to cry any more to the king? Then the king said to him, Why speakest thou any more? What I have said is determined. Thou and Ziba divide the possessions. And Mephibosheth answered the king, Yea, let him take all, forasmuch as my lord the king is returned peaceably into his house. Barzillai also the Gileadite, coming down from Rogelim, brought the king over the Jordan, being ready also to wait on him beyond the river. Now Barzillai the Gileadite was of a great age, that is to say, 80 years old, and he provided the king with sustenance when he abode in the camp, for he was a man exceeding rich. And the king said to Barzillai, Come with me that thou mayest rest, secure with me in Jerusalem. And Barzillai said to the king, How many are the days of the years of my life, that I should go up with the king to Jerusalem? I am this day 80 years old. Are my senses quick to discern sweet and bitter? Or can meat and drink delight thy servant? Or can I hear any more the voice of singing men and singing women? Why should thy servant be a burden to my lord the king? I thy servant will go on a little way from the Jordan with thee. I need not this recompense. But I beseech thee, let thy servant return and die in my own city, and be buried by the sepulchre of my father and of my mother. But there is thy servant Kimham. Let him go with thee, my lord the king, and do to him whatsoever seemeth good to thee. Then the king said to him, Let Kimham go over with me, and I will do for him whatsoever shall please thee, and all that thou shalt ask of me thou shalt obtain. And when all the people and the king had passed over the Jordan, the king kissed Barzillai and blessed him, and he returned to his own place. So the king went on to Gilgal, and Kimham with him. Now all the people of Judah had brought the king over, and only half of the people of Israel were there. Therefore all the men of Israel, running together to the king, said to him, Why have our brethren the men of Judah stolen thee away, and have brought the king and his household over the Jordan, and all the men of David with him? And all the men of Judah answered the men of Israel, Because the king is nearer to me, why art thou angry for this matter? Have we eaten anything of the king's, or have any gifts been given us? And the men of Israel answered the men of Judah, and said, I have 10 parts in the king more than thou, and David belongeth to me more than to thee. Why hast thou done me a wrong? And why was it not told me first, that I might bring back my king? And the men of Judah answered more harshly than the men of Israel. 2 Kings chapter 20. And there happened to be there a man of Belial, whose name was Sheba, the son of Bichri, a man of Gemini. And he sounded the trumpet and said, We have no part in David, nor inheritance in the son of Jesse. Return to thy dwellings, O Israel. And all Israel departed from David, and followed Sheba, the son of Bichri. But the men of Judah stuck to their king from the Jordan unto Jerusalem. And when the king was come into his house at Jerusalem, he took the 10 women his concubines, whom he had left to keep the house, and put them inward, allowing them provisions. And he went not in unto them, but they were shut up unto the day of their death, living in widowhood. And the king said to Amasa, Assemble to me all the men of Judah against the 3rd day, and be thou here present. So Amasa went to assemble the men of Judah, but he tarried beyond the set time which the king had appointed him. And David said to Abishai, Now will Sheba the son of Bichri do us more harm than did Absalom. Take thou therefore the servants of thy Lord, and pursue after him, lest he find fenced cities, and escape us. So Joab's men went out with him, and the Cherethites and the Pelethites, and all the valiant men went out of Jerusalem to pursue after Sheba the son of Bichri. And when they were at the great stone which is in Gibeon, Amasa, coming, met them. And Joab had on a close coat of equal length with his habit, and over it was girded with a sword hanging down to his flank in a scabbard, made in such manner as to come out with the least motion and strike. And Joab said to Amasa, God save thee, my brother. And he took Amasa by the chin with his right hand to kiss him. But Amasa did not take notice of the sword which Joab had, and he struck him in the side, and shed out his bowels to the ground, and gave him not a second wound, and he died. And Joab and Abishai his brother pursued after Sheba the son of Bichri. In the meantime some men of Joab's company, stopping at the dead body of Amasa, said, Behold, he that would have been in Joab's stead, the companion of David. And Amasa, imbrued with blood, lay in the midst of the way. A certain man saw this, that all the people stood still to look upon him. So he removed Amasa out of the highway into the field, and covered him with a garment, that they who passed might not stop on his account. And when he was removed out of the way, all the people went on following Joab to pursue after Sheba the son of Bichri. Now he had passed through all the tribes of Israel into Abel and Bethmaachah, and all the chosen men were gathered together unto him. And they came and besieged him in Abel and in Bethmaachah, and they cast up works round the city, and the city was besieged. And all the people that were with Joab labored to throw down the walls. And a wise woman cried out from the city, Hear, hear, and say to Joab, Come near hither, and I will speak with thee. And when he was come near to her, she said to him, Art thou Joab? And he answered, I am. And she spoke thus to him, Hear the words of thy handmaid. He answered, I do hear. And she again said, A saying was used in the old proverb, They that inquire, let them inquire in Abel. And so they made an end. Am I not she that answer truth in Israel? And thou seekest to destroy the city, and to overthrow a mother in Israel? Why wilt thou throw down the inheritance of the Lord? And Joab answering said, God forbid. God forbid that I should. I do not throw down nor destroy. The matter is not so, but a man of Mount Ephraim, Sheba, the son of Bichri by name, hath lifted up his hand against King David. Deliver him only, and we will depart from the city. And the woman said to Joab, Behold, his head shall be thrown to thee from the wall. So she went to all the people, and spoke to them wisely. And they cut off the head of Sheba the son of Bichri, and cast it out to Joab. And he sounded the trumpet, and they departed from the city, every one to their home. And Joab returned to Jerusalem to the king. So Joab was over all the army of Israel, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada was over the Cherethites and the Pelethites, but Adoram over the tributes, and Jehoshaphat the son of Eliad was recorder, and Sheva was scribe, and Zadok and Abiathar priests, and Ira the Jairite was the priest of David. 2 Kings chapter 21. And there was a famine in the days of David for 3 years successively. And David consulted the oracle of the Lord. And the Lord said, It is for Saul and his bloody house, because he slew the Gibeonites. Then the king, calling for the Gibeonites, said to them, Now the Gibeonites were not of the children of Israel, but the remains of the Amorites. And the children of Israel had sworn to them, and Saul sought to slay them out of zeal, as it were, for the children of Israel and Judah. David therefore said to the Gibeonites, What shall I do for you, and what shall be the atonement for you, that you may bless the inheritance of the Lord? And the Gibeonites said to him, We have no contest about silver and gold, but against Saul and against his house. Neither do we desire that any man be slain of Israel. And the king said to them, What will you then that I should do for you? And they said to the king, The man that crushed us and oppressed us unjustly, we must destroy in such manner that there be not so much as one left of his stock in all the coasts of Israel. Let 7 men of his children be delivered unto us, that we may crucify them to the Lord in Gibeah of Saul, once the chosen of the Lord. And the king said, I will give them. And the king spared Mephibosheth, the son of Jonathan, the son of Saul, because of the oath of the Lord that had been between David and Jonathan, the son of Saul. So the king took the 2 sons of Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, whom she bore to Saul, Armoni and Mephibosheth, and the 5 sons of Michal, the daughter of Saul, whom she bore to Adriel, the son of Barzillai, that was of Maholathai, and gave them into the hands of the Gibeonites. And they crucified them on a hill before the Lord. And these 7 died together in the first days of the harvest, when the barley began to be reaped. And Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, took haircloth, and spread it under her upon the rock from the beginning of the harvest, till water dropped upon them out of heaven, and suffered neither the birds to tear them by day, nor the beasts by night. And it was told David what Rizpah, the daughter of Aiah, the concubine of Saul, had done. And David went and took the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan his son from the men of Jabesh-Gilead, who had stolen them from the street of Bethshean, where the Philistines had hanged them when they had slain Saul in Gilboa. And he brought from thence the bones of Saul and the bones of Jonathan his son, and they gathered up the bones of them that were crucified. And they buried them with the bones of Saul and of Jonathan his son in the land of Benjamin, in the side, in the sepulchre of Kish his father. And they did all that the king had commanded, and God showed mercy again to the land after these things. And the Philistines made war again against Israel, and David went down, and his servants with him, and fought against the Philistines. And David, growing faint, Ishbi-Benob, who was of the race of Arapha, the iron of whose spear weighed 300 ounces, being girded with a new sword, attempted to kill David. And Abishai the son of Zeruiah rescued him, and striking the Philistine, killed him. Then David's men swore unto him, saying, Thou shalt go no more out with us to battle, lest thou put out the lamp of Israel. There was also a second battle in Gob against the Philistines. Then Sibbecai of Hushathai slew Suph of the race of Arapha, of the family of the giants. And there was a third battle in Gob against the Philistines, in which Deodatus the son of the forest, an embroiderer of Bethlehem, slew Goliath the Gittite, the shaft of whose spear was like a weaver's beam. A fourth battle was in Gath, where there was a man of great stature, that had 6 fingers on each hand, and 6 toes on each foot, 24 in all, and he was of the race of Arapha. And he reproached Israel, and Jonathan the son of Shemiah, the brother of David, slew him. These 4 were born of Arapha in Gath, and they fell by the hand of David and of his servants. 2 Kings chapter 22. And David spoke to the Lord the words of this canticle, in the day that the Lord delivered him out of the hand of all his enemies, and out of the hand of Saul. And he said, The Lord is my rock and my strength, and my Savior. God is my strong one, in him will I trust, my shield and the horn of my salvation. He lifteth me up, and is my refuge, my Savior. Thou wilt deliver me from iniquity. I will call on the Lord, who is worthy to be praised, and I shall be saved from my enemies. For the pangs of death have surrounded me. The floods of Belial have made me afraid. The cords of hell compassed me. The snares of death prevented me. In my distress I will call upon the Lord, and I will cry to my God, and he will hear my voice out of his temple, and my cry shall come to his ears. The earth shook and trembled. The foundations of the mountains were moved and shaken, because he was angry with them. A smoke went up from his nostrils, and a devouring fire out of his mouth. Coals were kindled by it. He bowed the heavens and came down, and darkness was under his feet. And he rode upon the cherubims, and flew, and slid upon the wings of the wind. He made darkness a covering round about him, dropping waters out of the clouds of the heavens. By the brightness before him the coals of fire were kindled. The Lord shall thunder from heaven, and the Most High shall give forth his voice. He shot arrows and scattered them, lightning and consumed them. And the overflowings of the sea appeared, and the foundations of the world were laid open at the rebuke of the Lord, at the blast of the spirit of his wrath. He sent from on high and took me, and drew me out of many waters. He delivered me from my most mighty enemy, and from them that hated me, for they were too strong for me. He prevented me in the day of my affliction, and the Lord became my stay. And he brought me forth into a large place. He delivered me because I pleased him. The Lord will reward me according to my justice, and according to the cleanness of my hands he will render to me, because I have kept the ways of the Lord, and have not wickedly departed from my God. For all his judgments are in my sight, and his precepts I have not removed from me. And I shall be perfect with him, and shall keep myself from my iniquity. And the Lord will recompense me according to my justice, and according to the cleanness of my hands in the sight of his eyes. With the Holy One thou wilt be holy, and with the valiant perfect. With the elect thou wilt be elect, and with the perverse thou wilt be perverted. And the poor people thou wilt save, and with thy eyes thou shalt humble the haughty. For thou art my lamp, O Lord, and thou, O Lord, will enlighten my darkness. For in thee I will run girded, in my God I will leap over the wall. God, his way is immaculate, the word of the Lord is tried by fire. He is the shield of all that trust in him. Who is God but the Lord, and who is strong but our God? God, who hath girded me with strength, and made my way perfect, making my feet like the feet of harts, and setting me upon my high places. He teacheth my hands to war, and maketh my arms like a bow of brass. Thou hast given me the shield of my salvation, and thy mildness hath multiplied me. Thou shalt enlarge my steps under me, and my ankles shall not fail. I will pursue after my enemies and crush them, and will not return again till I consume them. I will consume them and break them in pieces, so that they shall not rise, they shall fall under my feet. Thou hast girded me with strength to battle. Thou hast made them that resisted me to bow under me. My enemies thou hast made to turn their back to me, them that hated me, and I shall destroy them. They shall cry, and there shall be none to save, to the Lord, and he shall not hear them. I shall beat them as small as the dust of the earth. I shall crush them and spread them abroad, like the mire of the streets. Thou wilt save me from the contradictions of my people. Thou wilt keep me to be the head of the Gentiles. The people which I know not shall serve me. The sons of the stranger will resist me. At the hearing of the ear they will obey me. The strangers are melted away, and shall be straitened in their distresses. The Lord liveth, and my God is blessed, and the strong God of my salvation shall be exalted. God, who giveth me revenge, and bringest down people under me, who bringest me forth from my enemies, and liftest me up from them that resist me. From the wicked man thou shalt deliver me. Therefore will I give thanks to thee, O Lord, among the Gentiles, and will sing to thy name, giving great salvation to his king, and showing mercy to David his anointed, and to his seed forever. 2 Kings chapter 23. Now these are David's last words. David, the son of Jesse, said, The man to whom it was appointed concerning the Christ of the God of Jacob, the excellent psalmist of Israel, said, The Spirit of the Lord hath spoken by me, and his word by my tongue. The God of Israel said to me, The strong one of Israel spoke, the ruler of men, the just ruler in the fear of God. As the light of the morning, when the sun riseth, shineth in the morning without clouds, and as the grass springeth out of the earth by rain, neither is my house so great with God, that he should make with me an eternal covenant, firm in all things and assured. For he is all my salvation and all my will. Neither is there aught thereof that springeth not up. But transgressors shall all of them be plucked up as thorns, which are not taken away with hands. And if a man will touch them, he must be armed with iron and with the staff of a lance. But they shall be set on fire and burnt to nothing. These are the names of the valiant men of David. Jeshbaam, sitting in the chair, was the wisest chief among the three. He was like the most tender little worm of the wood, who killed 800 men at one onset. After him was Eleazar, the son of Doda, the Ahohite, one of the three valiant men that were with David when they defied the Philistines, and they were there gathered together to battle. And when the men of Israel were gone away, he stood and smote the Philistines till his hand was weary, and grew stiff with the sword. And the Lord wrought a great victory that day, and the people that were fled away returned to take spoils of them that were slain. And after him was Shammah, the son of Agi of Ararai. And the Philistines were gathered together in a troop, for there was a field full of lentils. And when the people were fled from the face of the Philistines, he stood in the midst of the field and defended it, and defeated the Philistines. And the Lord gave a great victory. Moreover, also before this, the three who were princes among the 30 went down and came to David in the harvest time into the cave of Adullam, and the camp of the Philistines was in the valley of the giants. And David was then in a hold, and there was a garrison of the Philistines then in Bethlehem. And David longed and said, O that some man would get me a drink of the water out of the cistern that is in Bethlehem by the gate. And the three valiant men broke through the camp of the Philistines, and drew water out of the cistern of Bethlehem that was by the gate, and brought it to David. But he would not drink, but offered it to the Lord, saying, The Lord be merciful to me, that I may not do this. Shall I drink the blood of these men that went, and the peril of their lives? Therefore he would not drink. These things did these three mighty men. Abishai also, the brother of Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was chief among three. And he lifted up his spear against 300 whom he slew, and he was renowned among the three, and the noblest of three, and was their chief, but to the three first he attained not. And Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, a most valiant man, of great deeds, of Kabzeel. He slew the 2 lions of Moab, and he went down and slew a lion in the midst of a pit in the time of snow. He also slew an Egyptian, a man worthy to be a sight, having a spear in his hand. But he went down to him with a rod, and forced the spear out of the hand of the Egyptian, and slew him with his own spear. These things did Benaiah the son of Jehoiada. And he was renowned among the three valiant men, who were the most honorable among the 30. But he attained not to the first three. And David made him of his privy council. Asahel the brother of Joab was one of the 30. Elhanan the son of Doda of Bethlehem, Shammah of Harodai, Elika of Harodai, Helez of Paltai, Ira the son of Ikesh of Tekoa, Abiezer of Anathoth, Maboni of Hushathai, Zalmon the Ahohite, Maharai the Netaphathite, Heled the son of Benaiah, also a Netaphathite, Ittai the son of Ribai of Gibeah of the children of Benjamin, Benaiah the Pirathonite, Hiddai of the torrent Gaash, Abialman the Arbathite, Asmaveth of Beeramai, Eliabah of Shaalbani, the sons of Jashan, Jonathan, Shammah of Arorai, Eliam the son of Shear the Haranite, Eliphalet the son of Ahasbai the son of Maacattai, Eliam the son of Ahithophel the Gilonite, Hezrai of Carmel, Pearai of Arbai, Igel the son of Nathan of Zobah, Bani of Gadai, Zelek of Amnoni, Naharai the Beerothite, armor-bearer of Joab the son of Zeruiah, Ira the Ithrite, Gareb also an Ithrite, Uriah the Hittite, 37 in all. 2 Kings chapter 24. And the anger of the Lord was kindled again against Israel, and stirred up David among them, saying, Go, number Israel and Judah. And the king said to Joab, the general of his army, Go through all the tribes of Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, and number ye the people, that I may know the number of them. And Joab said to the king, The Lord thy God increase thy people, and make them as many more as they are now, and again multiply them 100-fold in the sight of my lord the king. But what meaneth my lord the king by this kind of thing? But the king's words prevailed over the words of Joab, and of the captains of the army. And Joab and the captains of the soldiers went out from the presence of the king to number the people of Israel. And when they had passed the Jordan, they came to Aroer, to the right side of the city, which is in the vale of Gad, and by Jazer they passed into Gilead, and to the lower land of Hodshai, and they came to the woodlands of Dan. And going about by Sidon, they passed near the walls of Tyre, and all the land of the Hivite, and the Canaanite, and they came to the south of Judah into Beersheba. And having gone through the whole land, after 9 months and 20 days, they came to Jerusalem. And Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people to the king. And there were found of Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and of Judah 500,000 fighting men. But David's heart struck him after the people were numbered. And David said to the Lord, I have sinned very much in what I have done. But I pray thee, O Lord, to take away the iniquity of thy servant, because I have done exceedingly foolishly. And David arose in the morning, and the word of the Lord came to Gad the prophet and the seer of David, saying, Go and say to David, Thus saith the Lord, I give thee thy choice of 3 things. Choose one of them which thou wilt, that I may do it to thee. And when Gad was come to David, he told him, saying, Either 7 years of famine shall come to thee in thy land, or thou shalt flee 3 months before thy adversaries, and they shall pursue thee, or for 3 days there shall be a pestilence in thy land. Now therefore deliberate, and see what answer I shall return to him that sent me. And David said to Gad, I am in a great strait, but it is better that I should fall into the hands of the Lord, for his mercies are many, than into the hands of men. And the Lord sent a pestilence upon Israel, from the morning unto the time appointed. And there died of the people, from Dan to Beersheba, 70,000 men. And when the angel of the Lord had stretched out his hand over Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord had pity on the affliction, and said to the angel that slew the people, It is enough, now hold thy hand. And the angel of the Lord was by the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. And David said to the Lord, when he saw the angel striking the people, It is I am he that have sinned. I have done wickedly. These that are the sheep, what have they done? Let thy hand, I beseech thee, be turned against me, and against my father's house. And Gad came to David that day, and said, Go up and build an altar to the Lord in the threshing floor of Araunah the Jebusite. And David went up according to the word of Gad, which the Lord had commanded him. And Araunah looked, and saw the king and his servants coming towards him. And going out, he worshipped the king, bowing with his face to the earth, and said, Wherefore is my lord the king come to his servant? And David said to him, To buy the threshing floor of thee, and build an altar to the Lord, that the plague which rageth among the people may cease. And Araunah said to David, Let my lord the king take and offer as it seemeth good to him. Thou hast here oxen for a holocaust, and the wain, and the yokes of the oxen for wood. All these things Araunah, as a king, gave to the king. And Araunah said to the king, The Lord thy God receive thy vow. And the king answered him and said, Nay, but I will buy it of thee at a price, and I will not offer to the Lord my God holocausts free cost. So David bought the floor and the oxen for 50 shekels of silver. And David built there an altar to the Lord, and offered holocausts and peace offerings. And the Lord became merciful to the land, and the plague was stayed from Israel.